The boy was supposed to perish at the hands of a sin beast, yet he unexpectedly found himself reborn in a game world. Lin An suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for air, his face pale with terror. As he regained his composure, he noticed the traditional, antique-style furnishings around him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Sin Abyss activated. Connecting connection successful. The abrupt game notification made Lin An's eyes widen in shock. He was all too familiar with Sin Abyss, a game that had once captivated countless players. The game was rife with powerful sin beasts, monstrous creatures that were not only ferocious, but could also abandon their forms to possess living beings, awakening their hidden darkness. The player's mission was to hunt these sin beasts and grow stronger. But no one had anticipated that a year after the game's launch, the boundary between the virtual world and reality would blur. Sin beasts poured into Blue Star, plunging the world into an apocalypse. Lin An had lost his life in that catastrophic event. Now, however, he had opened his eyes to find himself in the world of Sin Abyss. Was this rebirth or a form of transmigration? At that moment, another system notification popped up. Welcome, player, to Sin Abyss. Information panel is now accessible. His identity details were displayed. Lin An, the only son of Lin Zhao, the lord of Shenglin City. At the age of 8, he had witnessed his mother being killed by a sin beast, which drove him into isolation. Beginner's Pack has been issued. Would you like to claim it? The information left Lin An momentarily stunned. He had not only transmigrated into the Sin Abyss world, but had become a native of a young lord of Shenglin City. Wait, Shenglin City wasn't that the starting village when he first entered the game? What was even more shocking was that this city would be overrun by sin beasts 3 months after the game's launch, and its lord, Lin Zhao, would perish alongside them. After claiming the Beginner's Pack, which contained a wrist-mounted crossbow, wound medicine, and attribute points, Lin An prepared to head out to gather information. However, before he could leave, a maid knocked on the door, informing him that the city lord had summoned him to the council hall. Through the maid, Lin An learned that it was now June 4th, year 3214 in the Sin Abyss calendar. This meant there were 1 year and 3 months until the player's arrival, and roughly a year and a half before Shenglin City would fall. Though time was short, as the young lord, he had access to abundant resources. Coupled with the unique attributes of a player, his rate of improvement would far surpass that of ordinary people. When Lin An arrived at the council hall, he saw his father, Lin Zhao, chatting amiably with an elderly man. To Lin An's shock, a bright red skull icon hovered above the old man's head, an unmistakable sign of possession by a sin beast, visible only to players. As the elderly man, who introduced himself as a physician, approached Lin An to take his pulse, Lin An didn't hesitate. He activated the wrist crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift arrows pierced the old man's skull with unerring accuracy. You, the physician, Lu, stared at Lin An in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. A moment later, his body collapsed to the ground. Lin An's sudden action caused Lin Zhao's face to change dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, strands of black mist suddenly emerged above Physician Lu's head, swiftly coalescing into a massive shadowy black tiger. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar surged toward Lin An. In the nick of time, Lin Zhao waved his hand, and a flash of spiritual light instantly enveloped Lin An, completely isolating him from the terrifying roar. The black tiger glared begrudgingly at Lin An before finally dissipating into thin air. At that moment, a series of crisp system notification sounds echoed in Lin An's ears. Player successfully killed the sin beast Resentful Tiger Black Iron rank 6, gaining 1 attribute point. Detected. Player is an ordinary human killing a sin beast for the first time. A random ability of the sin beast will be converted into a divine ability for the player. Congratulations. You have obtained a new divine ability, Resentful Tiger's Eye. This ability allows you to perceive enemy weaknesses and energy flows. As the first player to acquire a divine ability, you have been awarded an additional reward, Divine Ability Upgrade Stone. Using this will enhance 1 divine ability by 1 level. Obtained exclusive server-wide title, First Blood. Increases damage dealt to sin beasts by 5. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Faced with the barrage of notifications, Lin An was momentarily stunned. Although he had anticipated rewards for slaying a sin beast, this far exceeded his expectations. Server-wide announcement? I should be the only player right now, Lin An thought to himself and chose not to hide his name. The system immediately began broadcasting. Congratulations to player Lin An for obtaining the first divine ability on the server. Player Lin An has slain the first sin beast on the server. The announcement was repeated 3 times, though only Lin An could hear it. Before he could examine the details of his rewards, a wave of concern rushed toward him. Anur, are you alright? Lin Zhao anxiously checked his son's condition, his eyes filled with lingering fear. It was my fault for failing to detect the sin beast's possession. I almost caused a disaster. Father, I'm fine, Lin An reassured him softly. After confirming that Lin An was unharmed, Lin Zhao's expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized his son with delight. Your condition? Father, I think my illness is cured, Lin An said directly. Cured? Though he had a hunch, Lin Zhao could hardly conceal his shock. An ailment that had plagued him for years and resisted the efforts of countless renowned physicians was now gone? Yes. It seems I was trapped in some strange space all these years, which left me in a constant daze. It wasn't until last night that I finally woke up, Lin An explained. And after waking, I discovered that I could sense the presence of sin beasts. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled, his expression growing increasingly excited. Awakened? Could it be that you were one of the legendary awakened? Lin An showed a curious expression, with a hint of slyness flashing in his eyes. His counterpart was indeed knowledgeable. If they hadn't mentioned awakeners themselves, he would have needed to fabricate an explanation. In this world, awakeners appear no different from ordinary people at first, but when they awaken, they gain special abilities. For players known as descenders, the difficulty of becoming an awakener is no less challenging than it is for the natives of this world. Lin An recalled that in his previous life, he had never heard of any players successfully awakening. What little he knew about awakeners came from a post shared by a prominent figure on a forum. After witnessing physician Liu being possessed by a sin beast, Lin An had resolved to explain his changes by claiming to be an awakener. Just then, Lin Zhao began to explain the details about awakeners in depth, concluding with a sigh of amazement. Who would have thought that our family could produce an awakener? Father, what do you mean by that? Lin An raised an eyebrow. Has our family had awakeners before? A proud smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face. Indeed. Did you know that Shenglin City has a history of 700 years? The one who founded this city was none other than our ancestor from the Lin family, a powerful awakener. The Lin in Shenglin City was named in honor of our family. Lin An suddenly understood. No wonder his father had no doubts about his awakening. It turned out the Lin family carried the bloodline of awakeners. What happened to this ancestor afterward? He asked, secretly hoping to uncover clues to becoming a true awakener. The specifics are unclear, only scattered legends remain, Lin Zhao replied, shaking his head. But that doesn't matter now. With you inheriting the will of our ancestor, the Lin family will undoubtedly rise to glory once more. Watching his father's excitement, Lin An kept a smile on his face, but his heart grew heavier. He knew that Shenglin City would fall in less than 2 years, so he had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. The fastest way to gain power was by hunting sin beasts. Although venturing outside the city to hunt them was suicidal with his current strength, there were sin beasts lurking within the city. With his father, the strongest person in the city, by his side, he could adopt a defensive approach and wait for the prey to come to him. Father, Lin An said seriously, after awakening, I gained the ability to sense sin beasts. There must still be many hiding within the city. We can take this chance to eliminate them, and killing sin beasts will also help me strengthen my awakening abilities. Oh, you need sin beasts to enhance your abilities. Lin Zhao agreed without hesitation. Then what are we waiting for? This is the perfect opportunity to purge Shenglin City. Lin Zhao, who knew very little about awakeners, did not suspect anything. If not for the family's ancestral awakener, he might not have even heard of the term. With a wave of his hand, he led Lin into the highest point of the city lord's residence. Son, this is our home, Lin Zhao said, gesturing to the sprawling expanse of Shenglin City below them, his voice filled with pride. In the city, apart from our city lord's mansion, there are 3 major families: the Zhang family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family. Lin Zhao remarked calmly that while these families hold some influence now, in his eyes, they were merely the companions of the Lin family's ancestors back in the day. The foundation of Shenglin City was built single-handedly by their Lin family's forebears, which allowed these 3 families to thrive on this land. Although they have developed over time, the Lin family remains the true ruler of this city. Lin An had no objections to this. The 3 families might have their strengths, but none of them surpassed the Silver Realm. As for his own father, he had already stepped into the Gold Realm a decade ago, and his power must have grown significantly since then, easily overshadowing the 3 families. Moreover, the city lord's mansion commanded a force of 3,000 guards, among whom there were many at the Silver Realm. If the 3 families dared to act against them, these guards alone would be more than enough to crush them. The young master of Shenglin City, Lin An, allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. Everyone despises privilege, yet when that privilege rests in their own hands, it feels entirely different. Let's go. They'll take you around the mansion to see if there are any hidden sin beasts, Lin Zhao said. However, after making a full inspection, Lin An didn't find any signs of sin beasts. After all, this was the city lord's mansion, and ordinary sin beasts wouldn't dare approach. As for the case of physician Liu entering the mansion, it was only because Lin Zhao had personally invited him after hearing about his reputation. Next, Lin Zhao took Lin into the guards' barracks to carefully inspect the troops. These guards were Lin Zhao's personal soldiers, veterans who had fought on the battlefield, handpicked by him to form an elite unit. Among the 300 men, Lin An shockingly discovered over 10 guards who had been possessed by sin beasts. Father, I've identified 17 of them so far, Lin An said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. His voice carried a trace of anticipation. 17 Sin beasts. If he could eliminate them all, he would gain 17 attribute points. In his previous life, he had endured countless hardships and narrowly escaped death numerous times to acquire such points. But now, things were much simpler. Since the Sin beasts had been found, his father could easily take care of them. Lin Xiao's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Unbelievable. How dare these pests infiltrate my ranks? He let out a cold snort. Guards possessed by Sin beasts could be saved if the creatures were expelled within 24 hours. However, after that time, the Sin beasts would root themselves deeply within their hosts, binding their lives together. It was clear that these 17 guards had been possessed for more than 24 hours. Removing the Sin beasts would inevitably cost the guards their lives. For Lin Xiao, who held deep respect for his loyal soldiers, this realization filled him with rage and sorrow. These men, who had survived the battlefield, were now doomed to die by his own hand. How could his heart not ache? Father Lin An called softly, noticing Lin Xiao's distress. No need to say more, Lin Xiao interrupted, waving his hand. Though it pains me to lose these brave men, hesitating for their sake would put the safety of all the citizens of Shanglin City at risk. I cannot allow that to happen. As the city lord, he could not afford even a shred of indecision. Come, it's time for the guards to meet you, Lin Xiao said decisively, leading Lin An straight to the barracks. Concealing Lin An and nurturing him in secret? Absolutely unnecessary. Lin Xiao was the sky over Shanglin City, and Lin An was his heir, his pride. If anyone dared to harm Lin An, Lin Xiao would show no mercy and make them understand what it meant to challenge the heavens. The guards, upon seeing Lin Xiao, immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Greetings, city lord. Go and summon Ji Yuan, Lin Xiao ordered curtly. Lin Xiao spoke. Ji Yuan, the commander of the guards, was at the silver 9th rank and led 300 guards. Yes, my lord. The guard responded hastily, rushing inside. His footsteps echoed in a hurried rhythm across the ground. You wait here. He'll be back shortly, Lin Xiao said. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure turned into a streak of light, darting into the military camp and vanishing from Lin An's sight. Lin An stood still, knowing that his father had gone to apprehend someone. He waited quietly, his gaze calmly scanning the surroundings. In less than a minute, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. A burly man clad in a commander's uniform arrived swiftly, with over 10 guards in tow. The heavy thuds of their military boots echoed dully against the ground. The man's sharp gaze swept around before locking onto Lin An. He quickened his pace and stopped in front of him. Commander Ji Yuan greets the young master, Ji Yuan said, bowing deeply with a loud and respectful voice. The guards behind him also bent forward in unison, their movements disciplined and synchronized. All right, just wait here. My father will be back soon, Lin An responded with a brief nod. Understood, Ji Yuan replied respectfully. Straightening his back, he stood dutifully a short distance from Lin An, maintaining an appropriate gap. Although Lin An was currently just an ordinary person without any cultivation abilities, Ji Yuan didn't dare show the slightest hint of disrespect. He knew well that the young master, Lin An, was the castle lord's everything. Still, as he observed Lin An's figure, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This wasn't his first time seeing Lin An. The young master had always seemed lifeless before, as if his soul had been lost. But now, Lin An appeared different, exuded a vitality, a presence that belonged to the living. As Ji Yuan pondered this change, a dazzling streak of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a surge of powerful air currents. Thud, thud, thud. 17 figures crashed to the ground like sacks, kicking up clouds of dust. Upon closer inspection, it was the 17 guards that Lin An had named earlier. They were now restrained by an invisible force, unable to move. Greetings, Lord of the City. Ji Yuan and the others bowed deeply again, their postures even more respectful than before. Later, Lin Xiao replied indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a long blade emanating a chilling gleam materialized and landed steadily in front of Lin An. The blade shimmered coldly under the sunlight. Ainer, do it. Lin An looked at the 17 guards pinned helplessly to the ground, their foreheads bearing the blood-red skull insignia. Without hesitation, he reached out and gripped the long blade. The hilt was icy and heavy in his grasp. Lord of the City, please spare us. We don't know what we've done wrong. Why do you want to kill us? One of the guards pleaded, his face pale and his voice trembling with fear. Yes, Lord of the City, we've always been loyal and upright. We've never done anything to harm Shanglin City. Please have mercy, another chimed in. Commander Ji, save us. Please plead for us. We don't want to die, the guards cried out in desperation, their expressions filled with terror as Lin An approached with the blade. Ji Yuan furrowed his brows. He didn't know what crimes these 17 had committed, but for the Lord of the City to personally capture them and have the young master execute them, they must have done something severe. He remained silent, standing by to observe. He trusted that the lord of the city wouldn't take lives without reason. Ji Yuan, you coward. Why won't you plead for us? Are you afraid of Lin Shao? One of the guards suddenly roared angrily, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes when Ji Yuan didn't respond. Lin Shao, even if you are the lord of the city, you can't kill us without cause. I've shed blood for Shenglin City. I've contributed to its success. And now, you're going to kill a meritorious servant like me? Another guard shouted, his voice rising in defiance. As more guards from the camp gathered to watch, the 17 guards grew bolder with their insults, hoping to sway the crowd and garner sympathy. Prepare to die. Lin An's voice was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. He raised the long knife high and, without hesitation, brought it down toward one of the guards' heads. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Slash. The blade was clearly no ordinary weapon. Despite the guard's black iron 8th rank cultivation and his robust physique, the blade cut through him effortlessly, as if slicing tofu. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the guard's massive head separated from his body, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Blood quickly pooled and spread across the dirt. As the severed head fell to the ground, a noticeable change swept through the expressions of the surrounding guards. Blood gushed from the neck, quickly pooling into a dark crimson stain on the floor. These guards of the city lord's mansion, though seasoned veterans accustomed to life and death, couldn't help but feel a stir of unease witnessing a comrade meet such a grim end. However, the command came from the city lord himself, and the execution was carried out by the young lord. Even if they harbored dissatisfaction, they buried it deep within, not daring to show a hint of it. Scree! A sharp, piercing sound suddenly shattered the silence, drawing everyone's gaze to the lifeless body of the fallen guard. A swirl of black mist rose from the corpse, swiftly coalescing into the shape of a raven, its body as dark as ink. With wings spread wide, it let out an eerie, bone-chilling cry. Young master, look out! Ji Yuan reacted instantly, his figure moving like lightning as he stepped in front of Lin An, hand already on the hilt of his sword. In truth, even without Ji Yuan's intervention, Lin An would have been safe. Lin Shao had long since placed a protective spiritual barrier around his Sona shield, invisible, yet strong enough to fend off most attacks. The black raven circled in the air once before emitting a mournful screech, then dissipated like smoke into the atmosphere. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Black Iron Rank Raven. Gained 1 attribute point. The system notification echoed in Lin An's mind as he gently patted Ji Yuan on the shoulder. Relax, I'm fine, he assured. Ji Yuan realized he might have overreacted, but he felt no regret. Even if given another chance, he would unhesitatingly shield the young master again. Young master, could it be that all of them have been possessed by Sin Beasts? Ji Yuan asked, his brows furrowed deeply. That's correct, Lin An confirmed with a curt nod. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, finally understanding why the city lord had arrested these 17 individuals without warning. A sense of relief washed over him thankfully. The city lord had identified the hidden threat in time. If these possessed guards had turned on them during a direct confrontation with the Sin Beasts, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The other guards, who had harbored doubts earlier, now came to a sudden realization. They silently berated themselves for ever questioning the wisdom of their city lord. Some even slapped themselves across the face in remorse. Fool! How could I doubt the city lord? I deserve punishment. In that moment, their admiration for Lin Shao grew even stronger, and the morale among the guards became more unified than ever. City lord, I am at fault. Ji Yuan dropped to one knee, his face filled with guilt. I failed to detect the Sin Beasts infiltrating the mansion and possessing my comrades, leading to the deaths of 17 brothers. Please punish me accordingly. Lin Shao cast a cold glance at him. Go to the military tribunal later and accept your punishment. Understood, Ji Yuan replied without a trace of complaint. Lin Shao then turned to Lin An, continue. Lin An nodded, preparing to carry on with the executions when Ji Yuan spoke again. Young master, allow me to handle this in your stead. No need. Lin An declined firmly, his gaze resolute. Though they were possessed by Sin Beasts, they were still heroes of Shenglin City. Since we couldn't save them, it's only right that I personally send them off. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he added. Besides, don't get in the way of me earning attribute points. Recognizing Lin An's determination, Ji Yuan refrained from pressing further. He understood that this was not only about eradicating the Sin Beasts, but also about training the young master's courage and authority. As the heir to Shenglin City, Lin An would inevitably need to face bloodshed. In the past, the young master's frail health had excused him, but now that his condition had improved, the city lord was clearly beginning to groom him as a successor. Despite this, Ji Yuan stayed close to Lin An, ready to respond to any unforeseen danger. Lin An resumed his grim task. With each swing of his blade, heads rolled, and with every execution, a Sin Beast emerged from the corpse, only to dissipate moments later. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Bronze Rank Fox. Gain 2 attribute points. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Black Iron Rank Serpent. Gained 1 attribute point. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Bronze Rank Spider. Gained 3 attribute points. Until the last one was slain, Lin An confirmed that all 17 corpses were without exception hosts possessed by the Sin Beasts. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Zhao looked at his son with concern. After all, Lin An had never seen blood before, and today he had taken down 17 heads in one go. He worried this might leave a shadow in his son's heart. Not at all, Lin An replied, his face lighting up with a delighted smile. This was quite the haul. He quickly calculated his gains. The previous 2 attribute points combined with the 24 points provided by these 17 Sin Beasts now brought his total to 26. Unfortunately, before breaking through to the next realm, divine abilities could only be obtained from the first kill of a Sin Beast. If not for this restriction, with his father's Golden Realm strength, he could have amassed a plethora of divine abilities. Thinking about the unexplored areas of Shenglin City, Lin An felt a wave of excitement. There were surely more Sin Beasts hidden within this city, and if he could hunt them all, who knew how many attribute points he might gain. Moreover, the first player to slay 100 Sin Beasts would earn the title of 100 Sin Slayer. Prepare their bodies for burial and handle the compensation as though they died in battle, Lin Zhao ordered Ji Yuan. Understood, my lord. Ji Yuan responded respectfully. After Lin Zhao and his son departed, he immediately arranged for personnel to manage the corpses and compensation matters. Then, he went to the military tribunal to accept his punishment proactively. Shenglin City has a population of 300,000. To identify them all is no small task, Lin Zhao said gravely. We'll start with the 3 major families. The Zhao family is closest to here, so we'll begin with them. Lin An had no objections. He understood that hunting down all the Sin Beasts in Shenglin City would be an enormous undertaking. As soon as they reached the Zhao family estate, Lin An's sharp eyes spotted something. Father, that guard is also a Sin Beast. Oh, a Sin Beast guarding the gate? It seems the Zhao family has some serious internal issues, Lin Zhao sneered, striding forward. Greetings, Lord City Master. The 2 guards quickly bowed. With a loud boom, Lin Zhao struck without hesitation, subduing the guard possessed by the Sin Beast. He then turned to the other guard, who stood frozen in fear, and commanded, "Go inform Zhao Tong that the City Master is here." The guard was terrified. The sudden arrival of the City Master, coupled with the capture of his companion, made him fear for the Zhao family's fate. Not daring to delay, he hurried into the inner courtyard to report. Let's go. Let's see how many Sin Beasts the Zhao family is harboring, Lin Zhao said, dragging the subdued guard as he led Lin An into the estate. As soon as they entered, Lin An spotted 2 more Sin Beast hosts, one a guard and the other a servant. Without a word, Lin Zhao subdued them both. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A middle-aged man appeared, leading 7 or 8 others as they quickly came forward to greet them. Master Zhao of the Zhao family pays his respects to the lord of the city. The middle-aged man, Zhao Tong, bowed deeply, and the members of the Zhao family behind him followed suit, in perfect unison. Master Zhao, this city lord finds himself with some free time today. Would you mind accompanying me on a walk around the Zhao family estate? Lin Zhao's face carried a meaningful smile. The honor is mine, city lord. I would be delighted to accompany you. Zhao Tong responded respectfully, his expression humble. This is my son, Lin An, Lin Zhao said, gesturing to the young man standing beside him. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Tong's eyes. He was not unfamiliar with the young lord. It was rumored that Lin An, the city lord's son, suffered from a hidden ailment and was not inclined to speak. Since a brief encounter in his childhood, he had seemingly disappeared from public view. His sudden appearance at the Zhao estate today was certainly thought-provoking. Zhao Tong pays his respects to the young lord, he said with a respectful bow. Lin An merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. City lord, young lord, please follow me, Zhao Tong said, stepping aside to lead the way. The Zhao family members instinctively lined up on either side, respectfully seeing the 3 off as they proceeded. The Zhao family estate was grand and imposing, with its courtyards arranged in an elegant, layered manner. Rock gardens and flowing streams were adorned with a variety of flowers and trees, exuding refinement at every turn. Lin Zhao strolled leisurely, admiring the scenery, and occasionally nodded in approval. The Zhao family estate truly lives up to its reputation. It is no wonder you are one of the most prominent families in the city. Zhao Tong quickly replied with humility. We are grateful for the city lord's favor. The Zhao family merely survives on the blessings of our ancestors and the city lord's generous protection, which allows us to maintain some semblance of dignity. Lin Zhao laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Master Zhao, there's no need for such modesty. Your family has been a pillar of this city for generations, and I have relied on you in many ways. Lin An observed everything in silence. He understood that his father's decision to bypass the usual process of marking the guilty beasts and instead take direct action today was a clear warning to the Zhao family. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong's composed demeanor, even in the face of his family being subdued, betrayed his deeply calculating nature. Zhao Tong, on the other hand, was carefully analyzing the situation. The city lord's sudden visit, accompanied by the mysterious young lord, was undoubtedly a sign of trouble. He closely watched Lin Zhao's expressions, hoping to discern his true intentions. Father, those two individuals are suspicious. Lin An suddenly spoke, pointing toward a servant and a maid in the distance. Before Zhao Tong could react, Lin Zhao swiftly subdued the pair. The Zhao family members frowned, their expressions tense, and even Zhao Tong's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He speculated silently, was this a demonstration of power to pave the way for the young lord to take control of Shenglin City? Master Zhao, it seems your estate has quite a few problematic individuals, Lin Zhao remarked with a smile. Zhao Tong dared not question what exactly the problems were. Instead, he bowed again. We are fortunate to have the young lord's discerning eyes to identify these issues and restore clarity to the Zhao family. On behalf of the entire Zhao family, I thank the young lord. At this moment, he was certain Lin Zhao was deliberately helping Lin and establish his authority. This was a clear message to him. Whether the Zhao family had any issues or not, it was merely a matter of a word from the city lord's mansion. Thank you, young city lord. Zhao Tong lowered his head slightly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. The other members of the Zhao family, though seething with anger internally, dared not make any move after seeing their family head act so submissively. They could only stand aside, forcing respectful expressions onto their faces. Haha, the Zhao family truly has a high level of awareness. Indeed, you owe Aner a favor this time. Lin Zhao laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the Zhao family's courtyard. Every word was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the Zhao family members. Zhao Tong's eyelids twitched noticeably, his face alternating between shades of pale and flushed. Though this was undoubtedly a reprimand for the Zhao family, they were still being made to owe a favor. This kind of humiliation was even harder to endure than outright scolding. Lin An observed the entire scene and couldn't help but find it amusing. He understood clearly that his father could have simply told Zhao Tong and the others outright that these individuals were guilty of being sin beasts. Yet, his father intentionally withheld that information, letting the Zhao family misunderstand and think they were being suppressed by authority. Since his father chose not to clarify, Lin An had no intention of revealing the truth either. He understood this was his father's way of subtly pressuring the Zhao family, while simultaneously building his own reputation. When the dissatisfaction of the Zhao family eventually peaked, only to later discover that these individuals were indeed sin beasts, they might not feel grateful, but they would certainly become much more compliant in the future. At the same time, Lin An was acutely aware of his father's immense power. In his previous life when he entered the game, Zhao Tong, the head of the Zhao family, was someone he could only look up to. Yet now, that same Zhao Tong was nervously catering to them. His father was the sky above the entire Shenglin city. The inspection continued. Every time Lin An spotted a sin beast, he would raise his hand and point them out by name. This scene sent chills down the spines of the Zhao family members. A single gesture from the young city lord, and a person's fate was sealed. Each time Lin An identified someone, a flicker of panic would cross that person's face before Lin Zhao's subordinates swiftly subdued them. As the number of sin beasts grew, Lin Zhao eventually waved his hand and ordered, "Have the Zhao family assist with the escort." This command stirred even greater resentment among the Zhao family members. Not only were their own people being apprehended, but now they were being made to escort them as well, a blatant test of their submission. After thoroughly inspecting the Zhao family's premises, Lin An turned his gaze to the sin beasts they had uncovered. A total of 36 individuals were lined up in the courtyard under guard. A significant haul, indeed. And this was only the Zhao family, there were still the Zhang and Guang families to visit. Lin An hadn't expected that on the very first day of his transmigration, his attribute points might already exceed 100, surpassing what had taken him months to achieve in his previous life. Lin Zhao glanced at Lin An, and upon seeing him nod slightly, he understood that all the sin beasts within the Zhao family had been identified. Just as he was about to announce the next steps, a burst of silvery laughter rang out from the other end of the courtyard. "Young miss, slow down. We can't keep up with you." Several servants called out, panting heavily. Lin An turned toward the source of the sound and saw a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, joyfully running ahead. Her pink dress fluttered in the wind as a group of servants hurriedly chased after her. When Lin An's gaze fell on the young girl, his eyebrows raised slightly. He noticed a skull symbol above her head, but unlike the blood-red ones, hers was a faint red. Lin An's heart-stirred blood-red skulls indicated that the person had been possessed by a sin beast for over 24 hours, while faint red skulls meant less than 24 hours. In other words, this little girl could still be saved. Lin An was just about to speak when Zhao Tong, who had been closely observing Lin An's every move, felt a jolt of alarm. His face instantly turned deathly pale. "My daughter has offended the city lord and young city lord. Please forgive her." Zhao Tong hurriedly stepped forward, his voice betraying an uncontrollable panic. He was truly terrified of Lin An. Throughout this journey, every time Lin An so much as moved a slender finger, Lin Xiao would decisively take action to suppress the target. The moment Lin An pointed at someone, Lin Xiao would immediately subdue them with ruthless efficiency, as if fulfilling the orders of the King of Hell. At first, Xiao Tong didn't think much of it. After all, most of those being subdued were servants and guards of the Zhao family, regrettable, but not critical to the bigger picture. But now, the person in question was his most cherished youngest daughter, a delicate girl adored by the Zhao family for 3 generations. She had been showered with love and affection since birth. No longer daring to remain silent, Zhao Tong hurriedly spoke up to explain the little girl's identity. It wasn't just an explanation. It was also a subtle plea to Lin Xiao to show some restraint. Lin An merely glanced at Zhao Tong with a calm, indifferent gaze, as if his words carried no weight whatsoever. "Father, this little girl can still be saved," Lin An said flatly, his tone steady yet resolute, before turning to look at Lin Xiao. Understanding the cue, Lin Xiao raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Instantly, the little girl was lifted gently by an invisible yet irresistible force and brought safely before him. Before the Zhao family members could react in anger, Lin Xiao placed his right hand on the girl's head, his palm glowing faintly. A low hum echoed as a wisp of pitch-black, inky mist was slowly drawn out from the girl's head. It writhed and coiled like a venomous serpent, struggling to break free. To the Zhao family, the sight was nothing short of a thunderclap on a clear day. How could they not recognize it? That dark mist was unmistakably a sin beast. "Come out," Lin Xiao commanded in a thunderous voice. At his words, the black mist suddenly exploded, revealing a sinister, grain-sized creaturian unmistakable sin beast, known as the Jealous Might. What was going on? How could Xiao Linger be possessed by a sin beast? The Zhao family was utterly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. A sin beast had infiltrated the Zhao family and attached itself to their most precious child, all without anyone noticing? "She's only asleep. With some rest, she'll recover," Lin Xiao said calmly as he gently lifted the unconscious girl and handed her back to Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong reached out to take his daughter, his eyes welling with tears. Suppressing his emotions, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Lord of the City. Without your intervention, Xiao Linger might not have survived. A sin beast's possession can only be forcibly expelled within 24 hours. Any longer, and even I would be powerless," Lin Xiao said with a composed tone. The Zhao family members looked at him with profound gratitude. This little girl was the apple of their eye, the very heart of the Zhao family. If not for Lin An's timely discovery, today might have ended in tragedy. "There's no need to thank, might was all thanks to Ainer's sharp eyes," Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. "I've told you before, your Zhao family has its fair share of issues." Zhao Tong's heart sank. He had initially thought Lin An's actions were merely a way to assert dominance over the Zhao family. But now, it was clear that wasn't the case. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the 36 individuals who had been subdued earlier. A chilling thought crossed his mind. "Lord Lin, those people," Zhao Tong swallowed nervously, his voice tinged with unease as he pointed to the 36 captives. "That's right. All of them are possessed by sin beasts," Lin An replied calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Even though Zhao Tong had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed sent a shiver down his spine. One of the 3 great families of Shenglin City, the Zhao family, had been infiltrated by so many sin beasts. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lin An could see through the possession with a single glance. If this ability was real, then even without cultivation, this talent alone would make him a figure worthy of the utmost respect and reverence in the city. "Ainer, take care of it," Lin Xiao said, his tone as composed as ever. "Once the Zhao family sin beasts are dealt with, we'll move on to the Zhang and Wang families." "Understood." Lin An nodded. He retrieved the long blade that Lin Xiao had handed him earlier. Its edge gleamed with a cold, menacing light. First, he raised the blade and swiftly executed the jealous might he had just extracted. In that instant, an unusual energy surged into his body, granting him an attribute point. Without hesitation, he turned and approached the 36 captives. One by one, his blade descended with precision and decisiveness, eliminating them with clean, efficient strikes. "You successfully defeated the sin beast Lazy Snail, Bronze Tier 3, earning 2 attribute points. Then, you slew the sin beast Scorching Ant, Black Iron Tier 8, gaining 1 attribute point. Shortly after, the Furious Mantis, Bronze Tier 6, also fell to your single strike, rewarding you with 3 attribute points. With each sin beast you felled, your attribute points accumulated steadily, like a harvest of golden wheat." Meanwhile, the expressions of the Zhao family's upper echelon grew increasingly grim. They finally confirmed that the individuals you had slain were indeed possessed by sin beasts. A chill crept into their hearts, and they were deeply shaken by the realization of how many sin beasts had been hidden within their ranks. When the last sin beast was vanquished, Lin An finally stopped. Looking down, he saw that his attribute points had reached a total of 74. In the Zhao family alone, he had amassed 48 points. If he were to visit the Zhang family and the Wang family, breaking through the 100-point mark seemed within reach. The Zhao family members were filled with gratitude as they bowed to Lin Xiao and Lin and Zhao Tong, bending deeply, spoke sincerely. Thank you, Lord City Master and Young City Master. If not for the two of you, the Zhao family's fate today would have been unimaginable. He led the senior members of the Zhao family in a deep bow, their expressions filled with genuine appreciation. Any previous dissatisfaction had completely dissipated. Lin Xiao responded with a faint smile, his demeanor exuding both authority and magnanimity. As the city master of Shenglin City, I could not stand idly by. The Zhao family has contributed greatly over the years. Today's events have also helped eliminate a significant hidden threat to Shenglin City. Family head Zhao, there's no need for excessive courtesy. If the Zhao family continues to work hand in hand with the city master's mansion, we will surely safeguard Shenglin City together. Zhao Tong felt a wave of relief and immediately bowed again. The city master's magnanimity is truly admirable. The Zhao family will spare no effort in supporting the city master and the young city master, with absolute loyalty. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the Zhao family members. Seeing their respectful expressions, he felt satisfied. Turning to Lin An, his tone softened. Aner, you've worked hard today. Lin An smiled faintly and shook his head. Father, you're overpraising me. As the young city master, this is my duty. Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Then he turned to Zhao Tong. Family head Zhao, the matter with the Zhao family is resolved. I still need to visit the Zhang family and the Wang family, so I won't stay any longer. Zhao Tong quickly replied, understood. We bid farewell to the city master and young city master. The two nodded and turned to leave the Zhao family estate. The Zhao family members watched their figures until they disappeared from sight. Only then did they finally breathe a collective sigh of relief. Family head, today was truly a close call, one of the Zhao family elders said quietly. Zhao Tong nodded, his expression solemn. Indeed, if not for the city master and the young city master's intervention, the Zhao family would have been entirely consumed by the sin beasts before long. From now on, we must be even more vigilant and never allow the sin beasts another opportunity. Another elder chimed in. You're absolutely right, family head. But what's truly astonishing is that the young city master possesses the ability to identify sin beasts. Zhao Tong's expression turned serious as he looked around at the Zhao family's senior members. Do not entertain any thoughts about the young city master. He is the city master's bottom line. If anything happens to him, no one will be able to stop the consequences. While the three major families may have their ambitions, I am well aware that Shenglin City would collapse instantly without City Master Lin Xiao. Our ability to thrive and grow in peace is entirely due to his presence. Without him, everything in Shenglin City would turn to dust. The others nodded in agreement. Rest assured, family head. We will warn the younger generation of our family to avoid any conflict with the young city master in the future. Zhao Tong nodded in satisfaction. Prepare 3 carts of gifts. Tomorrow, I will personally deliver them to the city master's mansion as a gesture of gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Lin An had already left the Zhao family and were heading toward the Zhang family's estate. Father, the Zhao family should now be aware of my abilities. Do you think they'll harbor any intentions toward me? Lin An asked with a smile. Lin Xiao's gaze grew deep. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. You are my only concern in this world. If anything were to happen to you, it would mean the loss of my only vulnerability as well. The Zhao family understands that their stability today is solely because I provide them with a shield. Lin An nodded. It's good to have solid backing. Especially in Shenglin City, having a strong supporter ensures I can act without fear. Lin Xiao then took Lin into the Zhang and Wang families. The process was identical to before. Lin An called out names one by one, and the city guards immediately apprehended the identified individuals. Outrage erupted among the two families, but as a cold gleam flashed in Lin An's hand, the truth was revealed. Those captured were found to be concealing sin beasts within their bodies. As the true forms of the sin beasts were exposed, their lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. The senior members of the two families transitioned from anger to shock, and then to deep gratitude. They repeatedly bowed and thanked Lin Xiao and his son. Lin An, on the other hand, reaped considerable rewards. His attribute points climbed to 162, and the total number of sin beasts he had slain surpassed 100. A system notification promptly appeared. You have successfully slain 100 sin beasts, completing the 100 sins cleared achievement and earning a new title. Detected. You already possess the title First Blood. The 100 sins cleared title will automatically merge. Your title First Blood has been upgraded. Unique server-wide title. Damage against sin beasts increased by 10. You are the first player to complete the 100 sins cleared achievement. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Would you like to hide your name? Lin An chose to reveal his name, and the server-wide announcement was immediately broadcast. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player in the server to complete the 100 sins cleared achievement. This outcome left Lin An pleasantly surprised. The 100 sins cleared title did not exist as a standalone title, but instead enhanced his first blood title. This turned out to be advantageous, as the 100 Sins Cleared title was not unique. Any player who slew 100 Sin Beasts could obtain it, and its 1 damage bonus paled in comparison to the 10 provided by the upgraded First Blood. Besides, there were still future titles like 1,000 Sins Cleared and 10,000 Sins Cleared that could further strengthen his abilities. As night fell, Lin Shao brought Lin An back to the City Lord's mansion. "Honor, you've had a long day. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Garrison to root out any hidden Sin Beasts," Lin Shao said gently. The 30,000 strong garrison of Shenglin City was stationed across various locations and frequently engaged with Sin Beasts. It was certain that some Sin Beasts were hiding among them. This posed a far greater threat than the hidden dangers among the city's civilians. If not for his concern about Lin and overexerting himself today, Lin Shao would have already taken him to the army camp. "Father, now that I've awakened and want to grow stronger, could you provide me with a cultivation technique?" Lin An asked. He knew that for ordinary players, obtaining a cultivation technique was exceedingly difficult, often requiring allegiance to a faction or family. However, as the son of the city lord, the technique he could acquire from his father, a golden-level expert, would undoubtedly be of remarkable quality. With a proper technique, the attribute points he had accumulated would finally come into play. "Of course, that's not a problem. Come with me to the study," Lin Shao replied with a smile. Had it not been for the incident years ago that caused his son to withdraw from the world, Lin An would have started his cultivation long ago. But it wasn't too late now, especially with Lin An's awakened identity as a gifted individual, which hinted at extraordinary potential. Perhaps he could even restore the glory of their ancestors. Under Lin An's expectant gaze, Lin Shao led him to the study and retrieved a scroll. The scroll appeared particularly ancient, its surface smooth yet bearing the marks of time, as if meticulously crafted from some special kind of leather. Lin Shao smiled as he slowly unrolled it. "This is our Lin family's ancestral cultivation technique, a precious legacy left to us by our forebears. It's called the Lin family technique." Lin An paused immediately, a hint of doubt in his eyes as he murmured inwardly, "The name of this technique seems a bit too casual, doesn't it?" Noticing his reaction, Lin Shao laughed heartily, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. "When your grandfather told me the name back in the day, I had the same look in my eyes as you do now. Honestly, the name doesn't carry any special meaning. Since it was a technique our ancestor developed through personal cultivation, it didn't originally have a name. So, they just gave it a random one." Lin An suddenly understood, though he thought to himself, the name doesn't matter. If it's been passed down for centuries, it must have something extraordinary about it. After all, for it to remain in the Lin family for generations, it must hold immense value. Lin Shao's tone turned serious. "This technique is different from others. Most cultivation techniques produce special effects during practice like the Fire Dragon technique, which can transform spiritual energy into fire attributes. But our family's ancestral technique doesn't have such effects. Instead, it has a unique advantage: its cultivation speed." He paused, his gaze flickering. "The speed of this technique is unparalleled." He continued, explaining in detail, "At the entry level, the cultivation speed doubles. Once proficient, it quadruples. At minor mastery, it increases 8-fold, and at major mastery, it reaches 16-fold. At the perfected stage, it can even achieve 32-fold speed. This speed enhancement has allowed every generation of the Lin family to ascend to the gold rank swiftly, making us stand out among the cultivators in Shenglin City." Hearing this, Lin An felt a profound shock. Although he had always known the family technique was remarkable, the sheer acceleration in cultivation speed left him in awe. With the resources of the city lord's estate, breaking through to become a powerful figure seemed almost effortless. "Father, what is the grade of this technique?" Lin An couldn't help but ask. Lin Shao chuckled. "This technique is of platinum grade, capable of being cultivated up to the 9th level of platinum. As for higher realms, legend says they can only be accessed after perfecting the technique. Unfortunately, no one has ever reached that stage, not even me. I've only achieved minor mastery, and am still far from major mastery." Lin An took a deep breath, his heart filled with astonishment. In his previous life, he had only managed to obtain a bronze-grade technique, and that was purely by luck. Yet in this life, he had directly acquired a platinum-grade technique. Moreover, reaching the perfected stage was not an issue for him thanks to the 162 attribute points he possessed. Enhancing his cultivation speed would be an easy feat. Additionally, the surrounding areas of Shenglin City were teeming with ferocious beasts, providing him with endless opportunities to gather attribute points. Lin Shao then picked up 2 jade bottles from the table and placed them gently in Lin An's hand. "These are spirit pills, suitable for your current cultivation stage. If you run out, you can go straight to the estate's treasury to get more. Remember, while the family technique accelerates cultivation, you'll still need to train separately to master attack techniques." Lin An stared at the 2 bottles of spirit pills, a flicker of shock in his eyes. These pills were incredibly valuable for cultivators. In his previous life, it had taken him 3 months to acquire just 2 pills. Now, He had 20 in his hands, with the promise of more whenever needed. He couldn't help but marvel at the undeniable benefits of having a strong backing. Lin Xiao then took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Lin An. This is the Treasury token. It grants you unrestricted access. As Lin An looked at the token and the resources before him, he couldn't suppress his excitement. This meant his cultivation progress would far outpace others, allowing him to ascend to higher realms in record time. All right, off you go. Don't stay up too late cultivating. Tomorrow, we need to visit the Garrison, Lin Xiao said with a smile, waving his hand. Understood, father. You should rest early too, Lin An replied, nodding as he gathered his things and left the study. The door to the study closed softly. Lin Xiao pulled out a scroll and slowly unfolded it. On the scroll was a portrait of a woman. Her features were delicate, and her gentle smile seemed to radiate warmth and tenderness through the painting. Gazing at the portrait, Lin Xiao's expression softened, filled with deep affection and longing. He murmured quietly, Yuner, our child has awakened and become a cultivator. The future looks promising, so you can rest easy now. At this moment, Lin An had already returned to his small courtyard. He instructed the maid to prepare hot water. Having killed quite a number of people today, his body was stained with blood, and he needed a thorough cleansing. An hour later, with the maid's assistance, Lin An had quickly tidied himself up. Inside the room, Lin An sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the game panel. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood. Realm, no techniques, no divine abilities. Grudge Tiger's Eye. Attribute points, 162. Seeing the over 100 attribute points he had accumulated, Lin An couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, it had taken him 3 months in the game to earn less than 20 attribute points. Yet today, he had already surpassed 100 in such a short time, and he had even gained a title and a divine ability. Recalling the divine ability upgrade stone he obtained earlier, Lin An decided to enhance his divine ability first. He retrieved the divine ability upgrade stone from his inventory, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. As a flash of white light shimmered, the stone transformed into a beam of energy and merged into his body. The Grudge Tiger's Eye divine ability had been upgraded. Grudge Tiger's Eye allows the user to see through an enemy's weaknesses and energy flow, as well as the ability to break through illusions. It was now much stronger, especially with the added ability to counter illusions. Lin An let out a sigh of relief, silently reflecting. The Sin Beasts are especially skilled at creating illusions, manipulating the desires within living beings to lead them to self-destruction. With this newfound ability, he'll have a much easier time dealing with them. Next, Lin An took out another Itema simple and ancient scroll. His gaze was filled with excitement as he quickened his movements, carefully unrolling the scroll. Detected, player possesses the Platinum Grade Lin Clan technique. Would you like to spend 50 attribute points to learn it immediately? As expected, the technique's grade was exceptional. Lin An had anticipated this and clicked Learn without hesitation. Player successfully learned the Platinum Grade Lin Clan technique, reaching the beginner level. Training speed doubled. Congratulations. You are the first player across the server to learn a technique. Reward, 10 small spirit pills. A server-wide announcement flashed across the screen. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player to acquire a technique. The notification repeated 3 times. Just as Lin An was about to continue, the system voice chimed again. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player to learn a platinum grade technique. Reward, technique level upgrade card. Technique level upgrade card. Use this to directly enhance your technique proficiency, up to the mastery level. Lin An's eyes lit up with excitement as he thought to himself. What a treasure. Although it only raises proficiency to mastery, considering it's a platinum grade technique, this card will save me a significant amount of attribute points. Storing the rewards, he proceeded to check the details of the technique he had just learned. Technique, Platinum Grade Lin Clan Technique. Beginner level 0100,000 proficiency. Lin An frowned slightly, astonished. Progressing from beginner to proficient required an incredible 100,000 proficiency points. As expected of a platinum grade technique, he took a deep breath, understanding that the path of cultivation would be extraordinarily challenging, but also filled with immense opportunities. There were 2 ways to increase proficiency, and Lin An already had a plan in mind for his next steps in cultivation. There are 2 ways to improve one's skill. One is through self-cultivation, gradually increasing proficiency over time. The other is by directly investing attribute points, with each point equivalent to 1,000 proficiency. To reach the mastery level in this technique, at least 100 attribute points are needed. And that's just for mastery. Progressing further to the stages of minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, or even perfection would require an even greater amount of proficiency. No wonder his cheap old man, despite being a powerful gold tier warrior, had only managed to cultivate this technique to the minor accomplishment level. Are 100 attribute points a lot? Not really. After all, for players to obtain a platinum tier technique, they would need to at least have silver or even gold tier strength, at which point earning attribute points would become much easier. Lin An immediately invested 100 attribute points. Your Lin clan technique has been upgraded to mastery level. Cultivation speed increased by 4 times. Technique: Platinum tier Lin clan technique mastery level. Proficiency: 0500000. From mastery to minor accomplishment, 500,000 proficiency points are required, equivalent to 500 attribute points. Lin An silently looked at the mere 12 attribute points he had left and suddenly realized that even though his starting point in this life was higher, attribute points were still in short supply. He'll have to hunt more sin beasts tomorrow to earn attribute points, Lin An calculated in his mind. Once he gathered 500 attribute points, he could directly upgrade his proficiency to the minor accomplishment level and then use the newly acquired technique upgrade card to push it to the major accomplishment level. A major accomplishment tier technique would increase cultivation speed by 16 times. He closed the attribute interface and focused his gaze on the scroll in his hand. As expected of a family heirloom technique, the scroll didn't disappear after being learned. Storing it carefully, Lin An thought to himself that this way, he wouldn't have to explain the scroll's disappearance. Next, he prepared to begin cultivation. On the table lay 3 jade bottles, 2 of them gifts from his cheap old man, each containing 20 small spirit pills, and the other bottle a reward from the game system. Lin An picked up a small spirit pill and swallowed it without hesitation, activating his technique as he began cultivating. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the voice of a maid called from outside the door, and Lin An slowly opened his eyes. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood. Realm: Black Iron 2nd grade. Technique: Lin Clan Technique. Ability: Eyes of the Resentful Tiger. Attribute points: 12. As expected of a platinum tier technique. With a 4-fold cultivation speed, I broke through to Black Iron 2nd grade in just one night, Lin An remarked with satisfaction as he felt the surging strength within his body. He then remembered that when he had broken through to Black Iron 1st grade the previous night, the system had also issued a notification. He quickly checked it. Congratulations, player, on breaking through to Black Iron 1st grade and becoming the first player in the entire server to achieve a realm. Reward: 1 Black Iron tier weapon of your choice. The realm leaderboard has been unlocked. Please check it at your convenience. At the same time, the system issued a server-wide announcement. Player Lin An has become the first player in the server to achieve a realm. Lin An raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, unimpressed by the reward. After all, he was the heir of Shenglin City, and his cheap old man had even granted him access to the Treasury. A mere Black Iron tier weapon no longer held any appeal for him. I'm the only player in the server, and they still set up a leaderboard? Lin An muttered disdainfully to himself as he casually opened the leaderboard to take a look. The top spot on the server's ranking board belonged to Lin An, with a level of Black Iron rank 2 hidden. Second place: none. Third place: none. Note: the rankings are recalculated every month, and the top 100 players will receive additional rewards. Lin An stared at the virtual ranking board in front of him, where only his name was displayed. He had expected this outcome. After all, he was the only player on the entire server at the moment. Instead of feeling lonely, his attention was focused on the rewards given during the monthly ranking settlement. The first place reward includes attribute points and a chance at a lucky draw. Rare items such as divine abilities and treasures could be obtained, Lin An thought, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as a faint smile appeared on his lips. And now, since I'm the only one on the server, doesn't that mean I get the rewards effortlessly? He scrolled through the ranking interface, pondering the future. Even if other players arrive a year from now, there's no way they'll catch up to my level, Lin An mused, imagining their reactions when they saw his ranking. He couldn't help but chuckle. They'll probably be completely dumbfounded. Closing the interface, Lin An stretched and got out of bed. After quickly washing up and getting dressed, he made his way to the living room. In the living room, Zhao was seated at the dining table, sipping hot porridge. When he saw Lin An enter, he looked up and greeted him. You're here. Sit down and have breakfast first. Before Lin An could respond, Zhao suddenly froze, his eyes locking onto Lin An with a furrowed brow. Wait a minute, your level. Black Iron rank 2, he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. You mastered the technique overnight? Yes, father, Lin An replied calmly as he sat down at the table. It wasn't too difficult to cultivate. He had no intention of hiding his progress, knowing it was impossible to conceal such a change. Hearing this, Zhao felt an urge to scold the boy. He recalled how it had taken him 3 whole months just to grasp the basics of the technique back in the day. When he finally succeeded, his father had praised him for his exceptional talent, leaving him elated for a long time. But compared to his son, that so-called talent now seemed utterly insignificant. Wait, that doesn't make sense, Zhao muttered, his brows knitting tighter. Even if you've mastered the basics, it's impossible to reach Black Iron rank 2 in just one night. A terrifying thought crossed Zhao's mind. He sprang to his feet and swiftly approached Lin An, gripping his wrist firmly. Run your cultivation technique, I need to see this for myself. Lin An complied without resistance. As the technique circulated within him, Zhao's pupils widened, his breathing quickened, and his mind was thrown into turmoil. Mastery. Complete mastery, Lin Xiao stammered, his voice trembling. You actually mastered the entire technique in a single night. He released Lin An's wrist and took a step back, utterly stunned. It had taken him 3 months to grasp the basics, and over a year to achieve mastery. Yet his son had accomplished this in a single night. Such extraordinary talent was nothing short of monstrous. It might be because Iman awakened, Lin An explained calmly. The identity of an awakened had become his perfect excuse for any inexplicable phenomenon. Rather than doubting him, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. That must be it. It's because you're an awakened. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Our ancestor was also an awakened, which is why he was the only one to fully master this technique. Later generations of the Lin family speculated that this technique was best suited for awakened individuals, but we could never confirm it. Now, it's finally proven. Lin Xiao released Lin An's wrist and patted him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Good, good. The Lin family has a worthy successor. He was overjoyed this was his own son, after all. Lin An smiled faintly, knowing that his displayed talent had been fully accepted by his father. From now on, no matter how quickly his strength progressed, his father would neither be surprised nor suspicious. Instead, he would see it as entirely natural. The two of them then sat down and began to enjoy their breakfast. Lin Xiao hadn't expected such great news so early in the morning. Sitting at the dining table, he had already finished his meal, but in his good mood, he helped himself to another serving of breakfast. Just as he was about to take Lin An to inspect the barracks of the district's garrison, the steward of the city lord's mansion, Qian Yang, hurriedly pushed open the door, a trace of urgency on his face. Old Qian, what's the matter? Lin Xiao looked up and asked. City lord, the heads of the Zhao, Zhang, and Guang families have arrived, Qian Yang said with a slight bow. Each family has brought 3 carts of resources, saying they wish to express their gratitude to you and the young master for yesterday's kindness. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled softly and turned to Lin and look at that. We killed their men, and yet they've come to thank us. They're simply using this as an excuse to show submission to the city lord's mansion, Lin An pointed out bluntly. A hint of approval flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. Exactly. Over the years, I've ignored them, and their courage has indeed grown. Yesterday's actions were mainly to clear out the corrupted beasts, but I also intended to send them a warning. Now that they're frightened, they're taking this chance to pledge their loyalty. Lin An nodded silently, understanding that his father's actions were paving the way for him. With his father's strength, there was no real need for such tactics. Will you meet them, father? Lin An asked. No, Lin Xiao said firmly. They didn't come to pay their respects before, and now they only show up because they're scared. They've overestimated their importance. Turning to Qian Yang, he instructed, accept the gifts, and you handle the rest. Understood, Qian Yang replied, bowing before taking his leave. He also gave Lin An a respectful nod before exiting. Not long after, Ji Yuan arrived to report. City Lord, young lord, the 300 personal guards have assembled. What about their injuries? Lin Xiao inquired, referring to the disciplinary actions taken the previous day. Nothing serious, they're still capable of fighting, Ji Yuan said, standing tall. Despite enduring a punishment of 100 strokes, his silver tier 9th grade strength had allowed him to recover without much trouble. Then let's move out. With that, Lin Xiao and his entourage set off in grand fashion toward the garrison camp. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's mansion, the heads of the 3 prominent families anxiously waited. When Qian Yang emerged, Zhao Tong quickly stepped forward to inquire, with the heads of the Wang and Zhang families close behind. Upon learning that Lin Xiao would not meet them, the 3 were disappointed but quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. It was presumptuous of us. The city lord is busy with the welfare of the people, and our matter is not urgent, they said humbly. Qian Yang conveyed Lin Xiao's response that the gifts were accepted, and that he hoped the 3 families would continue to serve Shenglin City well. These words offered the family heads some relief, as it indicated that Lin Xiao was willing to give them a chance. As long as they behaved, their positions in Shenglin City would remain secure. The 3 heads immediately pledged their loyalty, watching as the 9 carts of gifts were carried into the mansion by the household staff. Shenglin City had a garrison of 30,000 soldiers, with military camps stationed near the 4 city gates in the east, west, south, and north. Most of the time, the beasts outside the city were relatively quiet, and with the city's protective formation in place, it was nearly impossible for the beasts to breach the defenses in a short amount of time. The commander of the garrison is Feng Shan, who is at the silver rank 9 level. Lin Xiao explained to Lin An as they walked, his voice steady and firm. Lin An listened quietly, occasionally nodding, his gaze focused. He was already familiar with this information after all. In his previous life, his first stop after entering the game was joining the garrison. These basic details were well ingrained in his memory. Before long, the father and son arrived in the eastern district. This area was the most critical part of Shenglin City's defenses, as beyond the eastern district lay an endless stretch of mountains teeming with countless beasts. The Eastern District's military camp housed 10,000 soldiers, a third of the city's garrison. Commander Fengshan also resided here year-round. In the event of a large-scale conflict, Lin Shao, as the city lord, would personally take command in this district. At the entrance of the camp, a burly man in armor stood at the forefront of a group of officers, lined up in an orderly formation awaiting their arrival. Commander Fengshan of the garrison, at your service, city lord and young lord. The armored man greeted with a deep bow, followed by the synchronized salutes of the officers behind him. The clinking of their armor echoed crisply. No need for formalities. Lin Shao gestured with a raised hand. I've brought Aner here today to familiarize himself with the camp. How are things in the camp lately? How are the soldiers faring? Fengshan straightened up immediately, his voice loud and clear. Reporting to the city lord, everything in the camp is in good order. The soldiers are in high spirits and have not slacked in their training. Recently, there were minor disturbances from the beasts outside the city, but we suppressed them promptly without any losses. Lin Shao nodded in satisfaction, a hint of approval in his eyes. Very good. You've all worked hard. However, the beasts are becoming increasingly active, and we must not let our guard down. Rest assured, City Lord. Fengshan pounded his right fist against his chest in a solemn pledge. I will strengthen patrols and defenses to ensure no beasts threaten the safety of the city. Lin Shao gave a slight nod and turned to Lin An, his tone carrying a sense of expectation. Aner, this is your first time in the camp. Take a good look and learn about the lives and training of the soldiers. Someday, you will bear the responsibility of protecting this city. Yes, father, Lin An replied briefly, his eyes scanning everyone around him. Fengshan stepped to the side, making way and gesturing with an inviting hand. City Lord, young lord, please follow me into the camp. As they moved, Fengshan couldn't help but steal a few glances at Lin An. The city lord had sent word last night that the young lord had recovered from his long-standing illness, but Fengshan had been skeptical. Now, seeing Lin An in person, he was astonished. The boy was entirely different from before. His expression was sharp, his demeanor composed. This transformation filled Fengshan with relief. After all, the young lord was the future of Shenglin City, and his recovery was a beacon of hope for the city's future. Lin Shao was about to proceed when Lin An suddenly spoke up. Wait, father, that man is suspicious. He pointed directly at a young man in armor standing behind Fengshan. The atmosphere froze instantly as all eyes turned to the young man. The soldiers stiffened noticeably before stepping out of the formation in haste. Subordinate Lu Yu greets the city lord and young lord, Lu Yu said, bowing deeply with a slightly nervous tone. May I ask what the young lord means by his remark? You'll understand soon enough, Lin An said without elaborating. Lin Shao wasted no time, waving his hand as an invisible force immobilized Lu Yu on the spot. He then motioned for the guards to detain him before turning his sharp gaze to Fengshan. It seems your garrison isn't as clean as it should be. Fengshan and the senior officers of the garrison turned pale at the words, a chill of fear coursing through them. They immediately realized that the lord of the city was not simply there to inspect the camp. Everyone began to recall their recent actions, hearts filled with fear, dreading that they might meet the same fate as Lu Yu, who had been subdued. Fengshan, however, fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Yu. Lu Yu was one of his most capable officers, only 26 years old, and already at the 7th rank of bronze level. There was a significant chance he could break through to the silver level before turning 30. Fengshan quickly reviewed all the information he had on Lu Yu in his mind, but still couldn't figure out what mistake Lu Yu could have made. However, he was certain that the lord of the city never acted on a whim. If he had taken action, it must be because Lu Yu had committed some wrongdoing that Fengshan was unaware of. Your subordinate has failed to discipline properly. I humbly ask the lord of the city to administer punishment, Fengshan said respectfully, bowing his head. Lin Shao glanced briefly at Lin An and, seeing that he no longer gestured with his hand, spoke. We'll discuss these matters later. Let's first enter the camp. With that, the group proceeded into the military encampment. Inside the camp, soldiers were lined up in neat formations, engaged in their daily training. Shouts of exertion and the clash of weapons echoed continuously, filling the air with a palpable atmosphere of discipline and tension. Fengshan led the way, explaining as he walked. Young lord, this is our training ground. All of our soldiers undergo physical training and formation drills here daily to ensure they can perform at their peak during battle. Lin An nodded, his gaze sweeping across the rows of soldiers, observing their movements. It didn't take long for him to notice something unusual. Several soldiers exuded an odd aura. He didn't alert anyone, knowing that prolonged battles with the Sin Beasts made soldiers susceptible to being possessed by them. However, he refrained from acting immediately. A sudden reaction could alert other Sin Beasts nearby, and any ensuing chaos would make the situation far more difficult to control. Lord of the city, shall we begin the inspection? Fengshan inquired as he led Lin Shao and the group to the high platform. Lin Shao had informed them the previous night that an inspection of the garrison would take place today, which would also help Lin An quickly identify any hidden sin beasts. Yes, let's begin, Lin Shao replied with a nod. At his command, the sound of drums thundered through the air, signaling the start of the inspection. 10,000 soldiers, divided into 20 formations of 500 each, marched past Lin Shao and Lin An's line of sight. Lin An carefully scrutinized each formation, searching for any hidden sin beasts. As he observed, he murmured under his breath, "First row, 7th soldier. Third row, 2nd soldier." Following his lead, Lin Shao began marking each suspicious soldier with his gaze. Feng Shan, standing nearby, was puzzled by their actions but dared not ask any questions. 2 hours later, the inspection finally concluded. Lin An successfully identified 372 soldiers who had been possessed by sin beasts. Lin Shao's expression grew heavy, a deep sense of gravity settling over him. Nearly 400 soldiers under their command had been taken over by sin beasts. If not for Lin An uncovering these hidden threats today, the next time the sin beasts launched a large-scale assault, these possessed soldiers could betray them at a critical moment, leading to catastrophic consequences. Lin Shao rose and walked toward the edge of the high platform. Standing tall, he surveyed the scene, his gaze meeting the eyes of every soldier present. The atmosphere was tense, and all eyes were fixed on him, filled with nervous anticipation. Soldiers! Lin Shao's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an aura of authority and unyielding resolve. Today's inspection has shown me your bravery and your fighting spirit. You are the guardians of this city, the pillars upon which the people rely. Every drop of sweat and blood you shed is for the peace and safety of this land. Lin Zhao's sharp gaze swept over the neatly arranged soldiers below, his posture upright and his voice resonant. Although we currently live in relative peace, we must not let our guard down for even a moment. Today's inspection is not only to showcase your strength, but also to remind you that war is never far away. We must always be prepared. He paused briefly, then his voice turned even more resolute, each word striking the soldiers' hearts like a hammer. However, among you, there are dangers lurking. Today, I, as the lord of this city, am here to root out these threats. As these words fell, the soldiers below exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Low murmurs spread through the ranks as they speculated about what the city lord meant by dangers. Swish, swish. In the next moment, Lin Shao raised his hand, a faint light emanating from his fingertips. Suddenly, dazzling beams of light shot up from the ground, precisely enveloping individual soldiers. A total of 372 were marked, no more, no less. The expressions of those caught within the light beams changed drastically. Their faces twisted, and a sinister black glint flashed in their eyes. It was clear they realized their exposure. They immediately tried to break free, reaching for their weapons in preparation to resist. Humph, still trying to resist? Lin Shao snorted coldly, a golden light flashing from the center of his brow. A terrifying pressure, like a towering mountain, swept across the space, forcing the marked individuals to the ground. They were unable to move, as if an invisible hand was pinning them down. Lord Citymaster, what is the meaning of this? Why are you suppressing us? One of the restrained soldiers growled through gritted teeth. Yes, we've risked our lives for Shenglin City. Are you now turning on us like this? Brothers, let's fight him. He wants to kill us. The subdued soldiers shouted hoarsely, their words filled with provocation, clearly trying to incite the other soldiers to rebel. Those who were not restrained showed varying expressions, especially the friends and family of the marked individuals, whose eyes revealed hesitation and confusion. Doubts began to creep into their hearts. Feng Shan, the commander of the city's forces, broke into a cold sweat. He hurried forward and whispered with a grave expression, Lord Citymaster, what is this about? He clearly understood that if this situation was not handled carefully, it could easily lead to a mutiny. Lin Zhao's gaze was piercing as he looked at Feng Shan. Are you curious why I've restrained Zhao Yu? With a wave of his hand, Ji Yuan immediately understood and brought the bound Zhao Yu onto the platform. Zhao Yu's face was ashen, his eyes filled with fear and anger. Do it, Lin Shao ordered succinctly. Lin An nodded, drawing the long blade his father had given him from his waist. The blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Without a word, he approached Zhao Yu, the tip of the sword pointing directly at his throat. You, young master. Zhao Yu's eyes flickered with despair as he struggled to speak, but his resistance was met with Lin An's swift and unhesitant strike. At that moment, Zhao Yu knew he had been exposed. Yet, with Lin Shao's oppressive power binding him, and Ji Yuan, a formidable silver-level expert watching closely, he had no chance to fight back. No! Zhao Yu let out a furious, unwilling roar. Slash! The blade cut through the air, severing his head cleanly. Blood spurted forth as the head rolled to the ground. The sight left the soldiers around them stunned, drawing sharp breaths. They all recognized Zhao Yu as one of the city's military leaders. Yet, he had just been executed by the young city lord without hesitation. Roar! At that moment, an inhuman growl echoed. From Zhao Yu's headless body, dense black mist erupted, and the shadow of a grotesque beast of sin struggled to emerge. However, the beast only let out a single wail before dissipating like smoke under the sunlight. You successfully killed a bronze tier level 7 beast of sin and earned 3 attribute points. The system's notification rang in Lin An's ears. Witnessing this, the soldiers, both high-ranking officers like Feng Shan and the ordinary troops, were thrown into an uproar, their eyes filled with shock and fear. It's a beast of sin. Commander Zhao was possessed by a beast of sin. How is that possible? When did Commander Zhao get possessed? And how did we not notice? If even Commander Zhao was possessed, does that mean those others restrained by the city lord are also? At that moment, the soldiers turned their wary eyes toward the nearly 400 restrained individuals. Their suspicion turned into vigilance, and those standing close to the marked soldiers quickly drew their weapons, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Feng Shan's face turned pale as he rushed over to Lin An, disbelief written all over his expression. Young master, are they all possessed by beasts of sin? The thought that Zhao Yue, someone he trusted, had been possessed was already a heavy blow. And now, nearly 400 others were revealed to be the same? As the commander of the city's forces, he understood the dire consequences of such a revelation. But how did the city lord know? His gaze shifted to Lin An, the young master. He had been standing nearby and overheard Lin An calling out names earlier. At the time, Feng Shan found it puzzling, but now it seemed the young master possessed some ability to detect beasts of sin. That's right, Lin An nodded. Hearing this, Feng Shan's face turned pale, and he gasped sharply. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on his heart, but Lin An had no time for further explanation. His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. Bring them all forward, Lin An ordered in a low, commanding tone. Yes, sir. Ji Yuan promptly obeyed, leading 300 personal guards to take swift action. Feng Shan quickly regained his composure and ordered his men to apprehend those possessed by the sin beasts. Moments later, all the suspicious individuals were brought before Lin An. Lin An's piercing eyes surveyed the crowd as he declared, Soldiers, I am Lin An, son of the city lord and the young lord of Shenglin City. Today, I have come with my father to eradicate the sin beasts lurking among you. He paused, his voice tinged with somberness. I understand that among these people are your friends and family, but we all know that once someone is possessed by a sin beast, they are already lost on the battlefield. Their bodies are now mere vessels for the beasts. Today, I will personally slay these sin beasts so that the fallen heroes may finally rest in peace. Before the echo of his words faded, Lin An's long blade was unsheathed. With a flash of cold steel, the first captive fell to the ground. The soldiers present, staring at the 300 subdued individuals, felt their eyes burn with unshed tears, a mix of anguish and fury. They finally accepted the harsh truth: their former comrades were now irreconcilable enemies. Well done, young lord. Thank you, city lord and young lord, for your vigilance. If not for your timely intervention, the consequences of being betrayed by these sin beasts during battle would have been catastrophic. The soldiers shouted their gratitude, their gazes toward Lin Xiao and Lin An filled with deep appreciation. Lin An's blade showed no mercy, striking with precision again and again. Nearly 400 sin beasts fell in a relentless hour of slaughter. Each slain revealed their true form, confirming the accuracy of Lin An's judgment. There was not a single wrongful killing. The aftermath was left in the hands of his father and Feng Shan. Lin An took a moment to check his attribute points. 478, just 22 away from 500. Calculating his next moves, he considered the remaining southern, western, and northern camps. Even if these camps had fewer sin beasts, reaching 500 points seemed easily achievable. As expected, the other 3 camps were in slightly better shape compared to the eastern camp, which had faced the brunt of the sin beasts' attacks. Even so, Lin An uncovered and eliminated 484 sin beasts across the southern, western, and northern camps, earning 592 attribute points in the process. Unfortunately, it was still short of the milestone needed to upgrade his title further. By sunset, Lin An and his team returned to the city lord's mansion after completing their inspection of the 4 camps. Anur, you've worked hard today. Go and get some rest, his father said kindly. Lin Xiao smiled, fully aware that his son had gained a lot today. He figured Lin An was already eager to return and work on improving his strength. Lin An nodded slightly, indeed feeling a sense of urgency. After returning to his small courtyard, he went through his usual routine of washing up before opening the system panel. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood. Realm, Black Iron, 2nd grade. Cultivation Technique, Lin Clan Technique. Divine Ability, Eyes of the Resentful Tiger. Attribute Points, 1070. Seeing the over 1,000 attribute points on the panel, Lin An couldn't help but smile as he began to consider how best to allocate them. He decided to focus on his cultivation technique first. You have consumed 500 attribute points. The Lin Clan technique you are cultivating has been upgraded to the minor achievement level. Cultivation speed increased 8-fold. Without hesitation, Lin An confirmed the upgrade. Cultivation Technique, Platinum Grade Lin Clan Technique Minor Achievement. Proficiency 02000000. To advance from minor achievement to major achievement required 2 million proficiency points, equivalent to 2,000 attribute points. Lin An clicked his tongue in amazement. It was no wonder that in the Lin clan's history spanning hundreds of years, only their first ancestor had managed to cultivate the technique to perfection. Even Lin Zhao, a current golden grade powerhouse, had only reached the minor achievement level. So, this is the difficulty of cultivating a platinum grade technique. He muttered to himself. Fortunately, I still have an upgrade card. With that thought, Lin An retrieved a cultivation technique upgrade card he had previously acquired from the system. You have used a cultivation technique upgrade card. The Lin Clan technique you are cultivating has been upgraded to the major achievement level. Cultivation speed increased 16-fold. Cultivation technique. Platinum grade Lin Clan technique major achievement. Proficiency 05000000. To reach perfection would require 5,000 attribute points. Lin An calculated silently. While the number seemed large, it wasn't an impossible goal. For now, there's no rush. Although there are sin beasts hiding among the city's population, searching for them one by one would be too time-consuming. It's better to focus on improving my strength first, and then head outside the city to hunt them down, Lin An decided. He closed the system panel, took out a small spirit pill, and swallowed it before beginning to meditate and cultivate. The power of the Lin Clan technique at the major achievement level was extraordinary. With the increased cultivation speed, Lin An could feel the small spirit pill he had just consumed being quickly refined. The energy within his body quietly surged, and his realm began to rapidly advance. His mental and physical state underwent noticeable changes. As night deepened and morning approached, Lin An's body trembled. With a rush of powerful energy coursing through him, his realm stabilized at a new level. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood. Realm, Black Iron, 4th grade. Cultivation technique, Lin Clan technique major achievement. Divine ability, Eyes of the Resentful Tiger. Attribute points, 570. In just one night, Lin An had broken through 2 grades, reaching Black Iron, 4th grade, a solid mid-tier within the Black Iron realm. In only 2 nights, he had advanced from Black Iron, 2nd grade to 4th grade. Lin An couldn't help but marvel. In my past life, it took me 3 months in the game to reach Black Iron, 9th grade. Having a strong backing really makes a difference. With top-notch resources, there's no need to waste time fighting over them. I can focus entirely on cultivating. Looking at his remaining 570 attribute points, Lin An decided it was time to address his offensive capabilities now that his realm had advanced. He'll head to the Treasury later to select a few suitable techniques and pick up some more small spirit pills, he planned. Currently, he had 30 small spirit pills left, most of which had already been refined. With his current cultivation speed, the remaining pills wouldn't last long. After washing up, Lin An left the courtyard and walked into the living room. He planned to join his father for breakfast and perhaps give him a little surprise. Lin An had just stepped into the living room when Lin Zhao was already halfway through his meal. Upon seeing Lin An's arrival, Lin Zhao looked up, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. It was clear he had noticed that Lin An's cultivation level had broken through to the 4th rank of Black Iron. Although slightly startled, he wasn't entirely shocked. After all, his son's extraordinary talent made such rapid progress. While unusual, still within the bounds of reason. Cultivation should never be rushed. Even though you have exceptional talent, you must progress steadily. Impatience can lead to an unstable foundation, which will only harm you in the long run, Lin Zhao advised earnestly. Don't worry, father. I understand, Lin An replied with a slight nod, his tone firm and resolute. Good. You must also remain diligent in comprehending the technique. Like our ancestor, you are an awakener. Perhaps you are the first in our Lin family in centuries, aside from the ancestor, who has the potential to master this technique to perfection, Lin Zhao continued. You're absolutely right, father. This technique is indeed profound. Reaching perfection will undoubtedly require significant time and effort. For now, I've only just reached the advanced stage, Lin An replied humbly, a hint of curiosity and eagerness to learn showing on his face. I will continue to work hard. Seeing his son's humility and lack of arrogance despite his talent, Lin Zhao felt a surge of pride. He thought to himself, as expected of my son, so gifted and yet so modest. Very well. Since I'm free today, I can assist you in cultivating the technique later. Perhaps I can help you break through to the minor perfection stage sooner, Lin Zhao began, but his voice trailed off mid-sentence. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? You've already reached the advanced stage of the technique? Yes. I achieved it last night, Lin An replied calmly with a nod. Lin Zhao's expression immediately stiffened. He instinctively grabbed Lin An's wrist, as if to confirm whether he had misheard. Lin An, understanding his father's reaction, cooperatively activated the technique. After a few moments of observation, Lin Zhao released his son's wrist, his brows furrowing deeply as he clutched his chest. Father, are you alright? Lin An quickly stepped forward to support him. Don't speak. Let me catch my breath first, Lin Xiao said, taking a deep breath. His expression shifted subtly, clearly struggling to process his emotions. How is this possible? The technique mastered to the advanced stage? You've only had this technique for 2 days. Mastering it on the first night is already impressive, given that you're an awakener and the technique might be more suited to you. But achieving the advanced stage on the second night? Lin Xiao was utterly astounded. Lin An's rapid progress defied all logic. Lin Xiao himself had spent years cultivating this technique and had only reached the intermediate stage. Yet his son had surpassed him in just 2 nights? At that moment, Lin Xiao felt a heavy weight in his chest. Even as a gold-ranked expert, he couldn't help but feel shaken to his core. Father, this technique was specifically designed for awakeners. So Lin An tried to console his father and explain the reasoning behind his progress, but Lin Xiao gently waved him off, interrupting with a smile. You little rascal, you're trying to comfort me now? Lin Xiao said, though his face was lit with pride. To be honest, it's a bit of a blow to my ego, but more than anything, I feel proud. Just a moment ago, I was worried that even though your illness had been cured, you had fallen too far behind your peers and might struggle to secure your position as the city lord in the future. But now, it seems my worries were unfounded. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass all the young talents in Shenglin City. Father, I plan to visit the family treasury to retrieve some elixirs and select a few techniques, Lin An said after a brief pause. Although my cultivation level has improved, I still lack combat strength. Go ahead, Lin Xiao said, waving his hand with a smile. Take whatever you need. There's no need to report back to me. Lin Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling that he didn't mind. Lin An nodded, but his face betrayed hesitation, as though he had something to say but couldn't find the right words. Seeing this, Lin Xiao frowned slightly and changed his tone. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Why be so formal between father and son? Lin An smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Father, didn't you say you had nothing to do today? If that's the case, why not let me assist you in your cultivation? Perhaps it could help you improve faster and achieve mastery sooner. Lin Xiao was in the middle of sipping porridge and nearly choked at these words. Internally, he sighed, this kid's really turning the tables on me, huh? However, thinking about how his son had already achieved mastery in his cultivation techniques, while he himself was still stuck at a lesser level, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao's lips twitched as he responded, ahem, there's no need. Your father is, after all, a gold-level expert. Why would I need your help? He paused briefly, his tone softening. But your rapid progress in cultivation might have some hidden risks. How about I take a look? That would be much appreciated, father. Lin An cupped his hands in gratitude, though inwardly, he was calculating. Having his father's help was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, his father was his future pillar of support. Offering assistance to his father now could only strengthen his own security in the long run. More importantly, with the looming crisis in Shenglin City a year from now, if Lin Xiao's power grew stronger, his own chances of survival would greatly increase. Lin An understood deeply that this period of preparation was critical for him. The two of them soon made their way to the private cultivation chamber in the manor. Lin Xiao gestured to a corner of the room. Just proceed with your usual cultivation. Lin An nodded, retrieved a small spiritual pill from his robe, swallowed it, and then sat cross-legged, beginning to channel his energy and cultivate. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood nearby, his sharp gaze observing the flow of spiritual energy within his son. As a gold-level expert who had practiced this technique for many years, he was well-versed in its intricacies. Before long, he noticed some peculiarities in Lin An's cultivation. So that's it, Lin Xiao thought, a flash of realization in his eyes. He immediately understood that there had been some flaws in his own cultivation method. Reflecting on this, he began adjusting his own energy flow, modifying his technique in alignment with his son's practice. As time passed, his comprehension of the technique deepened. If there had been a cultivation progress panel, his mind would surely be filled with notifications of skill proficiency increasing. The two of them became fully immersed in their cultivation, and time slipped by unnoticed. It wasn't until Lin An's aura suddenly shifted, signaling a breakthrough to the Black Iron 5th rank, that they both opened their eyes simultaneously. Lin Xiao looked at his son, who had once again advanced, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This speed, it's absurd. Father, how was your progress? Lin An asked with a light-hearted smile, his expression relaxed. Quite fruitful, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, though his feelings were a bit mixed. At this rate, I estimate it will take me no more than 3 months to achieve mastery in this technique. As he said this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment compared to his son's rapid breakthroughs. His own progress seemed rather slow. As long as you've gained something, that's what matters. Shall we continue? Lin An's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No need. Today's progress is plenty for me to digest for a while. Lin Xiao waved him off, signaling that he was content. Then, with a hint of impatience, he gestured dismissively. Now scram. Don't waste your old man's time for cultivation. Lin An chuckled, nodded, and turned to leave the chamber. After exiting, he didn't leave immediately, but headed directly toward the manor's treasury instead. The treasury. There were no guards stationed here. An elderly man with white hair reclined lazily in a chair, his eyes closed as if resting. The area in front of the treasury was unusually tranquil, as though cut off from the noise of the outside world. Qianhai greets the young master. Hearing footsteps approaching, the old man abruptly opened his eyes, quickly stood up from his chair, and walked forward with respectful haste. Lin An paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He studied the spirited old man in front of him, somewhat unfamiliar, and asked, "You are?" The old man nodded with a kind smile and spoke in a gentle tone. "It's understandable that the young master doesn't remember me. I was the steward of the city lord's mansion during your grandfather's time. The current steward, Qianyang, is my son." Lin An's heart stirred slightly. His grandfather, the former city lord, had passed away many years ago. Although the old man's words were calm, they carried the weight of a past Lin An had never experienced. "So, you're steward Qian." Lin An bowed in respect, his demeanor carrying a trace of reverence. "I've come to the treasury to select some techniques and resources. Hey, race the token my father gave me." Before he could finish speaking, Qianhai raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, not even glancing at the token. With a kindly smile, he said, "The city lord has already informed me. Please, young master, come inside." With that, he turned and pushed open the heavy door. As it creaked open, a mix of faint medicinal and metallic scents wafted out. Lin An followed closely behind as the two stepped inside. As they walked, Qianhai began to explain. The treasury has 3 levels, each storing different treasures like pills, rare materials, weapons, and techniques. The first level contains black iron and bronze-grade items. The second level holds silver-grade treasures, and the third level is reserved for gold-grade and higher. Lin An's gaze swept across the spacious first level. Rows of shelves were neatly arranged, displaying an array of treasures so dazzling that they were almost overwhelming. Some of the items were things he had never even heard of in his previous life. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly worthy of being the city lord's treasury. The depth of its foundation is astounding. At that moment, Qianhai paused and turned to ask, "What type of techniques is the young master looking for?" "Attack, defense, and movement techniques," Lin An replied decisively. Qianhai nodded slightly, his tone turning more serious. "The young master is currently at the black iron level. For these 3 types of techniques, you should only practice up to the bronze level. Choosing anything of a higher grade would not only make cultivation difficult, but also render execution nearly impossible." Lin An had already considered this and nodded in agreement. "That's what I was thinking as well." After all, the Lin family's foundational techniques were primarily for cultivation and weren't greatly affected by rank. However, attack, defense, and movement techniques were a different matter. Even if he could forcefully learn them through attribute points, using them without sufficient strength might result in self-inflicted harm. "This way, young master. The techniques are stored in this area," Qianhai said, leading him past rows of shelves filled with herbs and weapons. They arrived at a quiet corner that resembled a library. The setup was simple and elegant, with rows of bookshelves neatly lined up, each filled with countless volumes of techniques. The covers varied in material and sheen. The techniques here range from black iron to bronze level. Attack techniques are further divided into weapon-based and unarmed categories. Lin An pondered briefly, his gaze skimming over the shelves before settling on a row of manuals for blade techniques. His decision was firm. If he were to choose a weapon, it would be the blade. He preferred the straightforward efficiency of a single, decisive strike over flashy, complicated moves. Noticing where Lin An's eyes had landed, Qianhai reached out and pulled a manual from the shelf, handing it to him. "If the young master is inclined toward blade techniques, this one might be worth a look." Lin An accepted the manual, and the title on the cover caught his eye, Wind Cleaving Blade Technique. A bronze-level technique, also known as the 3 styles of wind cleaving. Qianhai explained at a measured pace. It consists of 3 moves. The first is the Swift Wind Slash, which focuses on rapid blade strikes to deliver multiple hits in a short time. The second is the Whirling Wind Slash, where the blade creates a circular burst of energy centered on the user, dealing significant area damage. The third and final move is the Wind Cleaving Slash, the core of the technique. It channels all power into a single point, delivering a devastating strike that can split through the wind itself. When mastered, this move can even harness the wind to enhance its power. Lin An carefully flipped through the manual. Each move was detailed with thorough explanations and illustrations, solid and practical rather than flashy. His eyes lit up slightly, and he asked, "Is there anything special about this technique?" He knew that Qianhai wouldn't recommend it without good reason. "Young master, the city lord himself practiced this blade technique in his youth," Qianhai respectfully explained, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Lin. "And this technique is well-rounded with its 3 moves and is among the top-tier techniques at the bronze level. It's an excellent choice for transitioning to higher levels." Lin An nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Since this blade technique had already been validated by his father, there was no need to waste time looking into other options. Having settled on the blade technique, Lin An shifted his attention to the sections for movement techniques and defensive skills. Dozens of jade slips containing various levels of techniques were neatly arranged on the shelves. With Qianhai's professional advice, he eventually chose a movement technique called Flowing Cloud Steps and a defensive technique named Mystic Armor Technique. Flowing Cloud Steps has exceptional explosive power and excels at dodging and high-speed movement. Qianhai explained, gently brushing his fingers over the jade slip. Once mastered, it can even harness wind currents to enhance speed, complementing the wind-splitting blade technique perfectly. As for the Mystic Armor Technique, Qianhai continued, it significantly enhances physical resilience. When fully cultivated, it forms a unique membrane on the skin's surface, making it impervious to blades and weapons. A satisfied smile spread across Qianhai's face. These three techniques will remain highly effective even after you advance to the bronze level, young master. Thank you, Elder Qian, Lin An said sincerely, his gaze sweeping over the myriad techniques around him. Without Qianhai's expert recommendations, he would have struggled to make wise decisions among such a vast selection. You are too kind, young master. Qianhai replied with a slight bow before suggesting, since you plan to practice blade techniques, you will also need a suitable blade. Shall we select one as well? That's exactly what I was thinking, Lin An agreed with a nod. The golden grade blade his father had previously given him, while usable, was not suited to his current cultivation level. The two of them made their way to the weapons section, where a dazzling array of weapons was displayed neatly on wall racks, glinting coldly under the light. With Qianhai's guidance, Lin An quickly selected a bronze-grade saber. The saber, approximately 80 centimeters long, had a straight blade with an edge sharp as frost. When infused with spiritual energy, it could unleash an armor-piercing effect, making it ideal for his current strength. After selecting his weapon, Lin An followed Qianhai to the pill section. The shelves here were stocked with a wide variety of pills, ranging from healing and detoxification to physical enhancement, temporary boosts, and cultivation aids. The faint medicinal aroma from the bottles and jars filled the air. After careful selection, Lin An picked out 100 low-grade spirit pills, 1 tiger strength pill, and some commonly used healing and detoxification pills. The tiger strength pill is a special type of medicine, Qianhai explained, pointing to the golden glowing pill. After consumption, it grants the strength of a tiger, equivalent to 3,000 pounds of force. Its potency is quite intense, so a black iron level cultivator can only take one pill. You'll need to advance to the bronze level before taking the second and third pills. Lin An nodded earnestly. The tiger strength pill was clearly a rare treasure, as even the city lord's treasury only held 3 in total. Young master, all the items you've chosen have been placed into this storage ring, Qianhai said, handing Lin An a black ring. From now on, you can access its contents simply by channeling spiritual energy into it. Lin An's eyes lit up as he accepted the storage ring. In his past life, he had only heard of such rings, knowing they were exceedingly rare, with fewer than 10 owners in the entire Shenglin city. He hadn't expected to possess one himself now. As he channeled spiritual energy into the ring, Lin An immediately sensed a space about 10 cubic meters in size. It was a considerable storage capacity, more than enough for his needs. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Qian, Lin An said, bowing respectfully. You are most welcome, young master. If you require anything in the future, feel free to return to the treasury, Qianhai replied with a warm smile. After a polite exchange of farewells, Lin An left the treasury and returned to his courtyard. Back in his courtyard, Lin An eagerly retrieved the items he had selected from the treasury using the storage ring. He decided to set the tiger strength pill aside for now and focus on mastering the 3 techniques first. Picking up the jade slip for the wind-splitting blade technique, Lin An opened it. Instantly, the familiar voice of the game system echoed in his mind. Would you like to spend 3 attribute points to learn the wind-splitting blade technique? Compared to the platinum-grade Lin Clan technique, this bronze-level technique required significantly fewer attribute points. Yes, Lin An confirmed without hesitation. You have successfully learned the wind-splitting blade technique. Current proficiency, beginner. Technique. Bronze-level wind-splitting blade technique, beginner 05000 proficiency. Seeing the proficiency required to progress from beginner to mastery, Lin An's lips curved into a confident smile. A mere 5 attribute points? Let's max it out. As Lin An's words fell, the system's voice chimed again. The system notification sound echoed continuously as Lin An rapidly allocated attribute points to enhance the wind-cutting blade technique. 5 points brought it to mastery, 20 to minor success, 50 to major success, and finally, 100 points elevated it to perfection. In an instant, Lin An's consciousness was drawn into a peculiar space. Here, he tirelessly practiced every detail of the wind-cutting blade technique until, in a sudden moment of clarity, he awakened to find that only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. Wind-cutting blade technique harnessed the wind, condensed the blade's momentum. Lin An gripped the long blade he had selected from the armory, and immediately, a sharp and overwhelming aura radiated from the blade. The air seemed to ripple with its cutting edge, as though it could tear through everything around him. This was Blade Momentum's special skill that could only be mastered by perfecting a bronze-level blade technique, capable of increasing the blade's power by 30%. As expected of a technique carefully chosen by Elder Qian, Lin An thought to himself with satisfaction. Ordinary bronze-level blade techniques, even when perfected, rarely granted insight into blade momentum. His strength had ascended to a new level. Next, Lin An retrieved two other top-tier bronze-level techniques, the Flowing Cloud Step and the Profound Armor Technique. Since the wind-cutting blade technique required 178 attribute points to advance from beginner to perfection, he estimated that these techniques would require a similar investment. First, he allocated 6 points to bring both techniques to the beginner level, then continued decisively until they were perfected. As the system notification sounded, a surge of intense energy erupted from deep within Lin An's body, spreading rapidly throughout him. At first, it was a faint warmth, but within moments, it intensified into a fiery heat, as though it would consume him entirely. The scorching sensation came as swiftly as it dissipated, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin An glanced down at his arm, noticing a nearly transparent film covering the surface of his skin. When touched, it felt cool yet resilient. This was the hallmark of perfect mastery of the Profound Armor Technique, seemingly fragile membrane, capable of fully resisting attacks below the bronze level. Testing his movement technique, Lin An took a light step forward. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake, and reappeared instantly at the doorway 10 meters away. Observing the distance he had covered, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. With this speed, I can gain a significant advantage even against typical bronze-level opponents. Combined with the perfected wind-cutting blade technique, there's a strong chance I could eliminate them outright. And if not, with the Flowing Cloud Step and Profound Armor Technique, retreating unscathed would still be feasible, Lin An pondered, realizing that his combat style now resembled that of an assassin. However, he was also well aware that such rapid movements would consume substantial amounts of stamina and spiritual energy. He resolved to use them sparingly and with great caution in the future. After all, it was a bronze-tier technique, and for someone still at the black iron level like Lin An, the strain was a bit much. He could feel a faint swelling pain as the true energy coursed through his body, but he knew well that this discomfort would vanish once his cultivation advanced. Adjusting his posture, he sat cross-legged and lightly tapped his fingers. A semi-transparent system panel instantly appeared before him. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood. Level, Black Iron Rank 5. Techniques, Lin Clan Technique Mastered. Wind-Splitting Blade Technique Perfected. Flowing Cloud Step Perfected. Mystic Armor Technique Perfected. Divine Ability, Tiger Eye of Resentment. Attribute Points, 36. Scanning the information on the panel, Lin An's lips curled into a faint smile. Though he was currently only at Black Iron Rank 5, with such a solid foundation, he could hold his own even against a Black Iron Rank 9 opponent. This was the advantage of being born into a prestigious familia privilege most players could only dream of. For others, even glimpsing a bronze-tier technique within their first month in the game was a rarity, let alone a platinum tier 1. But for him, bronze-tier techniques were merely stepping stones to aid his current progress. Once his strength advanced, he could freely choose from the more powerful techniques stored in the family's treasury. Being born lucky really makes all the difference, Lin An mused with a sigh. He casually closed the interface and took out a Tiger Force pill, which emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, and swallowed it. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a surge of fiery, true energy burst forth like a wild stallion, rushing through his meridians and coursing throughout his body. The heat carried with it an indescribable sensation of comfort, prompting a soft sigh to escape Lin An's lips. As the medicinal power seeped into his body, he could clearly feel the changes. His muscles became firmer, his bones seemed to be reforged into something even more resilient, and even the flow of his blood felt more vigorous. Without hesitation, he began circulating his techniques, focusing entirely on refining the medicinal energy. 3 hours passed before the last trace of energy was fully absorbed. Lin An opened his eyes and slowly stood up, stretching his limbs. His body now brimmed with a newfound strength, and the sensation brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. Among those at the same level, I doubt anyone could withstand a single punch from me now. The Tiger Force pill was a rare treasure, with only 3 available in the City Lord's treasury. Even an ordinary person could instantly transform into a formidable fighter after consuming one. With this power boost, combined with the techniques he had already mastered, Lin An's strength had seen a significant leap. His next goal was clear: quickly advance to Black Iron Rank 9. Once he reached that level, he could venture beyond the city to hunt down Sin beasts and gain more attribute points. While there were various ways to earn attribute points, hunting Sin beasts remained the most popular method. However, there was a critical rule. Only by slaying sin beasts of the same or higher level could attribute points be obtained. For example, a Black Iron rank 9 player could still earn points by killing a Black Iron rank 1 sin beast. But after breaking through to the bronze tier, killing sin beasts at the Black Iron level would no longer yield any rewards. This was why, in his previous life, many players adopted a particular strategy. They would hold off on breaking through to the next tier once they reached the peak of their current level, opting instead to stockpile attribute points, a tactic that, in some sense, exploited the game's mechanics. With this thought in mind, Lin An took out a small spirit pill and began focusing entirely on his cultivation once more. Days passed by. Over the next few days, Lin An was fully immersed in his cultivation. It wasn't just him. Zhao was also rarely seen during this time. Having benefited greatly from Lin An's earlier assistance, Zhao needed time to thoroughly absorb what he had gained. As a result, the entire city lord's mansion became unusually quiet, with the father and son only occasionally meeting during meals to chat briefly. With abundant resources and the support of a platinum-level cultivation technique, Lin An's progress was astonishingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, it was June 18th, year 3214 of the Sin Abyss calendar, exactly the 14th day since Lin An had transmigrated into this world. At noon that day, Lin An sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber and slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them. He had reached the peak of Black Iron 9th tier, just one step away from breaking through to the bronze realm. A faint smile appeared on his lips as satisfaction spread across his face. After 12 consecutive days of secluded cultivation, his efforts had yielded remarkable results. He had actually reached Black Iron 9th tier 2 days earlier, but instead of stopping, he had continued cultivating until he touched the threshold of the bronze realm. Now, he could break through at any time if he so desired. In my previous life, it took me 3 months to reach Black Iron 5th tier. I never imagined that in just over 10 days, I'd already be at the brink of the bronze realm, Lin An murmured, his eyes glimmering with a mix of nostalgia and amazement. Though he could break through to the bronze realm at any moment, he hadn't forgotten his plan to hunt sin beasts and acquire attribute points. If I'm going to hunt sin beasts outside the city, I should inform my cheap old man, Lin An thought to himself. Not because I respect him, but so he can assign me some guards. Lin An understood the risks well. Normal players in this world would take 24 hours to revive after death, and even then, they'd suffer a 24-hour debuff that have both their cultivation speed and the attribute points they could gain. Moreover, while players wouldn't lose their cultivation rank upon death, they would lose half of their attribute points. Although Lin An had access to a player-like interface, he had transmigrated and become a native of this world. He couldn't be certain whether he would revive upon death. Given his current backing, it only made sense to make full use of it. Even if I'm confident in my own strength, I'm still at the Black Iron level. There are even silver-level sin beasts lurking outside the city, Lin An contemplated. I wonder if father has finished his seclusion. Even if he can't accompany me, I should at least bring Ji Yuan along for safety. With that in mind, Lin An stood up and left the cultivation chamber, heading outside. He initially planned to go straight to Lin Xiao's room, but as he passed through the living room, he noticed Lin Xiao already seated at the dining table, enjoying a meal. Out of seclusion, Lin Xiao looked up and immediately smiled upon seeing Lin An. His smile grew even broader when he sensed that Lin An had reached the Black Iron 9th tier, truly worthy of being his son. Such an incredible cultivation speed. In such a short time, Lin An had already reached the peak of Black Iron. Just came out. Lin An nodded and sat down. A nearby maid, perceptive and efficient, quickly set a bowl and chopsticks in front of him. Rapid progress in cultivation is good, but you shouldn't rely solely on your rank, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Old Qian mentioned you chose 3 techniques to cultivate. How are you coming along with them? Would you like some guidance from me? For ordinary individuals, receiving personal guidance from a golden level expert would be an extraordinary opportunity. Hearing this, Lin An's lips curled into a faint smile. He replied calmly, Father, I've already practiced the 3 techniques and gained some insights. However, I haven't yet applied them in actual combat. If I could receive your careful guidance, I'm sure my strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Xiao burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. With a bold wave of his hand, he declared loudly, All right then. In that case, we'll head to the training ground together later. They'll teach you everything I know and give you some proper guidance. A glint of confidence sparkled in his eyes as Lin Xiao pondered to himself. Though his son possessed extraordinary talent, almost monstrous in nature, it was primarily in the context of their family's inherited Lin clan techniques. Even if his progress in other techniques was also remarkable, the 3 new techniques he had acquired had only been in his possession for just over 10 days. During this time, the boy had been focused on improving his overall cultivation level, leaving little time to devote to mastering those techniques. This thought brought Lin Xiao a sense of relief, and a faint smile curved his lips. As a formidable expert of the gold rank, guiding someone through mere bronze-level techniques would be a walk in the park. Previously, this brat had managed to humble him. Lin Xiao had even ended up assisting his son's cultivation through his own energy. While the experience had indeed been rewarding, it was far from the harmonious image he had envisioned. Shouldn't a son look up to his father with admiration? Today, he finally had an opportunity to showcase his prowess as a father. He was determined to impress his son and instill a sense of awe and respect. A subtle gleam of anticipation flickered in Lin Xiao's eye. She would ensure his son experienced the full weight of paternal love. Lin An, ever perceptive, caught the subtle changes in Lin Xiao's expression and immediately deduced his father's thoughts. He chuckled inwardly, but maintained a calm exterior. He had been contemplating how to convince his father to let him leave the city to hunt demonic beasts, but now that his father had volunteered to guide his training, it was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his strength. This would greatly increase the chances of obtaining his father's approval. Dear old dad, he'll make sure you witness your son's extraordinary abilities today, Lin An thought to himself, though outwardly he nodded respectfully. With their respective plans in mind, the two quickly finished their meal and headed straight to the expansive training ground. Aner, don't hold back. Attack as you please. You don't need to worry about injuring your father, Lin Xiao said confidently, standing in the center of the training ground with one hand behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned master. His eyes gleamed with both confidence and anticipation. Lin An nodded in agreement, with no intention of holding back. Although he had already mastered the 3 new techniques and enhanced his strength with the Tiger Force pill, he didn't believe he could harm a gold rank expert like Lin Xiao. His goal was to go all out and prove to his father that his combat abilities were sufficient to hunt demonic beasts outside the city. With that thought in mind, a long blade appeared in Lin An's hand, its sharp edge gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Boom. In the next moment, Lin An's power erupted like a volcanic explosion. A sharp, imposing aura radiated from him, cutting through the air like a tangible blade. The force was so overwhelming that it seemed to make the very atmosphere tremble, emitting a piercing, whistling sound as if tearing through space itself. Lin Xiao, who had been relaxed and composed, froze in an instant upon sensing this aura. His expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief, his pupils contracting slightly. Blade intent. This brat has actually comprehended blade intent. Could it be that he's already mastered the Gale Blade technique to perfection? But how is that possible? Lin Xiao was utterly stunned, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had also trained in the Gale Blade technique in the past, and while he had eventually mastered it to perfection, it had taken him over a year and he had already been at the bronze rank at the time. Yet here was Lin An, who had only acquired the technique a little over 10 days ago and had spent much of that time advancing his cultivation level. Now, he had somehow achieved mastery. Even for someone with awakened talent, this level of progress is absurd, Lin Xiao thought, his heart racing. He didn't know much about awakened individuals, but he understood that even among them, there were varying levels of talent. It seemed his son wasn't just an ordinary awakened individual, was likely at the pinnacle of talent among them. While Lin Xiao's mind raced, Lin An had already made his move. His figure blurred as his speed surged, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. With a single slash, the blade descended. The perfected flowing cloud step. Lin Xiao watched in astonishment as his son, Lin An, charged toward him with incredible speed. The flashing blade and fierce offensive forced him to reassess this brat. Not only had Lin An's swordsmanship reached perfection, but even his movement technique had advanced to such a remarkable level. What surprised him even more was that Lin An's mastery of the Xuanjia technique must have also hit its peak. The long blade, carrying a chilling glint, slashed downward with unstoppable force. Lin Zhao's expression hardened as his hands swiftly formed seals. In an instant, a thick wall of energy materialized in front of him. Bang! The blade collided with the energy wall, producing a muffled explosion. Though the wall trembled, it held firm. Lin Xiao thrust his palms forward, transforming the energy wall into a surging counterforce that pushed Lin An back. However, Lin An quickly regained his footing and counterattacked. With a powerful step, he shot toward his father like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The long blade traced a graceful arc through the air, its edge gleaming with a chilling light as it aimed directly at Lin Xiao's chest. Remaining calm and composed, Lin Xiao gathered energy in his palm, forming a massive handprint that exuded an overwhelming aura. Boom! Blade energy clashed with the handprint, the resulting energy waves tearing through the surrounding air. Moments later, Lin An was forced back once again, while Lin Xiao stood firm and unshaken. Not bad, Aner. Your combat prowess is already on par with an average bronze tier 4, Lin Xiao remarked with a satisfied smile. Father, since this is just a sparring session, shouldn't you suppress your strength to match mine? Lin An replied, exasperated. Do you think your enemies will suppress their strength for you? Lin Xiao countered. I was planning to lower my level to Black Iron tier 9 for this sparring match, but look at you 3 bronze level techniques, all perfected. Is this what a Black Iron tier 9 should look like? If I really suppressed my level, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I lost? Brat, let me show you the deep and profound love of a father. Lin An was at a loss for words, silently thinking that his father probably just wanted an excuse to give him a beating. Again, Lin Xiao said, clearly enjoying his son's flustered expression. Taking a deep breath, Lin An resolved to fight with all he had. Since his father refused to play fair, he might as well go all out. The long blade trembled in his grasp, its cold gleam intensifying as he charged forward once more. The father and son clashed fiercely, their battle filled with exhilaration. Blade and palm strikes intertwined, each collision accompanied by deafening roars. Lin Zhao, however, always held back, ensuring he didn't accidentally overwhelm his son. An hour later, Lin An finally stopped, panting heavily. "I'm done," he said out of breath. After an hour of continuous attacks, his strength was completely drained. This won't do. You couldn't even damage a single strand of your father's hair," Lin Zhao chuckled. "You need more practice." Lin An's mouth twitched. "You're a gold-tier powerhouse, and you have the audacity to say that? I'm only at the black iron tier. Even if I reached the bronze tier, I still couldn't harm you in the slightest. Father, your strength is unparalleled. I will strive to make you my goal," Lin An said, cupping his hands respectfully. Lin Zhao burst into laughter. Seeing Lin An's humble and eager-to-learn demeanor, whether genuine or not, filled him with satisfaction. While his own talent might not match his son's, he was still the father, and for now, he could easily suppress him. Truth be told, bullying his eldest son was rather enjoyable. Lin An didn't mind either. Before he had transmigrated, this old man had been nothing more than a lonely elder. Now, he was just humoring him. "Father, how do you think my current strength compares to others in my generation within Shenglin City?" Lin An asked. "The younger generation in Shenglin City?" Lin Zhao thought for a moment. "The strongest among them are from the 3 great families. The first tier has probably reached around bronze grade 7. Father, I'm far behind them, which is why I want to seize every moment to grow stronger," Lin An said earnestly. Lin Zhao looked at him, speechless. "You're behind, sure, but you're catching up so quickly. In just over 10 days, you've matched what others achieve in years of training. Just say what you want to do." "Heh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, father." Lin An stopped beating around the bush. "You know that the more sin beasts I hunt, the greater the benefits for me. So, I want to leave the city to hunt sin beasts." Lin Zhao frowned. He wasn't opposed to Lin An wanting to hunt sin beasts. As Shenglin City's future lord, Lin An would inevitably have to face them. But Lin Zhao felt it was too soon. Lin An was only at black iron grade 9. He could wait until he reached the later stages of the bronze tier before leaving the city. With his son's rapid cultivation speed and the resources of the city lord's mansion, it wouldn't take long to reach that level. "No, for now, stay in the mansion and focus on your training. Use the resources here as you wish, and we'll talk when you reach the later stages of the bronze tier," Lin Zhao said firmly. "If you need sin beasts, I can personally capture some for you." "Father, I could do as you suggest and train safely in the mansion, but that approach is too slow for me. Right now, you can capture sin beasts for me, but what about the future? If I rely on that for too long, I'll grow complacent, and it will weaken my resolve to become stronger," Lin An said seriously. "So, I ask for your permission to leave the city and hunt sin beasts myself." While Lin Zhao could capture sin beasts for him, it would never match the efficiency of hunting them firsthand. Lin Zhao wanted to argue further, but seeing the determination in Lin An's eyes, he felt moved. "You brat, you're just like me when I was young. Once you've decided on something, you won't back down," Lin Zhao said helplessly. "Fine, you can go, but I'll have Ji Yuan lead 100 elite guards to accompany you, and Qian Lao will go as well." Lin An's heart leaped with joy, knowing his father had agreed. He wasn't surprised about Ji Yuan and the guards, but why was Qian Lao coming along? Qian Lao is also a gold-tier powerhouse. "With him by your side, I'll feel at ease," Lin Zhao explained. "Qian Lao is also a gold-tier warrior?" Lin An stood in the training ground, his face filled with surprise as his gaze fell upon the elderly man who had long safeguarded the city lord's mansion. In his previous life, he had merely been a low-ranking soldier, unfamiliar with the city's upper echelon. He had always believed that Shenglin City had only one gold-tier warrior as chief father, Lin Zhao. However, upon reflecting on the events of the city's fall, Lin Zhao's decisive choice to self-destruct to block the sin beasts now seemed to be part of a premeditated plan. Knowing Lin Zhao's concern for his son, he would never have easily sacrificed himself unless he had already arranged a way out for his son. That way out, Lin An thought, must be Qian Lao standing before him. "With Qian Lao accompanying us, hunting the sin beasts will be much more assured," Lin An said, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Having a gold-tier warrior as protection certainly brought significant peace of mind. "Don't get too happy just yet," Lin Zhao said, seeing through his son's thoughts. He cautioned in a deep voice, "Unless your life is in danger, Qian Lao will not intervene." "I understand, father," Lin An replied seriously. "When do we set out?" "Tomorrow morning." "So soon?" "The sooner we hunt the sin beasts, the sooner I'll be able to break through." Lin Zhao nodded. "All right then, go back and prepare. I'll make the necessary arrangements." At dawn the next day, after breakfast, Lin An arrived at the training ground. Ji Yuan had already assembled 100 fully armed personal guards, each standing beside a blood-striped horse covered in dark red markings. These were prized steeds cultivated at great expense by the city lord's mansion, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day, far beyond the capabilities of even most Black Orontier warriors. In his previous life, Lin An could only admire these warhorses from a distance, but now they were within his reach. Qian Lao, I'll have to trouble you this time, Lin Xiao said, showing respect despite his position as the city lord, due to the elder's role in raising him. Rest assured, city lord, I will ensure the young master's safe return, Qian Hai replied with a smile. Before parting, Lin Xiao gave a final reminder. Anur, be cautious on this journey. If you're unsure about anything, consult Qian Lao. I understand, father. All right, off you go. Lin Xiao waved his hand, watching as his son mounted his horse and led the team out of the mansion. This marked the first time Anur had left home for an extended period since his birth. While Lin Xiao felt gratified that his son had overcome his past ailments and displayed remarkable talent, his fatherly worries lingered. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lin An turned to ask, Qian Lao, where are we going to hunt the sin beasts? The city lord mentioned that the young master intends to hunt a significant number of sin beasts. If that's the case, the best destination would be the Black Mountain beyond the Eastern Gate. Its mountain ranges are vast, harboring an astonishing number of sin beasts, including more than a handful of gold tier ones. Qian Hai spoke calmly. We don't need to enter Black Mountain. Hunting around the outskirts will suffice. The number of black iron rank beasts of sin there is substantial. Black Mountain. Lin An's eyes flickered as memories of his previous life surfaced, scenes of devastation caused by a beast tide surging out of Black Mountain, ultimately leading to the fall of Shenglin City. He frowned and asked, with so many gold-rank beasts of sin in Black Mountain, if they were to launch a full-scale assault on Shenglin City, how would we defend against it? Qian Hai smiled confidently. Young master, there's no need to worry. Shenglin City is fortified with strong defensive formations, elite troops, and the city lord personally overseeing its protection. Even gold-rank beasts would struggle to breach our defenses. Moreover, he paused, while Black Mountain indeed has many gold-rank beasts, there's conflict among them. Unless a platinum-rank beast of sin rises to unify the mountain, it's unlikely they could pose a real threat to Shenglin City. Shenglin City has stood for centuries, and no platinum-rank beast of sin has ever emerged from Black Mountain, Qian Hai added. Lin An feigned an expression of sudden realization, but internally, he was on high alert. In his previous life, Shenglin City fell because a platinum-rank beast of sin had indeed emerged from Black Mountain. Such a creature cannot reach that level overnight, which meant that the beast was likely already at the peak of gold rank and would advance to platinum rank within a year. Time was of the essence. Lin An's heart tensed. If he wanted to save Shenglin City, he had to break through to the platinum rank within a year. For the natives of the Abyssal Sin world, this would be an impossible feat, but with his player-like abilities, there was perhaps a glimmer of hope. With his goal set, the group made their way to the East Gate. The guards inspected their identity tokens before opening the city gates. The moment they stepped out of Shenglin City, a biting cold wind hit them. The sky darkened abruptly, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The stark contrast between the bustling city and the desolate wilderness outside made it feel like they had entered an entirely different world. Lin An turned back to look at Shenglin City, which now seemed like a lone, vulnerable island in the vast, unforgiving expanse. Young master, Qian Hai called softly, refraining from saying more. As the future city lord, the young master would have to adapt to the harshness beyond the city walls. Let's move, Lin An commanded. Unlike in his previous life, when he had ventured out as a mere pawn, this time he was the young master of Shenglin City, leading 100 elite guards. The weakest among them were at the bronze rank, and they were bolstered by the presence of Qian Hai, a gold rank expert. Beasts of sin. This time, the tables had turned. The wilderness was thick with the stench of blood, a nauseating aroma that clung to the air. A lithe and agile young man wielding a gleaming long blade was locked in a deadly battle with a pack of ferocious black wolves. His movements were swift and fluid, resembling those of a hunting leopard, and every strike of his blade carried precision and an overwhelming ferocity. The blade flashed coldly as it cut through the air, and with each swing, another black wolf fell, its cries fading into the chaos of the blood-soaked battlefield. Blood sprayed wildly, and the wolves' growls and howls merged into a cacophony of violence. With a sharp, piercing sound, Lin An delivered the final blow, his long blade embedding itself deeply into the neck of the last black wolf. Blood gushed forth as the beast collapsed lifelessly. Young master, would you like to rest for a moment? Ji Yuan rode up to Lin An on horseback, his voice filled with concern. No need, Lin An replied, shaking his head. His eyes burned with the fire of battle. Have them bring in the next wave of beasts. An hour earlier, their group had arrived at this desolate plain, and Lin An had immediately begun his relentless slaughter. The beasts, however, were scattered across the area, so Lin An had instructed his guards to lure them in from all directions. The black wolves he had just vanquished marked the seventh wave of beasts he had faced. Despite the toll on his stamina, the rewards were substantial. Lin An's attribute points had skyrocketed from 36 to an impressive 245, a staggering increase of 209 points. He glanced down at the newly displayed system notifications. You have successfully slain 1,000 beasts and completed the 1,000 Beasts Cleave. You have earned a new title, 1,000 Beasts Cleave. Detected. You possess the title First Blood. The 1,000 Beasts Cleave title has been automatically merged, upgrading your First Blood title. First Blood server exclusive. Increases damage dealt to beasts by 15. You are the first player to complete the 1,000 Beasts Cleave. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player on the server to complete the 100 Beasts Cleave. Your First Blood title has been upgraded again, increasing damage from 10 to 15. Lin An nodded to himself, a new goal forming in his mind. Next, I'll aim for the 10,000 Beasts Cleave. Understood. He'll have them lure the beasts in immediately. Yuan responded, firing a signal flare into the sky. The flare's brilliant arc lit up the battlefield. A rumble echoed across the plain as clouds of dust rose in the distance. On the other side of the battlefield, the guards arrived swiftly on their blood-patterned horses, a pack of dozens of beasts trailing behind them. Some came in clusters, others alone, but all were herded into a tight formation. The guards worked seamlessly together, creating an encircling barrier to ensure none of the beasts could escape. Lin An's eyes gleamed with excitement as he charged into the midst of the beasts without hesitation. His blade moved like a shooting star, and his strikes were as devastating as a tiger descending from the mountains. The young master is truly extraordinary. Yuan remarked from atop his blood-patterned horse, watching Lin An carve through the beasts like a dragon in a storm. Hai, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with admiration. Remarkable. I still remember when we first met the young master was only at Black Iron rank 5. In just a few days, he has advanced to Black Iron rank 9, and even the 3 bronze level techniques he practices have been perfected. His talent is nothing short of astonishing. Hai, who had lived for many years and witnessed countless prodigies, had never encountered anyone like Lin An. Even the city lord's gifted potential paled in comparison to this young man, who seemed to defy all expectations. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe that such an extraordinary existence truly walked this world. Lin An's performance left everyone utterly astounded, but what thrilled him even more was the hope for the future that his talent now illuminated. Although the young lord had 10 fewer years of cultivation compared to his peers, with such otherworldly aptitude, catching up to or even surpassing them was no longer out of reach. Given enough time, the young lord would undoubtedly grow into a formidable figure, surpassing even the city lord. This ensured that the future of Shenglin City would be secure. Protecting the young lord meant safeguarding the future of Shenglin City. Hai, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will never allow any harm to come to the young lord, Yuan vowed, his voice low but resolute. As the captain of the personal guard, Yuan's loyalty was beyond question. Moreover, with the young lord being so gifted, it was only a matter of time before he led Shenglin City to unprecedented glory. Yuan's own family resided in Shenglin City, and only by ensuring the young lord's strength could their future be guaranteed. A few minutes later, Lin unsheathed his long blade. All that remained on the ground were blood-stained corpses. Yuan approached with a group of captured beasts. Yes, young lord, Yuan replied firmly. He exchanged a glance with Hai, confirming the situation, and immediately ordered the guards to prepare. Moments later, over 30 Black Iron level beasts were brought before Lin An. Without hesitation, Lin An raised his blade once more, swiftly dispatching them. The battle was over in an instant. In just a few minutes, all the Black Iron level beasts were slain. Lin An consumed a recovery pill and took a brief rest. Taking a deep breath, he regained most of his energy and braced himself for a greater challenge. Let's begin, Lin An said calmly. Yuan nodded and signaled to his men. A group of guards promptly arrived, followed by 10 bronze-level beasts. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense in an instant. Young lord, there are a total of 10 bronze-level beasts. 8 of them are grade 1, while the other 2 are grade 2. Shall we release them one at a time? Yuan inquired. No need. Release them all at once, Lin An replied decisively, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. Yuan nodded and refrained from further questioning. At his command, all 10 bronze-level beasts were released simultaneously. They growled menacingly, their eyes brimming with ferocity and bloodlust, like a pack of ravenous predators ready to tear apart anything in their path. Roar! 2 massive grudge tigers lunged first, their deafening roars shaking the air. Their heavy steps thundered as they charged at Lin An, their enormous frames carrying the force of a storm. Sharp claws and fangs gleamed like deadly blades. Lin An smirked faintly, his fighting spirit burning even brighter. Good, bring it on. Gripping his long blade tightly, His muscles tensed as an immense power radiated from the weapon. As the two grudge tigers closed in, Lin An's figure flickered like a phantom, effortlessly evading their frontal assault. His blade struck like lightning, slicing through the air with deadly precision as it cleaved into one of the tigers. A sickening tearing sound followed. The grudge tiger was instantly split in two, its blood and flesh scattering across the ground. Without pausing, Lin An pivoted and used his flowing cloud steps to close in on the second tiger. Still midair, the beast had no time to react. It could only watch helplessly as Lin An's blade descended with unstoppable force. With a single, devastating strike, the tiger's body was bisected, and blood rained down around them. The two bronze-level grudge tigers were slain in mere moments. Lin An pressed on without hesitation, his blade sweeping forward like an unstoppable force toward the remaining 8 bronze-level beasts. His ferocious momentum gave them no chance to recover, as the battle raged on with unrelenting intensity. A few minutes later, Lin An sat quietly at the center of a chaotic battlefield, clutching a pill that he slowly swallowed. Around him, the corpses of 8 bronze-level feral beasts lay scattered in disarray, their foul-smelling blood soaking into the earth. "Young master, would you like to rest for a while?" Ji Yuan hurried over, offering a water flask, his eyes filled with concern. "Yes, let's rest for half an hour before continuing," Lin An replied, taking the flask and drinking deeply. He nodded slightly, knowing well that this expedition was for farming attribute points, not for risking his life. In his current condition, taking a break was essential. Half an hour later, with the effects of the pill kicking in, Lin An felt his strength restored and his energy renewed. Without hesitation, he plunged into another round of farming attribute points. For the next few days, Lin An and his group remained outside the city. 100 elite guards remained on high alert, and with the golden-level expert Qian Hai overseeing the operation, they encountered no significant dangers. Thanks to this efficient teamwork, Lin An's attribute points increased rapidly. By the 6th day, after clearing another batch of feral beasts, Lin An checked his attribute points, 7,415. "Having resources really makes a difference," Lin An said with a faint smile. "With my subordinates luring the beasts, I can focus entirely on killing them without worrying about safety." This number far exceeded his expectations. His highest record in his previous life had only been a little over 600 points. "It's about time to head back and prepare to break through to the bronze level," Lin An thought to himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep farming points, but after days of intense battles, he could barely suppress his impending breakthrough. While breaking through in the wild wasn't impossible with Qian Hai present, it wasn't worth taking the risk. Moreover, according to Qian Hai, the feral beasts in the area had become scarce due to their relentless hunting, and continuing would require venturing deeper into the Black Mountains. "Ji Yuan, gather everyone. We're heading back to the city," Lin An commanded. "Understood, young master," Ji Yuan replied, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. Over the past days, he had witnessed the young master's incredible strength firsthand, which only heightened his anxiety, fearing any mishap in the outskirts of Shenglin City. "Young master is likely preparing to break through to the bronze level upon returning to the city," Qian Hai remarked with a smile. He could tell that the young master's rigorous training over the past few days, aside from building combat experience, was primarily to stabilize his cultivation in preparation for the breakthrough. "That's right. I appreciate your efforts these past few days, Elder Qian. You're too kind, young master. Protecting you is my duty." As the two conversed, Ji Yuan had already assembled all the guards. "Young master, all the guards are accounted for." Lin An carefully scanned his subordinates, ensuring no one had been possessed by the feral beasts. Only after confirming their safety did he nod and say, "Let's return to the city." "Aner, you're finally back. How have the past few days been? Are you hurt?" As soon as they entered the city lord's mansion, Lin Shao came rushing over, his eyes anxiously scanning Lin An from head to toe. Although it had only been 5 days, Lin Shao couldn't help but miss his son terribly. He stood at the gates of the city lord's mansion, his eyes constantly scanning the distance, eagerly awaiting the sight of his son. Ever since Lin An was born, he had never left his side. This was the first time Lin An had ventured outside the city for training, and despite being accompanied by Qian Hai and 100 elite guards for protection, Lin Shao couldn't set his mind at ease. "Father, rest assured. With Uncle Qian and Captain Ji leading the elite guards, I didn't suffer a scratch." Lin An's voice came from behind, his face lit up with a relaxed smile. "Ha ha ha, that's good to hear." Lin Shao turned around, laughing heartily. He then instructed Ji Yuan, who stood nearby. "Ji Yuan, pass on the order, double the resources for the 100 elite guards this month." "Understood, City Lord," Ji Yuan replied respectfully. Lin Shao took his son's hand and led him toward the main hall. "Come, I imagine you haven't been eating or sleeping well outside the city. I've had a meal prepared for you. Eat, and then get some proper rest." The moment Lin An stepped into the hall, his eyes were drawn to the table full of delicious dishes. Having spent the past few days outside the city with little more than basic rations, the sight of such a feast made his mouth water. "Father, I won't hold back then," he said, diving into the meal with gusto. Lin Xiao watched his son with a warm smile. In just a few short days, Lin An still retained his youthful appearance, but there was now a distinct air of sharpness and maturity about him. According to reports, Lin An had spent most of his time outside the city battling fierce beasts. While Lin Xiao felt a pang of sorrow for his son's hardships, he was also filled with pride. Not only was his son exceptionally talented, but he also had the courage to fight on the front lines. With such qualities, Lin Xiao knew he could one day entrust Shenglin City to Lin An with confidence. After finishing the meal, Lin An chatted with his father for a while before returning to his own courtyard. Once he had freshened up, he immediately opened his system interface. Allocate points. You have consumed 5,000 attribute points. The proficiency of your platinum-grade Lin family cultivation technique has successfully advanced to perfection. As the system notification echoed, Lin An felt the cultivation technique within him activate automatically. A surge of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed into his body. As the energy was absorbed, his suppressed cultivation level could no longer be contained and broke through to the bronze grade. Congratulations! You are the first player across the server to reach the bronze grade. You have received an additional reward, 1 concept visualization draw. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player across the server to reach the bronze grade. Let this serve as inspiration for all players to strive harder. The server-wide announcement rang out 3 times in succession, but Lin An paid it no mind. After breaking through to the bronze grade, his cultivation technique continued to operate on its own. A powerful energy coursed through his body, making him feel unbearably hot as black impurities were expelled from his skin. Is this body refinement? Lin An was astonished to discover that achieving perfection in the platinum-grade cultivation technique had triggered this transformation. According to the records in the City Lord's mansion, body refinement was an extraordinary fortune, typically achieved only by consuming rare elixirs or bathing in natural spiritual pools. Even his father, Lin Xiao, a golden grade powerhouse, had only experienced it once when breaking through to the golden grade. Body refinement was highly coveted for its ability to enhance one's innate aptitude. Ordinary individuals who underwent this process could rise to the level of prodigies. While Lin An's aptitude had never been poor, it wasn't exceptional either. His rapid progress in cultivation was largely due to the high proficiency of his platinum-grade technique. Now, with his aptitude significantly improved through body refinement and the perfected platinum-grade technique, his future cultivation speed would undoubtedly be extraordinary. A bright smile spread across Lin An's face. Whether all perfected platinum-grade techniques had this effect, or if it was unique to the Lin family technique, no longer mattered. What mattered was that his aptitude was improving at an astonishing pace. The process of cleansing and purifying Lin An's body lasted for a full hour, during which the intense heat within him gradually subsided. He felt as though all the impurities in his body had been thoroughly expelled. His once heavy frame now seemed light and agile, with each step feeling like he was walking on clouds. His meridians had become wider and more resilient, while his dantian and qi had expanded several times over. His sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world was greatly enhanced, and it seemed as though this energy had grown closer to him. Although he had not yet begun his cultivation, he could already sense that his cultivation speed had significantly improved. Someone, prepare hot water. I wish to bathe, Lin An called out softly. Yes, young master, replied a maid from outside. Though puzzled as to why the young master wanted another bath so soon after finishing one, she dared not question him. It wasn't long before the hot water was ready, and Lin An stepped into the bath. The maid assisting him with his bath was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. It had only been an hour since she last saw him, yet the young master's already handsome features now carried an even more captivating allure. His entire demeanor had transformed, exuding an ethereal quality. Lin An, however, paid no attention to the maid's unusual gaze, as he was preoccupied with examining the rewards provided by the game system. A chance to draw a visualization diagram, he pondered. There were many ways to acquire supernatural abilities. As a player, even without a cultivation base, slaying a sin beast could grant a supernatural power. However, this was a hidden perk exclusive to players, unavailable to the natives of the Sin Abyss world. Alternatively, one could gain supernatural powers by comprehending a visualization diagram. Although the City Lord's mansion had one such diagram, it consisted of only a single scroll. The City Lord's mansion possesses the Earth Vein Dragon Turtle visualization diagram. Lin An mused to himself. This rare artifact was a legacy left behind by the Lin family's first ancestor, something even the other 2 major families of Shenglin City did not possess. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of visualization diagram he would draw. Lin An didn't rush to use his chance. After finishing his bath and dismissing the maid, he finally claimed his reward. Would the player like to use the visualization diagram draw now? The system prompted. Yes, Lin An nodded. He had expected a spinning wheel or similar interface to appear for the draw, but after a few moments of silence, the system directly announced the result. The player has used one visualization diagram draw and successfully obtained the Devouring Sky Demon Wolf visualization diagram. The system informed. The Devouring Sky Demon Wolf visualization diagram is a single-use diagram. By comprehending it, the player can acquire a random supernatural ability. Once the ability is obtained, the diagram will disappear, the system elaborated. Lin An's heart stirred. Although it was a single-use item, he was not surprised. If it weren't, the diagram's value would have been too immense. While natives required deep comprehension, he had the advantage of the player interface. With that thought, Lin An picked up the diagram and carefully unrolled it. The moment the scroll was fully unfurled, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave. On the scroll, a vividly lifelike depiction of the Devouring Sky Demon Wolf came into view. The wolf was colossal, its body as immense as a mountain. It was cloaked in jet black fur that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Its sharp fangs, resembling two massive curved blades, protruded menacingly from its bloodthirsty maw, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Its blood-red eyes burned like flames, brimming with unrestrained ferocity and savagery. The heaven-devouring demon wolf raised its head high and let out a long howl toward the sky, as if releasing a deafening roar in silence. Its blood-red eyes seemed to carry endless ferocity and killing intent, exuding an oppressive aura that was impossible to ignore. Gazing at this vividly lifelike visualization diagram, Lin An felt an illusion creeping in. It didn't look like a mere painting, but rather a living, breathing beast closing in on him with an unparalleled sense of menace. Lin An's heart began to race slightly. The overwhelming pressure seemed to pierce through all defenses. Just as he was immersed in this sensation, the system's notification abruptly sounded. Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to comprehend this visualization diagram? Note: comprehension may fail. Lin An frowned slightly, hesitating. This was his first encounter with a visualization diagram, and its mechanics puzzled him. No wonder it only required 100 attribute points. It came with the risk of failure. This revelation also explained why the system mentioned that the diagram would disappear after acquiring a divine ability. His gaze fell on his remaining attribute points. After upgrading his technique to perfection last time, he still had 2,415 points left. Theoretically, with 24 attempts, he should succeed. However, he didn't plan to use all his points here, 400 points at most. If he failed, he would postpone it for later. After all, he wasn't in urgent need of divine abilities right now. His main focus was on advancing his cultivation. Let's do it, Lin An decided, speaking softly as he confirmed spending 100 attribute points for the attempt. The system prompted. You have spent 100 attribute points to comprehend the visualization diagram. Due to undergoing body refinement, your aptitude has significantly increased, reducing the difficulty of comprehension. Congratulations, you have successfully comprehended the diagram and obtained a new divine ability, Devour Spirit. Devour Spirit? Lin An was momentarily stunned, surprised by his success. A surge of joy arose as he examined the attributes of his newly acquired divine ability. Devour Spirit. Upon killing a living being, you can absorb part of its power to heal your injuries, restore stamina, and replenish spiritual energy. This divine ability brought Lin an immense excitement. Devour Spirit not only enhanced his endurance, but also allowed him to recover by absorbing energy from enemies, especially in battles against large groups. As long as he wasn't defeated in an instant, he would become nearly indestructible, drastically improving his survival ability. A smile crept onto his face. The divine ability granted by the visualization diagram was a delightful surprise, far exceeding his expectations. Lin An recalled that there was another visualization diagram in the city lord's treasury. He planned to comprehend it later, possibly gaining an even more powerful divine ability. This had been a fruitful experience. His family technique had reached perfection, he underwent body refinement, and he gained a powerful divine ability. His next priority was to focus entirely on cultivation. With his current cultivation speed, he estimated he could break through to bronze level 9 in no time. Then, he would head outside the city to hunt feral beasts and accumulate more attribute points. From his storage ring, Lin An retrieved a jade bottle and poured out a pill. It was a great spirit pill, the best cultivation pill for those at the bronze level. In his previous life, he had only heard of such pills, but now he had access to an ample supply from the city lord's treasury. Swallowing the pill, Lin An activated his technique and quickly entered a state of cultivation. After just about an hour, Lin An opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. The pill's effects were remarkable, and combined with the enhancements from body refinement, his cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Effortlessly, he had fully absorbed the pill's effects. As expected, the combination of body refinement and a perfected platinum-level technique makes cultivation unbelievably fast, Lin An thought to himself with awe. Without hesitation, he took out another pill and continued his cultivation. Time flew by, and dawn arrived. After an entire night of cultivation, Lin An could feel his spiritual energy brimming within him. Opening his eyes again, he glanced at his character panel. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood. Realm: Bronze Level 2. Techniques: Lin Clan Technique perfected. Wind-splitting blade technique perfected. Flowing cloud steps perfected. Mystic armor technique perfected. Divine abilities: Tiger of Resentment Eye, Devour Spirit. Attribute points: 2,315. Just as I thought, I broke through another level in a single night. At this pace, I'll reach Bronze Level 3 in less than half a month. Lin An nodded slightly, a sense of satisfaction filling his heart. He knew that such rapid cultivation speed was inconceivable to others. Rising to his feet, Lin An freshened up briefly and headed to the living room. Another breakthrough? Lin Zhao glanced at Lin An, his expression calm and composed. Clearly, he had become accustomed to his son's extraordinary talent. Yes, I've made some significant gains outside the city recently and managed to perfect our family technique last night, Lin An replied with a smile as he took a seat. Lin Zhao spat out his tea upon hearing this. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he seemed to wrestle with his inner turmoil. What do you mean by managed to perfect our family technique? Saying it so casually makes me feel like a complete failure. He glanced at Lin An, his face a mix of exasperation and resignation. Lin An chuckled without arguing, but his mind was already calculating his next cultivation steps. A moment later, his gaze faltered briefly as he realized something: the changes he had experienced weren't merely about cultivation progress. Something deeper had shifted. Although I saw Lin An yesterday and noticed some changes in his demeanor after days of fierce battles with the Sin Beasts, today he seems profoundly different. Lin An's appearance is not only more strikingly handsome, but his aura has also undergone a significant transformation, so much so that it almost threatens his father's image. What surprised me the most was how the spiritual energy around him seemed to flow more harmoniously, as if drawn closer to him. Purification and refinement, Lin An said with a proud smile, his tone carrying no trace of concealment. When I perfected our family's inherited cultivation technique, I underwent a process of purification and refinement. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression shifted, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Purification and refinement? Are you saying that our family's inherited technique, when cultivated to perfection, has such an effect? Lin Zhao was well aware of the profound impact of purification and refinement. He had experienced it himself when he broke through to the golden level. It not only enhanced cultivation speed and comprehension, but also brought about a comprehensive transformation, even extending one's lifespan. Father, didn't you know that our family's technique could produce such an effect? Lin An raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his expression. You little rascal, are you looking for a beating? Lin Zhao's mouth twitched as he replied, a trace of helplessness in his tone. Did you forget that over the years, only the first ancestor of the Lin family ever perfected our inherited technique? And now you're asking me this. Lin An chuckled and continued to probe. Father, I'm curious, does every platinum level technique have the effect of purification and refinement when perfected, or is it unique to our family's technique? Lin Zhao furrowed his brows slightly, falling into thought. As far as I know, other platinum level techniques don't have this effect. I've cultivated 2 platinum level techniques myself, though I didn't reach perfection with them. However, our family's records, left by the ancestors, don't mention anything like this for other techniques. So, you're saying that only our family's technique brings about purification and refinement when perfected? Lin An confirmed. For now, that seems to be the case. But the world is vast, and Shenglin City is just a lower city too small, Lin Zhao said, his gaze reflecting a mix of emotions. In the upper cities, those powerful techniques might have similar effects. Lin An nodded thoughtfully, taking a deep breath. The upper cities felt too far removed from his current reality. For now, his only goal was to grow stronger and resolve the crisis threatening Shenglin City. He had considered telling Lin Zhao about the danger and urging him to eliminate the Sin Beast in Black Mountain before it broke through to the platinum level. However, revealing the truth would expose himself, and the risks within Black Mountain were immense. If anything were to happen to Lin Zhao, Shenglin City might face destruction even sooner. Father, what's your current cultivation level? Lin An asked after a moment of contemplation. Golden 9th rank, Lin Zhao replied succinctly. Lin An was taken aback. He hadn't realized Lin Zhao was so far ahead of the other experts in Shenglin City. The gap was staggering. Lin Zhao's strength was far beyond what Lin An had previously imagined. Seeing the shock on Lin An's face, Lin Zhao couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Kid, finally feeling the awe of your old man, huh? Father, if you were to undergo another purification and refinement, could you directly break through to the platinum level? Lin An asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. He didn't ask when the other party would advance to the platinum level. After all, in the previous life, when Shenglin City was destroyed, the other person was still at the gold level. Although his father had already reached gold rank 9, judging by the current progress, breaking through to platinum within 10 years should not be a problem. However, if he underwent another round of body refinement, his father had a 70% chance of directly advancing to platinum. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said slowly, 10 years? By then, the grass in Shenglin City will be several feet tall. 70%? That's not bad. Lin An smiled faintly. Father, I plan to help you perfect your cultivation technique as soon as possible and strive to break through to platinum within a year. A year? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Why are you suddenly in such a hurry, boy? You know my situation, father. In the future, I'm bound to visit the upper city to broaden my horizons. If you reach platinum, you'll still be able to watch over me, Lin An said earnestly. Besides, you're my father. Naturally, I hope you'll grow even stronger. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment before responding with a laugh and a mock scolding. I was hoping I could rely on you, but now it seems you're relying on me instead. Fine, I'll put in more effort and protect you for a while longer. Thank you, father, Lin An said, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. At your age, not even 40, this is the best time to make your mark. Lin An's urgency to help Lin Xiao was part of a dual strategy. If Lin Xiao reached platinum, the crisis in Shenglin City would naturally dissolve, allowing Lin An to focus on his own cultivation without worry. As they conversed, they unknowingly finished their meal and headed toward the meditation chamber together. Continue your usual cultivation, Lin Xiao instructed. Lin An nodded, took out a pill, and swallowed it before beginning to channel his energy. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, calming his mind and sensing the changes around him. With the perfected Lin family technique as a reference and decades of cultivation experience, his progress was far faster than expected. Originally, he thought it would take at least 3 months to achieve mastery of the technique. However, with Lin An's perfected version, it would now take no more than half a month. Sure enough, half a month passed, and with a sudden internal breakthrough, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged into Lin Xiao's body like a tide. At that moment, Lin An, who was also cultivating, was startled awake. The technique is about to reach mastery, Lin An said with a smile, immediately halting his own practice to guard Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's progress exceeded Lin An's expectations. Meanwhile, Lin An glanced at his own status panel. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood. Realm, Bronze rank 7. Techniques, Lin family technique perfected, wind cutting blade technique perfected, flowing cloud step perfected, mystic armor art perfected. Abilities, resentful tiger's gaze, spirit devour. Attribute points, 2315. In just half a month, Lin An had advanced from bronze rank 2 to bronze rank 7. He had hoped to reach bronze rank 9 within this time, but he fell short at rank 7. Lin An shook his head. While this cultivation speed would surely amaze others, I'm not satisfied, Lin An thought to himself, realizing his earlier estimates had been overly optimistic. In his previous life, he hadn't even broken through to the bronze realm, which had given him unrealistically high expectations for himself. Moreover, as his realm advanced, each rank required exponentially more spiritual energy. Additionally, his body refinement had expanded his dantian and energy reserves several times over, greatly strengthening his foundation, but also slowing his breakthroughs. Based on his current situation, he estimated it would take another half month to reach the peak of bronze rank 9. As expected, the higher the realm, the harder the breakthroughs, Lin An muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I haven't claimed the rewards from the leaderboard yet. I wonder what treasures he'll get. With that, Lin An opened the leaderboard interface. Today is July 8th. Year 3214 of the Zhao calendar. Lin An opened the leaderboard interface and carefully reviewed the settlement information from the beginning of the month, 8 days ago. The server-wide cultivation leaderboard displayed. First place, Lin An, Realm, Bronze rank 7 hidden. Second place, vacant. Third place, vacant. I'm the only player, huh? Lin An's gaze swept over the leaderboard as a system notification appeared. Congratulations to the player for achieving first place in the server-wide cultivation ranking with a realm of Bronze rank 5. You may freely choose a reward among attribute points, techniques, weapons, or pills. Lin An quickly weighed his options. Since his realm was only at bronze rank 5 during the settlement, the techniques, weapons, and pills would likely be of bronze quality as well off limited use to him. I'll choose attribute points. The system responded immediately. Player has received 500 attribute points. Lin An watched with satisfaction as his attribute points increased from their previous total to 2,815. By the time the next settlement happens in a little over 20 days, I should have reached the silver rank. The rewards will definitely be much better. As he pondered this, his father, Lin Xiao, who had been meditating nearby, gradually steadied his breathing. Moments later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his face brimming with joy. Congratulations, father, on mastering the family technique, Lin An said. Ha! Lin Xiao laughed heartily. It's all thanks to you and her. Without your help, it would have taken me at least another year or two to achieve mastery. Lin An knew full well that without his assistance, it would have taken his father at least 5 years to master the technique. Next, we'll continue cultivating and aim to reach perfection. Once you seize the opportunity of cleansing your body and refining your marrow, father, you'll be able to break through directly to platinum rank. After a simple wash-up, the father and son sat down to enjoy a celebratory meal. Lin Shao summoned the steward, Qianyang, and the commander of the personal guards, Ji Yuan, to inquire about the city's current situation. Reporting to the city lord, Shenglin City is peaceful and stable, Ji Yuan replied respectfully. Qianyang added, 3 days ago, the heads of the 3 major families visited. They reported discovering a spiritual realm 3 kilometers west of the city. A spiritual realm? Lin An and Lin Shao were both taken aback. Lin An thought to himself that this spiritual realm had appeared earlier than in his past life. In his previous life, the first Iron Rank spiritual realm only appeared a month after the game launched. But in this life, Lin An never expected that before the server officially launched, a Lingjing had already appeared near Shenglin City. Instinctively, he turned to look at his father, Lin Shao, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Lin An had once read through the ancient records of Shenglin City. 10 years ago, a gold-tier Lingjing had emerged near the city. At that time, Lin Shao, who had just advanced to the Gold Realm, ventured into the Lingjing alongside Lin An's grandfather, the former city lord. The exploration was fraught with danger, and Lin An's grandfather ultimately sacrificed himself to ensure Lin Zhao's survival and escape from the Lingjing. Adding to the tragedy, while Lin Shao and his father were away from the city, the Sin Beasts took advantage of the opportunity and breached Shenglin City's defenses. During that attack, Lin An's mother tragically lost her life, leaving the young Lin An in a prolonged state of depression and isolation. What's the situation with the Lingjing? Lin Shao asked, his expression somber and his brows furrowed, evidently recalling the painful memories from a decade ago. Qianyang respectfully replied, based on investigations by the 3 major families, this Lingjing appears to be a Bronze Tier 1 and is expected to open officially in about half a month. A Bronze Tier Lingjing meant that only cultivators at or below the 9th grade of the Bronze Realm were permitted to enter. However, having experienced a Lingjing firsthand, Lin Shao knew all too well that even a Bronze Tier Lingjing could harbor Silver Tier Sin Beasts. After all, the Gold Tier Lingjing from 10 years ago had even seen Platinum Tier Sin Beasts roaming within. What do the 3 major families say? Lin Shao asked directly. Qianyang answered. The 3 families have expressed that if the City Lord's manor is interested in this Lingjing, they are willing to follow your arrangements. If not, they will organize their own teams to explore it and promise to offer 50% of their gains to the young City Lord. Hearing this, Lin An was slightly taken aback. It wasn't an offering to the City Lord's manor, but specifically to him, the young City Lord. The intentions of the 3 families were crystal clear. How generous of them, Lin Shao sneered. 50% of the gains was indeed a substantial amount, practically equivalent to the 3 families working for Lin An for free. Still, Lin Shao understood the reason behind their generosity. News of Lin An leading a team to hunt Sin Beasts outside the city half a month ago had already spread throughout Shenglin City. Even the common folk knew about it, let alone the well-informed 3 families. In just over 10 days, Lin An had risen from an ordinary individual to the 9th grade of the Black Iron Realm, cultivation speed that even surpassed Lin Shao's own progress in his youth. Moreover, Lin An had demonstrated a unique ability to identify Sin Beasts possessed by external forces. The 3 families had clearly recognized that Lin An was destined to become the future city lord of Shenglin City. Their actions were nothing more than an attempt to forge a good relationship with this future leader and secure their own long-term interests in the city. If they're willing to give, then well accept, Lin Shao said, about to nod in agreement. Lin An stood silently to the side, but he had already made up his mind to explore this Lingjing. Since fate had brought this opportunity, he wasn't about to let it slip by. Moreover, with half a month until the Lingjing opened, he was confident he could break through to the 9th grade of the Bronze Realm by then. With the addition of learning several Silver Tier techniques, he believed he would be capable of holding his own against any Silver Tier Sin Beasts that might appear in the Lingjing. The reason he didn't voice his intention now was because he knew Lin Shao would undoubtedly oppose it. It would be better to wait until his strength was sufficient. By then, his father would have no reason to stop him. Afterward, Lin Shao inquired about other city affairs, and both Qianyang and Ji Yuan provided detailed reports. Once the meal was over, the father and son returned to their quiet chambers, each resuming their cultivation. Half a month passed quickly. In the quiet chamber, Lin An slowly opened his eyes. The medicinal power of the last pill in his body had been completely refined. Feeling the surging strength within him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had reached the peak of Bronze 9th tier. The speed of his cultivation in this lifetime far surpassed that of his previous one, filling his heart with a hint of delight. You've reached the peak of 9th tier, haven't you? Lin Shao, who was nearby, noticed his son's completion of cultivation and asked. Yes, Lin An nodded in confirmation. I can break through to the Silver Realm anytime. However, I plan to venture out and temper myself first to avoid an unstable foundation. Lin Shao nodded approvingly. Over the past month, he had personally witnessed Lin An's terrifyingly rapid progress, breaking through every few days. Even though he had always known his son's extraordinary talent, such progress still left him astounded. While rapid cultivation was undoubtedly a good thing, he also worried about its potential impact on Lin An's foundation. You should go find Qian Lao and Ji Yuan and head out of the city to hunt down Sin beasts, Lin Xiao suggested. He himself had no intention of leaving seclusion. During this time, under Lin An's guidance, his understanding of their cultivation technique had advanced significantly. Although he was still at the grand accomplishment level, he was no longer at its initial stage. He firmly remembered Lin An's promise to help him achieve perfection in his technique and break through to the platinum realm within a year. Father, I plan to make a trip to the spirit realm. Lin An stated his intentions directly. Lin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed, and he was about to refuse. The spirit realm was far too dangerous, and without the protection of a gold-tier powerhouse like Qianhai, he couldn't feel at ease. Besides, the resources in the city lord's mansion were abundant enough to support Lin An's cultivation needs. Father, Lin An noticed his father's concern and smiled. I must eventually stand on my own. Besides, it's just a bronze-tier spirit realm. Even if I encounter a silver-tier sin beast, it won't pose much of a threat to me. Lin Xiao silently observed his son. He knew all too well that once Lin An made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. But as a father, his worries were genuine. How about this? Lin Xiao finally said. If you can comprehend the visualization diagram in the mansion and perfect a silver-tier cultivation technique before the spirit realm opens, I will agree. If this condition were made known, it would surely be considered insane. The three great families had already confirmed that the spirit realm would open in 2 days. In such a short time, even just comprehending the visualization diagram, let alone perfecting a silver-tier technique, would be considered the work of a genius. However, Lin Xiao understood his son's capabilities. Though he didn't believe Lin An could achieve it, if he did, at least he would have some means of protecting himself in the spirit realm. Deal, Lin An replied with a smile. He had expected to have to argue his case, but he hadn't anticipated his father proposing such a condition. For him, as long as he had enough attribute points, these tasks were hardly a challenge. Afterward, Lin An left the quiet chamber and headed straight for the city lord's mansion's treasury. Young master. Qianhai stood to greet Lin An as soon as he arrived. When he sensed that Lin An had reached the peak of bronze 9th tier, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Such progress in just 1 month was astonishing, even for someone as gifted as Lin An. Qian Lao, I've come here today not only to select a silver-tier cultivation technique, but also to comprehend the visualization diagram, Lin An explained directly. Please, come in, young master. Qianhai nodded and led the way, guiding Lin An into the depths of the treasury. Young master, please wait a moment. The visualization scroll is on the 3rd floor. He'll retrieve it for you right away. As soon as Qianhai finished speaking, his figure dissipated into the air like smoke. Moments later, he reappeared before Lin An, now holding an ancient scroll in his hands. The edges of the scroll were slightly yellowed, bearing the marks of time. Young master, please take a look. This is the only visualization scroll in our Lord's Manor, named the Earth Vein Dragon Turtle Visualization Scroll. It is also the sole copy in the entirety of Shenglin City. Qianhai respectfully presented the scroll with both hands. Lin An took the scroll, and the moment his fingertips touched it, a familiar sensation surged through him. Slowly unrolling it, he was once again struck by the awe he had felt when he first opened the devouring Heavenly Demon Wolf visualization scroll. An overwhelming, terrifying aura burst forth from the scroll like a tidal wave, suffocating and oppressive. The Earth Vein Dragon Turtle depicted on the scroll seemed to come alive. Its massive body loomed like a mountain, its sturdy shell glinting with a cold, eerie light under the faint illumination. Every scale on its shell was vividly detailed, exuding a sense of boundless power and majesty. The dragon turtle's long tail resembled a steel whip, and the image seemed to echo with the sound of fierce winds as it lashed through the air. Its slightly open maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed menacingly, as though ready to devour any who dared to challenge it. What captured the most attention was its hedan enormous, imposing head held high, with eyes the size of bronze bells. Those deep, piercing eyes seemed to see straight through to one's soul, making it impossible to meet their gaze. Qian Lao, if one comprehends a divine ability from this visualization scroll, is it still possible to continue comprehending further abilities from it? Lin An asked, averting his gaze from the awe-inspiring image. Young master, each visualization scroll grants only one divine ability during the first comprehension. Further attempts will not yield additional abilities, Qianhai explained, shaking his head. Lin An nodded thoughtfully. It made sense if players could repeatedly extract divine abilities from a single scroll as long as they had enough attribute points. It would completely disrupt the balance of the game. The young master may take the scroll with him. Comprehending a visualization scroll is no easy feat back then. Even the Lord of the Manor took a full year to succeed, which was already considered remarkably fast, Qianhai said with a smile, a glint of admiration in his eyes. However, with the young master's exceptional talent, I estimate it might take no more than 6 months. Lin An didn't respond, his attention fully focused on the scroll as a system notification appeared before him. Would you like to consume 100 attribute points to comprehend this visualization scroll? Yes, Lin An confirmed in his mind. You have consumed 100 attribute points to comprehend the visualization scroll. Due to undergoing a body refinement process, your aptitude has greatly improved, significantly reducing the difficulty of comprehension. Comprehension successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a new divine ability, Earth Vein Power. Lin An's lips curved into a satisfied smile. As expected, he succeeded on the first attempt proof of the remarkable effects of the body refinement. He immediately checked the details of his newly acquired ability, Earth Vein Power. While standing on the ground, the player resonates with the Earth's veins, absorbing its power. The absorbed energy can be used for offensive purposes or to enhance defense. The description was somewhat vague, so Lin An decided to test the ability directly to experience its effects firsthand. Buzz. As the divine ability activated, a unique force surged from the ground beneath him into his body. Unlike spiritual energy, this power was heavy and steady, yet surprisingly agile, completely attuned to his will. So this is Earth Vein Power, Lin An murmured, raising his hand. In his palm, a mass of earthy yellow energy swirled, faintly glowing. At a mere thought, the energy spread across his body, forming an invisible armor. He could tangibly feel his defense capabilities significantly enhanced. Next, Lin An drew his longsword. The Earth Vein Power gathered once more, flowing into the blade. The weapon began to emit a faint earthen yellow glow, its edge appearing sharper than ever. Not only does it bolster defense, but it also enhances offensive power, Lin An assessed inwardly. Under normal circumstances, at my current level, this ability can last for about 5 minutes. However, with my Devour Spirit ability, I should be able to extend its duration. With that, Lin An deactivated the ability, and the earthy yellow glow around him dissipated, returning everything to normal. Qian Lao I. Lin An turned to thank Qian Hai, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Qian Hai stood frozen, staring at him with a look of utter disbelief. His jaw had practically dropped to the floor, and his eyes were wide with shock, as if he had just witnessed the impossible. Qian Lao? Qian Lao. Lin An called out twice, finally snapping Qian Hai out of his daze. Oh, young master, what is it? Qian Hai quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a hurried tone. Lin An smiled faintly. Qian Lao, the visualization diagram is no longer useful to me. You can put it away now. Qian Hai took the visualization diagram, his heart still surging with waves of disbelief. After hesitating for a few seconds, he couldn't hold back and asked, Young master, just now you've already comprehended it? Lin An nodded, his expression calm as always. Gulp. Although Qian Hai had witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes, hearing Lin An confirm it made his mouth go dry and his heart churn. Comprehended it? In just a few breaths? You comprehended this visualization diagram? Are you kidding me? This is a visualization diagram. Even the city lord, with his unparalleled talent, took a year to fully understand it. And you just glanced at it and comprehended it. Qian Hai felt as if his entire worldview was collapsing. How could the visualization diagram be comprehended so easily? No, the world hasn't gone mad, it's the young master, who's truly monstrous. Don't tell my father about this for now. I want to give him a surprise, Lin An said with a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Qian Hai nodded, sighing inwardly. This won't be a surprise, it'll be a shock. Sigh, the city lord is going to be hit hard again. After Qian Hai carefully stored the visualization diagram, Lin An continued, Qian Lao, I'd like to select a few silver tier techniques next. Do you have any recommendations? Young master, the silver tier techniques are on the second floor. Let me take you there. Qian Hai immediately led Lin An upstairs. Unlike the first floor, the second floor had fewer bookshelves, but every technique there was of exceptional quality. The two quickly reached the second floor, where Qian Hai turned to Lin An and said seriously, Young master, the wind-cleaving blade technique you've been practicing may only be bronze tier, but it's one of the best in its class. Now that you've reached bronze level 9, the wind-cleaving blade technique can still serve as a solid foundation for daily combat. However, if you're looking for a technique more suited for surpassing your level to defeat stronger opponents, I do have a few recommendations. Lin An nodded. Though the third move of the wind-cleaving blade technique Wind Cleave / had once been his trump card, its power was becoming less effective as his strength advanced, and he faced increasingly formidable enemies. Qian Lao, what would you recommend? Lin An asked. Qian Hai smiled slightly, scanned the bookshelf, and pulled out a manual. Handing it to Lin An, he said, Young master, take a look at this one. It's called 1 / It doesn't have a grade, but its power is extraordinary. Lin An glanced at the title, intrigued, and accepted the manual. As he opened it, he read, 1 / grade, none. This technique channels all the user's strength into a single slash. The resulting blade energy is like a rainbow, cutting through all obstacles. At its pinnacle, it can unleash blade energy capable of armor-piercing and tearing effects. Lin An's eyes lit up. This technique, despite being ungraded, is incredibly powerful. If mastered to perfection, not only can the blade energy pierce armor and tear through defenses, but its power could rival top-tier silver techniques. It might even be considered one of the best in its class. He looked up and asked, Qian Lao, is this technique truly silver tier? Qian Hai explained, young master, not all techniques are assigned a grade. For example, the wind-cleaving blade technique you practiced is classified as bronze tier because its effectiveness diminishes once the practitioner reaches the silver level. However, techniques like this ungraded one possess growth potential. Their power scales with the practitioner's strength, making them viable for a lifetime. One slash is one such unique technique. Lin An nodded thoughtfully. I see. Exactly, Qian Hai affirmed. This technique is highly special. No matter how far you progress in your cultivation, its power will grow alongside you. Its potential is limitless. Lin An remained silent for a moment, determination flashing in his eyes. He'll choose this technique. Lin An's eyes lit up instantly. He hadn't expected to encounter a technique that could grow and evolve. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. This kind of technique was invaluable once mastered. It would never need to be replaced, effectively granting him a supernatural ability. Lin An said, this technique is incredibly precious. Qian Hai nodded in agreement. Young master, you are indeed perceptive. It can certainly be regarded as a supernatural skill. He paused, his brows slightly furrowing. However, the difficulty of cultivating this technique is exceptionally high. High difficulty? Lin An didn't mind at all and casually replied, I can always allocate attribute points anytime. He was completely unconcerned, confident that he had sufficient resources to overcome any challenge. He then asked, how many copies of this technique does the City Lord's Manor have? Qian Hai shook his head with a wry smile, clearly understanding Lin An's thoughts. Young master, this unique technique is so rare that possessing even one is enough to make countless people envious. The City Lord's Manor only has this one copy, and it was personally left behind by the Lin family's first ancestor. Left behind by the first ancestor again. Lin An's lips curved into a faint smile. He had long heard the legendary tales of the Lin family's ancestor. Not only had this ancestor left behind the family's heirloom techniques and visualization diagrams, but now it seemed even this evolving blade technique was part of the legacy. Lin An couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary individual this ancestor had been. He'll take this blade technique, Lin An declared without hesitation. With such an opportunity before him, how could he let it slip by? After selecting the blade technique, Lin An followed Qian Hai's recommendations and picked two other techniques, a movement technique called Chasing Star Steps and a defensive technique known as Vajrabadi. When mastered, Chasing Star Steps could activate Star Chase Instant, allowing him to traverse vast distances in a blink, akin to teleportation. As for Vajrabadi, when cultivated to its peak, it could grant a golden body effect, rendering him immune to any attack for a brief 0.5 seconds. Even against a powerful opponent, the golden body would significantly reduce damage once it shattered, making it an extraordinary life-saving skill. Having chosen these three techniques, Lin An also selected a silver-grade longsword and took the remaining 2 tiger strength pills before leaving the treasury. Back at his residence, Lin An immediately consumed the 2 tiger strength pills, feeling a surge of immense power coursing through his body. His tiger-like strength increased once more, now equivalent to 6,000 pounds of raw force. Then, he took out the evolving blade technique titled One Slash and prepared to begin his studies. The system prompted, detected a special rankless technique, One Slash. Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to learn it directly? Lin An raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, learning this technique alone requires more attribute points than even the platinum-grade Lin family heirloom techniques. Just to reach the beginner level costs 100 points. How much will it take to master it? Despite this, Lin An decided to learn it. After all, his father had only asked him to perfect one silver-grade technique. As for One Slash, he could take his time with it later. If he ran out of attribute points, he could always hunt more feral beasts in the spirit realm to replenish them. Learn, Lin An decided without hesitation. Player successfully learned the technique and has reached the beginner level. Detected that the player is at the bronze realm. The technique has been upgraded to bronze grade. Technique bronze grade 1 slash beginner 0500000 proficiency. From beginner to proficient requires 500,000 proficiency points equivalent to 500 attribute points. Lin An's mouth twitched as he glanced at his remaining 2,000 attribute points. He suddenly felt that this blade technique was quite expensive. No wonder Qian Hai had mentioned its high cultivation difficulty. I'd better focus on the other 2 techniques first, Lin An decided, temporarily setting aside 1 slash, as his current attribute points couldn't sustain its cultivation. The system prompted again, detected a silver-grade technique, Chasing Star Steps. Would you like to spend 10 attribute points to learn it directly? Detected a silver-grade technique, Vajrabadi. Would you like to spend 10 attribute points to learn it directly? Learn, Lin An chose decisively for both techniques. Lin An calmed his mind and focused his energy on using attribute points to learn new techniques. System notifications promptly appeared. The player has spent 10 attribute points and successfully learned Chasing Star Step. The player has spent 10 attribute points and successfully learned Vajra Body. Both silver grade techniques displayed a proficiency level of beginner 020,000. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. The cost of these techniques was still within his acceptable range. Without hesitation, he continued investing attribute points. 20 points upgraded the technique to proficient, 50 points advanced it to small accomplishment, 100 points elevated it to great accomplishment, and finally, 300 points pushed Chasing Star Step to perfection. One after another, system notifications flashed, accompanied by the flow and transformation of true energy within Lin An's body. From beginner to perfection, this silver grade technique had cost a total of 480 attribute points. For ordinary players, this was an astronomical figure. Even for Lin An, his early attribute points were accumulated thanks to his father, who was at the Golden Realm. Later, he was able to venture out of the city to hunt sin beasts because he had already reached Black Iron 9th grade, perfected all his techniques, and was accompanied by 100 personal guards and the Golden Realm expert, Qian Hai, for protection. Next, Lin An also upgraded Vajra Body to perfection. Checking his attribute panel, he found he still had 1,655 points remaining. That's enough to advance one blade slash to the next level, Lin An thought to himself. After investing 500 points, one blade slash advanced to proficient. The system displayed bronze grade 1 blade slash proficient 02,000,000 proficiency. Seeing that the next level required 2,000 attribute points, Lin An couldn't help but take a sharp breath. To put this into perspective, even a platinum grade technique only required 5,000 points to advance from great accomplishment to perfection. Advancing this blade technique to perfection could potentially require tens of thousands of attribute points. Though the exorbitant cost was daunting, it also highlighted the immense power this blade technique would bring once perfected. Lin An eagerly anticipated his upcoming journey to the spirit realm, where countless rare treasures awaited. More importantly, defeating sin beasts there would yield triple the attribute points. This was precisely why so many players in his previous life had scrambled to locate rare spirit realms. With 1,155 attribute points remaining, Lin An decided to learn another silver grade blade technique as a backup. He went to the estate's treasury and, under Qian Hai's guidance, selected a technique called triple blade. This silver grade technique focused on building blade momentum, starting with the first strike to establish momentum, the second strike to build upon it, and the third strike to break through. Each successive blade strike exponentially amplified the power of the next. If perfected, it could even unleash a fourth strike with armor-piercing and knockback effects. After obtaining this blade technique, Lin An spent 480 attribute points to directly elevate it to perfection. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood. Realm: Bronze 9th tier. Techniques: Lin Clan technique perfected, Wind Cutting Blade technique perfected, Flowing Cloud Step perfected, Mystical Armor technique perfected, Single Slash mastered, Star Chasing Step perfected, Diamond Body perfected, Triple Blade technique perfected. Divine abilities: Resentful Tiger's Eye, Spirit Devourer, Earth's Vein Power. Attribute points: 675. Lin An glanced over his stats panel, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. This setup was undoubtedly top tier among the Bronze Realm. Even most silver tier experts would struggle to rival him. The Ling Realm will open tomorrow. I'll visit my cheap old man then, Lin An mused to himself. Initially, he wanted to show off his progress immediately, but after a second thought, he decided, better give him a night to breathe. Don't want to hit him too hard all at once. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating the room. You're saying you've already met my expectations? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his son. Father, please, Lin An responded with a slight smile, gesturing politely. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and turned to walk outside. The father and son soon arrived at the center of the spacious training ground. Come then, let me see if what you say is true. Lin Xiao stood firm, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement. With a flick of his right hand, his long blade left its sheath, the cold steel gleaming menacingly under the morning light. He also wanted to seize this opportunity to test the extent of his current combat prowess. Divine ability: Earth's Vein Power. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread from beneath Lin An's feet. In an instant, the power of the Earth's depths surged into his body like a gentle stream. His aura skyrocketed, and a fierce blade intent swirled around him. What a terrifying presence. Isn't the young master only at the Bronze 9th tier? Why does it feel stronger than most silver tier experts? At the edge of the training ground, Ji Yuan and Qian Yang, who had been spectating, gaped in astonishment as they stared at Lin An. That's the young master's divine ability. Combined with his mastery of blade intent, his presence is naturally overwhelming. Hai, who had appeared behind them at some point, said with a hint of pride in his voice. He had personally witnessed Lin and comprehend a divine ability in mere moments the day before. Sensing the commotion at the training ground, he had come to see for himself the young master's true strength. The young master has already mastered a divine ability? Ji Yuan and Qianyang froze, exchanging bewildered looks. Divine abilities were not easily mastered. Ji Yuan had taken 5 years, and Qianyang 4, to comprehend a single divine ability from visualization diagrams. And the young master? He had only broken through to the bronze realm about a month ago. Even if he had started comprehending a month prior, his speed was still astonishing to the point of disbelief. Hai simply smiled without a word, his gaze shifting to Lin Zhao in the training ground. The city lord must be just as stunned right now. Hai's guess was spot on. The moment Lin An unleashed Earth's vain power, Lin Zhao immediately recognized it as a divine ability. I only gave that brat the visualization diagram yesterday, and he's mastered it already? Waves of shock surged through Lin Zhao's mind. He had estimated that even with Lin An's extraordinary talent, it would take at least half a month, if not longer, to comprehend the visualization diagram and acquire a divine ability. Yet here he was, having achieved it in just one day. What about his techniques? While Lin Zhao was lost in thought, Lin An slowly raised his lowered arm. The long blade in his hand was lifted to chest height. His sharp eyes locked onto his opponent, glowing with unwavering focus. Father, be careful! With a soft shout, Lin An suddenly took a step forward. His figure vanished like a ghost, disappearing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had executed the star-chasing step. His movements were light and swift, as if merging with the starlight, making it nearly impossible to track his position. Perfected star-chasing step. Seeing Lin An appear before him like a flash of lightning, Lin Zhao's heart trembled. Swish! A cold gleam flashed. The long blade in Lin An's hand transformed into a sharp, unstoppable arc of light, hurtling directly toward Lin Zhao's face with the speed of a thunderclap. The blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, carrying a thunderous force that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Lin Zhao's gaze remained steady, his composure unshaken. Suddenly, a radiant shield materialized around him. Bang! The blade struck the shield with the force of a thunderclap, as if colliding with an impenetrable wall, sending a shower of dazzling sparks in all directions. The blade's light dissipated, but the shield remained intact, without a single crack. Not enough, Lin Zhao stated calmly, a faint trace of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Lin An raised an eyebrow. With a sharp pivot, he lunged forward, his blade sweeping out once more. Bang! The blade's light exploded with a deafening roar, but the shield merely rippled slightly before returning to its serene state. The triple blade technique. Lin Zhao's heart jolted as a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had recognized Lin An's technique, a series of escalating attacks, where each strike surpassed the last in strength. At its peak, a perfected triple blade technique could unleash a fourth strike, combining the power of the first 3 into one devastating blow. Let's see if you can deliver that fourth strike, Lin Zhao said, his gaze growing colder. Before his words faded, Lin An was already in motion. Whoosh! This strike was even more powerful, causing the shield to ripple like water disturbed by a stone, the waves spreading outward in an instant. Lin Zhao's focus remained locked on Lin An. Unwavering, was determined to witness the power of this fourth strike. Lin An did not disappoint. Gripping his blade tightly, he swung it again, unleashing a torrent of energy as overwhelming as a flood. The blade's light blazed brilliantly, as though tearing through space itself. Flash! Boom! A terrifying force descended, engulfing the shield in an aura of destruction. The shield trembled violently before stabilizing, but this time, it was no longer unscathed. Crack! A series of faint fractures spread across its surface. As the energy dissipated, the cracks widened, and finally, the shield shattered completely. Lin An's long blade, however, bore the cost of this strike. Fine cracks spread across its surface before it splintered into countless fragments, scattering to the ground in a cascade of broken shards. A bronze-grade weapon truly cannot withstand such a strike, Lin An thought to himself. Lin Zhao took a deep breath as he watched, understanding that Lin An had accomplished the challenge he had hoped for. Just as he was about to speak, Lin An's movements didn't cease. Instead, he spoke firmly. Father, I still have one more strike. Lin Zhao froze for a moment. The power of the previous strike had already left him shaken. He hadn't expected Lin An to have any strength remaining. Could it be that this boy had truly mastered a gold-grade blade technique? Nearby, Hai's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. He murmured under his breath, could it be that the young master has truly perfected the one-blade slash? Lin An paid him no attention. A new blade appeared in his hands, this one a silver-grade long blade he had selected from the family armory just the day before. Gripping it firmly, he let out a low shout, one-blade slash. Boom! As the blade descended, Lin An's spiritual energy surged forth like a raging torrent, pouring continuously into the weapon. Simultaneously, the power of the earth's veins gathered within the blade, the force building like a collapsing mountain. Lin An's brows furrowed, his hands gripping the hilt tightly as he struggled to control the overwhelming energy. As the spiritual energy and the earth's power merged, his expression grew more intense, his gaze colder and more resolute. In that moment, his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Divine art, eyes of the vengeful tiger. Lin An's piercing gaze locked onto Lin Xiao's shield, a swirling energy barrier that seemed flawless. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had spotted a nearly imperceptible weak point, as fine as a strand of hair, yet enough to determine the outcome. The blade in Lin An's hand flashed with blinding brilliance. In an instant, the air was filled with an ear-splitting sound of the blade slicing through the void had unleashed the fourth strike. The blade slashed through the air like lightning tearing across the night sky, so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The force ripped through the air, creating a visible shockwave that surged forward. This was Lin An's strike, executed with every ounce of strength he possessed. As the blade's light faded, Lin An collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. His face was ghostly pale, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Qianhai appeared beside him in a flash, producing a translucent pill from his pocket and holding it to Lin An's lips. Lin An swallowed it, and as the pill dissolved within him, a soothing warmth spread through his body, gradually restoring some color to his face. Lin An looked up, his gaze piercing through the arena to land on Lin Xiao. His father stood still, unmoved, enveloped in a protective shield that appeared entirely unscathed. Did I still fail to injure father? Lin An wondered silently. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up, his pupils narrowing slightly. On the seemingly intact shield, a faint but unmistakable blade mark had appeared. Though barely visible, it was undeniably there. A faint smile tugged at Lin An's lips. After all, his father was a formidable golden rank 9 master. To leave even the slightest mark on his shield was an accomplishment worthy of pride. You little rascal, I'm your father, and you really went for me with that strike, huh? Lin Xiao strode over to Lin An, a mix of mock grievance and genuine pride in his expression. Father, your strength is unmatched. How could my meager skills possibly harm you? Lin An replied with a weak smile, his voice still tinged with exhaustion. That's right. If you want to injure me, you'll need to train for 100 days. Lin Xiao initially intended to say 100 years, but recalling his son's terrifyingly rapid progress, he hastily adjusted his words. At the same time, a trace of unease flickered in his heart. This kid is growing too fast. Could he really manage to injure me in 100 days? I want him to surpass me someday, but not so soon. I haven't enjoyed enough time as the stronger one yet. How are you feeling? Lin Xiao asked, his eyes scanning his son with concern. A bit drained, but thanks to Elder Qian's pill, I've recovered somewhat, Lin An replied with a smile, then added, it won't delay my departure for the spirit realm tomorrow. Lin Xiao frowned, but said nothing further. He knew he couldn't dissuade his son from his determination to venture into the spirit realm. Father, how would you rate my combat strength? Lin An asked earnestly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The fourth strike of your threefold blade technique is powerful enough to threaten a silver rank 3 guard from the city lord's personal retinue, Lin Xiao evaluated seriously. If they don't evade or lack a strong defensive technique, you have a 70% chance of defeating them. To become a guard in the city lord's retinue is no small feat. They're all talented enough to challenge those of higher ranks. And what about my one blade strike? Lin An pressed further, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. It could potentially take down a silver rank 7 opponent, Lin Xiao stated plainly. Young master, that final strike of yours, if I were to face it at full strength, I might block it, but I'd still be injured. Ji Yuan, who had been standing nearby, chimed in, his tone laced with admiration. Even he had felt the threat of that strike. Lin An's eyes brightened with understanding. No wonder the one-blade strike required so many attribute points to improve its mastery. Its destructive power was indeed extraordinary. And this was merely at the proficient level. If he could refine it to perfection, how much stronger would it become? However, Lin An was also aware that the strike's immense power was partly due to the earth vein's energy and the 2 tiger strength pills he had consumed the day before. Without those, the strike wouldn't have been nearly as overwhelming. That strike should only be used as a last resort, Lin Xiao warned sternly. You've only trained it to the proficient level. Once unleashed, it drains all your strength, leaving you completely vulnerable. Only when you reach mastery will you be able to control it without exhausting yourself. Lin An nodded in agreement. He understood that while the strike was devastating, it was also a gamble. If the enemy survived, his inability to fight back would mean his own demise. On the other hand, if the enemy perished, he could use his spirit devour ability to recover some strength, avoiding the complete collapse he experienced now. Father is right, but the training speed for the one-blade strike is indeed slow. For now, I can only reach the proficient level, Lin An admitted humbly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eye twitched violently, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Listen to yourself. Do you even realize what you're saying? It took me an entire year to master the one-blade strike to a proficient level, and you did it in a single day. You ungrateful brat. Do you take pleasure in tormenting your old man? Father, about my plans to enter the spirit realm, Lin An quickly changed the subject, his eyes once again filled with eager determination. Although he was indeed somewhat disheartened by the young man's actions, Lin Xiao felt more pride than anything else. With a soft gaze fixed on his son standing before him, he said in a deep voice, I have always kept my promises. Since you have fulfilled the requirements, I will naturally allow you to enter the spiritual realm. Turning to Qian Yang nearby, he instructed, go inform the 3 great families that the young lord will enter the spiritual realm tomorrow. Understood. Qian Yang responded with a bow and quickly departed. Lin Xiao then addressed Lin An. You should go back and rest for now. I will take care of the other arrangements. Lin An respectfully bowed and excused himself, leaving the training grounds. City Lord. Qian Hai stepped forward with a frown. Are you really going to let the young lord enter such an unpredictable place as the spiritual realm? If it's for training or hunting down sin beasts, we could simply leave the city, and with our protection, his safety would be far more assured. He added with concern. The 3 great families may appear compliant on the surface, but once inside the spiritual realm, who knows if they'll play any tricks? Lin Xiao's expression remained resolute. Anur has grown up. He must learn to stand on his own. Besides, I have made contingency plans, so his safety is not a concern. He turned to Ji Yuan and commanded, select 10 elite guards to accompany Anur into the realm. Yes, my lord. Ji Yuan replied with a salute. With that, Lin Xiao left to make preparations for the following day. The next morning, after a night of rest and medicinal treatment, Lin An appeared before his father, brimming with energy. Since you're determined to go, I won't stop you, Lin Xiao said, gesturing to summon a series of treasures. Take these with you. A golden grade inner armor, capable of withstanding attacks below the golden grade. This hand crossbow, which can threaten golden grade opponents, and comes with 30 arrows especially lethal against unarmored silver grade experts. And this golden grade life elixir, which can instantly restore 30% of your strength when consumed. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures before him, Lin An couldn't help but feel grateful for having such a strong support system. Without hesitation, he donned the inner armor and stored the 30+ golden and silver grade items into his storage ring. Just as he thought the preparations were complete, Lin Xiao produced a jade pendant. This contains one of my attacks. Keep it with you. Lin An's eyes lit up. A single strike from a peak golden grade expert could easily overwhelm any silver grade opponent. Be extremely cautious on this journey, especially regarding the 3 great families. While they appear docile now, their true intentions may reveal themselves in the spiritual realm, Lin Xiao warned. Rest assured, father. I will act with the utmost care, Lin An replied earnestly, already resolved that if the 3 families dared to cause trouble, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Afterward, father and son made their way to the training grounds. Ji Yuan and 100 personal guards stood ready, with 10 elite warriors clad in battle armor lined up at the front, each of them a 9th grade bronze expert. Pointing to the 10, Lin Xiao said, these are carefully selected elites who will accompany you into the realm. Lin An stood before the gates of the city lord's mansion, and the sight of 10 personal guards made him feel as if he were heading out on a leisurely outing rather than a trial in the spirit realm. Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh, his voice steady yet filled with concern. There's no need for extra words from me. If you can obtain treasures from the spirit realm, that would be ideal, but it's not the most important thing. Your safety is what matters above all else. Rest assured, father. I will return safely, Lin An replied respectfully, his gaze firm. Lin Xiao nodded, taking a deep breath, then set off. Lin An gave a silent nod, bowed deeply, and then mounted his horse. Leading his entourage, he departed the city lord's mansion in grand procession. 3 kilometers west of Shenglin City lay a desolate wilderness. At this moment, in the open expanse of the wilds, hundreds of people had gathered, all members of the 3 major families. The heads of the Zhao, Guang, and Zhang families were seated together in discussion. Master Zhao, the young city lord will be entering the spirit realm this time as well. How should we respond? The head of the Wang family asked, a hint of worry in his tone. Zhao Tong narrowed his eyes and chuckled lightly. Do the 2 of you have other plans? Master Zhao, don't misunderstand us. We wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions toward the young city lord. The Wang family head quickly clarified, waving his hand with a faint smile. We simply want to know if our family members should follow his instructions in the spirit realm or if we should arrange things differently. The head of the Zhang family chimed in. The young city lord's talent is extraordinary, even surpassing that of Lin Xiao in his prime. If he continues to grow, it's likely that in the future, all 3 of our families will have to submit to him. Zhao Tong's sharp gaze swept over the 2 men as his tone turned serious. At least you're being rational. Since the city lord has allowed the young city lord to enter the spirit realm, he must have made thorough preparations. It's not just the members of our 3 families. Even if the 3 of us joined forces, we might not be able to pose a threat to him. The Wang and Zhang family heads exchanged glances, each understanding Zhao Tong's implication. While they dared not act against the young city lord, they knew they needed to forge closer ties with him at the very least to secure his favor. The young city lord's potential is truly astonishing. I heard he only returned to normal 2 months ago, and now he's already at least in the bronze realm, possibly even reaching bronze tier 3, the Zhang family head remarked with admiration. At this rate, who knows when he'll reach the gold realm? You're absolutely right, the Wang family head sighed. In my family, the most talented among the younger generation, after more than a decade of cultivation, has just reached bronze tier 8. Yet the young city lord has nearly caught up in just 2 months. Truly enviable, the three family heads lamented, shaking their heads in unison. If their families had a genius like Lin An, the power dynamics in Shenglin City might shift entirely within a decade or so. Before their conversation could continue, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. As the dust approached, the figures became clearer. It was the city lord's personal guard escorting their entourage. Greetings, young city lord. Zhao Tong and the heads of the three families quickly stepped forward with their subordinates, bowing respectfully. At that moment, the three family heads, led by Zhao Tong, bowed deeply in respect. However, as they felt the invisible pressure emanating from Lin An, a surge of astonishment swept through their hearts. They had speculated about the cultivation level of this young city lord before, thinking he might at most be at bronze grade 5, perhaps bronze grade 7, if they were being generous. But now, they were utterly unprepared for the reality that Lin An had already reached bronze grade 9. What was even more incredible was that just 2 months ago, this young lord was an ordinary person. How could anyone possess such extraordinary talent to break through to this level in such a short time? The sheer thought of it left them deeply shaken. There's no need for such formalities, Lin An said with a faint smile, sitting calmly atop his horse. His gaze swept across the three family heads before he asked softly, how much longer until the spirit realm opens? Reporting to the young city lord, it will take approximately half an hour. Zhao Tong quickly stepped forward to respond, his tone filled with respect. Lin An nodded and gestured for everyone to dismount. The spirit realm was discovered by your families first. My involvement this time may seem intrusive, so I hope the three of you won't take offense. The family heads immediately nodded, their attitudes warm and filled with deference. You're too kind, young city lord. Our three families have been able to survive in this dangerous world of ferocious beasts only because of the protection of the city lord. While it's true that we discovered the spirit realm, without the city lord's support, it would mean nothing. If the young city lord is willing to personally take part this time, we and our families are at your service and will follow your commands without hesitation. Zhao Tong's tone carried both respect and a hint of anticipation as he spoke. With your unparalleled talent, young city lord, your future will undoubtedly be bright. When that day comes, we only hope you won't abandon us. Lin An smiled faintly at their words. The three families have contributed greatly to Shenglin City over the years. My father and I will never forget your efforts. He paused briefly, his tone softening. As for this venture into the spirit realm, feel free to explore it as you wish. I have no intention of taking your opportunities. Hearing this, the three family heads exchanged glances, visibly relieved. Lin An's demeanor reassured them that he was not a ruthless or domineering person, but rather someone remarkably magnanimous. Yet despite their understanding of his intentions, they silently resolved that after the spirit realm expedition, no matter what treasures they obtained, they would offer them all to the young city lord. Initially, they had planned to split the gains evenly with the city lord's manor, but witnessing Lin An's exceptional talent had changed their minds. Such immense potential was something they couldn't afford to let slip away, even if it meant sacrificing more. Zhao Tong was the first to speak again, his eyes resolute. Young city lord, your kindness is unparalleled. The spirit realm will undoubtedly be fraught with dangers. Should you encounter any trouble, the Zhao family will spare no effort to assist you. With that, he turned to those behind him and called out, Zhao Tao, come forward and pay your respects to the young city lord. At his command, Zhao Tao quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Greetings, young city lord. Zhao Tao was a young man of about 20, with a tall and upright bearing. His eyes carried a sense of determination and confidence. As he raised his gaze slightly to meet Lin An's, there was a faint trace of defiance in his expression that he couldn't entirely conceal, despite his efforts. Lin An observed Zhao Tao calmly, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. This young man, close in age to himself, was likely one of the few outstanding talents among Shenglin City's younger generation. Such youthful pride and ambition were traits he understood all too well. This is my eldest son, Zhao Tao, at bronze grade 8, Zhao Tong explained. He will lead the Zhao family's team on this expedition into the spirit realm. If you need anything within, young city lord, feel free to command him. Lin An nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the others. Not to be outdone, the heads of the Zhang and Wang families also stepped forward with their own prodigies. Young city lord, this is Zhang Yun of the Zhang family, said the Zhang family head. And this is Wang Qi of the Wang family, added the Wang family head. Both were young men also at bronze grade 8, comparable to Zhao Tao. Though their words were respectful, the competitive spark in their eyes was unmistakable. After all, the Spirit Realm expedition was an opportunity to gain fortune and fame. Whoever emerged with the most rewards would undoubtedly rise to prominence among Shenglin City's younger generation as a new force to be reckoned with. Lin An silently observed the scene, his mind quietly calculating. He bore no particular hostility toward these young talents, yet he was well aware of their competitive nature. Each of them had the potential to become a rival he might have to face in the future. The group stood silently in the vast wilderness, the morning sunlight breaking through the clouds to shine upon them. It felt as though an impending trial awaited thema test that would challenge each individual's resolve and shape their destiny. Since the three family heads had spoken so clearly, Lin An responded with a smile. Once we enter the spirit realm, I certainly won't hold back. His gaze shifted toward the swirling vortex not far away, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. An invisible force covered the vortex, preventing outsiders from entering easily. Moments later, Lin An turned his attention back to the teams dispatched by the three families. He had learned that each family had sent 50 elite members, totaling 150 people. The weakest among them were at bronze rank 7, and there were about 30 at bronze rank 9. Each family had also prepared various treasures, sufficient to handle silver rank 5 or 6 level sin beasts in the spirit realm, ensuring they wouldn't need to worry excessively. Half an hour passed quickly. Suddenly, a low humming sound echoed as the entrance to the spirit realm began to distort, and the invisible barrier rapidly dissipated. The spirit realm was finally open. Young City Lord, our three families will enter first to clear the way for you. Zhao Tong stepped forward, his tone cautious. Lin An nodded slightly without further comment. If someone was willing to pave the way for him, it was naturally the best arrangement. Representatives from the three families, all bronze rank 9 experts, stepped forward together and entered the spirit realm. About a minute later, the entrance rippled once more, and the three representatives emerged almost simultaneously. Young City Lord, family heads, the area around the spirit realm's entrance is a desolate wilderness. Within a kilometer radius, no sin beasts have been detected, they reported in unison. Lin An nodded faintly, his gaze steady. If that's the case, let's proceed directly. He signaled to Ji Yuan, then led 10 personal guards straight into the spirit realm. Shortly after, the members of the three families also began entering the realm one after another. The entrance to the spirit realm would remain open for only 2 hours, after which it would close automatically. Furthermore, each spirit realm only remained active for 7 days. After 7 days, everyone inside would be forcibly transported out. As Lin An passed through the vortex and his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a vast wilderness. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with no trace of sin beasts in sight. He scanned the area and confirmed there was nothing unusual. Members of the three families gradually followed him into the realm. Young City Lord, my father instructed that once inside the spirit realm, we are to follow your commands. Zhao Tao, Zhang Yun, and Wang Qi approached Lin An. Though their tones carried some reluctance, it was evident they were bound by their father's orders and could not disobey. Lin An waved his hand lightly. There's no need for that. Everyone can explore on their own. He paused, pointing toward a distant direction. We'll head that way. With that, he leapt forward, his 10 personal guards following closely behind. Zhao Tao, Zhang Yun, and Wang Qi exchanged glances. Though they were unwilling, they did not attempt to stop him. After all, none of them wanted to provoke conflict with Lin An at this moment. Let's split up and explore on our own, Zhao Tao said in a low voice. Wang Qi and Zhang Yun nodded in agreement, and each led their teams in different directions. Although it was just a bronze-level mystic realm, its internal space was still quite vast. Lin An led 10 personal guards, traversing the realm for half an hour before finally stopping in front of a lush, green mountain forest. He looked up at the sky. There was no sun, only a single exceptionally bright star hanging high above. This was the guiding star of the mystic realm, pointing toward the location of a special treasure. According to the rules of the mystic realm, every realm contains at least one special treasure. It could be a cultivation technique, a weapon, rare materials, or even a visualization diagram. Lin An said calmly, his gaze fixed on the star. If we can obtain the special treasure, that's great. But if not, there's no need to force it. My primary purpose for entering this realm is to gain experience and hone myself by hunting down sin beasts. Our top priority is safety. If we encounter any danger that we cannot handle, we leave immediately. Understood, young master. The 10 guards responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. Lin An pointed into the distance. Let's go. The guiding star is in that direction. We'll need to cross this mountain range, which will also give us the opportunity to hunt some sin beasts. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the group. Lin An keenly sensed the presence of numerous sin beasts lurking nearby. He halted and turned to his guards. Spread out and search for sin beasts. Once you locate one, use the spirit communication talisman to notify me, and I'll handle it. The spirit communication talisman not only allowed for remote communication within a 10-mile radius, but also had tracking capabilities. With it, Lin An only needed his guards to search for the beasts while he dealt with them. Young master, perhaps 5 of us should stay to ensure your safety. One of the guards hesitated before suggesting. Lin An shook his head confidently. No need. Even if a golden level sin beast shows up, I have my ways to escape. His father had already prepared several life-saving measures for him. Understood, young master. With clear instructions, the 10 guards no longer hesitated and quickly dispersed in different directions. Lin An didn't remain idle either, choosing a direction and moving forward. Before he could locate any sin beasts himself, the spirit communication talisman reacted. Young master, I found a pack of sin wolves, Hera 23 in total. The strongest among them is only bronze level 5. Got it. I'm on my way. Lin An's eyes lit up. This was one advantage of a bronze level mystic realm. The sin beasts within were at least bronze level 1, with no weaker black iron level beasts. A few minutes later, Lin An arrived at the location indicated by his guard, where he saw 23 black wolves resting together. Continue searching. He'll take care of these sin beasts, Lin An instructed. Understood. The guard nodded and swiftly left the scene. Lin An drew his long blade and strode confidently toward the wolf pack. The resting wolves immediately sensed his presence and rose to their feet, encircling him in an instant. Howl! The lead black wolf, a bronze level 5 beast, let out a long howl, prompting several wolves to pounce toward Lin An, their sharp claws gleaming menacingly in the air. Good timing, Lin An exclaimed, swinging his blade. Rebounding slash. The blade's light spun around him like a silver whirlwind. When the glow faded, the wolves that had lunged at him lay lifeless in pools of blood. Player has killed a bronze level 3 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Player has killed a bronze level 2 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Player has killed a bronze level 1 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears, a faint smile played on Lin An's lips. This was yet another benefit of the mystic realm. If he were outside, killing a single bronze-ranked sin beast would only earn him 1 attribute point. However, within the spirit realm, the attribute points gained from killing sin beasts are tripled. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp flashes of blade light danced in Lin An's hands. Several black wolf sin beasts fell instantly, their blood splattering across the grass. Despite seeing their companions killed in seconds, the remaining black wolves did not retreat. Instead, they bared their fangs, growling as they charged at Lin An. Lin An sneered and moved his long blade like a swimming dragon. In less than a minute, under the flickering blade light, all the sin beasts were slain, their lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. A system notification sounded, indicating that he had gained 69 attribute points. Let's hope there are plenty of sin beasts in this spirit realm, Lin An muttered, wiping the blood off his blade. A flicker of anticipation glinted in his eyes. To perfect my one-slash technique, he'll need a lot of attribute points. Just as he sheathed his blade, his communication jade talisman lit up, and an urgent voice came through. Young master, I found sin beasts. Young master, there are some here too. One report after another came in rapid succession. Without hesitation, Lin An unsheathed his blade again, the cold steel gleaming in the sunlight. No rush. Line them up one by one. Activating his star-chasing step, Lin An moved like lightning toward the location of the nearest guard. His swift steps left only faint footprints on the ground, which vanished in an instant. The following hours turned into a blood-soaked feast for Lin An. The guards only needed to report the locations, and he would immediately arrive. With a single strike of his blade, each sin beast became a tool for him to harvest attribute points. Eventually, he felt that traveling between locations wasted too much time. He ordered the guards to lure the sin beasts directly to him instead. As the blade light flickered, one sin beast after another fell, and his attribute points steadily increased. Currently, they were still in the outer region of the spirit realm, which was only a bronze tier area. There wasn't even a hint of silver tier sin beasts, and sin beasts above bronze tier level 7 were exceedingly rare. Lin An had no concerns about being overwhelmed by too many sin beasts. Besides, his storage ring was stocked with various recovery pills, and his spirit-devouring ability ensured his stamina wouldn't run out. His only worry was that there wouldn't be enough sin beasts to kill, and that fear soon became a reality. In just 2 hours, Lin An had cleared the entire forest of sin beasts, earning a total of 1,452 attribute points. He frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the results. Not even 500 sin beasts. He raised an eyebrow in disappointment. The spirit realm would only remain open for 7 days, during which time he also had to account for traveling, searching for sin beasts, and resting. The time left for hunting was limited. Once this spirit realm closed, the next one to appear in Shenglin City would be a year later, and it would only be an iron tier realm, which he couldn't enter. Given the rarity of finding a realm he could access, Lin An was determined to hunt as many sin beasts as possible to amass attribute points. Do any of you have a way to quickly gather sin beasts? Lin An asked, his gaze sweeping over the 10 guards with a glimmer of hope. One of the guards hesitated before replying. Young master, there is a way, but I'm afraid it might attract too many sin beasts at once. Lin An's eyes lit up. What's the method? Young master, please take a look. The guard retrieved a dark red crystal from his pouch. Inside the crystal, a liquid seemed to flow, emitting a faint red glow. This is the Sin Lure crystal, crafted by the city lord. Once activated, it releases a unique energy wave that draws all sin beasts within a kilometer radius. The guard explained further, saying that all 10 of them were equipped with these crystals. If they were ever surrounded by sin beasts and faced an inescapable crisis, they could activate the crystal to lure the sin beasts away, buying time for Lin An to escape. Young master, this crystal is typically reserved for defending against sin beast sieges. It's used to scatter the beast's forces, the guard added. However, it's only effective if the sin beasts lack a commanding leader. Otherwise, its usefulness diminishes. Lin An's eyes gleamed with excitement, barely able to contain himself. Why didn't you bring this out earlier? With this crystal, I can just wait for the sin beasts to come to me. Let's find a place to test it out later, Lin An said, then added. But before that, you all should break through to the silver tier first. The 10 guards had been carefully selected, and their cultivation levels were already at the peak of bronze tier 9, ready to break through to the silver tier at any moment. Although silver tier cultivators couldn't enter the spirit realm, breaking through after entering was allowed. Understood, young master. The guards responded in unison. They immediately took out pre-prepared pills, sat cross-legged, and began their breakthroughs. Half an hour later, the 10 personal guards successfully broke through to the silver realm without any surprises. Lin An led them to another forest, which was 3 times larger than the previous one, and the number of sin beasts here had also significantly increased. After dealing with some of the surrounding sin beasts, they quickly made their way to the center of the forest. Lin An gestured for them to clear the surrounding trees. Without hesitation, the 10 guards immediately got to work, and soon, they had cleared a circular area with a 30-meter radius. Take the sin luring crystals and draw all the sin beasts in this forest over here, Lin An said, his tone calm and resolute. Once they come, find a place to hide. Young master, that won't do. The 10 of us have the ability to protect ourselves. You don't need to worry about us, the guards replied in unison. They knew their young master's strength was formidable, but their duty was to ensure his safety. If something happened, who could guarantee there would be no mishaps? All right, then you focus on keeping an eye on the flying sin beasts. Leave the rest to me, Lin An nodded. Although flying sin beasts weren't particularly strong, taking them down quickly was no easy task. With the order given, the guards immediately spread out. The sin luring crystals in their hands glowed intensely. As they infused the crystals with their spiritual energy, the light grew even brighter, and its pulsating energy rapidly spread in all directions. Nearby sin beasts abruptly stopped whatever they were doing, raised their heads, and charged toward the source of the crystal's energy. Boom, boom, boom. Within just a minute, the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps echoed from all directions. Without hesitation, the 10 guards quickly regrouped at Lin An's location. Lin An's eyes sparkled with determination, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Holding his blade, its edge gleaming intensely, he murmured, "They're here." The first sin beast had already appeared, rushing straight toward him. Upon spotting Lin An, it lunged at him with ferocity. Slash! Lin An swung his blade without mercy. The bronze grade tier 1 sin beast had no time to react and was instantly cut down, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Bronze grade tier 1 sin beast killed. Gained 3 attribute points. The system's notification sounded, but Lin An didn't pause for even a moment. More sin beasts were swarming in. Accompanied by blood-curdling roars, the ferocious, grotesque sin beasts surged forward like a relentless tide, exuding a savage aura. Lin An's eyes remained sharp, and a faint smile played on his lips. Instead of retreating, he charged into the horde. His movements were as swift as an arrow. Shing, shing, shing. In an instant, flashes of cold light streaked through the air as Lin An's blade danced like lightning, leaving trails of blood in its wake. The sin beasts had no chance to react, falling to the ground in pieces under the relentless blade. Some didn't even have the time to let out a dying cry before being slain. It was a one-sided massacre, a complete and utter annihilation. The 10 guards stood to the side, watching in stunned silence. Even though they were already well aware of their young master's overwhelming strength, witnessing this slaughter firsthand left them utterly astounded. Initially, they had thought they might be able to help ease some of Lin An's burden, but now, only a handful of sin beasts managed to even get close to them. Even these formidable beasts of sin couldn't escape Lin An's blade after being repelled. In the blink of an eye, they were struck down with a swift reverse slash. As the last creature collapsed to the ground, A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Player has slain a bronze rank 5 beast of sin, earning 3 attribute points. Player has slain a bronze rank 6 beast of sin, earning 3 attribute points. Player has slain a bronze rank 3 beast of sin, earning 3 attribute points. The system's voice continued relentlessly, but Lin An seemed oblivious. He remained silent, his eyes still filled with unyielding killing intent. His hands gripped his long blade tightly as he moved through the blood-soaked battlefield, cutting down anything in his path. He killed without pause, as though venting his emotions or perhaps undergoing some kind of purification. This slaughter went on for over an hour before finally coming to a gradual halt. Blood dripped from the long blade, its crimson droplets sliding down the edge and splattering onto the muddy ground. When Lin An slowly turned around, the sight of countless corpses strewn across the battlefield came into view. He stood there like a god of carnage emerging from the depths of hell, his presence chilling and commanding. "Young master, are you all right?" One of the guards hurriedly approached him, a trace of nervousness in his expression. The 10 of them had mostly stayed in place, occasionally loosing arrows to take down a few flying beasts of sin. The true battle had been fought by Lin An alone. "I'm fine," Lin An replied with a calm smile, his demeanor unshaken. Thanks to his soul-devouring ability, he could continuously absorb the blood and energy of his enemies during combat. As long as he kept killing, he wouldn't deplete his own strength. Despite the prolonged carnage, he remained steady and composed, his breathing unperturbed. The beasts of sin in this forest should have all been drawn out by now. "Let's move on to the next location," Lin An said indifferently, his tone steady. Even if there were a few stragglers that hadn't shown themselves, he had no interest in spending time tracking them down. As for the corpses, though they could yield valuable materials, Lin An deemed them unworthy of his time. Seeing that Lin An was unharmed, the guards collectively breathed a sigh of relief, though they were inwardly awestruck. Their young master was truly formidable. If they had faced such a horde of beasts alone, they would have been utterly exhausted even if victorious. Yet Lin An displayed no signs of fatigue, not even a disheveled corner of his robe. The group set off once more, heading toward the next gathering ground of beasts of sin. As they traveled, Lin An reviewed the results of his recent battle. Attribute points, 7,545. In just that one skirmish, he had gained 5,418 attribute points, equivalent to slaying over 1,800 beasts of sin. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If not for the sin lure crystal, achieving such efficiency in 2 hours would have been nearly impossible. Lin An nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the familiar blade technique in his skill menu. Skill, bronze level single slash, mastery, 02000000. System, allocate points. Lin An commanded mentally. Player has consumed 2,000 attribute points to upgrade the skill single slash to the proficient level. As the system notifications sounded, a wave of newfound understanding surged through him. His mastery of the blade technique deepened, and his slashes became even more fluid and precise, as if the movements had become second nature. However, when he checked the required points for the next level of mastery, his brows furrowed. Skill, bronze level single slash, proficient, mastery, 010000000. Advancing from proficient to mastery would require a staggering 10,000 attribute points. Lin An glanced at his remaining 5,545 points and decided to hold off for now. This growth-oriented technique was indeed extraordinary. Without the system's assistance, a native of the abyss of sin might spend their entire life without reaching perfection in such a skill. Even with his superior advantages and resources compared to other players, it was only due to the opening of the spirit realm and its threefold attribute point bonus that he had managed to accumulate this many points in a short time. Still, the potential of single slash made it impossible for him to abandon the technique. Expensive, but worth every point. Lin An muttered, his gaze fixed on the skill interface, his eyes filled with undiminished determination. With the sin lure crystal in hand, Lin An's task of hunting sin beasts became significantly easier. After locating an area densely populated with sin beasts, he activated the crystal and waited patiently for the creatures to approach. As they ventured deeper into the spirit realm, the sin beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. "Young master, we should already be within the inner perimeter of the spirit realm," one of his personal guards whispered beside him. The guard made this observation because among the sin beasts they had just attracted, there were even 1 or 2 of silver rank. You've all worked hard these past few days. Take a 2-hour break," Lin An instructed with a nod. This marked their 4th day in the spirit realm. Aside from brief pauses, their time had been spent either traveling or battling sin beasts. While Lin An, with the help of his devouring spirit skill, felt no fatigue, he remained considerate of his guard's stamina. Moreover, he had just accumulated enough attribute points to enhance his 1/ technique to the mastery level. Attribute points, 45,415. Looking at his nearly 45,000 attribute points, Lin An couldn't help but smile. As expected, the spirit realm provided a rapid increase in attribute points. Additionally, the past few days of hunting had allowed him to achieve the 10,000 sins/accomplishment, which further upgraded some of his titles. First Blood, the one and only title in the server, he murmured with a slight smirk. The effects of this title were remarkable. It increased damage dealt to sin beasts by 20. This meant his damage against sin beasts had now increased by an additional 5, reaching an impressive total of 20. With this in mind, Lin An turned his attention to more pressing matters. Having amassed such a large number of attribute points, he naturally intended to put them to good use. System, add points. Player has consumed 10,000 attribute points. The proficiency of the technique, 1/ has been successfully upgraded to mastery. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lin An felt a subtle but profound change within himself. Previously, every time he used 1/, he struggled to control the overwhelming force, often leaving him unable to stand afterward. But now, he could regulate the energy flow when performing the technique, no longer exhausting himself with a single use. This newfound control meant he could swiftly dispatch even ordinary silver-ranked sin beasts with ease. This is much better, Lin An muttered contentedly, nodding in satisfaction. He then checked the proficiency required to elevate 1/ to the perfection level. Technique. Bronze tier 1/mastery 0100000000 proficiency. A flash of astonishment crossed Lin An's eyes. Although he had anticipated a steep requirement, seeing the staggering figure of 100 million proficiency points still left him momentarily stunned. Achieving this would require a whopping 100,000 attribute points. Glancing at his remaining 35,000 attribute points, Lin An took a deep breath. The growth potential of this technique is astonishing. Even for native players in the Sin Abyss world, let alone outsiders, mastering this skill is no easy feat. He knew that if he had started cultivating 1/ earlier at the bronze rank, the cost would have been high but the progress faster. However, if he waited until he reached the gold or platinum rank, advancing the technique to perfection would become exponentially more challenging. Currently, as a bronze tier player, he could gain attribute points by hunting sin beasts below his level. But once he advanced to gold or platinum rank, only stronger sin beasts would yield attribute points. The area around Shenglin City with the highest concentration of sin beasts was Black Mountain, but gold-ranked sin beasts there were sparse, and platinum-ranked ones wouldn't appear until at least a year later. This time, I need to accumulate as many attribute points as possible, enough to support my cultivation to the gold or even platinum rank, Lin An resolved inwardly. 2 hours quickly passed, and the group, after a light meal and brief rest, resumed their journey. Over the next 2 days, Lin An remained relentlessly focused on hunting sin beasts, never pausing for a moment. The closer one got to the core of the spiritual realm, the more numerous and powerful the sin beasts became. Lin An's longsword gleamed with a cold light, and with every swing, he reaped the lives of several sin beasts. Compared to the previous days, where he could only gain around 10,000 attribute points daily, he now managed to collect as many as 20,000 in a single day, provided he maintained the right pace. While Lin An was focused on hunting sin beasts, his 10 personal guards were equally busy. They scoured the spiritual realm, gathering and storing every rare treasure they encountered. Time flew by, and soon it was the 7th day. Young master, one of the guards said, pointing toward a range of undulating mountains ahead with a grave expression. That should be the core area of this spiritual realm. During our reconnaissance, we found that the density of sin beasts there is extremely high. Even in the outer regions, there are many sin beasts of bronze tier level 5 or above. Deeper within, although we couldn't investigate thoroughly, there are undoubtedly numerous silver tier sin beasts. I suspect that deep in the mountains, there might even be a formidable silver tier level 9 sin beast, the guard added after a brief pause. Additionally, we discovered traces of activity from the 3 major families nearby. It seems they've already entered before us. Lin An nodded calmly at the report. It didn't surprise him that the 3 families had a head start. After all, his pace had been slower due to the time spent hunting sin beasts. If the mountains are teeming with sin beasts, there's no need to complicate things, Lin An said indifferently. Once we enter, we'll use the sin lure crystals to draw them out and fight our way through. To him, it was more worthwhile to focus on hunting sin beasts and accumulating attribute points than to compete for the rare treasure. If he could obtain the treasure, that would be ideal, but if not, he wouldn't force the issue. Lin An glanced at his attribute points, 87,541. There was still some way to go before reaching the goal of 100,000, and with only about 10 hours left before the spiritual realm closed, time was running out. With this in mind, Lin An led his 10 guards toward the mountains. The guards immediately activated the sin lure crystals, and soon, a massive wave of sin beasts surged toward them. Meanwhile, in a large cave deep within the mountains, members of the 3 major families had gathered. Of the 150 people who had originally entered the spiritual realm, only about 110 remained. Among them, Over 30 had advanced to the silver tier, indicating that many bronze tier level 9 warriors had made breakthroughs during their time here. Wang Qi, Zhao Tao, and Zhang Yun sat together, discussing their next move. Suddenly, several scouts rushed in. Young masters, the scouts reported breathlessly. There's a valley about a kilometer ahead that's swarming with tens of thousands of sin beasts. Even the ones on the outskirts are at least bronze tier level 7, with many silver tier beasts among them. As for the deeper areas, we couldn't investigate, but we believe there are numerous silver tier beasts, and possibly even some at the late silver tier stage. Hearing this, Zhao Tao and the others frowned. What do you think? Zhao Tao asked the others. He had known from the start that obtaining the spiritual realm's rare treasure would be no easy task, but he hadn't expected it to be this challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qi said, even though we have silver tier warriors on our side, charging straight in to seize the treasure is nearly impossible. Our only option is to find a way to lure the sin beasts away and then use the methods prepared by our families to snatch the treasure. There's no need to rush, Zhang Yin suggested. There are still 10 hours left before the spiritual realm closes. We can focus on recovering our strength now and make our move in the final hour or two. That way, even if the sin beasts pursue us, we only need to hold out for a short time before the spiritual realm closes and we're transported out. The group agreed with this suggestion and instructed the others to rest and prepare, waiting for the final moment to take action. Time passed slowly. Lin An was acutely aware of the limited time he had in the spirit realm. His long blade danced with increasing ferocity, each strike aimed precisely at a vital point, ensuring a swift and lethal blow. To maximize efficiency, he occasionally consumed recovery pills that Lin Shao had prepared in advance. The density of sin beasts in the core area far exceeded expectations, pouring in relentlessly. Yet Lin An showed no fear. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement. This was exactly what he wanted. In just 2 hours, his attribute points had skyrocketed past the 100,000 mark, a staggering increase of nearly 20,000 compared to before. Too bad I'm still at the bronze tier, Lin An thought to himself. If I could break through to the silver tier, my spiritual energy range would expand significantly, and my hunting efficiency would multiply. However, he knew that advancing to silver tier immediately would be counterproductive once he reached silver. Killing bronze-level sin beasts would no longer yield attribute points. As his attribute points surpassed 100,000, an idea struck Lin An. This amount was enough to elevate his blade slash technique to its perfected state, enabling him to unleash true blade energy. With this in mind, he immediately summoned the system to allocate his points. The system's notification had barely sounded when Lin An froze in place. His consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space shrouded in an eternal amber glow. In this strange domain, he entered a unique state of enlightenment. His long blade moved ceaselessly, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistle of wind and dazzling flashes of light. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. At one moment, Lin An swung his blade once more. This time, a brilliant arc of blade energy roared forth like a dragon surging from the sea. The very void trembled in its wake, reverberating with thunderous echoes. Mind moves, blade follows. This is blade intent. A flood of insights surged through Lin An's mind. What felt like an eternity in this state of enlightenment was, in reality, only a fleeting instant in the real world. Yet in that brief moment, Lin An's aura underwent a monumental transformation. The concentrated force of his blade began to vibrate, its sharpness radiating outward, as though he himself had become a weapon unsheathed. Is this blade intent? The young master has comprehended blade intent. The 10 bodyguards stared in astonishment. Even the city lord had only grasped blade intent after breaking through to the gold tier. Now, at just 18 years old and still at the peak of bronze tier, the young master had already achieved this feat. Such talent surpassed the city lord by an unimaginable margin. Disregarding their shock, Lin An slowly raised his long blade. Blade slash. The blade flashed, releasing a fierce arc of energy that swept across the air, extending a full 30 meters in length. Within the designated range, every ferocious beast encountered was cleaved in two, losing all signs of life in an instant. Lin An carefully felt the lingering vibrations in the air from the blade's motion, still trembling faintly at his fingertips. This strike had only consumed 30% of his spiritual energy. To his surprise, thanks to the devouring spirit technique, half of that energy had already been restored. If I pair this with recovery-type pills, I can practically execute one strike slash without pause. Lin An's eyes gleamed with determination. Even if my spiritual energy is depleted, I can draw upon the power of the earth veins. After slaying a wave of beasts, my energy will replenish itself. He nodded in satisfaction. Now that one strike slash had reached perfection, his efficiency in hunting had significantly improved. Wasting no time, Lin An swung his blade again, plunging into a frenzy of slaughter. His blade flashed like lightning, and the anguished cries of the beasts echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, the attribute points, which had nearly run dry, began climbing rapidly on his interface. 5 hours slipped by like water. During this time, Lin An's blade barely rested. Behind him, the corpses of the beasts piled high as a mountain, and his attribute points had surged past 60,000. Strange, the number of beasts seems to be dwindling. Lin An frowned, his long blade lowering slightly. Could it be that I've already wiped out all the beasts in the core area? For the past half hour, he had noticed a significant decrease in the number of beasts around him. Even when his guards used the Sin Crystal to lure them, only a sparse few appeared. Just then, the communing Jade Talisman lit up, and an urgent voice from one of his guards came through. Young Master, we've discovered a valley nearby. There are tens of thousands of beasts gathered there, including a considerable number of silver-tier beasts. We suspect this valley might be the true core of the spiritual realm, and the special artifact might be hidden within. Lin An's eyes lit up with excitement at the news. Tens of thousands of beasts. If I kill them all, that's a massive gain in attribute points. He immediately issued his orders. Keep an eye on it. We're heading there now. Without delay, Lin An swiftly dispatched the remaining beasts in his vicinity and led his guards toward the valley. Young Master, it's that valley below, one of the guards reported, pointing ahead as they arrived. Lin An followed the direction of the guard's finger, his eyes gleaming. The valley was teeming with beasts. Countless creatures filled the area. Even a quick glance at the outer edges revealed over 10,000 beasts. Some wandered aimlessly, while others tore at each other, creating a scene that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. If he could eliminate all these beasts, his attribute points would undoubtedly break the 100,000 mark. The guards noticed the determined glint in Lin An's eyes and immediately understood his intention. Young Master, there are too many beasts here, and among them are silver-tier beasts. Rushing in recklessly would be far too dangerous, one of the guards cautioned anxiously. Perhaps we should avoid confronting them directly. We could draw them out in smaller groups to make it easier for you. Avoid them. Lin An tightened his grip on his blade, his face brimming with fighting spirit. The blade's edge glinted coldly in the sunlight. This young master will cut through them heathen. Young master, you mustn't. If something happens, how will we explain it to the city lord? Yes, young master, please reconsider. If you insist on going, we will follow you to the death. The 10 guards turned pale at Lin An's words. Though Lin An had already slain many beasts before, those were dealt with in smaller groups. He had never faced such a vast horde all at once. With tens of thousands of beasts gathered in one place, charging in would mean being surrounded. Not to mention, there were numerous silver-tier beasts among them. Despite Lin An's exceptional talent, he was still at the 9th rank of the bronze tier. How could he possibly withstand such a force? There's no need to argue further. I'm not a fool. I wouldn't throw my life away needlessly, Lin An said firmly, his fingers brushing the jade pendant at his waist. If things go south, I'll use the jade pendant my father gave me. It contains a single, powerful strike from him, enough to carve a path for my escape. If you follow me, you'll only become a burden. If I manage to break out, who will be there to assist me? Lin An's gaze was resolute. With only 2 hours left before the spiritual realm closed, he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. His willingness to act came from a deep confidence in his abilities. Stay here and wait. He'll be back soon, Lin An declared, taking out a pill emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. After swallowing it, he stepped forward without hesitation, heading straight for the valley. Outside the valley, a dense horde of ferocious beasts gathered like a surging tide. They came in all shapes and sizes. Some were colossal, towering like mountains, while others were small and nimble, moving with lightning speed. Their sharp fangs gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and their razor-like claws occasionally scraped against the ground. The mingled aura of countless beasts created an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Suddenly, the restless horde fell into an eerie silence. Every beast turned its head in unison, their gazes fixed on a distant figure steadily approaching. A tall, upright young man walking with calm, measured steps. The young man's face was resolute, and his eyes gleamed with excitement and a thirst for battle. He stopped, tearing a blood-red strip of cloth from his attire and deliberately wrapping it around the hilt of his blade and his right hand. As he drew closer, an aura no less intimidating than the beasts began to emanate from him. When the young man halted 100 meters from the horde, a chilling breeze swept past, carrying a biting cold. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted as the beasts surged toward him like a black tide. Lin An's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he charged forward, his long blade flashing with lethal precision. In a flurry of blade light, the frontmost beasts fell instantly, their bodies hitting the ground lifelessly. In the distance, 10 loyal guards watched the scene unfold, too stunned to speak. Though all of them had reached the silver rank, the sheer scale of the beast horde was overwhelming. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't last a moment. Yet their young master not only stood his ground, but carved a bloody path through the horde, like a sharp sword cutting through the darkness. Stay alert, and be ready to assist the young master at any moment, one of the guards said gravely. Just as the others were about to respond, they suddenly tensed and turned toward the side. A group of people was cautiously approaching. It was members of the three great families. Hide yourselves for now. They'll go see what they're up to, the guard whispered. If they intend to take advantage of this situation to harm the young master, alert him immediately and help him retreat. Once we're out of the mystic realm, report to the city lord. The other 9 guards quickly concealed themselves, while the one who spoke darted toward the 3 families. At this moment, the 100 or so members of the 3 great families stood in confusion, staring at the fierce battle unfolding not far away. What's going on? We haven't made a move yet. So why are these feral beasts rioting? Zhao Tao frowned deeply, his gaze darting to Wang Qi and Zhang Yun beside him, his face full of confusion. Don't look at us. Zhang Yun quickly shook his head, raising his hands in denial. We've been together the whole time. If anyone had acted on their own, you would have noticed. Wang Qi suddenly leaned forward, squinting at the chaotic herd of beasts in the distance. A hint of tension crept into his voice. Something's off. Look closely, there seems to be someone among those beasts. What? Someone? The words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone stunned. They all knew that only those with Bronze Realm cultivation could enter this mystical domain. Including the 3 major families and the city lord's forces, there were fewer than 200 people present. Yet, the rampaging herd numbered in the tens of thousands. Even if everyone charged in together, it would be nothing short of suicide. As the group strained their eyes to discern whether someone was truly among the beasts, a figure emerged from the forest, walking slowly toward them. Zhao Tao and the others quickly recognized the person. It was Lin An's personal guard, unmistakable in his standard issue armor. You're the young city lord's guard? What are you doing here? Where's the young city lord? Zhao Tao stepped forward quickly, his tone filled with questions. The guard cast a cold, wary gaze at them, his suspicion unmasked. I should be asking you that. What exactly are so many of you doing here? Though Zhao Tao was annoyed at the accusation, he held back his temper, knowing the man was from the city lord's forces and Lin An's trusted guard. Sir, we're here because we plan to enter the valley and retrieve the treasure hidden within. He briefly explained their earlier plan. The guard, seeing no immediate signs of hostility toward the young city lord, relaxed slightly but remained on high alert. Just as Zhao Tao was about to ask about the person among the beasts, a sudden exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Wait, look! Isn't that the young city lord? It really looks like him. How did he end up surrounded by those beasts? A series of gasps followed as Zhao Tao and the others turned sharply to look. Though the distance made it hard to see clearly, they eventually confirmed it was indeed Lin An, trapped in the midst of the feral beasts. Zhao Tao's face darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glared at the guard. What's going on? Why is the young city lord in the middle of those beasts? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could this guard have betrayed Lin An, intending to leave him to die? The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. None of the other guards were present, which could mean they had already been killed. Zhao Tao didn't particularly care about Lin An's fate, but if Lin An died, the 3 major families would undoubtedly be blamed as the prime suspects. Worse, if this traitorous guard returned to Shanglin's city and accused them of orchestrating Lin An's death, the consequences would be catastrophic. No matter how much they tried to explain, the enraged city lord, Lin Xiao, would likely annihilate all 3 families in vengeance. With that grim realization, Zhao Tao's expression hardened. He gave a subtle signal to his companions, who immediately understood and moved to encircle the guard. Speak. Did you betray the young city lord and plan to pin his death on us? Zhao Tao shouted, his voice laced with menace. Wang Qi, Zhang Yun, and the others quickly grasped the situation and glared at the guard with grim faces, as if already envisioning their family's destruction at Lin Xiao's hands in the wake of Lin An's demise. The guard, however, looked utterly baffled. Me? Betray the young city lord? What the hell are you talking about? Aren't you the ones targeting him? But he quickly realized the misunderstanding. Step out. All of you. The guard called toward the forest. Moments later, 9 more guards emerged from hiding, their hands resting on their sword hilts as they warily watched Zhao Tao and his group. The first guard was about to explain the situation when Zhao Tao's expression shifted drastically. He roared. So, all of you have betrayed the young city lord. A few minutes later, representatives of the 3 major families and 10 personal guards had gathered together, temporarily laying down their weapons. Zhao Tao, with a slightly awkward expression, said in a low voice, So, you're saying the young city lord charged in alone, and when you wanted to follow, he stopped you because he was afraid you'd hold him back. The 10 guards raised their eyebrows slightly. While the statement wasn't incorrect, it was somewhat grating to hear. Indeed, the young city lord's purpose in entering the spiritual realm this time was to hunt down the ferocious beasts and hone his skills. The guards nodded one after another. Zhao Tao took a deep breath, his mind churning with disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a powerful individual existed. Charging alone into a horde of tens of thousands of beasts wasn't that a death wish. His gaze remained fixed on the faintly visible figure within the swarm of beasts. Despite being surrounded so densely that not even air seemed to pass through, the ground was littered with carnage, corpses piled high. It was as if that lone figure was single-handedly holding off the entire horde. If Zhao Tao had previously harbored some resentment toward Lin An, thinking he was only superior because of his status, now he was thoroughly convinced. At the very least, Zhao Tao knew he himself would never have the courage to charge into such a deadly situation, let alone wreak havoc within it. Just now, only one of you came out to meet us because you were worried we might take advantage of the situation to harm the young city lord, right? Zhao Tao said coldly. The 10 guards remained silent, their gazes sharpening as their expressions grew more serious. Zhao Tao sneered. Humph, do you really think the 3 major families are that foolish? If anything happens to the young city lord, the city lord will undoubtedly fly into a rage. At that point, he won't care about right or wrong, will drag all 3 families down with him. The 3 families understood this all too well. The existence of Shenglin City was entirely dependent on the dominance of city lord Lin Xiao. Though Lin Xiao's presence kept them from rising to power, without him, Shenglin City would have long since ceased to exist. What would the 3 families even have to fight over then? We're just being cautious, one of the guards finally replied. Even if we had to do it all over again, we'd make the same decision. Zhao Tao nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he asked, what do we do now? Just wait here? Or should we try to draw some of the beasts away to ease the young city lord's burden? The guard replied. The young lord instructed us not to intervene. If he encounters danger, he will use the measures given to him by the city lord to break through. So, we're really just going to do nothing? Zhao Tao frowned, unease creeping into his heart. Lin An was still fighting fiercely within the horde of beasts. Doing nothing felt deeply unsettling to him. Here's what we'll do. We'll be ready to act. If the young city lord is overwhelmed, we'll do our best to draw the beasts away and give him a chance to break through, Zhao Tao said after a moment of thought, ultimately making a decision. As for the special treasure in the valley, it had completely fallen off his radar. The most important thing now was ensuring Lin An's survival, especially in the spiritual realm. If Lin An were to die here, the future of the 3 families would perish alongside him. The 10 guards exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement with Zhao Tao's plan. It was certainly better than doing nothing at all. Within the swarm of beasts, Lin An gripped his gleaming blade tightly, his movements ghost-like as he weaved through the terrifying creatures. His pace quickened, and his blade flashed like lightning, each swing bringing down another beast with a pained howl. Yet the beasts showed no fear, surging toward him endlessly. For every one that fell, another would immediately take its place, launching relentless attacks. Step by step, Lin An pressed forward, his blade carving sharp arcs through the air, blood splattering in his wake. His eyes were icy, and his aura grew increasingly intense, as though he had become one with this blood-soaked battlefield. They surged forward endlessly, like an unstoppable tide, seemingly impossible to eliminate completely. The long blade in Lin An's hand gleamed coldly under the sunlight, each swing accompanied by a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. The crisscrossing arcs of blade energy formed an impenetrable defensive net, cutting down the oncoming horde of sin beasts. Blood sprayed and flesh scattered, yet not a single sin beast managed to breach his defense. The golden-grade inner armor clung tightly to his body, providing him with the most reliable protection. Even after an hour of intense combat, Lin An remained full of vigor. This was thanks to his devouring spirit ability. Every sin beast he killed instantly replenished his depleted spiritual energy. Taking a brief moment, Lin An glanced at his status panel. His attribute points had climbed to over 90,000, nearing the milestone of 100,000. With roughly an hour left before the spiritual realm closed, his gaze instinctively shifted toward a nearby valley. Why not go big? Lin An muttered to himself, touching the jade pendant in his chest pocket. It was a trump card left to him by his thrifty father, Lin Xiao, containing the full force strike of a peak gold tier warrior. Even a silver tier level 9 sin beast would be guaranteed to fall under such an attack. More importantly, the sin beast slain by the jade pendant would still count toward his battle achievements, with their attribute points becoming his. The valley was surely teeming with silver tier sin beasts, and if he could also secure that special treasure rumored to be there, it would be the perfect outcome. With this thought, Lin An charged decisively toward the valley. As he approached, the sin beasts around him grew increasingly frenzied, lunging at him relentlessly. Although these lower-tier creatures posed no real threat, they did slow down his advance. The 10 personal guards who had been covertly protecting him quickly noticed his intentions. The young master is heading for the valley? Zhao Tao murmured. If that's the case, why don't we help the young lord by drawing the sin beasts away? The other guards nodded in agreement. They swiftly retrieved and activated their sin lure crystals. Instantly, the sin beasts that had been surrounding Lin An scattered in all directions, chasing after the crystals. This significantly eased Lin An's burden and greatly accelerated his progress. Half an hour later, Lin An finally reached the entrance of the valley. With a powerful swing of his blade, a sharp wave of energy swept 30 meters ahead, cutting down all the sin beasts blocking his path. Without hesitation, he stepped into his star-chasing footwork technique, darting into the valley like a streak of lightning. The number of sin beasts inside the valley was significantly fewer compared to those outside, roughly around 4 to 5,000. However, despite the reduced numbers, their overall strength had increased substantially. The sin beasts that could enter the valley were at least at the 9th rank of the bronze level, with many even reaching the silver realm. Lu Jing scanned the valley, quickly searching for traces of treasure. Finally, his gaze settled on a small island at the center of the lake in the valley. The island was not large, and atop it stood a stone platform emitting a soft, spiritual glow. Lin An's heart stirred as he realized that this was a special treasure within the spiritual realm. It was also the first time he had encountered a treasure in the spiritual realm. In his previous life, he had entered the spiritual realm but had mostly stayed in the outskirts, hunting weaker sin beasts, never venturing this deep. Roar, roar, roar. The sin beasts within the valley also noticed Lin An's intrusion. Furious roars echoed as they charged toward him. Without any hesitation, Lin An immediately took out a jade pendant and crushed it forcefully. Boom. As the jade pendant shattered, a formidable pressure erupted instantly, sweeping across the surroundings. Following that, a phantom figure appeared. It was Lin An's cheap father, Lin Zhao. Dare to harm my son? Court death. Lin Zhao's thunderous voice resounded, shaking the entire valley. In the next moment, a long blade with a cold gleam materialized in midair, its hilt intricately engraved with mysterious and ancient patterns, exuding an imposing aura. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Zhao sent the blade hurtling forward as a streak of light, slashing through the group of sin beasts with unstoppable speed. At first glance, the strike seemed unremarkable, neither dazzling with radiant brilliance nor carrying an earth-shattering momentum. Yet, the lethal intent and power it contained were impossible to ignore. The blade's light swept through like a gentle breeze, but effortlessly cleaved all the sin beasts in two. Before Lin An could even react, a bright silvery line of the blade flashed before his eyes. The sin beasts were as fragile as paper before the blade's light, instantly sliced apart. When the blade's light passed, the valley was left littered with corpses. Lin Zhao's phantom dissipated shortly after. Lin An looked down, seeing the valley strewn with the bodies of the slain sin beasts, the air thick with the stench of blood. The sheer power of that single strike left Lin An utterly stunned. One strike to finish them all. Lin An's heart trembled as he stared at the corpses. So this is the strength of the Golden Realm? No, Lin Zhao's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Golden Realm expert, was already at the 9th rank of the Golden level. Against a group of sin beasts that were at most in the Silver Realm, such a one-sided slaughter was entirely expected. A thought flashed through Lin An's mind. If he had known earlier how devastating his father's strike was, he would have used the jade pendant outside the valley to deal with those sin beasts. That way, his attribute points would have skyrocketed. However, this thought only lingered for a moment. After all, the jade pendant was his strongest trump card, reserved for critical moments. Moreover, while the number of sin beasts in the valley was lower, there were still at least 1,000 of them above the 5th rank in the Silver Realm. Even though he was confident in his strength, he dared not recklessly confront so many Silver Realm experts at once. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin An looked down at his attribute points. That single strike had already increased his points by 20,000, bringing his total to 120,000. First, retrieve the treasure, and then use the remaining time to continue hunting the sin beasts outside. Lin An's figure shot forward suddenly, swiftly reaching the small island. Just as he was about to take the treasure from the stone platform, the surface of the lake began to shake violently. A fierce tremor followed, causing the ground beneath him to become unstable, and Lin An was thrown into the air. Steadying himself upon landing, he looked up to see a massive toad, at least 10 zhang tall, with its body covered in green and purple patterns, appearing not far away. The small island in the center of the lake was now perched on its head. That's the violet-patterned venom toad. Such an enormous size, it must have reached the peak of the silver tier, grade 9. If not for the restrictions of this spiritual realm, it might have even broken through to the gold tier. Lin An's heart tightened. This kind of sin beast was notoriously difficult to deal with. Its body was covered in venom sacs, and if it couldn't be killed instantly, the explosion of those sacs would slowly drain his life force. This was likely the strongest sin beast in this spiritual realm. If it hadn't been hiding underwater earlier, Lin Zhao's strike could have taken it out in one blow. But Lin An wasn't without a chance. Thinking of this, he gripped his long blade tightly, a determined gleam flashing in his eyes. Violet-patterned venom toad. Today you shall be the one to test my blade. As the long blade was unsheathed, Lin An gripped it with both hands and silently chanted his technique. Power of the earth veins, awaken. As the power of the earth began to surge into his body, intertwining with his spiritual energy and converging at the blade's edge, an overwhelming aura erupted instantly, causing the air itself to tremble. The violet-patterned venom toad clearly sensed the threat and immediately lashed out its long tongue, shooting toward Lin An like an arrow. Good timing. Lin An's eyes gleamed sharply. He raised his blade, but instead of a simple slash, he employed a triple-layered strike. Ever since he perfected the one-slash technique, a bold idea had taken root in his mind first. Use the triple-layered strike to amplify the damage, and then finish with the perfected blade intent of the one slash. The power would surely be unparalleled. Screech. The moment the long blade and the toad's tongue collided, a deep gash was carved into the tongue, forcing it to retreat rapidly. Lin An couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The power of his blade had indeed doubled. Without hesitation, he charged forward again. Despite its formidable strength as a silver tier, grade 9 beast, the violet-patterned venom toad managed to repel Lin An's fierce attacks with ease. However, seizing every opening during its counterattacks, Lin An unleashed the second and third strikes in quick succession. Now, only the final blow remained. Triple-layered strike, fourth blade. Perfected one slash. Lin An gripped the hilt of his blade tightly with both hands, pouring every ounce of his spiritual energy and the earth's power into the weapon. The long blade in his hands radiated a terrifying aura, so potent that even he found it difficult to control. Gathering all his strength, Lin An let out a low shout and slashed. Whoosh! A piercing sound ripped through the air over the lake, followed by a dazzling blade aura roaring forward like a furious dragon. The blade aura tore through the air, leaving rippling distortions in its wake. The lake water split apart, rocks shattered, and the sheer force of the attack was palpable. The violet-patterned venom toad sensed the overwhelming power and let out a deep, guttural roar. Its massive body trembled involuntarily. It tried to resist, but the blade aura moved too swiftly, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Squelch! The violet-patterned venom toad's body froze, the emerald glow in its eyes fading rapidly as its life force dissipated. Lin An watched the scene unfold, a surge of satisfaction rising in his chest as the system notification echoed in his mind. You have slain a silver tier, grade 9 sin beast. Congratulations, you have earned 9 attribute points. Lin An exhaled deeply, his nearly depleted spiritual energy suddenly replenished by 30 as his devouring spirit technique activated upon the toad's death. A faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "So this is the power of the perfected one slash? Combined with the triple-layered strike, even a grade 9 silver tier beast couldn't withstand it. But if I were to face a gold tier opponent, could I take them down in one strike?" Without dwelling on it further, he stepped toward the violet-patterned venom toad's corpse, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. A luminous crystal, radiating spiritual light, came into Viwit was the treasure of this spiritual realm. The celestial core, a unique treasure imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, came into Lin An's view. It had the ability to help one enter a state of harmony with nature. In this state, not only would comprehension abilities improve, but the speed of understanding would also accelerate, with a slight chance of triggering an epiphany. Lin An raised an eyebrow, silently calculating in his mind. For ordinary players, this was undoubtedly a priceless treasure potentially exchangeable for a platinum-level skill if luck was on their side. However, for someone like him, who could instantly max out skills using attribute points, its value was limited. Still, it sparked an idea this treasure would be perfect for his cheap old man, helping him perfect the Lin family's techniques and break through to the platinum level as quickly as possible. The thought made Lin An chuckle. Who would have guessed all his hard work would end up being for his father? After carefully storing the celestial core, Lin An left the valley. With some time left, he continued hunting sin beasts. By the time he had slain over 1,000 of them and earned more than 3,000 attribute points, the entire spirit realm began to tremble violently. A strange force enveloped him. This was a sign the spirit realm was about to close. As darkness engulfed his vision, his figure vanished from the spot. Outside the spirit realm, members of the 3 great families and the city lord's mansion had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Qian, the young master should be fine, right?" Ji Yuan asked, turning to Qian Hai beside him. Qian Hai smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. With the methods given by the city lord, even if he encounters a sin beast of the gold level, the young master won't be in danger." Before his words could fully settle, several flashes of white light appeared, and figures began to materialize. Ji Yuan immediately scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Lin An, covered in blood. "Young master, are you alright?" Ji Yuan hurried forward. "Relax, it's just the blood of the sin beasts," Lin An replied with a smile. After Ji Yuan carefully confirmed that Lin An was indeed unharmed, Lin An turned to Qian Hai. "Mr. Qian, why did you come here in person?" "I had some free time and thought I'd come to welcome you," Qian Hai said with a smile. "The city lord is still waiting for you. Let's return to the city." Lin An nodded in agreement, and the group mounted their horses, galloping toward Shenglin City. As the city lord's group disappeared into the distance, Zhao Tong and the other 2 family heads immediately summoned their respective sons. "During this trip to the spirit realm, you didn't offend the young city lord," did you? Zhao Tong asked, while the Zhang and Wang family heads listened intently. Zhao Tao and the other two exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Rest assured, Father, we didn't offend the young city lord. As soon as we entered the spirit realm, the young city lord let us explore on our own. We only saw him again this morning outside the valley in the core area of the spirit realm. Originally, our plan was to sneak into the valley and quietly retrieve the treasures within. But in the end, as Zhao Tao spoke, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Zhang Yun and Wang Qi, standing nearby, exchanged glances and showed the same look of disbelief. What happened? Zhao Tong asked urgently. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Tao took a deep breath before replying. Just as we were about to act, we discovered the young city lord fighting alone, taking on tens of thousands of feral beasts. What? The news hit Zhao Tong and the two family heads like a thunderbolt. They froze on the spot, struggling to process what they had just heard. The young city lord, all by himself, taking on tens of thousands of beasts. It sounded utterly preposterous. Could the child have been possessed by one of those beasts? One of the family heads blurted out. No matter how talented he is, he's only at the 9th tier of bronze rank. Even if he could fight above his level, just cutting down that many beasts would completely exhaust him, wouldn't it? But the serious expressions on Zhao Tao and the others' faces made the three family heads feel a growing unease. Could such an unbelievable event actually be true? Father, every word I speak is the truth, Zhao Tao said, turning to gesture toward the others in the group. They can all testify to it. The others nodded in agreement. Family head, we witnessed it with our own eyes. The young city lord fought alone against tens of thousands of beasts, one person said excitedly. Every swing of his blade brought down a swath of them. The most astonishing part, another added, was that he carved a bloody path straight through the horde and into the valley. To be honest, though we helped out a little, he could have done it without us. It was a sight to behold, someone else recalled. Wherever the young city lord went, the ground was littered with corpses. I've never seen such a brutal battle in my life. Faced with so many first-hand accounts, the three family heads had no choice but to accept this shocking truth. They took deep breaths, trying to calm their shaken hearts. Father, Zhao Tao continued, our expedition into the spirit realm yielded great rewards. While these resources will benefit the family immensely, I propose that we offer them all to the young city lord tomorrow. Zhao Tong shook his head. No, if what you say is true, the resources from the spirit realm are far from enough. We must offer at least 1/3 of the family's resources as tribute. The three family heads exchanged knowing glances. They understood that this was the perfect time to align themselves with the young city lord. Once he fully matured, they might not even have the privilege of offering their resources to him. Meanwhile, Lin An remained unaware of the discussions surrounding him. He rode swiftly on horseback and soon arrived back at Shenglin City. Outside the city lord's mansion, Lin Xiao was already waiting. Father, I've returned, Lin An said as he dismounted, a smile on his face. Lin Xiao carefully examined his son, noting the bloodstains covering him but finding no injuries. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Ha, good, you're back safely. He patted Lin An's shoulder with a broad smile. Come inside. I've prepared food and wine. Rest well tonight. Lin An nodded in agreement and followed his father into the mansion. After a thorough freshening up, Lin An changed into a casual, refreshing outfit and headed to the living room. The dining table was already laden with an array of delicious dishes, their enticing aroma filling the air. Without hesitation, he sat down and began to eat heartily. As he was nearing the end of his meal, Lin Xiao finally spoke, his tone slow and deliberate. Anur, you took a great risk this time. A single misstep amidst the horde of sin beasts could have been fatal. I know your strength is extraordinary, unmatched among your peers, but you must learn to act with caution. Overconfidence can cost your life. It turned out that while Lin An was washing up, Lin Xiao had already learned about what had transpired in the spiritual realm from the 10 personal guards. Even though he knew his son had returned unharmed, the thought of him single-handedly facing tens of thousands of sin beasts sent chills down his spine. While the feat was undeniably impressive, the slightest mistake could have led to a tragic end. In his heart, Lin Xiao thought, he cared less about his son achieving great glory and more about him growing up safely and soundly. Father, it was thanks to the jade pendant you gave me that I was able to handle all the sin beasts in the valley, Lin An said, skillfully steering the conversation in another direction. He knew his father all too well. Continuing the topic would inevitably lead to a long lecture. Lin Xiao saw through his son's intention but played along, saying, So, do you see now how impressive your father is? Yes, father, you're unparalleled, a hero who could vanquish thousands of sin beasts with a single strike. Your son is nothing compared to you, Lin An replied with a grin, offering a playful compliment. Though Lin Xiao maintained a stern exterior, the corners of his mouth twitched upward in silent satisfaction. He knew it was flattery, but he couldn't help enjoying it. Father, do you know what treasure was in that spiritual realm? Lin An asked. Oh, for it to catch your eye, it must be extraordinary. but I have no use for it. You should keep it, Lin Shao replied, though his thoughts wandered. Breaking through the Platinum Realm was an incredibly challenging feat, requiring not just luck, but the culmination of perfect mastery in one's cultivation technique. This treasure is called the Heaven and Earth Spirit Crystal. It can help one enter a state of unity with nature, enhance comprehension, and accelerate the process of mastering cultivation techniques. With some luck, it might even lead to sudden enlightenment. Lin An explained as he took out the crystal and toyed with it. However, given my talent, its effect on me is limited. I originally intended to offer it to you, but since you don't need it, I'll just keep it for now. With that, he stored the crystal back in his spatial ring. Lin Shao felt a twinge of embarrassment, silently regretting his earlier dismissive words. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Crystal was precisely what he needed to aid his breakthrough. With it, achieving perfection in his cultivation technique would be within reach. Still, he maintained his composure, lightly tapping Lin An on the forehead. You little rascal, daring to tease your father like this. Lin An chuckled and retrieved the crystal once more. I always intended to give it to you, father. Please accept it. With your breakthrough to the Platinum Realm, I can stay under your protection a little longer. This time, Lin Shao did not refuse. He accepted the crystal, carefully sensing its energy. As he did, he immediately noticed a significant enhancement in his ability to comprehend his cultivation technique. Lin Shao gazed at the Heaven and Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand, his tone steady and solemn. Although you may not need this now, the future is uncertain. I will entrust this to your father for now, and you can reclaim it anytime if necessary. This crystal is not only a treasure for the Lin family to pass down, but also a potential lifeline for future generations. Lin An nodded slightly, silently agreeing with his father's decision. He understood the immense value of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Crystal. As Lin Shao had said, it was not merely a one-time treasure, but a foundational stone that could be passed down through generations. If any descendant lacked talent, this crystal could still unlock their potential, turning them into a prodigy. This crystal can indeed preserve the family's legacy for centuries, even millennia, Lin An said softly. The father and son conversed for a while longer before Lin An excused himself and returned to his courtyard. He opened his system interface, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he reviewed his current attribute points, 131,259. These points represented nearly all he had gained in the spirit realm, including the portion he had already used to enhance his one-slash technique. His total harvest from the spirit realm was approximately 240,000 attribute points. Reflecting on his past life, Lin An recalled entering the spirit realm back then as a mere black iron tier 3, far from reaching its deeper layers. At that time, he had only been part of a small team, hunting sin beasts near the outskirts. Each kill yielded negligible contribution points, and attribute points were even scarcer, barely amounting to a few hundred. But this life was different. Now at bronze tier 9, with perfected techniques, 10 loyal guards, and numerous life-saving resources and elixirs provided by his father, Lin An had access to a level of support he couldn't have dreamed of in his previous life. Without the backing of the City Lord's mansion, such resources would have been unattainable. Indeed, success depends on one's background and influence, Lin An mused with a faint smile. At this moment, the 130,000 plus attribute points were enough to propel him to the platinum tier. However, he was well aware that accumulating more points within Shenglin City would not be easy. Still, there seems to be one more opportunity to earn attribute points, Lin An muttered, suddenly recalling something an old soldier from the city guard had mentioned in his previous life. The Sin Beasts of Black Mountain had launched an assault on the city in October of year 3214 of the Sin Abyss calendar. Today was July 31st, 3214, meaning only 2 months remained until that event. That attack on the city didn't pose much of a threat to Shenglin City. It was more like a test. Lin An's eyes flickered with thought as a hypothesis formed in his mind. He suspected that the true purpose of the Sin Beast's assault was to probe whether Lin Shao had broken through to the platinum tier. Regardless, I should focus on reaching the silver tier for now, Lin An decided, shaking his head slightly to push these thoughts aside. Whatever happened during the assault 2 months later, his priority now was to strengthen his abilities as quickly as possible. He had no intention of suppressing his advancement to await this so-called opportunity. After all, the attribute points he currently possessed were sufficient for a breakthrough, and he lacked nothing in terms of short-term gains. Taking a deep breath, Lin An closed the system interface and adjusted his state of mind. It was the last day of July, and the leaderboard would reset by day's end. To secure the substantial rewards, he needed to break through to the silver tier before the leaderboard was finalized. An hour later, Lin An had brought himself to peak condition. Sitting cross-legged in his room, he began circulating his spiritual energy, pushing through the bottleneck of the silver tier. The process was almost seamless. As the energy flowed through him, his strength steadily increased until, half an hour later, the breakthrough was complete. The system notification sounded immediately. Congratulations! You are the first player across the server to reach Silver Tier. You are awarded an extra reward. Divine Ability Upgrade Stone X1. Another Divine Ability Upgrade Stone? Lin An murmured to himself, his gaze shifting to his 3 divine abilities. He had already upgraded the Eye of the Resentful Tiger, which now included an enhanced ability to pierce through illusions, making it even more formidable. Devour Spirit granted him exceptional stamina in the spirit realm, particularly valuable during battles with sin beasts. Meanwhile, Earth Vein Power had once enabled him to slay a Silver Tier 9 violet-striped venom toad with a single strike, showcasing its explosive potential. After some thought, Lin An decided to upgrade Devour Spirit. Considering the possibility of a sin beast assault in the near future, this ability would prove critical in prolonged battles. It's settled, Lin An said decisively, picking up the Divine Ability Upgrade Stone and using it without hesitation. You have used a Divine Ability Upgrade Stone. Your Devour Spirit ability has been upgraded. Eager to see the enhanced effects, Lin An quickly checked the upgraded ability, anticipation shining in his eyes. Devour Spirit. Your attack now carries the power of energy absorption, allowing you to siphon a portion of your opponent's energy to heal your injuries, restore stamina, and replenish spiritual power. Lin An's eyes lit up as he read the updated description of the Devour Spirit skill on his panel. His fingers lightly brushed over the line of text, a wave of excitement surging through him. Before, I could only absorb energy after killing the target. Now I can steal energy just by landing a hit. Lin An murmured, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth curved upward. This way, even when facing enemies stronger than me, I can play the long game and wear them down. He nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, my endurance just got even better. With that, he opened his attribute panel. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood. Realm, Silver Rank, Tier 1. Techniques, Lin Clan Technique Complete, Blade Slash Complete, Star Chasing Step Complete, Diamond Body Complete, Triple Blade Complete, Windbreaker Blade Technique Complete, Flowing Cloud Step Complete, Mystic Armor Technique Complete. Skills, Tiger's Grudge Eye, Devour Spirit, Earth Vein Power. Attribute Points, 131,259. Silver Rank already, huh? That was fast. Lin An mused as he gazed at his realm display on the panel, a hint of amazement in his tone. Despite his rapid progress, he had no concerns about an unstable foundation. His sharp eyes reflected memories of battling ferocious beasts in the spiritual realm. Those fights were far from meaningless. Each life-and-death struggle had honed his foundation to an exceptional degree. Silver Rank now. Next, he'll keep training and aim to break into the gold rank as soon as possible, Lin An thought as he leaned back in his chair, calculating his timeline. It had been less than 2 months since his transmigration, yet he had grown from an ordinary person into a Silver Rank, Tier 1 powerhouse. The game's official launch and the arrival of other players were set for September 1st, 3215, in the Abyss calendar still a year and a month away. In just 2 months, I've reached Silver. With over a year left, aiming for Platinum doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? A confident smile spread across Lin An's face as he envisioned the moment when the other players would finally enter the game and open the leaderboard, only to see his name at the very top. Before long, as the clock struck midnight, a system notification popped up before him. Leaderboard rankings have been finalized. Please claim your rewards before the next leaderboard reset. Lin An immediately opened the leaderboard interface. Global Realm Leaderboard. Rank 1. Lin An, Realm, Silver Rank, Tier 1 Visibility Optional. Rank 2. None. Rank 3. None. Note, the leaderboard resets monthly. The top 100 players will receive additional rewards. Just me, huh? Feels a bit lonely, Lin An chuckled softly. But in a year, when the others join, things will liven up. With that thought, he clicked to claim his reward. Congratulations, player, for ranking first on the Global Realm Leaderboard at Silver Rank, Tier 1. Please select your reward type, attribute points, techniques, weapons, or elixirs. Same as last time resource-based rewards, Lin An noted after a moment's thought. Attribute points. He didn't lack techniques, weapons, or elixirs. Attribute points were still the most practical choice. Player has selected attribute points as the reward. Congratulations, player, on receiving attribute points 1,000. 8,000 points, not bad. Lin An nodded in approval. While 1,000 points seemed trivial compared to his massive pool of over 130,000, it was a substantial windfall for others. A single silver tier technique required only 480 points to master from beginner to completion. These 1,000 points could bring 2 silver tier techniques to full mastery, significantly boosting someone's power. For Lin An, though, free attribute points were always a welcome bonus. Why not take them? After claiming his reward, Lin An closed the interface, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. After several days of relentless battles in the spiritual realm, his mind had already reached its limit. All he wanted now was a good rest. The morning sunlight streamed through the window into the living room as Lin An shared breakfast with his father, Lin Zhao, as usual. Though Lin Xiao immediately noticed that his son had broken through to the silver realm, such achievements had become commonplace for Lin An. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. "Father," Lin An said while eating, "with the help of the heaven and earth spirit crystal and my assistance, how long do you think it will take for you to perfect your cultivation technique?" Lin Xiao set down his chopsticks, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Why do I feel like you're more anxious than I am? Previously, I estimated it would take a year, but with these conditions, it should take no more than 6 months. If I'm fortunate enough to have a moment of enlightenment, it could even be as short as 2 or 3 months." Hearing this, Lin An nodded to himself. Even if it took 6 months for his father to break through to the platinum realm, there would still be plenty of time. After all, there was more than a year left before Shenlin City would fall. By then, they could head to Black Mountain and eliminate the beast that was on the verge of breaking through to the platinum realm in advance. With that thought, the tension in his mind eased slightly. While the father and son continued their conversation, the steward, Qianyang, walked briskly into the living room, his expression carrying a hint of intrigue. "City Lord, young master, the heads of the 3 major families have arrived. Each of them has brought several carts of resources. They claim these were obtained from the spiritual realm, and as per the previous agreement, 50% belongs to the young master." Qianyang paused before adding, "However, some of these resources are unexpectedly of the gold grade. How could a bronze-level spiritual realm produce gold-grade resources?" Lin Xiao looked meaningfully at Lin An. "They're trying to curry favor. They must have heard of your performance in the spiritual realm and are using this as an opportunity to build a connection. You can decide how to handle this. If they're offering it, we might as well accept it," Lin An said with a light laugh. He understood that he wouldn't be staying in Shenlin City for long. Once he reached the gold or platinum realm, he would head to the upper city. While these resources weren't particularly useful to him, they could be used to train the city lord's personal guards. "Understood. They'll handle it right away," Qianyang replied, bowing before leaving to carry out his orders. Lin An and his father then stood and prepared to head to the meditation chamber to continue their cultivation. Meanwhile, outside the grand crimson gates of the city lord's mansion, the 3 family heads, including Zhao Tong, were anxiously waiting. The moment Qianyang stepped out, they quickly approached him, their faces filled with apprehension. "Steward Qian, what did the city lord and the young master say?" Qianyang smiled faintly and said softly, "The young master of the city has already expressed his stance. Since the 3 family heads have been so generous in offering such precious resources, he will humbly accept this grand gift." Hearing this, Zhao Tong and the other 2 visibly relaxed. Their decision to present these gifts was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, but a carefully thought-out move. While the act of gifting was significant, what they feared most was the possibility of their offerings not reaching their intended recipient. Qianyang continued in a gentle tone. "The young master of the city also specifically asked me to convey his gratitude to the 3 family heads for their unwavering dedication to the prosperity of Shenlin City. He hopes that the 3 great families will continue to wholeheartedly support the city's development in the future. As long as everyone keeps Shenlin City's future in mind, the young master will forever remember your contributions." Zhao Tong and the other 2 exchanged glances, feeling a significant sense of relief. Their primary goal was to enhance their family's influence within the city. Whether or not they could meet the young master in person had become less critical. However, before the conversation could move on, Qianyang's expression turned slightly hesitant. He added, "That said, the young master has just returned from the spirit realm and is currently at a critical stage in advancing his cultivation. Unfortunately, he does not have the time or energy to meet with the 3 family heads at the moment. I kindly ask for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong and the others' expressions faltered briefly, but they quickly nodded in agreement. "Please reassure the city master and the young master that we will spare no effort in contributing to Shenlin City's growth and prosperity." Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment at not being able to meet Lin An and Lin Xiao personally, they dared not voice any complaints. After all, the city's future far outweighed their personal emotions. Nonetheless, a hint of hesitation lingered on their faces. "Is there anything else on your minds?" Qianyang asked warmly, noticing their unease. Zhao Tong paused briefly before finally speaking up. "Manager Qian, my youngest son has recently been deeply inspired by the young master after his experience in the spirit realm. He wishes to follow him closely." The other 2 family heads quickly chimed in, echoing Zhao Tong's sentiments. "Yes, our sons feel the same. Even if it's just serving as the young master's attendants, fetching tea and running errands, they would be honored." Their eyes were filled with hope. Lin An's exceptional potential had opened their eyes to a brighter future, and they had already resolved to forge a connection with this promising young man. Having their children serve the young master, even in a humble capacity, would undoubtedly secure their families a place under his protection. Qianyang listened and offered a faintly apologetic smile. "The city master and the young master are both in seclusion for cultivation, and given the critical nature of their current stage, I dare not disturb them. Regardless of the nature of your requests, I will make sure to report them to the young master and the city master as soon as they conclude their seclusion." The three family heads, though visibly disappointed, nodded in resignation. "Then we must trouble manager Qian to bring up this matter when they are available." Qianyang nodded. "Of course, you can rest assured." With no other choice, the three family heads left reluctantly. Meanwhile, Qianyang waved to the household staff, instructing them to transport the carts of precious resources to the treasury. Inside a quiet chamber, Lin An and Lin Shao sat cross-legged in the center of the room. Lin An had his eyes closed, and as his cultivation technique circulated within his body, the medicinal energy of the pill he had consumed was gradually refined. Streams of spiritual energy coalesced and flowed into his dantian, steadily strengthening his cultivation. Lin Shao, on the other hand, was not in a meditative state, but held a radiant heaven and earth spirit crystal in his hands. His body and mind were completely relaxed as he focused intently on sensing the changes in Lin An's internal energy. The glow emanating from the spirit crystal seemed to ignite a fire within Lin Shao, propelling him into a state of harmony with the universe. His cultivation speed surged dramatically. If he could observe his own progress, he would undoubtedly see notifications like Proficiency 100 and Proficiency 1000 flashing continuously. His comprehension of the Lin family's cultivation technique was advancing at an astonishing rate. "I underestimated the power of the heaven and earth spirit crystal," Lin Shao marveled internally. "Even if it doesn't lead to immediate enlightenment, within 3 months at most, I should be able to perfect this technique." His face lit up with excitement, as the breakthrough in his cultivation now seemed within reach. The Lin family had stood tall in Shanglin City for centuries. Apart from their ancestor who had founded the city and reached the Platinum Realm, none of his descendants had managed to surpass the peak of the 9th tier of the Golden Realm. No one had ever broken through to the Platinum Realm since. Generations of ancestors had pondered over this phenomenon and ultimately attributed it to the family's cultivation technique. Though the Lin clan's technique allowed for astonishingly rapid progress, upon reaching the 9th tier of the Golden Realm, practitioners would hit an invisible wall, unable to advance further. Some ancestors speculated that only by achieving perfection in the technique could this bottleneck be overcome. Yet, in all these centuries, the best anyone had achieved was the great accomplishment level, while perfection remained as elusive as a mirage. Lin Shao had resigned himself to the belief that he was destined to remain at the 9th tier of the Golden Realm for the rest of his life. But to his astonishment, his son Lin An made a groundbreaking discovery after achieving perfection in the technique. One could undergo a profound cleansing and renewal of their body and spirit. What thrilled Lin Shao even more was that by observing Lin An's perfected cultivation technique in action, he finally found a clear direction for his own practice. In just over a month, he managed to elevate his technique to the level of great accomplishment. Now, with a heaven and earth spirit crystal in his possession, Lin Shao's eyes gleamed with unprecedented hope. Within 3 months, he'll perfect this technique. The Lin family's curse of being unable to break through to the Platinum Realm might finally end with me. He couldn't help but glance at Lin An, who was training nearby, and an intense sense of urgency welled up within him. This brat's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. At this rate, he might surpass his father within a year. While the thought of being outdone by his son was somewhat gratifying, Lin Shao couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Does it have to be so soon? I haven't even had the chance to fully display my commanding aura as a father. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Lin Shao refocused all his energy on comprehending the cultivation technique. Days passed, and Shanglin City appeared as tranquil as ever on the surface. Even Lin Shao's temporary absence from public affairs had little impact on the city's overall stability. However, the recent flurry of activity from the 3 major families did not escape the notice of Feng Shan, the commander of the city's guard. "Steward Qian, have the city lord and the young lord emerged from seclusion yet? I have an urgent matter to report," Feng Shan asked Qianyang with a grave expression. Qianyang immediately became alert. "Not yet. Commander Feng, has there been movement from the sin beasts? If so, they'll notify the city lord at once." Feng Shan shook his head. Ordinarily, if the sin beasts were truly stirring, as the commander of the city's guard, he should remain stationed at the barracks and send someone else to report the news, rather than coming in person. "It's not about the sin beasts, it's the 3 major families," Feng Shan explained with a hint of exasperation. "I'm not sure what's gotten into them, but recently, more and more of their people have been participating in the guard recruitment exams and joining the city's guard. In the past, it wasn't uncommon for a handful of their descendants to join, but this time it's different. So far, over 200 members from the 3 families have enlisted, including even their young heirs." Feng Shan had initially suspected the 3 families of attempting to infiltrate the guard and seize military power. However, if that were truly their intent, they wouldn't be so blatant about it, sending even their future leaders into the guard. Besides, with Lin Shao in charge, the idea of the 3 families seizing control of the guard was pure fantasy. Even Feng Shan himself, as the commander, would be immediately restrained by his own subordinates if he ever ordered an attack on the city lord's mansion. In the end, military authority in Shenglin City boiled down to a single word from Lin Xiao. After hearing Fengshan's account, Qianyang quickly deduced the intentions of the three families. Since they hadn't sent their heirs to serve as attendants to the young lord, they were now trying to establish ties with the city lord's mansion by integrating their members into the guard. Truly a testament to how these families have managed to endure for so many generations, Qianyang remarked inwardly. He then shared his analysis with Fengshan. Hearing Qianyang's words, Fengshan's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly understood the intention behind the three major families dispatching their young members to join the garrison. Should we stop them? Fengshan asked, looking directly at Qianyang. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Qianyang's lips. It's not a big deal. Let them join the garrison for now and assign them more tasks. Once the city lord and the young city lord come out of seclusion, I will report this matter to them. If they disagree with these people staying in the garrison, it's just a matter of a single word to remove them. Fengshan's eyes lit up, immediately grasping Qianyang's deeper intention. These young members of the three major families had always trained with top-tier resources, making them quite capable. With their participation in missions, the garrison's losses could be significantly reduced. If later the city lord and young city lord decide against keeping them, expelling them would essentially make the three families' efforts futile. Understood, Fengshan said with a smile. Although there's no need to deliberately target them, once they join the garrison, they must abide by military orders. Qianyang nodded in approval. After a brief exchange, Fengshan took his leave. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The leaderboard has been finalized. Please claim your rewards before the next update. The system notification echoed as Lin An, who was immersed in cultivation, opened his eyes, sighing inwardly. Time truly flies during cultivation. A whole month has passed just like that. Over the past month, neither Lin An nor Lin Xiao had left their chambers. As a Golden Realm expert, Lin Xiao had long since stopped needing food, while Lin An, though not yet at that level, could sustain himself for 2 to 3 months without eating by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin An opened the leaderboard. Global Leaderboard Realm Rankings. First, Lin An, Realm, Silver Tier 6 hidden. Second, None. Third, None. Note: the leaderboard updates monthly, and the top 100 players receive additional rewards. Progress has indeed slowed since reaching the silver tier, Lin An reflected. It took an entire month just to advance to tier 6. However, I'm not far from tier 7, and I should break through in the next few days. With September already here, by the time the Beasts of Sin attack next month, I should reach silver tier 9. Claiming the first place reward from the leaderboard, the system allowed him to choose between attribute points, techniques, weapons, or pills. Lin An once again chose attribute points, gaining 1,000 points, and bringing his total to 133,259. Glancing at Lin Xiao, who was still cultivating in a state of unity with heaven and earth, Lin An could sense the significant progress his companion had made in comprehending the Lin clan's techniques. Moving from mastery to perfection required 50 million proficiency points, and Lin Xiao had already accumulated around 20 million, aligning with expectations. In another 2 months, he might reach perfection and then attempt to break through to the platinum realm. I can't afford to fall behind, Lin An thought, a sense of urgency welling up as he considered the imminent arrival of the players and the connection between the Sin Abyss world and Earth, which only had 2 years remaining. In 2 years, I must at least gain the strength to protect myself amidst the chaos. Resolute, he swallowed a pill and closed his eyes, resuming his cultivation. A few days later, Lin An advanced to the silver rank, level 7. He did not stop to rest, and continued his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. While Lin An was in seclusion, a 10-person squad lay low on the slope of a desolate mountain outside Shenglin City, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The team leader, Zhao, frowned as he observed over 30 sin beasts moving in the distance. These creatures, varying in size, bared their fangs and emitted an unsettling aura. Something's not right. This area had very few sin beasts when we came through, but now they're gathering in clusters, Zhao muttered quietly. Since returning from the spirit realm, he had broken through to bronze rank, level 9, and immediately joined the city's defense forces. Despite being the young master of the Zhao family, Commander Fengshan had shown him no special treatment, insisting he start from the ground up. Over the past half-month, Zhao had been leading his family members on various missions to earn military merits. Successfully completing this mission would allow him to exchange his achievements for the position of a squad leader, commanding 50 soldiers. However, their return journey had been anything but smooth. Encountering an unusual number of sin beasts, this was already the 5th wave. Squad leader, one of his subordinates whispered, these sin beasts seem to be heading toward Shenglin City. Calling me squad leader is correct, Zhao nodded in agreement. You're right. If it were just a few scattered beasts, it wouldn't be a concern. But all the sin beasts we've encountered are converging on the city. This can't be a coincidence. A chill ran through him. If this wasn't a coincidence, it meant that sin beasts from other directions were likely moving toward the city as well. For so many sin beasts to act simultaneously, there had to be a powerful force orchestrating them. This was a precursor to a siege. Although the last sin beast siege had been a decade ago, this situation warranted the utmost caution. Quick and decisive, eliminate this group and return to the city immediately, Zhao Tao ordered decisively. The 10-man team acted in unison, swiftly launching their attack. Despite the large number of sin beasts, the strongest among them was only at bronze rank, level 5, and fell instantly under Zhao Tao's blade. After clearing the area, the team hurried back to Shenglin City, fortunately encountering no further obstacles along the way. Upon returning to the military camp, Zhao Tao promptly reported his findings and suspicions to his superiors. The information soon reached Commander Fengshan. Inside the command tent, Fengshan was listening intently to reports from various sources. Sin beasts are converging on the city from all directions. Fengshan narrowed his eyes. As the commander, he had already received similar reports and had sent out scouts to verify the situation. This is a sign of an impending siege, Fengshan said gravely. A seasoned warrior with countless battles under his belt, he remained composed and immediately issued orders. Increase patrols and vigilance, and dispatch more scouts for further investigation. Sieges varied in scale. Fengshan could handle a small-scale siege on his own, but a large-scale siege required reporting to the city lord, as it would mean the presence of a powerful enemy, possibly at the gold rank. Fengshan silently prayed that this was merely a minor siege. The people of Shenglin City had enjoyed peace for a hard-earned 10 years, and he hoped this fragile tranquility would not be shattered. Several days had passed. Fengshan stood atop the city wall of Shenglin City, his gaze fixed far into the distance outside the city. In the vast expanse several kilometers away, tens of thousands of sin beasts had begun to gather, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A subordinate quickly reported, "Commander, there are now over 50,000 sin beasts outside the east gate. The situation at the other 3 gates is slightly better, but each gate still faces more than 10,000 sin beasts. Moreover, new sin beasts are continuously converging on Shenglin City. At the current rate, their numbers will exceed 100,000 in just a few days." Fengshan's expression turned somber as he gave a slight nod. It seems this siege is of an unprecedented scale, and there's likely a Golden Realm sin beast orchestrating this. This is beyond what we can handle alone. I must head to the city lord's residence immediately and request the city lord to emerge from seclusion. With that, he swiftly made arrangements and hurriedly set off for the city lord's residence. Steward Qian, the sin beasts outside are already gathering in alarming numbers, and their total will reach 100,000 in just a few days. This matter must be reported to the city lord at once, Fengshan said urgently to Qianyang. Qianyang's brows furrowed slightly, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Understood. He'll report this immediately. He quickly made his way to the door of the meditation chamber, stopping just outside and calling out loudly, "Subordinate Qianyang has an urgent matter to report to the city lord." Inside the chamber, Lin Shao, who was deeply immersed in cultivation, slowly withdrew from his state of harmony with nature upon hearing the voice. He knew Qianyang would never disturb him unless it was a matter of great importance. In a steady voice, he responded, "Understood. Wait for me in the council hall." "Yes, my lord." Qianyang exhaled in relief and hurried to the council hall. Since the city lord had decided to leave seclusion, the threat posed by the sin beasts would no longer be insurmountable. Lin Shao turned to Lin An, who had just awakened from his cultivation nearby, a gentle look in his eyes. "Aner, continue your training. Your breakthrough is within reach. I believe that once you succeed, it will be the perfect time to confront the sin beasts." Lin An smiled faintly and nodded. He was fully aware of the tense situation outside, but as a silver tier grade 8 cultivator, he was only one step away from reaching grade 9. Once he broke through, he was confident he could assist his father in quelling the sin beasts. Lin Shao rose and left, while Lin An resumed his meditation, entirely focused on his imminent breakthrough. In the council hall, Fengshan immediately approached Lin Shao as he entered. "City lord, is there any movement from the sin beasts?" Lin Shao asked, his brows furrowed. Fengshan nodded gravely. "City lord, since half a month ago, the sin beasts have been gradually converging on Shenglin City. As of now, approximately 80,000 sin beasts have gathered outside the city, with their numbers still growing." Fengshan provided a detailed report on the current situation. Lin Shao's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. It seems these sin beasts are growing restless again, and there must be a Golden Realm sin beast pulling the strings behind the scenes. The last time the sin beasts attacked the city was 10 years ago. During that battle, my father lost his life, and my son suffered a devastating blow to his spirit. Over the years, I've made numerous attempts to eradicate the sin beasts in Black Mountain, but the Golden Realm sin beasts there are formidable, some even matching my own strength. I never expected them to stir again after all this time. His voice carried a deep, simmering anger, and an undeniable sense of menace. The impending battle was bound to be anything but ordinary. More than half a month had passed, and Lin Xiao finally discerned the movements of the Sin Beasts. However, this time, it was clear they had no intention of launching a large-scale attack. Before him were merely 100,000 Sin Beasts of force that seemed far from threatening. If their true goal was to breach Shenglin City, how could they muster such a meager army? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel suspicious. What were these Sin Beasts up to? Were they testing his defenses, or did they have some other purpose? Regardless of their intentions, this battle for the city must be resolved first. Besides, if he could buy himself another month, he would perfect his cultivation technique and, through cleansing and refining his body, ascend to the Platinum Realm. At that point, who could possibly stand in his way? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Zhao's mind as he turned to Feng Shan. I know the situation now. Over the next few days, make sure to keep a close eye on the Sin Beast's movements. When the time comes, I will personally take action. Feng Shan immediately felt a sense of relief. With the city lord stepping in, the current commotion caused by the Sin Beasts was nothing to fear. Rest assured, City Lord. With you here, we will surely hold Shenglin City, he said confidently. After a brief pause, he added, City Lord, there's another matter. The younger members of the three major families have already joined the defense forces. Qianyang reported this to me earlier. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Do they harbor any ulterior motives? Feng Shan shook his head. No, they've been very disciplined. In fact, Zhao Tao from the Zhao family was the first to detect the Sin Beast's unusual movements. In that case, leave them be. If they make any suspicious moves, I will handle it, Lin Xiao replied with a nod, his tone exuding unwavering confidence. Even if the three major families joined forces to rebel, he was certain he could cut them down with a single strike. Feng Shan felt even more reassured and took his leave to begin reorganizing the city's military resources in preparation for the impending siege. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao didn't sit idle. He needed to make a public appearance to reassure the citizens of Shenglin City, preventing chaos from arising before the Sin Beasts even arrived. Time passed quietly. A few days later, the number of Sin Beasts outside the city swelled, converging from all directions until their numbers reached a staggering 150,000. Although Shenglin City's defenses were well prepared, the soldiers on the walls couldn't help but feel anxious in the face of such an overwhelming force. Yet, when they saw Lin Xiao standing atop the city walls, a wave of confidence surged through their hearts. As long as the city lord was present, they believed Shenglin City would remain standing. At the same time, within the city lord's mansion, Lin An slowly opened his eyes. Reaching the peak of the silver 9th rank left him feeling satisfied. The day after Lin Xiao had emerged from his secluded cultivation, Lin An had broken through to the silver 9th rank. After several days of adjustment, he had finally reached perfection. Now, with the Sin Beast's siege imminent, he wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he was contemplating whether it was time to learn some new techniques. It's about time I prepared some new skills for myself, Lin An thought to himself. Rising to his feet, he headed toward the treasure vault. Qianhai, upon seeing Lin An's advanced cultivation, was amazed but no longer shocked. He had grown accustomed to Lin An's rapid progress. To Lin An, cultivation seemed as simple as eating or drinking, with no bottlenecks to hinder him. Perhaps his swift advancement was due to his early mastery of the Lin family's techniques. The unique strength of the Lin family's methods lay not only in accelerating cultivation, but also in their ability to refine and cleanse the body after perfection, breaking through barriers and leading directly to higher realms. Father was stuck at the golden 9th rank before achieving perfection. It seems this technique truly is unfathomable, Lin An mused inwardly. Once inside the treasure vault, Qianhai selected several cultivation techniques for Lin An. Before long, Lin An chose 3 suitable techniques and returned to his courtyard. The more than 130,000 attribute points he had accumulated in the spirit realm would finally come into play. As he calculated his next steps, Lin An resolved that his upcoming cultivation would be nothing short of extraordinary. This time, Qianhai selected 3 gold-tier techniques for him: the Purging Blade Technique, Bloodjade Body, and Wind Step. The Purging Blade Technique focuses on sheer power, blending blade intent for immense strength. It's highly effective for both frontal assaults and desperate bursts of power in critical moments. Bloodjade Body is a body refinement technique. When mastered, it allows one's blood to become like blood jade, significantly enhancing self-healing and defense. Even a gold-tier expert could withstand a direct hit. Lastly, Wind Step, when perfected, doesn't grant flight, but allows brief moments of hovering by leveraging the wind. Lin An's system interface displayed a prompt. Detected. Player possesses gold-tier technique, Purging Blade Technique. Spend 20 attribute points to learn. Detected. Player possesses gold-tier technique, Bloodjade Body. Spend 20 attribute points to learn. Detected. Player possesses gold-tier technique, Wind Step. Spend 20 attribute points to learn. A glint of determination flashed in Lin An's eyes. Compared to silver-tier techniques requiring only 10 attribute points, Gold-tier techniques, indeed, demanded more. However, with a staggering 130,000 attribute points at his disposal, the cost was negligible. Learn. Lin An chose to learn all three without hesitation, tapping the virtual interface and allocating attribute points. The system notifications appeared in quick succession. Player spent 50 attribute points. Purging blade technique advanced to proficient. Player spent 100 attribute points. Purging blade technique advanced to minor mastery. Player spent 500 attribute points. Purging blade technique advanced to major mastery. Player spent 1,000 attribute points. Purging blade technique advanced to perfection. To master one gold tier technique from start to finish cost a total of 1,670 attribute points. Lin An smirked slightly. Such a cost was a mere drop in the bucket for him. Without delay, he elevated the other two gold tier techniques to perfection as well, spending a total of 5,010 attribute points across all three. Lin An opened his personal stats panel, reviewing his progress with satisfaction. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood. Realm: Silver 9th rank. Techniques: Lin Clan technique perfected, Purging blade technique perfected, Wind step perfected, Blood jade body perfected. Abilities: Wraith Tiger's Eye, Spirit Devour, Earth Vein Power. Attribute points: 128,249. Lin An nodded in approval, his eyes gleaming with confidence. It had been 4 months since he was transported to this world. In his previous life, after Shenglin City fell, he had struggled in the game for another month before quitting. In total, he had only spent 4 months in the game, and back then, he hadn't even reached the Bronze Realm. This time, however, in just 4 months, he was one step away from the Gold Realm. In all of Shenglin City, aside from Qian Hai and Lin Zhao, the two gold-tier experts, no one could rival him. Once this siege by the Sin Beasts is over, he'll be able to break through to the Gold Realm, Lin An mused, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. My old man should also be close to perfecting his technique and breaking into the Platinum Realm. He'll decide then whether to send him to deal with the Sin Beasts in Black Mountain or wait until I reach Platinum before tackling the problem together. Lin An stood and walked to the window, his gaze crossing the city walls to rest on the distant silhouette of Black Mountain. Once the Sin Beasts in Black Mountain are eradicated and Shenglin City is secure, it'll be time for me to head to the upper city. Shenglin City was merely a beginner's area. He couldn't stay there forever. The main issue was that once he reached the Platinum Realm, Shenglin City's resources would no longer suffice to support 2 Platinum-tier cultivators. If there were enough resources, he wouldn't mind staying longer to further enhance his strength. Let's aim to break into the Platinum Realm within 6 months, Lin An muttered, clenching his fists as determination burned brightly in his eyes. If a great opportunity arises, it might not even take half a year for him to reach the Platinum rank. However, there likely aren't any significant opportunities around Shenglin City. Lin An spent a day resting at the city lord's residence. Early the next morning, he left the mansion alone, stepping into the soft morning mist at the eastern city gate, his gaze resolute. What are you doing here? Lin Zhao, stationed at the eastern gate, furrowed his brow the moment he saw Lin An. Father, with my current strength, I am ready to join the battlefield, Lin An said with a confident smile as he approached. Lin Zhao felt a slight shock in his heart. He still subconsciously thought of Lin An as a novice in cultivation, but suddenly realized that the young man before him was already at silver rank 9, a notable strength within Shenglin City. Lin An's rapid progress in cultivation had been so astonishing that it was hard to adjust to. Just 4 months ago, Lin An had barely embarked on the path of cultivation, but now he was capable of standing on his own. In that case, I won't stop you, Lin Zhao said after a moment of contemplation, finally nodding. He understood that this was an opportunity to rally the morale of the troops. If Lin An could demonstrate his strength in front of the defenders, it would enhance his authority when he eventually took over Shenglin City. While Lin An's performance in the spiritual realm had already been impressive, it wasn't the same as facing a real battlefield. The veteran soldiers needed to witness his abilities firsthand to truly accept him. Seeing his father's agreement, Lin An stepped forward and said, "Father, there's one more thing I need your permission for." "What is it?" Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. "I request to be the vanguard and engage the enemy first when the Sin Beasts attack the city," Lin An said firmly, his eyes blazing with determination. The vanguard? Lin Zhao's expression grew serious as he recalled the scene of Lin An single-handedly breaking through the formation in the spiritual realm. His brows furrowed deeply. "Are you planning to charge into the Sin Beasts' ranks alone again?" "That's correct," Lin An replied without hesitation. "How many people do you intend to take with you?" "I'll go alone." "That's enough." "Absolutely not." Lin Zhao rejected the idea immediately, his tone even more severe than before. While he didn't mind Lin An seizing the opportunity to prove himself, charging into the enemy alone was tantamount to gambling with his life. This time, the Sin Beasts attack was on an entirely different scale from the spiritual realm. With over 100,000 Sin Beasts involved, there were bound to be golden rank Sin Beasts among them. If Lin An ventured alone into their midst, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those powerful creatures. The consequences of such an encounter would be unimaginable. Father, I understand your concerns. But please, trust me, Lin An said, stepping closer, his tone steady. The reason I volunteered for this is twofold. First, my cultivation is advancing too quickly. I need real combat to temper my mind and refine my skills to avoid an unstable foundation. Second, I am aware that this Sin Beast attack likely involves hidden golden ranks in beasts. Knowing your strength, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Instead, I can draw them out by taking the initiative. If I can find a way to eliminate a golden ranks in beast, this attack will no longer pose a threat. His demeanor was calm and composed as he spoke, as though he had everything under control. Besides, with you overseeing the city, my safety won't be at great risk. Even if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, I can hold them off long enough for you to arrive. Lin An did not reveal his most critical plan if the Sin Beast attack was indeed part of a systematic event. Then killing Sin Beasts would earn points that could be exchanged for treasures in the event store. Although he couldn't confirm whether the event would be triggered, especially since it seemed he was the only one online in the entire server, the rewards were too tempting to ignore. Even if no event occurred, he could still gain attribute points by killing Sin Beasts. Either way, he stood to benefit. I humbly ask for your permission, Father, Lin An said, bowing deeply with a sincere tone. Lin Zhao stared at his son, his expression shifting multiple times. He knew this look on Lin An's face all too well. Once his mind was made up, it was nearly impossible to change. Finally, Lin Zhao sighed deeply. You really are just like me when I was young. Once you set your sights on something, there's no turning back. Shaking his head with a hint of helplessness, he said, since you're so determined, I will grant your request. But you must prepare thoroughly and leave no room for carelessness. Thank you, Father, Lin An said, lifting his head with a radiant smile, his eyes burning with even greater resolve. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had no intention of throwing his life away. Preparation? He would make sure he was more than ready. With Lin Zhao's consent, Lin An immediately returned to the city lord's mansion to prepare for the upcoming battle. He readied elixirs, defensive artifacts, and various life-saving tools. After all, with access to the mansion's treasury, he could freely utilize any precious resources. Lin An thought to himself, with these treasures in hand, even if I encounter a Golden Realm beast, I might not defeat it, but I can at least stall for some time. However, these items were not his greatest reliance. His true confidence came from his father, Lin Zhao, a formidable Golden Rank 9 expert. Besides, this beast siege posed little threat to Shenglin City, with the danger level being relatively low. After making his preparations, Lin An returned to the eastern city gate. He had no idea when the beast siege would begin and could only wait patiently. That evening, as the clock struck midnight, the date turned to October 1st, year 3214 of the Sin Abyss calendar, and the realm rankings were updated as expected. Following his usual routine, Lin An allocated his attribute points, gaining 1,000 points. Over the next 2 days, the situation remained calm. Although there were no drastic changes in the beast's movements, their numbers quietly grew, reaching nearly 180,000. It should be starting soon, Lin An speculated silently. According to the scouts, the beasts were gradually gathering, and it was anticipated that a full-scale assault would commence within the next few days. Sure enough, on October 4th at noon, a deafening rumble echoed from outside Shenglin City's eastern gate. Thousands of meters away, the beast horde suddenly became restless, followed by earth-shaking roars that reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, the entire beast army surged forward like a flood, rushing towards Shenglin City. The siege had officially begun. City Lord Lin Zhao personally oversaw the defense, with the army's commander, Fengshan, closely supporting him as they coordinated the defensive positions. The soldiers stood at the ready, their expressions solemn as they prepared for a life-or-death battle. At that moment, a sudden interface appeared before Lin An. Shenglin City is under attack by Sin Beasts. Players are called to join the battle, repel the beasts, and defend Shenglin City. The Sin Beast siege event has begun. The text on the event interface caught Lin An's attention, followed by the rules for point redemption. Seeing the message, Lin An's lips curled into a faint smile. He hadn't expected such an event to occur, but even as a player, he could now take part. The event was live. In his previous life, he had only participated in one Sin Beast siege event, during which Shenglin City had fallen completely. This time, however, he was convinced the outcome would be very different. Shenglin City would not fall, and with no interference from other players, he could harvest points to his heart's content. His gaze instinctively shifted to the horizon, where a dark mass of beasts surged forward like a relentless tide. Of the 180,000 beasts, approximately 100,000 had gathered outside the eastern gate. Determination flickered in Lin An's eyes. I won't miss this battle, he resolved. Young master, allow me to accompany you. A familiar voice suddenly called from behind, breaking Lin An's train of thought. Qianhai appeared beside Lin An, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he was already aware of Lin An's plan to leave the city and hunt down the Sin Beasts. Lin An smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. No need, Elder Qian. You should focus on keeping an eye out for any potential golden ranks and beasts outside. His tone was light, but his gaze was sharp. You're a powerhouse in the golden rank. If you make a move, won't the Sin Beasts fall in droves? How will I earn my points then? Qian Hai furrowed his brow slightly, as if he wanted to dissuade Lin An. But before he could speak, Lin An quickly interrupted him with another wave of his hand. Elder Qian, I'm off. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin An's figure shot off the city wall like an arrow. The sudden action left the guards on the wall stunned. Look, who is that? Someone just left the city. Who's bold enough to charge into the Sin Beast horde? One soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, isn't that the young city lord? Another soldier asked, his face filled with confusion. What's going on? What is the young city lord planning to do? Many of the guards recognized Lin An's figure and exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. City lord, the young city lord has left the city, Feng Shan reported urgently, his expression changing as he approached Lin Xiao. That brat. He left without even saying a word. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, his brow furrowed tightly. Send the order, have all soldiers prepare for battle. Feng Shan froze for a moment. City lord, are you sure? The young city lord really left the city? There are at least 100,000 Sin Beasts out there, and some of them are golden rank. While the young city lord is undoubtedly gifted and has reached the 9th grade of the silver rank, against so many Sin Beasts, he might. Feng Shan's voice carried a hint of worry. He has his own way, Lin Xiao replied with a slight shake of his head, his tone calm and devoid of panic. Feng Shan glanced at Lin Xiao, his thoughts racing, before quickly issuing the command. By this time, Lin An had already left the city walls. Rather than landing on the ground immediately, he used the wind to propel himself, leaping swiftly into the air. After a brief moment of suspension, he accelerated toward the approaching Sin Beast horde. When he was less than a kilometer away from the Sin Beast army, Lin An suddenly tapped his toes against the ground, landing lightly and steadily, his movements as graceful as a soaring swallow. As the Sin Beasts surged toward him from all directions, Lin An's expression remained unchanged. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and tightly wrapped it around the hilt of his blade in his right hand. His aura erupted in an instant as he stood silently, waiting for the overwhelming tide of beasts to arrive. The guards on the city wall watched Lin An's retreating figure intently, their eyes wide in disbelief. One soldier muttered, "What's the young city lord trying to do? Does he plan to take on all those Sin Beasts by himself? Impossible. There are 100,000 Sin Beasts out there. Even their spit would be enough to drown him." Another soldier said with a bitter smile. "I did hear that the young city lord once fought and killed thousands of Sin Beasts alone in the spiritual realm. Maybe this time he's planning to," one soldier began, only to be interrupted. "Do you really think that's possible? Forget about killing that many Sin Beasts if he can last a single minute in that horde. It would already be a miracle." The other guards shook their heads, their expressions filled with doubt. While they admired the young city lord's courage, they couldn't fathom how he could possibly face such an overwhelming army of Sin Beasts alone. It seemed like sheer madness. The Sin Beast horde surged forward like a tidal wave, accompanied by howling winds and an earth-shaking momentum. The sheer force of their charge felt as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Each Sin Beast exuded a suffocating aura, their pounding steps causing the ground to quake and sending dust billowing into the air. In that moment, the sky seemed to be consumed by the black tide of beasts, their oppressive presence chilling all who witnessed it. Yet, standing in the distance, Lin An remained fearless. His eyes were firmly locked on the oncoming sea of Sin Beasts, unwavering in the face of the monumental threat. Despite the great distance, the overwhelming oppressive force still surged forward, suffocating him with its intensity. Yet, Lin An managed to steady his wavering mind, relying on the blade intent flowing through his body. An ordinary person would have already been scared out of their wits and fled in panic under such terrifying pressure. In the blink of an eye, the nearest beast of Sin had closed to within 100 meters. The horde of massive creatures appeared grotesque and menacing, their sharp fangs glinting coldly under the sunlight. Their blood-red eyes were filled with a savage bloodlust, as if they were ready to tear the small human in front of them into pieces at any moment. Lin An's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath. The spiritual energy within him surged, resonating with the immense power stored within the earth veins, all of it pouring into the long blade in his hand. The blade hummed and quivered, radiating a dazzling brilliance as a terrifying aura emanated from its edge. "They're here." Lin An's sharp gaze locked onto the approaching beasts of Sin, now less than 50 meters away. He raised his long blade slowly, and in an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the sky. A fierce blade intent shot straight into the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, a massive blade shadow, stretching 1,000 meters, materialized out of thin air. One slash. With a thunderous shout, Lin An brought the blade down with earth-shattering force. The radiant blade light sliced through the sky like lightning, descending upon the horde of beasts with the power of a raging storm. The charging beasts of sin felt the terrifying might of the strike, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, but it was too late. Boom. As the blade light swept through, a mist of blood filled the air. When the brilliance faded, a massive trench, 1,000 meters long and over 10 meters wide, had appeared amidst the horde. The single slash had killed at least several thousand beasts, causing Lin An's points to skyrocket by over 30,000 in an instant. As the beasts fell in droves, Lin An, who had been pale and exhausted moments before, suddenly appeared rejuvenated, as if life had been breathed back into him. Divine ability, Spirit Devour. Feeling the undiminished power coursing through his body, Lin An's lips curled into a smile. It was precisely this Spirit Devour ability that gave him the confidence to take on a horde of 100,000 beasts of sin alone. Especially after the ability's upgrade, as long as he inflicted damage on his enemies, he could receive energy feedback, greatly enhancing his endurance in prolonged battles. The earth-shaking roars continued as the surviving beasts of sin, instead of retreating, charged forward even more ferociously. The massive trench was quickly filled by the rampaging horde. Their bloodshot eyes burned with madness as they lunged at Lin An. Yet Lin An showed no fear. With a powerful push of his feet, he launched himself into the beast horde like a cannonball. Although his perfected one slash could not be charged again, even an ordinary strike from him could unleash blade energy over 10 meters long, effortlessly cutting down these beasts of iron, bronze, and even silver rank. Amidst the flashing blade light, swaths of beasts fell one after another. System notifications kept popping up. You have killed an iron rank level 5 beast of sin, earning 5 points. You have slain a bronze rank 6 sin beast, earning 16 points. You have slain an iron rank 3 sin beast, earning 3 points. Lin An's score continued to climb rapidly, but he had no time to check it. All his focus was directed toward the sin beasts charging at him. His blade gleamed with a cold light, and every swing claimed the life of at least one sin beast. Meanwhile, on the eastern gate of Shenglin City, all the guards stood dumbfounded, staring at the battlefield in the distance. What was that just now? One guard rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he had seen. The young lord is that strong? He just wiped out thousands of sin beasts with a single strike. I thought the young lord was crazy to charge out alone, but it turns out he really has such power. Another murmured in disbelief. Everyone on the city wall was shaken by Lin An's astonishing strike. Even from over a kilometer away, they could feel the terrifying force of that blow, like a whirlwind of death sweeping across the battlefield. Something's wrong. The young lord is exhausted. We need to find a way to rescue him. A quick-thinking guard shouted, convinced that Lin An's full power strike must have drained all his energy. But just as the guards were panicking, another voice called out, "No, he's not exhausted. Not only that, but the young lord has charged into the midst of the sin beasts." All eyes turned toward the battlefield, and sure enough, Lin An was not retreating. Instead, he was pressing deeper into the horde of sin beasts. His blade flashed like lightning, cutting down every beast in his path and leaving behind a trail of corpses, forming a blood-soaked road. The young lord is incredible. I want to charge out there too. On the wall, Zhao Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted. Before he could take action, a loud slap landed on his head. You? Charge out there? Zhao Tong snorted coldly. The young lord is a silver rank 9. You are just a bronze rank 9, and you dare say such things? You'd be lucky not to trip over yourself in fear. Stay put, or you won't even have the chance to collect your remains. Despite his harsh words, Zhao Tong was equally astounded. In such a short time, the young lord had already surpassed him in strength. Zhao Tong himself was also a silver rank 9, but he knew that even at full power, he couldn't replicate the devastating force of Lin An's strike. And even if he could, it would leave him completely drained and unable to fight further. Watching Lin An revel in the battle amidst the sin beasts, Zhao Tong couldn't help but question himself. Was he really a silver rank 9? Why did his abilities feel so inferior to the young lord's? Zhao Tao chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was just speaking out of turn. If he were actually asked to charge out, he wouldn't dare. Still, as he gazed at Lin An, who moved through the sin beasts like a force of nature, a look of admiration crept onto his face. When will I ever be as brave and powerful as the young lord? City Lord, are you sure we shouldn't send reinforcements to help the young lord? On the other side of the wall, Feng Shan turned to Lin Xiao, his tone filled with concern. No need. I trust him, Lin Xiao replied, his eyes gleaming with a mix of surprise and pride. He had noticed that Lin An did experience a brief moment of weakness after his full-powered attack. For a second, Lin Xiao had almost intervened to bring his son back to safety. But to his astonishment, Lin An recovered instantly, as if he hadn't expended any energy at all. So this is the strength of an awakened one. Lin Xiao wondered to himself. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of ability his son had awakened Lin and had never shared the details, but it was clear now that his power was extraordinary. Prepare for battle, Lin Shao ordered. Though Lin An had inflicted massive casualties on the Sin beasts, it was impossible for him to stop the entire horde of 100,000 on his own. A large number of Sin beasts were still surging towards Shenglin City. Fengshan nodded and relayed the command. The guards had been ready for this moment. Soon, as the first wave of Sin beasts reached the city walls, the defenders unleashed a fierce counterattack. On the other side, Lin An, already deep within the horde of beasts, was on a killing spree. Blades gleamed and cold light flashed as every swing of Lin An's sword unleashed a fierce wave of energy, slicing through the surrounding beasts and cutting them cleanly in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the agonized howls of the beasts echoed continuously, yet none of this fazed him in the slightest. With a sharp slash, another beast was cleaved in two, adding to the growing pile of corpses at his feet. Such intense combat was undoubtedly draining his spiritual energy and stamina rapidly. Sweat soaked through his clothes, but the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. With his devouring spirit art in hand, these challenges were hardly an issue. Each time a beast fell, the energy absorbed would instantly replenish his strength and even heal his occasional wounds in the blink of an eye. His storage pouch at his waist was filled with an array of pills and defensive treasures, ready for use at any moment. This preparedness left him fearless in the face of the seemingly endless onslaught of beasts, his eyes even glinting with a trace of excitement. Unless a beast so powerful that it could kill me instantly appears, Lin An thought to himself. But that's impossible. Even if a gold-tier beast were to launch a sudden attack, he had enough life-saving measures to hold out until Lin Shao, a formidable gold-tier 9th-grade expert, arrived to rescue him. Glancing briefly at his points panel, Lin An saw the number had climbed to over 45,000. However, the increase in attribute points was far less impressive. Despite having slain numerous beasts, most were low-tier, and the silver-tier beasts, those that could provide substantial attribute points, had yet to reach the front lines. Still too slow, Lin An mused, his gaze sweeping towards the distance. By now, a large number of beasts had bypassed him and were surging towards Shenglin City. This didn't surprise him. He had never expected to single-handedly stop an army of 100,000 beasts. However, with most of the beasts heading for the city, if he didn't quicken his pace, the points he could amass would drop significantly. I need to pick up the pace. With that thought, a second long blade appeared out of thin air in Lin An's left hand. Though he hadn't specifically trained in dual blade techniques, it was more than enough to deal with the iron-tier and bronze-tier beasts before him. Lin An's aura surged dramatically. With dual blades in hand, he became a flawless killing machine. The two swords carved arcs of silver light through the air, weaving an impenetrable web of slashes. Any beast caught within his range was swiftly cut down. The tangible sword energy sliced through the air, enveloping clusters of beasts, leaving behind a scene of carnage and bloodshed. As Lin An continued his relentless slaughter, two figures at the rear of the beast horde observed everything coldly. One was the infernal dragon lizard, a massive gold-tier beast measuring over 10 zhang in length. Its entire body was covered in crimson scales, each one glowing like molten lava and radiating an oppressive heat. Beside it stood the thunder griffin, another gold-tier beast. Its wingspan stretched an impressive 50 meters, with feathers shimmering in a purple-gold hue. Small arcs of electricity danced between its feathers, crackling faintly. Who is that human? How can he be so powerful? The infernal dragon lizard fixed its fiery gaze on Lin An, who was cutting through the beast horde like a hot knife through butter. Its voice carried a tone of clear displeasure. Trapped within our army, and yet he's completely unharmed while slaughtering so many of our subordinates. The biggest difference between gold-tier beasts and lower-tier ones was intelligence. Unlike their mindless, instinct-driven counterparts, gold-tier beasts possessed sentience. I'm not sure, the Thunder Griffin replied cautiously. But we can't let him continue like this. Besides, given his strength, if he faces danger, Lin Shao, the city lord, will undoubtedly intervene. That would give us a chance to gauge Lin Shao's true power. In that case, send 1,000 silver-tier beasts to surround him. The infernal dragon lizard said coldly. That should be enough to force Lin Shao's hand. Though both were gold-tier beasts, one was merely first grade, and the other second grade. Lin Shao, on the other hand, had reached the gold tier a decade ago, and was likely at least 5th grade by now. They dared not confront him directly, as doing so could easily result in their deaths. Their primary objective was to probe his strength and then report their findings back to Black Mountain. The Thunder Griffin nodded and let out a sharp screech. Following its command, 1,000 silver-tier beasts charged toward Lin An. The weakest of these beasts were at silver rank 7, with some even reaching silver rank 9. In their eyes, while Lin An was undoubtedly powerful, there was no way he could withstand an onslaught from so many silver-ranked beasts, especially with numerous iron and bronze-ranked beasts swarming the area as well. Soon, a wave of 1,000 silver-ranked beasts surged toward Lin An's position like a tide. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin An's peripheral vision caught the movement, and his blade paused momentarily. Looks like I've been targeted. Lin An muttered with a faint smirk, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He understood perfectly well that this was the work of a hidden gold-ranked beast orchestrating the attack. Although he had taken down a few silver-ranked beasts before, their numbers were minimal, with the strongest only at silver rank 3. Let's hope they send enough silver-ranked beasts my way. That way, I can not only earn event points, but also rack up some attribute points. Lin An calculated inwardly, though his blade never stopped moving. As that thought crossed his mind, over a dozen silver rank 7 beasts used the cover of the iron and bronze ranked beasts to launch a surprise attack from the flank. Their claws and fangs gleamed menacingly under the sunlight. Perfect timing. Lin An didn't retreat but instead charged forward, moving like lightning as he unleashed his breaking army blade technique. His blade carved a sharp arc through the air, its gleam as brilliant as a rainbow. Flash. With a single flash of the blade, the dozen silver rank 7 beasts were split in two almost instantly, their blood spraying everywhere. Lin An's movements were fluid and seamless, his blade continuing its deadly dance as he struck at the remaining silver-ranked beasts. You've slain a silver rank 7 beast and earned 1 attribute point. You've slain a silver rank 9 beast and earned 900 event points. System notifications popped up continuously in Lin An's field of vision, and the numbers for attribute points and event points climbed rapidly. His blade techniques grew increasingly fierce, each strike claiming the life of at least 1 beast. In just half an hour, the 1,000 silver-ranked beasts had all fallen under Lin An's blade, leaving behind a field of corpses. Their deaths had earned him over 800,000 event points. Looking at the event points nearing the million mark, Lin An's face lit up with satisfaction. Hunting silver-ranked beasts really pays off. Not only do I get attribute points, but my points skyrocket too. His blade continued its relentless slaughter, cutting down the surrounding beasts. It's a pity there are too many beasts here, making it hard to single out silver-ranked ones. The dense swarm of beasts obstructed his vision, and the chaotic mix of auras made it difficult to pinpoint the silver-ranked targets. At this moment, he could only hope that his performance would catch the attention of the hidden gold-ranked beasts, prompting them to send more silver-ranked beasts his way. Indeed, Lin An's display had not escaped the notice of the infernal dragon lizard and the thunder griffin, 2 gold-ranked beasts. Watching their 1,000 silver-ranked subordinates perish in such a short time, their expressions turned grim. This human is no ordinary fighter. When did someone of this caliber appear in Xianglin City? The infernal dragon lizard's voice carried a mix of astonishment and doubt. While it wasn't difficult for them, as gold-ranked beasts, to eliminate 1,000 silver-ranked foes, the issue was that this human was only at silver rank 9. This one has immense potential. Their identity must be remarkable. I recall hearing that Lin Zhao has a son. Could it be him? The infernal dragon lizard speculated. The thunder griffin's eyes lit up. That's very possible. If this really is Lin Zhao's offspring, then it makes sense. Its voice held a hint of excitement. Send more silver-ranked subordinates to encircle and kill him. If he really is Lin Zhao's son, Lin Zhao will surely intervene if he sees him in danger. But this individual is not weak. He's already been surrounded for 2 hours without showing signs of exhaustion. Sending more silver-ranked subordinates might not be enough to threaten him. The infernal dragon lizard said gravely. It might be better for us to strike from the shadows and take him out directly. That will definitely draw Lin Zhao out. That's a good plan. Let's do it. The thunder griffin agreed with a nod. You should go. You can fly, and if Lin Zhao intervenes, you'll have an easier time escaping, the infernal dragon lizard added. Meanwhile, they'll create a distraction in the rear to draw Lin Zhao's attention. The thunder griffin hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Following their orders, several thousand more silver-ranked beasts charged toward Lin An. At the same time, the thunder griffin disappeared from its position, blending into the beast horde as it stealthily approached Lin An. On the walls of Xianglin City, a dense wave of Sin beasts surged toward the city walls like a relentless tide. The defensive line formed by the city guards and warriors of the 3 major families was putting up a fierce resistance. Amid the clash of blades and the glint of swords, the Sin beasts of black iron and bronze rank fell one after another, posing little threat to the defenders. Occasionally, a silver rank Sin beast would break through, but it was quickly cut down by the combined efforts of silver rank experts from all sides. At the highest point of the city wall stood Lin Zhao, the city lord. His sharp, eagle-like gaze swept over the turbulent horde of Sin beasts below, searching intently for any sign of a gold rank Sin beast. What about the other 3 fronts? Have there been any sightings of gold rank Sin beasts? He asked. Reporting to the city lord, Feng Shan responded immediately. The other 3 fronts have also been attacked by Sin beasts, but their defenses remain secure. So far, no gold rank Sin beasts have been detected. Lin Zhao gave a slight nod. He knew that orchestrating such a coordinated assault with tens of thousands of Sin beasts would require the command of a gold rank Sin beast. Furthermore, the likelihood of such a creature appearing on another front was minimal. Even if it did, he was unconcerned. The defensive formation of Xianglin City was exceptionally formidable. A ninth-grade gold rank Sin Beast would still require 2 to 3 hours to breach it. As the city lord, Lin Xiao had full control over the formation, and any powerful Sin Beast's attack would not escape his detection. A mere force of less than 200,000 Sin Beasts attempting to breach Shenglin City? Utterly laughable. Lin Zhao's attention shifted to Lin An on the battlefield. He noticed a significant number of silver ranks and beasts converging toward Lin An. This unusual behavior confirmed his suspicions the gold ranks and beast was hidden in this direction. While its exact location remained unclear, its focus on Lin An suggested it would soon reveal itself. At the center of the battlefield, Lin An wielded his long blade, cutting down Sin Beasts one after another as they charged at him. Noticing the increasing number of silver ranks and beasts flocking toward him, he felt no fear. Instead, he secretly rejoiced so. The gold ranks and beast had taken the bait. He had no concerns about being ambushed. With his father silently watching over him, he could fight without restraint. If the gold ranks and beast turned out to be only of first or second grade, he might even have the chance to counterattack and kill it. To that end, he had been conserving his accumulated earth vein energy, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal strike. As Lin An fought with growing fervor, a short distance away, a thunder griffin with its wings folded was blending in with the silver ranks and beast horde, observing the scene coldly. This boy is indeed remarkable, worthy of being Lin Zhao's bloodline. If he continues to grow, reaching the gold rank would only be a matter of time. When that happens, the pressure on Black Mountain will only increase, the thunder griffin mused. Unfortunately for you, today you crossed paths with me. Let me put an end to Shenglin City's future. The thunder griffin pondered silently, its gaze drifting towards Lin Xiao on the city wall. The main purpose of this mission was to test whether Lin Xiao had advanced to the Platinum Realm. From its observation, Lin Xiao didn't seem to have broken through. If he had, with the immense strength of a Platinum Realm cultivator, he would have detected the thunder griffin even if it hid among the other monstrous beasts. Since Lin Xiao hadn't reached the Platinum Realm, the thunder griffin believed the odds were heavily in its favor. With its ability to fly, it was almost invincible. All it needed to do was eliminate Lin Xiao's offspring, and then retreat swiftly to complete its mission. The thunder griffin scoffed internally, disregarding the other beasts attacking the city as mere cannon fodder. With this thought, the thunder griffin continued to suppress its aura, inching closer to Lin An, planning to strike with a single, fatal blow. It commanded other Silver Realm beasts to launch a fierce assault on Lin An, creating an opportunity for itself. Although Lin An was only at Silver Level 9 while the Thunder Griffin was at Gold Level 2, it didn't underestimate him. After all, it had only one chance to strike. If it failed, it would have to flee immediately, or it would face certain death at Lin Zhao's hands. Lin An felt the intensifying attacks from the beasts and couldn't help but tense up. Was the Golden Realm beast preparing to attack him? Though it was just a suspicion, Lin An readied himself to respond. No matter what level the opponent was in the Golden Realm, he would ensure his blade struck true. Time passed quickly, and within a minute, the Thunder Griffin spotted its chance. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of beasts, Lin An seemed to leave an intentional opening. The Thunder Griffin seized the perfect moment. With a thunderous roar, its terrifying Gold Level 2 aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. It spread its massive wings, blocking out the sky, unleashing a violent gust of wind that sent the surrounding beasts flying. In the blink of an eye, it lunged at Lin An with lightning speed, its movement tearing through the air as if it would split the space itself. Its razor-sharp claws, crackling with deadly lightning, reached for Lin An like streaks of lethal lightning bolts, clearly intending to shred him to pieces in an instant. At this distance, only a few dozen meters, such a gap was negligible for the speed of the Thunder Griffin. It would close in the blink of an eye. However, just as the critical moment arrived, Lin An, who had his back to the Thunder Griffin, smirked faintly, a subtle yet confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fully prepared, Lin An channeled the surging spiritual energy within him, pouring the accumulated power of the earth veins into the long blade in his hands. Then, in one swift motion, he spun around, gripping the blade tightly with both hands, and unleashed a powerful strike with all his might. Blade slash. In an instant, a dazzling blade light tore through the void, roaring forward with unstoppable momentum. The Thunder Griffin, envisioning Lin An being killed in one swift attack, suddenly felt a shiver of dread. The sheer power of the strike made it feel the threat of death. How was this possible? It was a Gold Level 2 beast, yet it was overwhelmed by the attack of a mere Silver Level 9 human. But at this moment, there was no time to retreat. The two were already too close, and it had initiated the attack. Even if it wanted to stop, it was too late. In the next moment, a sharp slicing sound echoed. The radiant blade light cleaved through the Thunder Griffin's lightning-charged claws. The beast's body froze midair, its eyes filled with unwillingness. A silver light flashed across its massive form, and with a deafening crash, its body collapsed to the ground, split cleanly in two. You have successfully slain a Gold Level 2 beast and gained 2 attribute points. You have successfully slain a gold level 2 beast and earned 2,000 event points. As a series of prompts echoed, the devouring spirit technique activated. Lin An felt power surging back into his body, instantly restoring him to peak condition. He scanned the battlefield as earlier strike not only slew the Thunder Griffin, but also claimed the lives of over 1,000 sin beasts. As the massive corpse of the Thunder Griffin fell to the ground with a resounding crash, Lin An's lips curled into a faint smile. With his current strength, opponents below the third rank of the Gold Realm would likely be unable to withstand his full-force attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was Lin Xiao. Gazing at the fallen Thunder Griffin, Lin Xiao remained silent. He had rushed to the scene the moment he sensed the Griffin's explosive power, assuming that even with numerous protective artifacts, Lin An would sustain injuries from the attack. However, to his astonishment, Lin An had effortlessly countered and slain this formidable second-rank Gold Realm creature. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, another powerful Gold Realm aura emerged. Another one? Be careful. Leaving these words, Lin Xiao's figure vanished into thin air. Too bad I can't kill that one, Lin An murmured to himself. He then swung his blade and continued clearing out the remaining sin beasts. Meanwhile, at the rear of the sin beast horde, the infernal dragon lizard stood frozen in shock. It had initially planned to flee the moment the Thunder Griffin launched its attack, without any intention of covering for its comrade. After all, the Griffin could fly and escape, whereas exposing itself would mean certain death. But witnessing the Griffin being instantly slain left it so stunned that it failed to suppress its aura in time. Not good. Panic surged through the infernal dragon lizard as it turned and bolted. Yet, as a mere first-rank Gold Realm creature, how could it possibly evade Lin Xiao, a 9th-rank Gold Realm expert? After fleeing only a kilometer, the lizard found Lin Xiao blocking its path. Just as the infernal dragon lizard prepared to spew molten lava, Lin Xiao struck first. His heavy punch landed squarely on its head with precise force enough to render it powerless but keep it conscious. Speak. Are there any other Gold Realm sin beasts? Lin Xiao asked coldly. And no, there aren't any. Please, let me go. I was wrong. The infernal dragon lizard begged repeatedly. Bang! Another punch landed. Stay quiet. You answer when I ask. If your answer displeases me, you die. After a round of interrogation, Lin Xiao learned that this assault on the city was meant to test whether he had broken through to the Platinum Realm. However, the infernal dragon lizard knew no further details. No wonder they let you and the Thunder Griffin live. It was just to use you as cannon fodder, Lin Xiao sneered. Knocking the lizard unconscious, he carried it toward Lin An's position. While Lin An was busy hunting down sin beasts, the sound of rushing wind caught his attention. Looking up, he saw the massive body of the infernal dragon lizard hurtling toward him. Recognizing it as a gift from his father, Lin An didn't hesitate. He swung his blade decisively, severing the lizard's head in one clean strike. You have slain a golden tier level 1 sin beast and gained 2 attribute points. Immediately after, the system notified you that you had slain another golden tier level 1 sin beast, earning 1,000 event points. Lin An heard the notification, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his lips. Both golden tier sin beasts leading this siege had been defeated by him, and with the commanders of the sin beasts eliminated, the remaining battle posed no significant threat. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached Lin An and asked, "Will you return to the city with me, or stay here to continue hunting the sin beasts?" "Father, you should go back first," Lin An replied. He knew that although the 2 golden tier sin beasts were dead, the siege event was not yet over, and he needed to make the most of his time to earn more event points. Lin Xiao nodded. Seeing that the situation was no longer dangerous, he left with peace of mind, taking the corpses of the Thunder Griffin and the Infernal Dracosaur back to the city. After all, the materials from the corpses of golden tier sin beasts were extremely valuable and worth processing. As for the remaining sin beasts, without their golden tier commanders, they fought purely on instinct and posed little threat to Lin An. 3 hours later, the system notification rang out again, announcing that the sin beast siege event had officially ended. This was classified as a small-scale sin beast siege, which opened a small event shop where players could browse and redeem items. The shop would only remain open for 24 hours, after which any unused points would be cleared. Hearing the notification, Lin An's heart stirred, and he quickly checked his event points. 5.3262 million. Over 5 million points brought a satisfied smile to his face. Most of these points were earned by defeating the 2 golden tier sin beasts and a large number of silver tier sin beasts. Without their coordinated attacks and leadership, it would have been impossible to accumulate such a substantial amount of points. Although some sin beasts were killed by the Shenglin city defenders, costing me a fair share of points, I still made the most of this opportunity, Lin An thought to himself. He then decided to return to the city to clean up and see what rewards he could exchange for with his points. The city gates slowly opened as the defenders poured out to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of 100,000 sin beasts were piled high like mountains, and many useful materials would be extracted from these corpses to strengthen Shenglin City's overall power. Young City Lord, are you unharmed? Fengshan approached Lin An with a group of defenders, his gaze filled with awe and reverence. The aura of killing intent emanating from Lin An was so intense that even Fengshan felt a slight sense of pressure. Behind him stood members of the three major families, all looking at Lin An with admiration and respect. Earlier, they had heard rumors that the young city lord had single-handedly fought off tens of thousands of sin beasts. While those accounts sounded exaggerated, today's battle proved otherwise. Witnessing Lin An surrounded by 100,000 sin beasts, not only holding his ground, but also slaying the golden tier sin beasts with a single strike, left everyone in awe. To them, he now seemed almost godlike. Fengshan respectfully said, "Young city lord, we are here to escort you back to the city." The other defenders also saluted. "We humbly escort the young city lord." Lin An nodded, discarding his narrow-ended longsword. All 8 silver-tier swords he had used in this intense battle were damaged beyond repair. Covered in blood, he felt the discomfort beginning to weigh on him. "You all handle the battlefield cleanup. I'll head back to freshen up," Lin An instructed as he walked toward a blood-soaked crimson-patterned horse and mounted it. "Safe travels, young city lord." Fengshan and the defenders bowed once more. Without further delay, Lin An spurred his horse into a gallop, heading toward Shenglin City. In the city lord's mansion, Lin An lounged lazily in a meticulously crafted sandalwood bathing tub, surrounded by a swirling mist of warm steam. A maid knelt beside the tub, her delicate hands skillfully massaging his shoulders. As he enjoyed the soothing massage, Lin An's thoughts stirred, and he opened the small event shop. A translucent interface immediately unfolded before his eyes, revealing a dazzling array of items ranging from sharp weapons to precious elixirs, sturdy armor to profound cultivation techniques, everything one could need. Scanning the shop's offerings, Lin An quickly noticed that all items had cultivation level restrictions. For example, the highest quality elixirs were capped at the Golden Realm. This was expected, as this was only a small-scale siege event. Based on scale, a siege involving fewer than 100,000 beasts was considered small, while one involving over 1,000,000 was medium, and anything surpassing 10 million was deemed large. Considering the size of Shenglin City, it could at most handle a small-scale siege. Lin An recalled that in his previous life, even when the beasts of Black Mountain had swarmed out in full force, their numbers hadn't exceeded the 1,000,000 mark. He began carefully browsing the shop's inventory. The elixir section was filled with a variety of options. Recovery, cultivation, and enhancement elixirs were all available. However, these ordinary elixirs didn't interest him much, as the city lord's mansion had ample reserves. But when his gaze landed on the words, "Marrow Cleansing Pill," his eyes lit up. This special Golden Realm elixir had attributes that immediately caught his attention. Consuming it would allow one to undergo a full cleansing of the Bodhis meridians. The conditions were that the user's cultivation level must not exceed the Platinum Realm, and it could only be used once in a lifetime. It required 1,000,000 points to redeem. Having experienced a marrow cleansing in his past life, Lin An deeply understood the value of this pill. However, he didn't rush to redeem it, and instead continued browsing through the other items. The cultivation techniques and armor sections offered equipment suitable for the Golden Realm, which was of limited use to him at his current level. The weapons section was similar. While the items might be treasures for ordinary players, for someone with access to the resources of the city lord's mansion, they were nothing extraordinary. Finally, his attention turned to the tools section, where 2 special items immediately piqued his interest. The first was a weapon spirit embryo, priced at 3,000,000 points and limited to 1 purchase. This special tool could be bound to a chosen weapon. While its initial quality was ordinary, it could be enhanced indefinitely by refining it with rare materials. The second was a cultivation technique furnace, priced at 1,000,000 points and also limited to 1 purchase. It allowed for the fusion of 10 fully mastered platinum-level techniques to create a new, growth-oriented cultivation technique. While it couldn't compare to the perfection of techniques like his one slash, it was still a rare treasure. Lin An's eyes gleamed with excitement. Both items were incredibly valuable to him, especially considering that after breaking through to the Platinum Realm, the resources of the city lord's mansion might no longer be sufficient to support his development. Lin An wasn't particularly concerned about spending his points. After all, he could always earn more during the next siege of the Sin Beasts. His eyes were fixed intently on the dazzling array of items in the shop interface. 10x training card, 10,000 points each, limited to 10 per person, increases training speed tenfold for 24 hours upon use. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, 200,000 points each, limited to 5 per person, allows instant teleportation to any location within a 1,000-mile radius. Substitute puppet, 100,000 points each, limited to 3 per person, automatically activates to block fatal damage. Looking at these life-saving treasures, Lin An couldn't help but swallow hard. Suddenly, his 5.2 million points felt insufficient. After freshening up, He waved the maids away and focused on redeeming items in the shop. Let's get the essentials first, Lin An decided decisively. He exchanged points for a cleansing pill, a weapon spirit core, and a cultivation furnace, which cost him a total of 5 million points. With 326,200 points remaining, he purchased 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and one substitute puppet. Then, with 26,200 points left, he bought two 10x training cards. Finally, he converted all his remaining points into attribute points at a rate of 100 points per attribute, gaining 62 points in total. After closing the shop interface, Lin An carefully stored away his life-saving items and picked up the fist-sized, jade-like weapon spirit core. The system immediately displayed a selection interface, showcasing thousands of weapon templates and even offering a custom design option. Better stick with a ready-made design. I'd probably mess it up if I tried to make my own, Lin An muttered. After a careful selection process, he chose the design of a Tang-style horizontal saber. With a flash of spiritual light, the weapon spirit core transformed into a long saber. As he gripped it, he felt a deep, innate connection to the weapon. Checking its attributes. Unnamed saber. Grade mortal. Traits. Can be upgraded using rare materials. Bound to its owner. Indestructible. Indestructible? That's a divine level trait. Lin An's eyes lit up. I'll call you Judgment. From now on, you'll hunt sin beasts with me. The system confirmed the name, and Judgment seemed to hum softly in response, as if acknowledging its new master. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. Although it was currently a mortal-grade weapon, he knew he could upgrade it by gathering resources from the Treasury. After putting Judgment away, his attention shifted to the palm-sized incense burner, the cultivation furnace. What type of cultivation technique should I refine? Lin An pondered aloud, opening his attribute panel to carefully assess his options. The player, Lin An, holds the title First Blood and is currently at the Silver 9th rank. His mastery of techniques has reached perfection in Lin Clan technique, 1/, Chasing Star Steps, Diamond Body, Triple Blade, Wind-Breaking Blade Technique, Flowing Cloud Steps, Black Armor Technique, Breaking Army Blade Technique, Wind Control Steps, and Blood Jade Body. His supernatural abilities include the Eyes of the Resentful Tiger, Spirit Devourer, and Earth Vein Power. He has accumulated a total of 129,311 attribute points. Lin An sat cross-legged in the training chamber, his brows slightly furrowed as he reviewed his inventory of techniques. His fingertips lightly brushed across the system panel, his gaze lingering on the perfected techniques. I currently have 11 techniques in total, Lin An calculated silently. Among them, only one is a cultivation technique, the Platinum Tier Lin Clan technique. I have 4 attack-based blade techniques, with 1/ having advanced into a special technique. There are 3 movement techniques and 3 defense techniques. His eyes fell on the icon for the technique furnace, a powerful tool capable of fusing techniques. Activating the technique furnace requires 10 perfected platinum tier techniques, Lin An sighed softly. But I currently only have 1 platinum tier cultivation technique. He stood up, stretching his slightly stiff shoulders. I wonder if the treasury contains enough platinum tier techniques. If it does, the nearly 130,000 attribute points I have would be more than enough to perfect them all. Lin An decided to visit the treasury later. Carefully, he stored the technique furnace and then retrieved the marrow cleansing pill he had just exchanged. The crystalline pill emitted a faint glow in his palm. Perfect timing to use this opportunity to cleanse my marrow and directly break through to the golden realm. Adjusting his posture, Lin An sat cross-legged again, took a deep breath, and placed the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that quickly coursed through every corner of his body. Unlike the searing pain he experienced during his first marrow cleansing, this time, there was no discomfort at all. The warm current seemed to possess a life of its own, weaving through his limbs and bones. As time passed, Lin An could distinctly feel his already expansive meridians further widening, becoming even broader and more durable. His dantian, the core that stored his spiritual energy, expanded like an invisible hand stretching a balloon, preparing to accommodate more refined spiritual energy. Within, the spiritual energy collided and merged under the influence of this mysterious power, eventually condensing into denser, purer clouds of energy. Buzz. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin An's body, surging outward like turbulent waves. A golden glow enveloped him, shining brilliantly in the dim training chamber. As this aura surged, his cultivation realm broke through, propelling him into the golden realm. But this was only the beginning. After stepping into the golden realm, Lin An needed to undergo a more profound marrow cleansing. He could clearly sense the dramatic transformations occurring within his body. Although the precious marrow cleansing pill's effects were gradually fading, his meridians continued to expand and extend. Having already undergone 2 rounds of marrow cleansing, his meridians were considerably wide, but now they widened further. If they were previously a 2-lane road, they were now a 4-lane highway. Lin An's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth heightened significantly. The energy seemed to recognize him as its rightful vessel, flowing into his body on its own, endlessly replenishing his strength. After over 3 hours, as Lin An's aura surged once again, he slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Golden second rank. Not only had Lin An successfully broken through to the Golden Realm, but he had also advanced an additional rank. More importantly, his foundation had grown more solid, and the spiritual energy within him had multiplied in both quantity and quality. Even without using any techniques, a casual punch from me could easily obliterate the Thunder Griffin from before. Lin An clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and made a mental calculation. If he were to use the one-blade slash, even his cheap old man might not be able to withstand it. It's time to check out the treasury, Lin An muttered to himself. Aside from selecting techniques, I also need to gather some materials to feed Duanzue. After tidying himself up, he headed straight for the treasury. Just as he arrived at the entrance, the steward, Qian Hai, came out to greet him with a broad smile and clasped hands. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the Golden Realm, Qian Hai said, his eyes filled with admiration. He couldn't help but marvel. Less than half a year had passed, and the young master had already reached the Golden Realm, a feat that had taken the city lord over a decade to achieve. You flatter me, Elder Qian, Lin An replied with a smile. I actually have a few things to ask you about. Please, young master, go ahead. How many platinum-grade techniques do we have in the treasury? Qian Hai thought for a moment before answering. Platinum-grade techniques are rare. We only have 12 in total. 6 are offensive techniques, 4 blade techniques, 1 fist technique, and 1 palm technique. The other 6 are for movement and defense. 12, huh? Lin An calculated silently. That should be enough for me to use the technique furnace. He then asked Qian Hai to fetch all the platinum-grade techniques. Though puzzled as to why Lin An wanted to take all the techniques, Qian Hai didn't question him. In his mind, someone as extraordinary as the young master must have his reasons for everything he did. After storing the techniques, Lin An began selecting materials to feed Duanzue. The treasury was already stocked with a wide variety of materials, and the recent tributes from the 3 major families made it even more abundant. Lin An didn't hold back, taking a mix of materials ranging from black iron to platinum grade. He figured that if these weren't enough, he could always come back for more. This is the advantage of having a strong background, Lin An thought to himself. If I were a wanderer, just gathering these materials would take who knows how much time. Leaving the treasury, Lin An returned to his courtyard, shut the door, and took out Duanzue. The long sword seemed to sense the imminent transformation, trembling slightly. Looks like you're eager too, Lin An said with a smile, pulling out a crimson material, scarlet essence gold. A platinum-grade material from deep within volcanic regions, it carried intense fire attributes. He wondered if Duanzue would gain fire-based powers after fusing with it. When he placed the scarlet essence gold on Duanzue, a notification appeared. Duanzue's grade is too low to fuse with platinum-grade materials. Lin An wasn't surprised. He then tried materials of gold, silver, and bronze grades, but all attempts failed. Finally, when he used a black iron-grade material, the fusion succeeded. Would you like to consume refined iron to fuse it with Duanzue? Direct fusion will require attribute points based on the material's grade and size. Alternatively, you can seek a master blacksmith for forging, though there is a risk of failure. Attribute points, huh? Lin An pondered for a moment. But compared to the time and effort of finding a master blacksmith, not to mention the risk of failure, using attribute points is definitely the simplest and most direct method. Without hesitation, he confirmed the action. You have used 1 attribute point to successfully fuse a piece of black iron grade refined iron with Duanzue. Fusion successful. Duanzue's grade has been upgraded to black iron. Duanzue, black iron grade. This is a long sword infused with refined iron, possessing limitless growth potential. You can enhance its grade by feeding it rare materials. This weapon is bound to you and has the indestructible trait. Lin An examined Duanzue. The changes were subtle, but this was only the beginning. His goal for today was Cleardo upgrade Duanzue to platinum grade. With that in mind, Lin An waved his hand, summoning all the materials he had taken from the treasury. Lin An focused intently, channeling 3 attribute points into judgment. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the red copper and black iron grade materials began to melt and fuse into the blade. A faint glow emerged on the surface of judgment, slightly enhancing its quality. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 more attribute points to integrate the black iron grade Xianjing stone into the blade, further intensifying its radiance. One by one, the black iron grade materials were smelted under his control, and with each fusion, the quality of judgment steadily improved. When Lin An infused the black iron grade blackbone material, consuming 6 attribute points, the surface of judgment suddenly emitted the distinct bronze sheen. Already at bronze level, Lin An stared at the weapon in his hand in surprise. Calculating the expenditure, had used less than 1/10 of the black iron grade materials and only 100 attribute points. He had originally estimated it would take at least 1,000 attribute points to reach this stage. However, for Lin An, who had an abundance of attribute points, this expenditure was negligible. He was well aware that ordinary players could never afford such an extravagant method of upgrading. Since it had already reached bronze level, Lin An didn't hesitate to bring out bronze-grade materials to continue the enhancement. With a light tap on his spatial ring, a series of precious bronze materials appeared in his palm, which he systematically fused into judgment. Time passed slowly, and with the continuous infusion of materials, the quality of judgment rose rapidly. After consuming 500 attribute points and a significant portion of materials, the blade's surface began to emit a silver-white glow, successfully advancing to silver level. Lin An didn't stop there. Another quarter of an hour passed before a system notification appeared before him. Your weapon, Judgment, has been upgraded to gold level. Retained attribute effect unlocked. When absorbing materials with attributes, the corresponding attributes will now be preserved. Advancing from silver to gold level had cost a total of 2,000 attribute points. It can now retain attributes. Lin An's eyes lit up. He recalled the numerous materials he had fed into Judgment earlier, many of which possessed unique attributes. If these materials had been used to craft weapons directly, the resulting weapons would naturally inherit those attributes. However, Judgment had shown no such attribute bonuses thus far. Now he understood the weapon needed to reach gold level to preserve material attributes. With this realization, Lin An immediately retrieved a crystal core about the size of a fingertip from his spatial ring. This was the core extracted from a thunder griffin, translucent and faintly flickering with electric light, containing immense thunder energy. Once a mythical beast reached the gold level, such cores would form within their bodies and could be used for alchemy or forging. Fusing this core into Judgment should grant it thunder attributes, Lin An mused, promptly initiating the fusion process. Do you wish to consume 1,000 attribute points to fuse the gold-grade thunder core into Judgment? Yes. Although the required attribute points for this fusion were significantly higher than before, it was still a trivial matter for Lin An. Fusion successful. A soft hum resonated as the core transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning that surged into Judgment. The previously unremarkable blade now gleamed with a vibrant, pulsating lightning aura that seemed to dance across its surface, as if alive. Judgment, gold level, bound, unlimited growth, indestructible. A treasured blade forged from numerous materials, it possesses armor-piercing and rending effects, along with thunder attribute damage. Lin An smiled with satisfaction, gripping the hilt firmly as spiritual energy coursed through his meridians and into Judgment. He immediately felt his energy transform into thunder-based attacks, with the lightning on the blade growing brighter as more energy was infused. Not bad, not bad. This will significantly boost my combat strength. Lin An nodded in approval. With a thought, another crystal core appeared in his palm, this one fiery red and emanating intense heat. It was the core of a flame abyss dragon lizard, brimming with powerful fire energy. Can it only absorb one type of attribute, or is there no limit to the number of attributes it can integrate? Lin An pondered. If multiple attributes can be fused, it would make my attack methods far more versatile. With that thought in mind, Lin An decided to test a second attribute fusion without hesitation. After all, with Judgment's indestructible nature, even if the attempt failed, the weapon's grade would simply reset. Given his vast resources and surplus of attribute points, starting over was hardly a concern. Lin An gently placed the crystal core of the flame prison dragon lizard onto the blade of Duanzue. A system prompt immediately popped up before his eyes. Would the player like to consume 1,000 attribute points to fuse the golden grade thunder crystal core into Duanzue? Yes, Lin An confirmed without hesitation. Fusion successful. A burst of fiery light instantly rose from the blade, flickering like a living entity before quickly calming down. Lin An gripped the hilt tightly, closed his eyes, and focused. He discovered two energy orbs within Duanzue radiating crackling lightning and the other glowing with fiery brilliance. The two energies coexisted independently without interference. It actually works. Multiple attributes can really be fused. A joyful smile spread across Lin An's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Duanzue now possessed both lightning and fire attributes, far exceeding the limits of ordinary weapons. Could it take on even more attributes? An idea struck Lin, and as he picked up a piece of frost-radiating, shimmering iron. After another 1,000 attribute points vanished, the system confirmed the successful fusion. The number of energy orbs within Duanzue increased from 2 to 3, with the newly added ice attribute emanating a faint, chilling blue glow. No upper limit? Incredible. Lin An took a deep breath, his excitement growing. He finally understood the true strength of a weapon embryoid not only had unlimited growth potential, but could also integrate an unlimited number of attributes. Ordinary weapons couldn't sustain multiple attributes, especially opposing ones like ice and fire, which could cause catastrophic energy conflicts and shatter the weapon. But Duanzue was different. It had the unique, indestructible property. This meant that no matter how extreme the attribute conflicts, Duanzue would remain unharmed. In that case, I won't hold back. With a wave of his hand, dozens of golden-grade materials appeared before him, each exuding distinct energy fluctuations. You consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused the golden-grade heavenly spirit wood into Duanzue, gaining the wood attribute. You consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused the golden-grade purple gold into Duanzue, gaining the metal attribute. You consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused the golden-grade earth crystal core into Duanzue, gaining the earth attribute. You consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused the golden-grade Xianyang wind sand into Duanzue, enhancing the fire attribute and gaining the wind attribute. With each material fused, more energy orbs appeared within Duanzue, each radiating its unique energy signature. Lin An noticed that fusing materials of the same attribute not only avoided waste, but also amplified the corresponding attribute's power within Duanzue. After consuming a total of 30,000 attribute points, the system finally delivered the long-awaited notification. Duanzue's grade has been upgraded to Platinum. Lin An carefully examined Duanzue's attribute panel. Duanzue, grade, Platinum. Status, bound, infinite growth, indestructible. Description, a treasured blade forged from various materials, possessing armor-piercing and rending effects. Attributes, lightning, wind, metal, wood, fire, earth, ice. 7 attributes. Lin An held Duanzue in his hand, channeling spiritual energy into the blade. He felt the different attribute energies swiftly shift under his control. With a mere thought, the spiritual energy could be converted by Duanzue into any of the 7 attributes to unleash targeted attacks. Among the 7 attributes, fire and metal were the most potent. Fire inflicted continuous burning damage, while metal significantly enhanced Duanzue's armor-piercing capability. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. The only downside was that he couldn't yet activate multiple attributes simultaneously. This limitation was likely due to either his current cultivation level or the potential for further grade upgrades in Duanzue. Platinum grade is sufficient for now. No need to push it further, Lin An said, glancing at his remaining attribute points. 96,648. Although I still have a good amount of platinum grade materials, feeding them endlessly would drain my attribute points. I'll need those for learning platinum grade techniques. Let's leave it at this for now. A platinum grade Duanzue is already enough for me. If the grade gets too high, it could become unwieldy. Lin An stored Duanzue away, then waved his hand to summon 12 platinum grade techniques before him. 12 platinum level techniques. Such an opportunity was something Lin An could never have dreamed of in his previous life. Yet now, they were laid out right before him. To fully master a single platinum level technique required 7,650 attribute points, and mastering all 12 would demand a staggering total of 91,800 points. Lin An glanced at his remaining pool of over 96,000 attribute points and sighed inwardly. While it seemed like a decent amount, it still wasn't as abundant as he would have liked. Attribute points really run out fast, he muttered helplessly. He decided to first learn all the platinum level techniques and reach the entry-level stage for each. Afterward, he would start investing large amounts of attribute points to advance them further. As he allocated his attribute points, each platinum level technique gradually reached perfection. Your platinum level technique, Sky-Piercing Palm, has reached the perfected stage. Your platinum level technique, Radiant Sword Finger, has reached the perfected stage. Your platinum level technique, Void Splitting Fist, has reached the perfected stage. Before long, all 12 platinum level techniques had been fully mastered, leaving Lin An with 4,848 attribute points. He pondered briefly, realizing that while these points weren't enough to further upgrade another technique, he was hopeful that the technique furnace might bring an unexpected surprise. With 10 platinum level techniques and over 90,000 attribute points invested, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of result the fusion would yield. Turning his attention to the technique furnace, Lin An retrieved it. With a soft chime, the interface appeared. Player has activated the technique furnace. Please select techniques to be fused. The interface displayed the 12 platinum level techniques he had just mastered. Strangely, the Lin Clan technique and One Blade Slash were absent from the list. Lin An raised an eyebrow in confusion. The Lin Clan technique, though platinum level, was an ordinary cultivation technique. Why wasn't it listed? He fell into deep thought. Could it be that cultivation techniques couldn't be included in the fusion? Or perhaps the Lin Clan technique wasn't truly platinum level and had hidden advancements. However, his father's knowledge of the technique was limited, leaving Lin An without further clues from his memories. Shaking his head, he set these thoughts aside and proceeded to select the techniques for fusion. Ultimately, he deliberately excluded 2 techniques, Sky Rock Movement Technique and Radiant Armor, both of which were defensive techniques. Regardless of what type of technique the furnace produced, he wanted to maintain some level of flexibility and safety. Player selection confirmed. As Lin An finalized his choices, a brilliant flame erupted within the furnace. 10 streams of light shot out from between his brows, streaking across the air and merging into the furnace. In an instant, Lin An felt as though the 10 platinum-level techniques had vanished entirely from his memory. Even the system interface no longer displayed their existence. Within about a minute, the furnace emitted a series of resounding noises. Then, the system notification chimed. Fusion complete. Congratulations, player, on obtaining the growth-type technique, Spirit Mark Art. Congratulations, player, on successfully learning Spirit Mark Art. Automatically advanced to the perfected stage. The technique furnace disappeared in a flash of light, merging into Lin An's brow. At the same time, an influx of information surged into his mind. As Lin An carefully processed the details, he discovered that the Spirit Mark Art was a growth-type technique. By cultivating it, he could condense his inner power into spirit marks. These marks could form a powerful shield for defense or be detonated to unleash devastating attacks. Maximum potential, legendary level. Further quality upgrades possible. A gleam of excitement flickered in Lin An's eyes. According to the system, the Spirit Mark Art allowed for the condensation of 3 spirit marks at the entry-level stage, 9 at the proficient stage, 27 at the minor achievement stage, 81 at the major achievement stage, and an astonishing 243 marks at the perfected stage. What surprised him even more was that the Spirit Mark Art came with 2 integrated formations. These new features filled Lin An with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. A type of spirit pattern protective formation requires at least 3 spirit patterns to activate. It forms a powerful spiritual energy shield around the user. Another type is the spirit pattern burst formation, which also requires 3 spirit patterns to initiate. It can instantly link 3 or more spirit patterns, drawing out the hidden spiritual energy within them to unleash a powerful attack. This technique not only provides defense, but also enables offensive capabilities, making it incredibly versatile, Lin An thought to himself. Moreover, the potential of this technique is capped at the legendary level, leaving room for further enhancement beyond that. Although he wasn't entirely certain about the exact ranking of the legendary level, it was undoubtedly above platinum. What excited him even more was that this technique allowed him to condense his own strength into spirit patterns. Could the power of the earth veins also be refined into spirit patterns? Furthermore, could he use the ability of judgment to convert his non-elemental spiritual energy into elemental energy, and then refine it into spirit patterns? At this thought, Lin An could hardly wait. He immediately stood up and activated his divine ability, the power of the earth veins, drawing a significant amount of energy from the earth veins in an instant. At the same time, he operated the spirit pattern art and began attempting to refine the earth vein energy into a spirit pattern. Before long, an orange glowing spirit pattern emerged before Lin An, filling him with joy. He hadn't expected it to work. However, Lin An quickly stopped, as the spirit pattern had already reached its limit. The refining speed wasn't bad either. It took about a quarter of an hour to refine one spirit pattern. He decided to test whether the elemental energy converted through judgment could also be refined into spirit patterns. Lin An took out judgment, channeling spiritual energy into it while continuing to operate the spirit pattern art. Soon, a smile appeared on his face as a fiery red spirit pattern slowly took shape. To his surprise, this attempt succeeded as well. This meant he could refine spirit patterns of different elements. However, he wasn't sure how effective they would be in attacks or if they might harm him in the process. Many thoughts flashed through Lin An's mind, but he knew these questions could only be answered through further experimentation. Although the speed of refining spirit patterns wasn't slow, the process consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. It was unfortunate that the siege of the Sin Beasts had just ended. Otherwise, he could have hunted Sin Beasts while using his Devour Spirit ability to continually refine spirit patterns. Fortunately, he didn't have much else to do in the immediate future, so he could take his time refining them. As night fell, Lin Zhao had finished handling the aftermath of the Sin Beast siege and returned to the city lord's mansion. After successfully refining his 8th spirit pattern, Lin An headed to the living room. Seeing Lin An's cultivation level, Lin Zhao's face lit up with a smile. You've reached the Golden Realm? Impressive, truly impressive. Your talent is monstrous. It took me over 10 years to reach the Golden Realm back in the day, he said. Lin An responded with a few words of modesty before getting to the main point. Father, something seems off about this Sin Beast siege. Oh, what's the issue? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow and asked. Lin An analyzed. Sin Beasts in the Golden Realm are quite intelligent. They should already know that Shunglin City has you, a Golden Rank 9 expert, overseeing it. Even if they were to launch a siege, it shouldn't have been led by 2 Golden Rank 1 or 2 Sin Beasts, with so few others accompanying them. This siege felt almost like a joke, or perhaps they had another purpose. Lin Zhao smiled after hearing this. You're absolutely right. This Sin Beast siege was merely a test for me, he explained. A test? That's correct. If my guess is accurate, something in Black Mountain is preparing to break through to the Platinum Realm. Under normal circumstances, I would report this to the higher city and have them send experts to deal with it, Lin Xiao said with a smile. But things are different now. In no more than a month, I'll break through to the Platinum Realm myself. When that happens, I'll handle it personally. Lin An nodded. Initially, he had been considering how to persuade his father to take action against Black Mountain after the breakthrough. But now, it seemed he didn't need to come up with an excuse. As for reporting to the higher city, Lin An speculated that in his previous life, his father had likely reported it, but no experts were sent, which ultimately led to Shenglin City's downfall. Fortunately, this time things would be different. Even if his father couldn't resolve the issue, Lin An was confident that once he broke through to the Platinum Realm himself, he could handle it. After chatting with Lin Xiao for a while, Lin An returned to his small courtyard. As for Lin Xiao, he still had to handle the aftermath of the siege by the ferocious beasts, which would likely take at least a day or two. Only after dealing with these matters could he find time to focus on cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Inside the room, Lin An's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, numerous spirit patterns appeared around him. Each spirit pattern glowed in a different color, containing various elemental energies. A total of 243 spirit patterns had all been successfully condensed. Looking at these patterns, Lin An felt a trace of anticipation. However, without an appropriate target to test their power, he had to set the idea aside for now and focus on further cultivation to enhance his level. With that in mind, Lin An left his courtyard and sought out Lin Xiao. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao had just finished dealing with the city's affairs and was ready to fully immerse himself in cultivation. Without exchanging many words, the father and son entered a quiet chamber and began their secluded training. Time during cultivation passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. As Lin An's level gradually increased, the pace of his breakthroughs began to slow down. He sighed inwardly. Although he had reached the Golden Realm, the progress had noticeably decelerated. Despite having ample resources at his disposal, he had only advanced from Golden Level 2 to Golden Level 4 in the span of half a month. At first glance, this seemed like a decent pace, but Lin An knew the truth. After undergoing 3 rounds of body refinement and reaching perfection in his cultivation technique, his training speed was boosted by 32 times. Yet, the difficulty of breakthroughs had significantly increased in the Golden Realm. At his current rate, it might take 3 to 4 months to reach Golden Level 9. If Lin An were unaware of the imminent connection between the Sin Abyss world and Blue Star, he might have been satisfied with this pace. However, the looming urgency left him restless. Although Shenglin City was abundant in resources, it was akin to a closed-off novice village with limited opportunities. In his previous life, he had seen players on gaming forums share stories of lucky encounters that allowed them to achieve higher levels within days. In the game, once players reached the Silver Realm, they could leave the novice village and explore the wider world. But Lin An had no intention of doing so. While the opportunities outside were tempting, they couldn't compare to the comfortable life in the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, players could respawn after death, but Lin An wasn't sure if he shared the same privilege. If he were to die carelessly, it would be a grave problem. Lin An decided to wait patiently for a while. He knew Lin Xiao was close to breaking through to the Platinum Realm. Once his father resolved the threat of Black Mountain, Lin An could seize the opportunity to move to the upper city for further development. Lin Xiao would likely be ready to break through in about half a month, so there was no rush to act. With that thought in mind, Lin An took another pill and resumed his cultivation. Time flowed like water, and another half-month passed. Buzz. One day, as Lin An was deeply immersed in his training, a surge of powerful energy abruptly jolted him awake. He turned to see Lin Xiao's aura surging wildly, like a torrential flood brimming with immense power. Lin An's eyes lit up with joy. Lin Xiao's state had become much smoother than before, clearly indicating that his cultivation technique had reached perfection. At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, as if they were on the same level. Smiling, Lin An said, "Father, focus on your cultivation. I will guard you." Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze filled with delight. Ever since his son had awakened, although he hadn't immediately sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, he had reached perfection in his technique within just half a year. In the past, he had believed it impossible to achieve such perfection in his lifetime. Yet now, he had surpassed his limits and reached an unprecedented level. As his cultivation technique reached perfection, Lin Xiao felt a peculiar energy coursing through every part of his body. This energy was familiar, had experienced it before when breaking through to the Golden Realm. It was the prelude to another round of body refinement. Lin Xiao nodded and immediately cleared his mind of any distractions, focusing all his energy on cultivation. This time, he not only aimed to cleanse his body and refine his meridians, but also sought to seize this opportunity to break through to the Platinum Realm in one fell swoop. Time slipped by quietly, and the meditation chamber was enveloped in silence. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes closed and his breathing steady. Gradually, a unique aura began to emanate from him. Initially, it was as faint as a trickling stream, but as time passed, It grew stronger, surging like a raging torrent. The powerful energy rippled through the air, creating visible waves that spread outward. Standing nearby, Lin An observed intently. He could clearly see the impurities being expelled from his father's body, while the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to be drawn in by an unseen force, rushing toward Lin Xiao and forming small vortexes around him. After 3 hours, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes and deftly took out a pill, swallowing it in one swift motion. Seeing this, Lin An's expression turned serious, knew his father was preparing to break through to the platinum realm. As the pill's power spread through Lin Xiao's body, his aura became increasingly formidable and sharp. Minute by minute, his momentum continued to climb, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, accumulating immense power. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Xiao's previously surging aura suddenly erupted, skyrocketing like an exploding volcano. A tremendous pressure radiated from him, sweeping outward in all directions and quickly filling the entire meditation chamber. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, everyone felt the sudden surge of overwhelming energy and reacted with shock. Qian Hai, Ji Yuan, and others quickly gathered. Could it be the city lord has broken through? Ji Yuan asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure, but this pressure has already surpassed the gold realm. If nothing unexpected happens, the city lord has likely achieved the breakthrough. Qian Hai replied, a hint of joy appearing on his face. As the old steward of the Lin family, he was well acquainted with their circumstances. While the Lin family's descendants were known for their rapid cultivation progress, they all encountered a bottleneck upon reaching gold rank 9. For centuries, only the first ancestor of the Lin family had surpassed this barrier and reached the platinum realm. To think that the city lord has now broken through to the platinum realm, shattering this long-standing curse, Qian Hai thought to himself. This must have something to do with the young master. Ever since the young master had recovered, father and son had frequently cultivated together. Though it seemed daring to entertain such thoughts, Qian Hai suspected that the young master had guided the city lord in some way. Send out the order. All guards are to remain on high alert. If anyone attempts to force their way into the city lord's mansion, they are to be killed on sight. No exceptions. Qian Hai turned to Ji Yuan and gave the command in a stern tone. Understood. Ji Yuan immediately complied and left to carry out the orders. Soon, 300 elite guards, hands on their sword hilts, stood ready, their vigilance ensuring the security of the mansion. At the same time, Qian Hai, a formidable gold rank 3 warrior, remained hidden in the shadows, prepared to counter any potential threats. Back in the meditation chamber, Lin An endured the immense pressure radiating from his father. Fortunately, his own strength was formidable, and his mastery of blade intent shielded him from most of the impact. Instead, this became a rare opportunity for him to gain a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a Platinum Realm powerhouse. The overwhelming pressure persisted for about 15 minutes before several spiritual energy vortexes formed around Lin Xiao. These vortexes voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and channeled it into Lin Xiao's body, cleansing every corner of his being. After another hour had passed, Lin Xiao's body suddenly trembled, and his aura finally stabilized, had successfully broken through to the Platinum Realm. Congratulations, Father, on breaking through to the Platinum Realm and advancing further on the path of cultivation, Lin An said with a smile, clasping his hands in respect. Ha! Lin Xiao laughed heartily, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. This breakthrough wouldn't have been possible without you, Aner. If not for your assistance, I fear I might never have been able to overcome this barrier in my lifetime. It was no empty flattery. 10 years ago, Lin Xiao had reached the Gold Realm, and 3 years ago, he had advanced to the peak of Gold 9th grade. Yet, despite countless attempts and methods, he had remained unable to touch the threshold of the Platinum Realm. He had resigned himself to the thought that he would end up like his ancestors, unable to go further. But his reclusive son had unexpectedly become the key to his breakthrough. In the Lin family's 700-year history, only 2 people had ever reached the Platinum Realm, the founding ancestor of Shenglin City and Lin Xiao himself. All of this, he owed to his extraordinary son. Aner, Lin Xiao said warmly. I've been so focused on my cultivation these days that I haven't had the chance to test your progress since breaking into the Gold Realm. How about I guide you properly today? Hearing this, Lin An's smile froze for a moment, and a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. If you want to beat me up, just say so. Though he muttered inwardly, he didn't refuse. In fact, he was eager to test the power of his Lingwen technique and gauge the gap between himself and a Platinum Realm expert. Since father is so inclined, I'm happy to oblige. Good, then let's head to the training grounds, Lin Xiao said, striding out with purpose. While he was proud of his son's remarkable progress, he was well aware of Lin An's terrifying cultivation speed. If he didn't take this chance to assert his fatherly authority, he might not get another opportunity in the future. As soon as they stepped outside, Qian Hai and the others approached with congratulations. Congratulations, City Lord, on your tremendous advancement in cultivation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group made their way to the training grounds. Lin Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a true master. Aner, come at me. He's really putting on airs, Lin An thought to himself with a twinge of amusement. With a flicker of intent, the weapon named Duanzue materialized in his hand. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed in surprise at the sight of the platinum-grade weapon. This blade was clearly not from the city lord's treasury. It seemed his son had more secrets than he let on. What astonished him even more was the next moment. A faint, eerie glow flashed in Lin An's eyes as intricate Lingwen patterns emerged around him. This technique was entirely unfamiliar to Lin Zhao. It was not part of the Lin family's legacy. Without hesitation, Lin An unleashed his full power. 243 Lingwen patterns lit up in succession, connecting to form a complex array that radiated a chilling, oppressive aura. Even Ji Yuan and Qian Yang, both at silver 9th grade, turned pale with dread. Qian Hai, a gold 3rd grade cultivator, felt a suffocating sense of impending doom. Even Lin Xiao, a platinum realm expert, had to abandon his initial casual attitude, his expression turning serious. To everyone's shock, Lin An channeled the energy of the Lingwen array into Duanzue. Ordinary weapons would have shattered under such immense force, but Duanzue, with its indestructible nature, absorbed it effortlessly. This confirmed Lin An's theory. The potential applications of Lingwen extended far beyond its inherent formations, offering endless possibilities for development. Should I use Daozhan? Lin An pondered briefly but dismissed the idea upon seeing his father's stern expression. He worried that if he used it, he might accidentally injure his father seriously. Father, you'd best be careful. I've learned some powerful techniques recently, Lin An warned with a hint of playfulness. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched at the remark. Powerful was an understatement. This level of power posed a genuine threat, even to a platinum realm cultivator like himself. He fully mobilized his strength, drawing his weapon and adopting a defensive stance. Come at me. Slash. The word had barely left his lips when Lin An swung the blade with explosive force. The strike was eerily silent, as if the entire world had been muted. For a moment, all was still. The onlookers saw only a flash of bright silver, like lightning cutting through the air, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. A faint sound broke the silence crack. Everyone quickly turned their heads, their eyes fixed on the spiritual energy shield in front of Lin Xiao. A thin silver line had suddenly appeared on the shield. At the same time, the long blade in Lin Zhao's hands, raised horizontally in defense, was instantly severed. The broken blade fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clink. After a few breaths, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He spoke slowly. Not bad, not bad. With your current strength, no one in the Golden Realm can rival you. I've only just broken through and need to stabilize my realm, so I won't say much more. Before his words fully settled, Lin Zhao's figure vanished silently from the spot. Lin An watched him leave, his eyebrows slightly raised. That last strike had clearly noticed a similar silver line on Lin Zhao's chest, though it was much shallower and less pronounced than the one on the blade. It seemed that if he unleashed his full power, he might already be capable of killing a Platinum Realm expert. Lin An thought to himself, though without a hint of arrogance. He understood that if Lin Xiao had retaliated with his full strength, he wouldn't have been able to land that strike at all. After all, Platinum Realm experts had the ability to fly through the air, making it nearly impossible for his attack to land. Even so, the power of the spiritual patterns had left him pleasantly surprised. At the very least, he now had a means to resist when facing a Platinum Realm expert. With that thought, Lin An exchanged a few brief words with Qian Hai and the others before heading back to his cultivation grounds. Despite the strength of the spiritual patterns, that previous strike had drained nearly all of his spiritual energy. Now, he needed time to refine new spiritual patterns. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao returned to his room. His previously calm expression turned complicated, and a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. He quickly removed his outer garment, revealing the platinum-grade soft armor tightly fitted to his body. On the armor, there was a faint silver line, as if it had been lightly grazed by something razor-sharp. Good thing I was cautious and kept this armor on. Otherwise, Lin Xiao muttered under his breath, feeling a surge of relief. Without this layer of protection, that strike might have sent him to the afterlife. At this moment, he felt both a sense of gratitude and a twinge of regret for his overconfidence. If he had chosen to evade the attack, things wouldn't have escalated to such a dangerous point. However, if he had retreated, how could he face the dignity of a Platinum Realm expert? How could he explain the power of that strike to his son? He realized that while retreating could have preserved his life, it would have cost him his pride as a father. Where did this kid learn such techniques? Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder, shaking his head in resignation. His son's rapid growth had far exceeded his expectations. If not for the soft armor, he might already be dead. While Lin Xiao marveled at this, he also felt a deep sense of pride in Lin An's strength. It seemed his son was destined to surpass him in the future. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao made a silent decision. He needed to stabilize his newly advanced realm and resolve the trouble brewing in the Black Mountains. Once Lin An reached the Platinum Realm, he would send him to the upper city to participate in the Heavenly Prodigy Tournament. Coincidentally, next year marked the Triennial Tournament. If Lin An could shine there, he might even gain the opportunity to head to the Royal City. At the thought of the Royal City, Lin Zhao's gaze darkened slightly. Ever since discovering Lin An's extraordinary talent, he had known that Shenglin City would not be able to contain him forever. His son was destined to leave and explore a broader world. What he hadn't expected was how soon that day would arrive. Perhaps it's for the best, Lin Zhao murmured with a self-deprecating smile, shaking off his thoughts. After all, Lin An had not yet left, and Lin Zhao was not one to dwell on sentimentality. Shaking his head, he returned to his meditation chamber to consolidate his recently advanced realm. The city lord's residence fell silent once more, as if the events of earlier had vanished like the wind, leaving no trace behind. The activity within the city lord's mansion never escaped the watchful eyes of the people. When the city lord's personal guards moved out swiftly and the surrounding area was quietly placed under lockdown, the streets were soon abuzz with speculation, especially for those who ventured near the mansion and felt the suffocating pressure emanating from it. A sense of shock rippled through their hearts. This overwhelming force was clearly beyond what a Golden Realm expert could manifest. Even the former city lord, a formidable Golden Ninth rank, had never unleashed such an awe-inspiring presence. Could it be that the city lord had broken through to the legendary Platinum Realm? How is that possible? Someone murmured uncertainly. For centuries, the Lin family has indeed progressed rapidly in cultivation, but aside from the founding ancestor who built the city, no one else has surpassed the Golden Ninth rank. Even though successive city lords have painstakingly sought a breakthrough, could it be that the current city lord has finally discovered the way? Don't forget about the young city lord, another voice whispered. That boy's cultivation speed rivals that of past city lords. Who knows if the young city lord has something to do with this? As these speculations spread, rumors began to swirl throughout Shenglin City. Meanwhile, the news quickly reached the ears of the common folk. Most residents were filled with anticipation and excitement over these changes. To them, their peaceful lives in Shenglin City were entirely thanks to the city lord's protection. Now, if the city lord had indeed grown stronger, it would only mean greater security for their future. This unwavering belief had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of Shenglin City's people. As for the three major families, while they couldn't confirm the truth behind the rumors, they were all keenly aware of one thing: no matter what happened, Shenglin City ultimately belonged to the Lin family. They had already abandoned any thoughts of resistance. And even if the rumors were true, it would not change their circumstances in any meaningful way. Furthermore, most of their family members had joined the city guard, and with the city lord's magnanimity, their families would not face undue repercussions. They simply needed to ensure their younger generation adhered strictly to the rules and avoided making mistakes that could bring trouble to their clans. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin An finally opened his eyes, his energy fully restored after his cultivation. The spiritual patterns he had expended 3 days ago were now completely replenished. It was time to remind his father about the matter of Black Mountain. The monstrous beasts lurking within Black Mountain had always been a nagging concern. Only after they were dealt with could Lin An truly feel at ease. Now that Lin Zhao had broken through to the Platinum Realm, addressing these issues sooner would allow him to focus on his cultivation without distractions. Without hesitation, Lin An stepped out of his courtyard and headed in the direction of Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao sat meditating for 3 days, stabilizing his realm. When he saw Lin An approaching, a flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. What's on your mind, kid? Lin An's lips curled into a slight smile. I'm just afraid you'll leave me behind when you head to Black Mountain, father. Lin Zhao, who had already planned to set out in the next couple of days, frowned deeply at this. You want to come? No way. Black Mountain is teeming with dangerous beasts. I won't be able to protect you while dealing with them. Do you think I'm not strong enough, father? Lin An countered, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. The memory of nearly losing his son 3 days ago caused Lin Zhao's expression to falter. Father, Lin An said calmly, ordinary beasts are no challenge for me. Even golden-ranked beasts can't harm me. The only threat would be platinum-ranked beasts, but with you there, it'll be perfectly safe. Please, allow me to accompany you. Lin An had his own plans. Apart from wanting to improve his abilities, he also hoped to explore any opportunities hidden in Black Mountain. After all, in this beginner village like Shenglin City, Black Mountain was the only place that might hold valuable prospects. Lin Zhao remained silent for a moment, acknowledging the logic in his son's words. As long as there were no platinum-ranked beasts, Black Mountain posed little threat to him. Fine. If you're so determined, we'll go together. When do you plan to leave, father? Judging by how eager you are, go prepare yourself. We'll depart in an hour. An hour later, the father and son duo left Shenglin City on horseback. Though Lin Zhao, being at the platinum rank, could fly, there was no need to expend spiritual energy since they weren't in a rush. They brought no attendants, as their main goal was to eliminate golden-ranked beasts and above, not to wipe out the entire army of nearly 1 million beasts in Black Mountain. Father, how many golden-ranked beasts are there in Black Mountain? Lin An asked. It's remained steady at 7 over the years, Lin Xiao explained. 3 years ago, when I first reached the 9th rank of gold, I ventured into Black Mountain. The number hasn't changed since. Newly ascended golden-ranked beasts are often hunted and devoured by these 7 veterans, becoming their nourishment. The flame prison dragon lizard and thunder griffin you encountered recently are likely newcomers from the past 3 years, left alive to test me. Lin An nodded in realization. He understood that when beasts ascend to the golden rank, they develop crystal cores containing most of their power, which other beasts can consume to enhance their strength. These 7 beasts must be formidable then? Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, detailing further. 2 are at the 9th rank of gold, 3 at the 8th, and 2 at the 7th. The most troublesome are the 9th rank devouring spirit ghost tree and shadow night owl. The ghost tree is rooted deep underground, able to rapidly absorb energy to heal itself and other beasts, with its attacks laced with poison. The shadow night owl is incredibly fast and excels at ambushes. The two work seamlessly together. Even I suffered setbacks against them before. Lin Xiao continued describing the characteristics of the other beasts, while Lin An carefully committed every detail to memory. Several hours later, riding on their blood-patterned horses, the father and son finally arrived at the outskirts of Black Mountain. The Black Mountain loomed like a colossal beast, its vast expanse stretching endlessly with hundreds of majestic peaks rising into the sky. This entire mountain range was ruled by 7 formidable golden-ranked beasts, with the strongest among them controlling the most peaks. Lin An gazed at the shadowy expanse of the mountain, his brows furrowed. Father, how are we supposed to get in? He asked. The Black Mountain was perilous beyond measure. A reckless intrusion would inevitably provoke a swarm of these beasts. While they posed no direct threat to Lin An and Lin Xiao, their presence would certainly alert the 7 golden-ranked beasts. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and pulled a small, intricate compass from his robe, his expression calm. This is the concealing compass, he explained, his tone steady. Its function is simple but extraordinarily effective. Once activated, it can completely mask our aura, making it nearly impossible for even a platinum-ranked expert to detect us. With that, Lin Xiao activated the compass without hesitation. Instantly, a subtle, mysterious energy enveloped them, and the surrounding air seemed to fall into an unnatural stillness. Let's go. While head straight into the depths of Black Mountain, Lin Xiao said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the distant peaks. Those 7 creatures, aside from the soul-devouring ghost tree and the shadow night owl, each occupy a separate peak. Although the peaks aren't far apart, any disturbance on one will immediately draw reinforcements from the others. He paused, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Years ago, I tried to take them down one by one. But these creatures are not only strong, they also react quickly. By the time I killed one, the others had already arrived, forcing me to retreat. Father, is there a way to control these beasts? Lin An suddenly asked. If we could control them, we could rally the beasts to attack Shenglin City. Its defenses wouldn't stand a chance against such an assault, Lin An thought to himself. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Perhaps there is a way, but I've never heard of any method to control these beasts. He didn't dismiss the possibility entirely, knowing that the vastness of Black Mountain and the world beyond it meant there were still many things he didn't understand. Lin An nodded thoughtfully, considering the idea. If he could somehow threaten or influence these golden-ranked beasts to mobilize the others against Shenglin City, perhaps he could alter the course of events. But he quickly abandoned the notion. If his father ever discovered such thoughts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Players truly are a calamity, Lin An mused inwardly, reflecting on how only players could entertain such extreme ideas. The pair moved swiftly, their speed almost otherworldly as they darted through the valleys. Lin Xiao, deeply familiar with the terrain, led Lin An like a falcon navigating its territory. After an hour, they finally reached the heart of Black Mountain. Lin Xiao pointed toward a cluster of peaks in the distance. Do you see those 6 peaks ahead? Lin An followed his gaze. 5 peaks encircle the taller, central one. We'll start with the rampaging demon bear, Lin Xiao said. This bear's strength is at golden rank 7. Its attacks are relatively straightforward. While its hide is tough, it shouldn't pose much of a threat to you. The father and son had already decided on their plan. Lin An would engage the beasts first, drawing attention from the surrounding peaks, while Lin Xiao would be responsible for trapping and eliminating them all. This will be your first time facing a golden-ranked beast heathen, Lin Xiao reminded him. Remember everything I taught you. I will, Lin An replied, determination flickering in his eyes. Though Lin An had already slain 2 golden-ranked beasts, those encounters had been unique. On one occasion, he had the aid of the Thunder Griffin, which allowed him to strike decisively before his opponent could react. In another, the Infernal Dragon Lizard had been gravely wounded by Lin Xiao, leaving Lin An to deliver the final blow. But this time was different. He was about to face a far more powerful beast on his own. The two Golden Realm beasts met their end in a rather pitiful manner, falling before they even had the chance to unleash most of their abilities. Lin An did not believe that slaying two Golden Realm beasts meant he could easily handle other Golden Realm creatures. Let's go, Lin Shao said without much elaboration. Though he felt a tinge of worry, he had confidence in Lin An's strength, especially with his own Platinum Realm power backing them up, ensuring a more secure situation. The two quickly sprang into action and soon arrived at the mountain peak, where the rampaging demon bear resided. Without a word, Lin An released his aura, while Lin Shao silently concealed himself nearby. As the Golden Realm energy surged, the ground quaked violently, as if the earth itself were trembling. Boom! In the next instant, a massive figure leaped into view, towering before Lin An. The demon bear was colossal, as immense as a mountain, with twin horns protruding from its head. Its entire body was covered in black fur, as tough as steel, glinting with crimson light. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin An with a piercing glare. A human dares trespass into my domain, courting death. The deafening roar echoed through the valley as the rampaging demon bear sprang forward. Its enormous forelimbs, like stone pillars, swung with devastating force. Razor-sharp claws gleamed coldly, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, carrying a destructive might as they lunged at Lin An. Lin An did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, he accelerated abruptly, his movements swift as the wind. His figure became a lightning-like blur, effortlessly avoiding the bear's ferocious attack. At the same time, the weapon, Judgment, appeared silently in his hand. With a single swing of his arm, an unstoppable blade aura tore through the air, shooting straight toward the rampaging demon bear. Flash! A sharp, ripping sound rang out, like fabric being torn. The blade aura pierced through the air, and in an instant, a deep gash appeared on the massive body of the rampaging demon bear. Crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying in all directions and staining the sky red. You dare wound me! The frenzied demon bear roared, its eyes blazing with fury as it landed heavily on the ground, glaring at the gash on its body. The human before it was merely at the 5th grade of the Golden Realm, yet he had managed to injure it. If the other Sin beasts found out, it would be ridiculed endlessly, even if it tore this human into pieces. The thought alone filled the frenzied demon bear's gaze with a deep, murderous intent. However, its anger did not cloud its judgment. Despite the human's lower realm, his strength was clearly formidable. The bear let out a thunderous roar, its eyes burning with unrestrained rage, as though it was ready to shred the human into fragments at any moment. Weak human, feel the wrath of my fury, the frenzied demon bear growled. As its words echoed, its massive body trembled, and its black fur quivered violently. Crimson mist began to emanate from the fur, spreading ominously around it, and exuding a palpable threat. Lin An watched everything with cold, calm eyes, his expression composed and unshaken. He had been thoroughly briefed by Lin Shao on the abilities and weaknesses of each Sin beast. Sin beasts below the Golden Realm could provoke the dark emotions within humans, but their abilities were passive and required an active attack to trigger, with relatively weak effects. However, upon reaching the Golden Realm, Sin beasts could condense crystal cores, granting them mastery over their corresponding Sin abilities. The frenzied demon bear belonged to the category of wrath beasts. Besides its thick hide and immense durability, its most dangerous trait was the crimson mist it exuded. The mist itself had no direct offensive capability, but if a human were to come into contact with it, it would incite uncontrollable rage, leading to a loss of rationality and driving them into madness. Meanwhile, the frenzied demon bear could harness this anger to continuously amplify its own strength. Lin An remained unfazed, fully aware that if not for his intention to lure out other Golden Realm Sin beasts, he could have slain this frenzied demon bear with a single strike long ago. As the bear charged at him once more, Lin An unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from within, forming a barrier that repelled the crimson mist. At the same time, he swung his long blade, unleashing waves of blade energy as he engaged in fierce combat with the bear. Although the battle consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, Lin An's devouring spirit technique allowed him to replenish his energy with every wound he inflicted on the bear. After several minutes of combat, Lin An remained composed and steady, while the frenzied demon bear was covered in wounds, its strength waning visibly. Despicable human! Face me heathen if you dare, the frenzied demon bear roared, its voice filled with desperate rage. During the skirmish, Lin An had effortlessly kept his distance using his perfected platinum-grade movement technique, the Celestial Rock Glide. The massive bear, with its cumbersome size, couldn't even touch him. Instead, it had become a lumbering target, repeatedly struck by Lin An's blade energy. Face you heathen? Lin An raised an eyebrow with a faint smirk. In an instant, his figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind the frenzied demon bear. Flash! A sharp, clear sound of the blade rang out, followed by a fountain of blood spraying into the air. The crimson liquid painted the scene with a gruesome hue, forming a mist of blood. The frenzied demon bear's thick right arm was severed cleanly by Lin An's blade, leaving behind a mangled wound with exposed bony, a scene of sheer carnage. Roar, roar, roar. The bear's agonized howls shook the surroundings as searing pain coursed through its body. Terror flickered in its eyes, and despair began to take root in its heart. At that moment, it finally realized the terrifying truth: this human, while lower in realm, possessed battle prowess far beyond its own. That single strike had left it utterly defenseless, its right arm severed in the blink of an eye. You're no match for a direct fight either. Lin An sneered coldly, preparing to sever the other arm of the rampaging demon bear. Suddenly, several violent auras erupted in the air, rushing swiftly toward his direction. Human, prepare to die. Soon, I will devour you alive. The rampaging demon bear roared in fury, enduring the excruciating pain. It was evident that it sensed the rapid approach of several other sin beasts, reigniting its hope and bolstering its confidence. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin An's eyes as he swung his long blade sharply. The blade's edge gleamed as it cut through the air. Before the rampaging demon bear could react, a crimson line appeared across its massive body. A pungent stench of blood filled the air as fresh blood gushed out. The bear's enormous frame split in two and crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Lin An didn't linger. He cast a glance at the now lifeless rampaging demon bear. While his original plan was to sever another limb to lure the sin beasts closer, their arrival rendered that unnecessary. Without hesitation, he turned to face the next wave of enemies. Moments later, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed, and several figures appeared before Lin An. Leading the charge was a towering flame lion, its body covered in fiery red fur that blazed like flames. Its intimidating presence exuded a menacing aura. Opening its gaping maw, it spewed forth a searing fireball, the flames burning with an intensity that seemed to ignite jealousy in the hearts of humans. This was a golden rank 7 jealousy beast. Following closely behind was a snow crystal mantis, its body encased in frost-covered white armor etched with icy patterns. Though its frame was modest, about 2 meters in length, its movements were lightning fast. A chilling frost emanated from its body, evoking a sense of lethargy and indifference in anyone nearby. This was a golden rank 8 sloth beast. Shortly after the snow crystal mantis appeared, a massive earth abyss python slithered into view. Its enormous body was cloaked in pitch-black scales that shimmered with a faint green glow under the sunlight. Its eyes were as deep as black holes, and its thick tail ended in a sharp, menacing spike. The venom it spewed carried an aura of arrogance, subtly leading its prey to underestimate their opponent. This was a golden rank 8 pride beast. As these sin beasts closed in to encircle him, a ghostly glimmer flashed across the sky. Lin An looked up to see a golden-eyed demon bat. Its wings flapped powerfully, stirring up a tempest filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment. This was a golden rank 8 resentment beast, capable of generating winds laced with bitterness and fear, striking terror in the hearts of its foes. 2 more haven't shown up yet, Lin An muttered under his breath, his brows furrowed and his eyes brimming with vigilance. Deep within the Black Mountain, 7 golden-ranked beasts of sin roamed. Among them were the soul-devouring ghost tree and shadow night owl at the pinnacle of 9th grade, the golden-eyed demon bat, snow crystal mantis, and earth abyss python at 8th grade, and the rampaging demon bear and blazing flame lion at 7th grade. At this moment, except for the ghost tree and night owl who had yet to reveal themselves, the remaining beasts had all gathered. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Zhao prepared to strike, but noticed Lin An subtly shake his head, signaling him to hold back. It was clear Lin An intended to face the 4 sin beasts alone. Understanding the gesture, Lin Zhao restrained himself, though his eyes remained fixed on the golden-eyed demon bat circling above. For Lin An, who had yet to break through to the platinum level, such a flying beast posed a significant challenge. Human, how dare you enter Black Mountain alone and kill our kin? Are you ready to face our wrath? The blazing flame lion roared, its fiery eyes burning with fury. Hearing this, Lin An raised an eyebrow, amused at the lion's attempt to sound intimidating. Since the soul-devouring ghost tree and shadow night owl aren't here, I'll deal with the 4 of you first. As he finished speaking, his blade, Judgment, was already unsheathed. A flash of steel cut through the air as the blazing flame lion cursed inwardly at the lack of warning, leaping to evade. But just as it thought it had escaped, a chilling sensation crept up its spine. Lin An had somehow appeared behind it. Mantis, help me! The blazing flame lion shouted, suspended midair with no footing to maneuver. In an instant, the snow crystal mantis darted forward, its icy blade-like forelimbs colliding with Lin An's sword. Bang! A surge of immense force rippled outward, shaking the air and sending dust swirling across the ground. Both sides were forced apart, but the snow crystal mantis's trembling forelimbs betrayed its disadvantage in the clash. As expected, you're no ordinary fighter to have killed the black bear before we could arrive, the snow crystal mantis said gravely. Enough talk, attack him together. Kill him. The Earth Abyss Python hissed sharply. The four Sin beasts moved in unison, encircling Lin An. They refused to believe that a human at the 5th golden rank could stand against 4 beasts of 7th rank and above. The blazing flame lion launched the first attack, spewing a torrent of searing flames. Lin An didn't retreat but instead charged forward, slicing through the flames with a blade of energy. In a flash, he closed the distance to the lion, his sword aimed directly for its head. Clang! This time, the blazing flame lion was prepared, raising a shield of fire just in time. Though the shield rippled under the impact, it held firm. Did you really think I would be that easy to take down? The blazing flame lion sneered, its claws raised and ready to strike back. Lin An remained silent as spiritual energy surged from within him into the blade of judgment. In an instant, a bone-chilling frost erupted into the air. The icy power burst forth from judgment, enveloping the flame shield of the blazing flame lion. With a deafening crash, the shield shattered in an instant, and the blade of judgment followed through with unmatched sharpness. The blazing flame lion's eyes widened in shock as it felt the threat of death looming over it. Desperately, it summoned every ounce of strength within to resist the strike. Yet, despair soon overtook it. Lin An's blade tore through its defenses like a hot knife through butter, annihilating any chance of retaliation. All the lion could do was watch helplessly as the blade descended. No! The blazing flame lion let out a heart-wrenching roar as judgment's razor-sharp edge cleaved its skull in two. Its massive head tumbled to the ground, blood spraying in every direction. At that moment, a piercing chill spread from behind Lin An. The frost mantis had seized the opportunity during Lin An's battle with the blazing flame lion to launch a stealthy attack from behind. It unleashed a frost-laden aura, aiming for a lethal strike, while Lin An was seemingly off guard. But who could have anticipated that the blazing flame lion would be slain in an instant, disrupting the frost mantis's attack and leaving it unable to pull back? Lin An had already sensed the danger from behind. In the same instant he struck down the blazing flame lion. He channeled all the earth vein energy within him into judgment. The blade, once encased in frost, now erupted with blazing flames, fire surging wildly. Slash! Lin An commanded coldly, turning with a single stroke of his blade. Flames roared skyward, engulfing and obliterating the frost mantis's icy aura in an instant. The blade's light swept across, leaving the frost mantis no time to react. It was sliced into pieces, its body collapsing to the ground, its eyes filled with bewildered disbelief. It could not comprehend how Lin An, who had been evenly matched with it in their first encounter, could now unleash such terrifying power, killing it with a single strike. Lin An did not glance back at the frost mantis's corpse. Instead, his figure blurred as he swiftly dodged to the right. Just then, a streak of black light grazed past him, corroding the ground where it touched. A dark hollow was left in its wake, black mist rising and hissing ominously. Whoosh! Lin An had just steadied himself when a streak of black light tore through the air, heading straight for him once again. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he swung his blade, Judgment Breaker, with force. A burst of silver light erupted, consuming the black streak and slicing it apart. As he prepared to press the attack, a sudden whistling sound echoed through the air. Lin An looked up sharply, only to see the tail of the earth nether python, its sharp spikes glinting ominously, sweeping toward him like a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, Lin An gripped Judgment Breaker tightly with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade, and met the massive tail head. Bang! The collision's immense force sent Lin An skidding backward, but at the same time, his blade sliced through the python's scales. A piercing, grating sound rang out as Judgment Breaker plunged deep into the creature's flesh. Judgment! Thunder! A surge of thunderous energy exploded from Judgment Breaker, crackling with electricity that quickly spread across the earth nether python's massive body. The giant serpent let out an agonized screech, its tail thrashing violently, as if trying to throw Lin An off. Using the momentum, Lin An leapt into the air, withdrawing his blade and aiming it at the python's head. Though the earth nether python swiftly recovered from the paralysis, Lin An was already in front of it. His cold, resolute gaze glinted as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly and drove it into the python's left eye with all his strength. Arc! A harrowing scream reverberated through the air as the python's enormous head thrashed violently, trying to shake off Lin An's assault. However, Lin An held fast to Judgment Breaker, unwavering. Pouring more spiritual energy into the blade, he unleashed its devastating power. Slash! A spectral blade of light tore through the air, piercing straight through the python's skull. With a fierce twist of his weapon, Lin An obliterated the creature's brain. The earth nether python's cries grew weaker and weaker, its remaining life force driving it into a desperate frenzy. But its fate was sealed. Without lingering, Lin An used the python's final thrashes to propel himself into the air, hurtling toward the golden-eyed demon bat that was diving at him from above. The battle raged on. In mere seconds, 4 of the 7 golden rank beasts had been eliminated. The golden-eyed demon bat, slicing through the air with its descent, seemed unaware that its comrades had all perished in such a short time. As Lin An charged toward it with unrelenting determination, a wave of panic surged through the bat's heart. Its golden eyes flickered wildly as its wings vibrated sharply. A surge of malevolent energy coalesced into a storm, sweeping outward and rushing toward Lin An. The storm's power tore through the air, its deafening roar almost unbearable. Lin An's vision blurred momentarily, and he realized the bat had employed some sort of illusionary technique. Divine art. Eyes of the resentful tiger. A ghostly light ignited in Lin An's eyes, and the distorted world around him instantly became clear. The golden-eyed demon bat had only sought to confuse him for a brief moment with its illusion. Yet by now, the bat had already pulled away, widening the distance between them by over 10 meters. Coupled with the raging storm of malevolent energy, Lin An knew it would be exceedingly difficult to break through without the ability to fly. Flying-type beasts are always troublesome, Lin An thought to himself. Once such creatures escaped into the skies, even most golden core cultivators would struggle to pursue them. But this thought barely passed through his mind before Lin An sprang into action. With his vision restored, he channeled his spiritual energy into Judgment Breaker once more. Judgment, wind. The blade shimmered, radiating golden light infused with the power of wind. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air. The blade light collided with the oncoming storm of resentment, tearing it apart as if it were nothing but fragile paper. With a resounding boom, the storm dissipated completely, and the blade light continued its path toward the golden-eyed demon bat, enveloping its entire body. Screech. A piercing cry echoed as the bat's body was shredded like paper, blood spraying into the air. Its massive form plummeted to the ground, crashing into the earth with a thunderous impact. Dust billowed upward, and when it settled, the lifeless demon bat lay still. Lin An gazed at the scene with a calm demeanor, Judgment Breaker still dripping with fresh blood. At the same time, the enormous body of the earth nether python collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Of the 7 golden-ranked beasts in Black Mountain, only 2 now remained. Lin Zhao appeared beside Lin and looking at the corpses of the 5 sin beasts. A hint of emotion flickered in his eyes. These ferocious creatures, once rulers of their domain in Black Mountain, had all been slain by his son with a single blade. Even he hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Aner, stay here and search for any treasures these beasts might have hidden. They'll head to the central peak to deal with the soul-devouring ghost tree and the shadow night owl, Lin Zhao said, his tone carrying a trace of approval. Lin An nodded in agreement. This trip to Black Mountain with his father had a clear purpose-seeking opportunities. If he couldn't find treasures to help him rapidly improve his cultivation, he would have no choice but to use his precious tenfold cultivation acceleration card upon returning. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhao's figure turned into a streak of light, speeding toward the central peak of Black Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lin An's sight. Lin An turned and entered the cave of the frenzied demon bear. The cave was spacious and deep, supposedly a treasure trove for a gold-tier sin beast. However, after thoroughly searching every corner, Lin An emerged with a furrowed brow. Strange. There's not a single valuable item in the frenzied demon bear's cave, Lin An muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. He had just scoured the entire cave, but there wasn't even a trace of a gold or platinum tier treasure, not to mention the most basic iron tier items. It was completely barren. This was highly unusual. As a gold tier sin beast, and one of the rulers of Black Mountain, the frenzied demon bear should at least have some silver or gold tier treasures, even if it didn't possess any platinum level ones. Lin An recalled his journey through Black Mountain so far. Indeed, he hadn't encountered any natural treasures along the way. Despite Black Mountain's vast expanse, even if it couldn't produce extremely rare treasures, there should still be common spiritual herbs and plants scattered throughout. How could it be that there was absolutely nothing of value? Puzzled, Lin An's gaze fell on the corpses of the 5 sin beasts. It seems the most valuable things here are the materials from these bodies. I'd better collect them first, and then check the other caves. Lin An wasn't in any hurry. The ordinary sin beasts in the area wouldn't dare approach the territory of these gold-tier creatures. That's why, even after battling the frenzied demon bear for several minutes, no other sin beasts had come to investigate. With swift movements and flashes of his blade, Lin An began extracting the crystal cores from the 5 sin beasts one by one. He then carefully harvested all the valuable parts from their massive bodies. The sheer volume of materials was staggering, so much so that his storage ring couldn't hold everything. He'll leave these here for now and pick them up later, Lin An decided, temporarily piling the materials in the frenzied demon bear's cave. The lingering aura from the sin beast's corpses would keep other creatures at bay for the time being. After finishing his task, Lin An was about to head to the caves of the other 4 gold-tier sin beasts when suddenly, 2 powerful auras erupted in the distance. Sensing these auras, Lin An's eyes flashed with surprise. That's strange. These 2 auras are evenly matched, both at the platinum tier. One aura clearly belonged to Lin Xiao, which didn't surprise him. However, the other aura, though slightly weaker, unmistakably came from a Sin Beast that had reached the Platinum tier. Was there already a Platinum tier Sin Beast in Black Mountain at this time in my previous life? Lin An wondered, deep in thought. Without hesitation, his figure blurred as he swiftly made his way toward the central peak. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why there wasn't a single valuable item in the cave of the Berserk Demon Bear. Now, he had a pretty good idea of the reason. It was likely that the lairs of the other Sin Beasts were similarly barren. Meanwhile, the battle atop the central peak had reached a fever pitch. Lin Xiao, wielding a long blade, radiated an imposing Platinum tier aura. His blade flashed like lightning, each swing precisely intercepting the onslaught of attacks. Opposite him stood a towering tree that reached a height of over 100 meters. Its entire form glowed with an eerie green light. Dense vines coiled around its massive trunk, writhing incessantly. The tree's canopy was so thick it blotted out the sun, and its branches twisted and curled like living creatures. Each dark red leaf had razor-sharp edges that gleamed menacingly under the sunlight. This was none other than one of the overlords of Black Mountain, the soul-devouring ghost tree, a golden rank 9 beast. However, at this moment, its aura had far surpassed its usual state, matching Lin Xiao's own Platinum tier level. Clearly, it had also ascended to this formidable stage. Lin Xiao, you and I bear no grudges. Why must you push me to such extremes? A twisted, malevolent human-like face slowly emerged on the tree's trunk, speaking in a raspy voice laced with venom. Fine, you'll leave Black Mountain and never set foot here again. Isn't that enough? Before the words had fully faded, the ghost tree unleashed its attack. Countless vines shot out like arrows, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, hurtling straight toward Lin Xiao. Hundreds of vines formed an inescapable net, sealing off all possible routes of retreat. Lin Xiao, unfazed, let out a cold snort. Save your breath. Today, no matter what, I'll end you here. Let's see how long this so-called Platinum tier strength of yours can last. Gripping his long blade with both hands, Lin Xiao executed a powerful horizontal slash. The blade's glow was icy, exuding a chilling aura. In an instant, the oncoming vines were severed, green sap splattering everywhere and filling the air with a rancid stench. Lin Xiao smirked inwardly, claiming there was no grudge was utter nonsense. This soul-devouring ghost tree had been rooted in Black Mountain for over a century, orchestrating countless Sin Beast sieges on nearby cities. 10 years ago, it had taken advantage of his and his father's absence in Lingjing to launch another attack on Shenglin City, causing devastating losses. The siege had even left his son traumatized for an entire decade. In the past, he simply lacked the strength to deal with this menace. Otherwise, he would have eradicated it long ago. Now, although the ghost tree appeared to have reached Platinum tier strength, Lin Xiao knew better. It was merely a desperate last stand. The ghost tree was fundamentally a golden rank 9 beast, and this sudden surge in power was the result of exhausting its accumulated reserves, forcibly elevating itself to Platinum tier. This boost wouldn't last long, and once it faltered, it would not only revert to its original state, but also suffer a severe loss in strength. Seeing Lin Xiao remain unmoved, a glint of malice flashed in the ghost tree's eyes. It stopped talking. With a deafening roar, the mountain itself began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Amidst the billowing dust and flying debris, dozens of enormous roots, as thick as the body of a nether serpent, burst from the ground. Each root was as wide as a barrel, covered in tough, scale-like bark. These roots intertwined to form a massive, sprawling network, resembling an awakened ancient dragon, and surged toward Lin Xiao with terrifying force. Lin Xiao's expression remained calm as he swung his blade once more. Though his blade technique hadn't yet reached perfection, even its intermediate mastery was more than sufficient. The blade's light streaked through the air, severing the colossal roots, exposing their pale, inner tissues. As the roots were cleaved apart, a streak of black light shot out from the broken ends. Carrying the same Platinum tier aura, it closed in on Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Clang! A crisp collision rang out. Lin Xiao, having anticipated the attack, raised his blade to block the incoming claw. Trying to ambush me? I've been expecting you, Lin Xiao said in an even tone, his gaze fixed on the newly emerged Shadow Night Owl. How could he not have known that the Shadow Night Owl and the soul-devouring ghost tree were inseparable allies? Amidst the dense forest, Lin An moved swiftly towards the central peak, his figure darting through the thick foliage like a phantom. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he sensed a third Platinum Realm aura. In his mind, the image of the Shadow Night Owl, always inseparable from the devouring spirit tree, immediately surfaced. This doesn't make sense. In my previous life, only the devouring spirit tree reached the Platinum Realm, Lin An thought with a hint of confusion. Could it be that I was too weak in my past life to notice that the Shadow Night Owl had also advanced to the Platinum Realm? Despite the flurry of thoughts in his mind, Lin An's steps did not falter. Although Lin Xiao was also a Platinum Realm expert, he had only recently broken through. Facing the combined assault of two Platinum Realm beasts could spell trouble. Fortunately, the terrifying aura emanating from the clash of the three Platinum Realm entities had scared off the surrounding beasts, clearing a direct path for Lin An. After a quarter of an hour, Lin An stopped in a concealed spot, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the trees to observe the battlefield. As expected, it was the devouring spirit tree and the shadow night owl. To his surprise, his so-called father, Lin Zhao, was holding his ground against the two, even gaining the upper hand. Lin An's eyes sharpened as he carefully studied the two ferocious beasts. Although the auras of the devouring spirit tree and the shadow night owl have reached the Platinum Realm, they seem unstable. Could they have used some method to forcibly enhance their level? The situation on the battlefield had become clear, and Lin An's eyes flickered with calculation as a plan began to take shape. The massive frame of the devouring spirit tree made it an imposing presence, but also an easy target. When sparring with my father before, I held back. This time, I can go all out, Lin An thought to himself. He quickly suppressed his aura and approached the battlefield, moving within a few hundred meters before hiding behind a large boulder. He was now only about a kilometer away from the action. Lin An drew out his blade, Judgment. Instantly, 243 intricate spirit patterns surfaced on the weapon. These patterns seemed alive, intertwining to form a complex explosive array that surged over the blade, causing it to emit a dazzling spiritual radiance. But this was only the beginning. Taking a deep breath, Lin An channeled his vast and powerful spiritual energy into Judgment, converting it into fire elemental energy. At the same time, he harnessed the power of the earth veins, flooding it into the blade. In an instant, three distinct yet equally formidable forces converged within Judgment, clashing violently against one another. It was as though three ferocious beasts had been confined in a small space, locked in a savage struggle. Boom. The next moment, the three forces erupted, and Judgment released an overwhelming aura of terror. The sheer intensity of its power far surpassed the pressure that an ordinary Platinum Realm expert could unleash. Good thing Judgment is a Platinum-grade weapon with indestructible properties, Lin An thought with relief. A standard Platinum-grade weapon would have been shattered under such a violent surge of energy. However, the power contained within Judgment had reached its limit, and even Lin An found it difficult to maintain control. Father, move aside. Lin An swiftly activated a communication jade talisman to send a message. 1/Judgment. Without any hesitation, Lin An swung Judgment, unleashing a devastating slash across the kilometer-long distance directly at the devouring spirit tree. On the battlefield, Lin Zhao, who had been fighting fiercely against the devouring spirit tree and the shadow night owl, heard the message from the jade talisman. Although he didn't know what Lin An was planning, he immediately ascended into the sky without hesitation. The devouring spirit tree and the shadow night owl, momentarily perplexed by Lin Zhao's sudden retreat, were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dread. The sheer intensity of the energy bore down on them like an inescapable force, as if the entire world were about to be consumed. The soul-devouring ghost tree and the shadow night owl were startled, quickly turning toward the direction from which the aura emanated. What they saw was a dazzling, blinding blade of light tearing through the night, streaking across the sky like a meteor, engulfed in fiery red flames as it surged forward. The blade's speed was astonishing. By the time they turned to look, the sharp edge was already upon them. A chilling sense of impending death pierced their souls. The shadow night owl reacted swiftly, vanishing from its spot in an instant. But the massive soul-devouring ghost tree was far too large to move quickly and had no time to escape. In the face of imminent danger, the ghost tree unleashed countless vines and roots, weaving them into a dense defensive barrier in a desperate attempt to block the blade. Slash. The blade cut through the vines and roots effortlessly, as though slicing through tofu. In the ghost tree's eyes filled with despair, the blade descended, leaving a thin line of fire across its enormous trunk. The fiery line became more pronounced and began to spread like a crack splitting open. No! A piercing wail echoed through the mountains. The once vibrant energy of the soul-devouring ghost tree dwindled rapidly, like a candle battered by a fierce storm, until it was completely extinguished. Its massive, lush body lost all support and began to sway unsteadily. Boom! With a deafening crash, the colossal tree finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Its enormous trunk, as thick as a towering pillar, smashed heavily to both sides. The force of the impact caused the surrounding air to howl sharply, while the ground below trembled violently. Deep cracks spread like a spider's web, earth and stone shattered, and nearby trees fell. The entire Black Mountain range quaked under the force. You have slain the soul-devouring ghost tree, gold rank 9, and gained 1 attribute point. Hearing the system notification, Lin An exhaled in relief, confirming that the ghost tree was indeed dead. This kid's full power strike is terrifyingly strong, Lin Zhao thought with a sense of alarm as he watched the scene. That single slash, he realized, would have been difficult even for him to endure. On the other side, the Shadow Night Owl stood frozen in place. It couldn't believe what it had just witnessed. The soul-devouring ghost tree had been killed in a single blow. Its gaze shifted to Lin An, filled with disbelief. Gold rank 5? How is that possible? How could a gold rank 5 human unleash such terrifying power? While the Shadow Night Owl was still reeling in shock, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Lin Xiao had already closed the distance. With only temporary strength at the platinum rank and the ghost tree now dead, the Shadow Night Owl was no match for Lin Xiao. After only a few exchanges, Lin Xiao decapitated it with a single strike. With that, all the gold rank beasts of Black Mountain were slain. You really gave your old man a scare just now, Lin Xiao said, carrying the Shadow Night Owl's corpse as he approached Lin An. Sorry for worrying you, father. I just wanted to test how powerful I could be at full force, Lin An replied with a smile. That last strike was impressive, but it worked mainly because the soul-devouring ghost tree was huge and immobile, despite being a platinum rank beast. Be more cautious in the future, Lin Xiao warned. Lin An nodded, fully aware of the point. If that strike had been aimed at the Shadow Night Owl, it would have undoubtedly missed. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and began tallying up their spoils with Lin An. Heavenly treasures and earthly resources were no longer an issue. Just as Lin An had speculated earlier, the soul-devouring ghost tree had already scavenged all the treasures from the entire Black Mountain, intending to use them to break through to the Platinum Realm. Unfortunately, despite its meticulous planning, before it could truly ascend, Lin Xiao had already stepped into the Platinum Realm and arrived to confront it. After defeating the tree, Lin An extracted its core crystal and prepared to leave, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as his gaze fell on the base of the tree. There, white liquid was slowly dripping, like pearls falling into the dark soil. Lin An's heart skipped a beat, could sense the immense and pure spiritual energy contained within the liquid. This must be the spiritual essence that the soul-devouring ghost tree had refined from all the treasures but had yet to fully absorb. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached and spoke slowly. The soul-devouring ghost tree and the Shadow Night Owl were able to briefly unleash Platinum Realm power because of this spiritual essence. Do you think our human race can absorb it for cultivation? Lin An was startled and asked, is that really possible? Of course, Lin Xiao nodded. This spiritual essence is extremely rare and has already been refined once by the ghost tree. If we humans consume it, the refining process will be much easier even than taking medicinal pills. He paused and added, however, it's unclear how much the ghost tree consumed during the earlier battle and how much is left. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly swung his blade, slicing through the base of the soul-devouring ghost tree. Instantly, a dense stream of spiritual essence gushed out. The white liquid flowed like a gentle spring. With a slight movement of his hand, Lin Xiao caused the essence to rise and hover in the air. I didn't expect there to be this much left, Lin An said in surprise. It seems the ghost tree had been preparing for its breakthrough for decades. This amount of spiritual essence could fill an entire bathtub. You could even bathe in it, Lin Xiao remarked with a sigh. With this essence, if you consume it, your speed of breaking through to Golden Rank 9 or even the Platinum Realm will accelerate significantly. The two of them searched carefully once more to ensure nothing important was overlooked before preparing to leave. Lin Xiao turned to Lin An and said, Aner, stay here and wait for me. He'll take the ghost tree's corpse back to Shenglin City first. As for the other Golden Realm beast corpses, he'll come back to retrieve them later. Don't worry, father, Lin An replied with a smile. There's nothing left in Black Mountain that can threaten me now. Lin Xiao nodded, said no more, and swiftly flew away, carrying the ghost tree's remains. After Lin Xiao left, Lin An took out the Sin Lure crystal and, like a bolt of lightning, darted deeper into the forest. In less than half an hour, Lin An successfully attracted tens of thousands of sin beasts. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his full power. The blade in his hand sliced through the air, like a rainbow piercing the sun, slashing downward. Countless sin beasts were instantly reduced to fragments. You have slain 100,000 sin beasts. Congratulations on earning a new title, 10,000 Sin Slayer, the system's voice suddenly announced. Detected that the player possesses the title First Blood. The title 10,000 Sin Slayer will automatically merge. Your title First Blood has been upgraded. As the cold notification faded, Lin An smiled faintly, sensing his newfound strength. At this moment, the title's effects had been enhanced, with the unique title First Blood now increasing damage against sin beasts by 25 and critical strike chance by 5. A critical hit? Lin An's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the panel's information. Although the system panel didn't explicitly display a critical hit attribute, he knew the mechanic existed. Hitting a target's weak point often resulted in doubled damage. Now, with this newly acquired title granting him an additional 5 critical hit chance, even his regular attacks had the potential to trigger critical damage. With my current strength, even Platinum Tier 1 or 2 powerhouses wouldn't withstand my full force attacks. And if a critical hit lands on top of that, Lin An's lips curled into a slight smile, though his hands never stopped moving. His long sword gleamed coldly in the sunlight as another ferocious beast fell to the ground. Since I've got time, might as well hunt more beasts to level up this title faster. With that resolve, Lin An continued his relentless purge deep within Black Mountain for over 5 hours until Lin Xiao finally tracked him down. You really can't sit still, can you? Lin Xiao remarked, shaking his head with a smile as he surveyed the field littered with beast corpses. Nothing better to do, Lin An replied, sheathing his sword. He looked up and asked, are the beast corpses all taken care of? Yeah, I brought Qian Lao and the others to help transport everything back, Lin Xiao nodded. The 5 massive ferocious beasts were too large for even a platinum tier expert like him to handle all at once. Lin An nodded in agreement. With a swift turn, his sword flashed, obliterating the thousands of ferocious beasts gathered before him in one strike. Only then did he follow Lin Xiao out of the depths of Black Mountain. At the outskirts of the mountain, Qian Hai and the others had already been waiting for some time. A long line of carriages stretched out, each one carrying an enormous beast securely tied down. The convoy began its slow journey back to Shenglin City. When they arrived at Shenglin City, the streets were packed with onlookers. The crowd erupted in cheers as they caught sight of the massive beast corpses. The city lord is incredible. He actually managed to slay so many ferocious beasts. I heard these beasts were all at the gold tier, rulers of Black Mountain, and now they've all been taken down by the city lord. Last time, when the city lord carried a giant tree over 100 meters long back to the city, I nearly thought it was a beast attacking us. Is that the young city lord? I heard he's also reached the gold tier and joined the city lord in hunting these beasts in Black Mountain. With the city lord and the young city lord here, we'll never have to worry about ferocious beast invasions again. The cheers from the crowd echoed along the streets, and the prestige of the city lord's mansion reached an unprecedented height. Amidst the adoration of the citizens, the group finally returned to the mansion. Lin Xiao immediately set to work handling the beast corpses, while Lin An retreated to the meditation chamber in his courtyard. Sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath. Shenglin City's crisis has been resolved. Although there are still plenty of beasts in Black Mountain, they no longer pose a significant threat. Clearing them out over time will suffice, Lin An pondered. The first goal of my rebirth has been accomplished. Now I can focus on cultivating and aim to break through to the platinum tier as soon as possible, so I can head to the upper city. With that thought, Lin An summoned a delicate jade bottle into his hand. Inside was the precious spirit liquid he had obtained from the devouring spirit tree. Carefully opening the bottle, a refreshing fragrance filled the air. Without hesitation, Lin An drank it all in one go. As his cultivation technique activated, the energy from the spirit liquid was rapidly absorbed and refined, nourishing his body like spring rain on parched earth and transforming into his own spiritual power. This is amazing, far more efficient than refining pills, Lin An remarked with satisfaction. With the aid of this spirit liquid, his cultivation progress would accelerate significantly. But I can go even faster. Lin An retrieved a glowing card from his storage space, a 10x cultivation speed card, and used it without hesitation. You have used a 10x cultivation speed card. For the next 24 hours, your cultivation speed will be increased tenfold. A semi-transparent interface appeared before him, displaying a 24-hour countdown. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin An closed his eyes and fully immersed himself in cultivation. On the night Lin An began his cultivation, just past midnight when the calendar turned to November 1st, the realm rankings were recalculated. As the only player in the entire game, Lin An unsurprisingly ranked first. Following tradition, he chose attribute points as his reward. This time, since he had ascended to the gold realm, the reward was exceptionally generous, a staggering 3,000 attribute points, pushing his total from 4,855 to an impressive 7,855. Leaning against the cushion in the cultivation chamber, Lin An lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, calculating the time. It had been 5 months since his transmigration in June. Now it was November, leaving only 10 months until the large-scale arrival of players next September. 10 months might seem like a long time, but for Lin An, every moment was precious. Once the players arrived, the countdown to the connection between the Sin Abyss world and Blue Star would leave only 1 year, less than 2 years in total, to prepare for what lay ahead. As my realm rises, the speed of cultivation will inevitably slow unless I encounter a significant opportunity, Lin An muttered, furrowing his brow. If I proceed step by step, in 2 years, I might reach Platinum 9 at best. With some luck, I could break through to the Diamond level. He sighed softly. But even a mere Diamond-level powerhouse is nothing more than an ant in the face of the connection between the two worlds. His gaze shifted to the remaining bottles of spiritual liquid on the table. The emerald green liquid shimmered faintly under the light. Once I finish the spiritual liquid in my possession, it'll be time to leave Shenglin City and head to the upper city, he murmured to himself. Though he had never set foot in the upper city, he was well aware that its resources far surpassed those of Shenglin City. If not for the large amount of spiritual liquid he had collected from the soul-devouring ghost tree in Black Mountain, he would have already started preparing for his journey to the upper city. Pulling his thoughts back, Lin An closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. With a 10-fold cultivation speed boost combined with the 36-fold speed enhancement of the Lin clan's technique, his efficiency in refining spiritual liquid was astonishing. The spiritual energy within him surged like a river, and his aura visibly climbed. In just 8 hours, he advanced to Gold 6, the rapid progress filling him with delight. Determined not to waste a single moment, Lin An devoted himself entirely to cultivation. After exhausting 2 10-fold cultivation acceleration cards, his realm had risen to Gold 8, advancing 3 levels in just 2 days. Such speed reminded him of the rapid progress he made during the Iron Realm. Shaking his head with a sigh, he muttered, "It's a pity I only had 2 acceleration cards. From now on, I'll have to rely on myself." Nonetheless, the speed at which spiritual liquid could be refined far outpaced that of pills, a fact that brought him some comfort. Over the next half-month, Lin An focused on cultivation and finally reached Gold 9. He had originally planned to push through to the Platinum Realm in one go, but at this moment, Lin Zhao came to find him. "Father, what's the matter?" Lin An asked, puzzled. With the threat of Black Mountain eliminated, Lin City shouldn't have any major issues. Lin Zhao visibly relaxed upon seeing that Lin An was only at Gold 9. "I had originally planned to talk to you about this next month, but then I remembered your monstrous talent, so I decided to come now. Thankfully, you haven't broken through to the Platinum Realm yet." Though still confused, Lin An refrained from asking questions and waited for his father to explain. "Aner, have you heard of the Upper City Struggle Convention?" Lin Zhao asked. "I have not. Please enlighten me." "Father," Lin An replied respectfully. Lin An fell into deep thought, recalling fragments of information he had seen on forums in his previous life. Just then, Lin Zhao's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Aner, let your father explain the details of the Upper City Struggle Ceremony to you," Lin Zhao said, straightening his posture. His eyes held a glimmer of expectation. Although Lin City is a lower city, it is under the jurisdiction of Guang City. There, even a strong cultivator at the Gold Realm is merely an ordinary elder of one of the major families. Guang City is ruled by the Wu family, and its city lord is an epic-level powerhouse who has surpassed the Diamond Realm. Lin Zhao continued. Every upper city governs hundreds of lower cities and holds the struggle ceremony once every 3 years. All geniuses from the lower cities can participate. If one makes it into the top 10, they can directly proceed to the royal city. Even if they don't win a spot, they might still catch the attention of the city lord's mansion or one of the major families and be accepted as a disciple. The next ceremony will take place in January next year, Lin Zhao said with a hint of anticipation in his voice. "I had planned for you to participate." Lin An suddenly understood, but a new question quickly arose in his mind. "Father, why did you stop me from breaking through to the Platinum Realm earlier? Does being at a higher realm disqualify me from participating?" "Not at all," Lin Zhao shook his head and explained. "As long as you're under 30, you're eligible to compete. The reason I halted your breakthrough is because the competition Venue Gold-level spiritual realm only allows cultivators below the Platinum Realm to enter. Additionally, Guangwu City has an ancient spirit tower that is also restricted to those below the Platinum Realm. The tower has 18 levels, and each level offers generous rewards. It's said that the 18th level holds a rare visualization diagram," Lin Zhao added. "Of course, if none of this interests you, you can still break through to the Platinum Realm and directly earn the opportunity to go to the Royal City without taking someone else's spot in the struggle ceremony." Lin An's eyes lit up with excitement. It wasn't just the visualization diagram in the ancient spirit tower that intrigued him. More importantly, the spiritual realm presented an excellent opportunity to farm attribute points. With only a little over 7,000 attribute points at the moment, he couldn't afford to miss this chance, even if it meant delaying his progress by a month. "Thank you for the reminder, Father. When will we head to Guangwu City?" Lin An asked eagerly. "You're quite impatient," Lin Zhao chuckled. "The ceremony is still a month away. We'll leave next month, which will be just in time." "Next month? Guangwu City isn't exactly close, is it?" "Indeed, even a Platinum Realm cultivator would need several months to fly there. But don't worry, there's a teleportation array in the mansion that leads directly to Guangwu City," Lin Zhao explained. "However, the resources required for teleportation are quite costly. It's typically only used once or twice a year, mostly for resource procurement. Focus on adjusting your state for now," Lin Zhao said as he stood up. "Next month, they'll take you to Guangwu City. I also need to make arrangements for matters here before we leave." "Understood," Lin An nodded, watching his father leave. Unexpectedly, the Strife Grand Ceremony offered a direct opportunity to head to the Royal City. This meant that, although Lin City's resources were inferior to those of the Royal City, entering the Royal City earlier would undoubtedly be more beneficial for his cultivation. Lin An decided not to immediately break through to the Platinum Realm. Instead, he would first advance his cultivation to the peak of the Gold 9th grade, and then directly ascend to the Platinum Realm after entering the Spirit Realm. As his cultivation progressed, Lin An's level steadily improved over the course of a few days, finally reaching the peak of the gold ninth grade. With 7 days left until December, he had already made up his mind since there was some free time. He might as well eliminate the hidden sin beasts in Shenglin City. If he and his father, Lin Xiao, temporarily left the city, with Qian Lao overseeing it, there would be no significant issues. When Lin An first arrived in this world, he had considered clearing out the sin beasts lurking among Shenglin City's citizens. However, the heavy demands of his cultivation and the perceived waste of time had deterred him from acting on this idea. Now that he had some spare time, he decided to hunt down these sin beasts one by one to prevent them from endangering the city's residents. With his plan in mind, Lin An approached Lin Xiao to present his idea. Lin Xiao had no objections and immediately mobilized 300 personal guards for the task. If that wasn't enough, they could also call upon the city's garrison, leaving the matter entirely in Lin An's hands. Ji Yuan also met with Lin An, confirming that the 300 personal guards were ready. Soon, Ji Yuan led the guards to Lin An and bowed respectfully before him. "You've broken through to the Gold Realm, young master?" Lin An noticed the powerful aura emanating from Ji Yuan, indicating that he, too, had advanced to Gold First Grade. Ji Yuan smiled. "Thanks to the spiritual liquid bestowed by the city lord, I was able to achieve this breakthrough. Not just me, Steward Qian Yang and Commander Fengshan have also successfully advanced. Now, all three of us have reached the Gold Realm. Excellent. With you all here, Shenglin City is much safer." Lin An nodded, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Back when he obtained the spiritual liquid from the devouring spirit ghost tree, he had only kept half for himself and entrusted the rest to his father, Lin Xiao. Now, with 3 more Gold Realm experts in Shenglin City, the city's strength had greatly increased. The Black Mountain forces, which once threatened the city, were now in decline. After a brief conversation with Ji Yuan, Lin An set out with the 300 personal guards. Shenglin City had a population of over 200,000, so he divided the city into 30 zones. With the help of the guards and the garrison, he quickly began the process of eliminating the hidden sin beasts. Over the course of 7 days, Lin An thoroughly searched every corner of Shenglin City and discovered nearly 1,000 sin beasts in hiding. However, most of these creatures were in the black iron and bronze realms, and killing them did not yield any attribute points for him. As December arrived, the leaderboard rankings were finalized as scheduled. Lin An opted for an additional 3,000 attribute points, bringing his total to 10,855 points. After resolving the issue of the sin beasts in the city, Lin An sought out Lin Xiao to inquire about the departure date for Guangwu City. Learning that they wouldn't leave for another half-month, Lin An decided not to remain idle in Shenglin City. Rather than waste time there, he chose to venture to Black Mountain to hunt more sin beasts. While this wouldn't grant him attribute points, it would contribute to the progress of his title. Thus, Lin An left Shenglin City with his 300 personal guards and headed toward Black Mountain. This time, the guards' task was not to directly kill the sin beasts, but to draw them out so Lin An could deal with them more efficiently. Black Mountain soon entered its darkest days. During the process of eliminating the sin beasts, Lin An couldn't help but ponder. If he completely cleared Black Mountain of all sin beasts, would it affect the future development of other players in Shenglin City? Though it wasn't an urgent issue, the question lingered in his mind. However, that thought was fleeting. The judgment sword in his hand continued to swing relentlessly. Lin An mused to himself that since players wouldn't arrive for a few more months, there was plenty of time for other sin beasts from nearby areas to migrate here. Deep in Black Mountain, Lin An had been slaughtering sin beasts for half a month. Carriages from Shenglin City traveled back and forth day and night, each one loaded with the corpses of sin beasts. While these corpses held little value to Lin An, they were precious resources for Shenglin City. Once these resources were fully utilized, the city's overall strength would see a significant boost. "Young master, the city lord has asked me to inform you that we'll be departing tomorrow." Zhao Tong, the head of the Zhao family, approached Lin An respectfully and bowed slightly. During this period, the 3 major families had been kept extremely busy, as they were responsible for coordinating the transportation of sin beast corpses. Watching the massive bodies of the beasts being hauled away, the families had shifted from initial shock to numbness, their reverence for the city lord's mansion reaching unprecedented levels. "Tomorrow, huh? It's about time we head back." Lin An nodded in acknowledgement. He then glanced at the progress of his system title Million Sin Slayer. He had only slain a little over 700,000 sin beasts, with more than 200,000 to go. No wonder in my previous life, even when the sin beasts of Black Mountain surged out, it only led to a minor siege. Turns out the total number of sin beasts didn't reach 1,000,000, Lin An thought to himself. He sheathed the judgment sword, noting that while there were still sin beasts in Black Mountain, their numbers were dwindling, likely only a few tens of thousands remained. Without wasting more time, Lin An swiftly returned to Shenglin City. "Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll use the teleportation array to head to Guangwu City," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Lin An nodded in agreement. After returning to his courtyard, he thoroughly cleaned himself up, ate and drank his fill, and rested for the night. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as Lin An entered the main hall, Lin Xiao was already gathered with Qian Hai, Qian Yang, Ji Yuan, and Feng Hai, giving them instructions. Aner and I will be away for no more than a month. During this time, follow the usual protocols and ensure Shenglin City remains well guarded, Lin Xiao said in a steady tone. Aner has hunted down a significant number of sin beasts. Their corpses must be properly utilized to enhance the strength of the city's guards and personal soldiers. I won't repeat myself on other matters since I've already given instructions before. Now, get to work. Understood, City Lord. The four men replied in unison. After bowing respectfully to Lin An, they left the hall. Follow me, Lin Xiao said, leading Lin An deeper into the City Lord's mansion. Soon, they arrived at a side hall, where a teleportation array inscribed with intricate runes stood prominently. While the teleportation array will allow us to reach Guangwu City quickly, it does have its limitations, Lin Xiao explained as he activated the array. Without a protective artifact, one must have at least reached the Golden Realm. Otherwise, the spatial forces during teleportation would tear the body apart. Since this is a long-distance teleportation, you might feel some discomfort during the process, but that's normal. Don't worry. He continued. Every lower city has a teleportation array, but they're only connected to their respective upper city. These arrays are small and can only teleport up to 5 people at a time. The upper cities, however, have much more advanced arrays capable of teleporting thousands of people at once. As the runes on the teleportation array began to glow, Lin Xiao gestured. Let's go. ITLL take about a quarter of an hour to reach Guangwu City. Lin An nodded and stepped into the center of the array alongside his father. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Spatial fluctuations surged around them. Lin An felt his vision go dark as his figure vanished from the spot. Here we are. 15 minutes later, Lin Xiao patted Lin An on the shoulder. Lin An opened his eyes, squinting instinctively against the blinding sunlight. The familiar side hall of the City Lord's mansion was gone, replaced by an imposing plaza. Dozens of teleportation arrays of varying sizes were neatly arranged, with people stepping out of some while others waited in long lines for their turn. Are you feeling all right? Lin Xiao asked with concern. I'm fine, just not fully used to teleportation yet since it's my first time, Lin An replied, shaking his head. Good to hear. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly. Come on, let me show you around Guangwu City. He recalled his own first experience with teleportation and how disoriented he had been then. As they walked out, Lin Xiao began explaining. This is the teleportation plaza of Guangwu City. These arrays you see are the smaller ones. In case of major events, they can quickly expand to accommodate more people at once. As they strolled along the wide streets, Lin Xiao continued. Guangwu City has a population of over 5 million, far surpassing Shenglin City. Here, cultivators at the gold rank are considered to have some standing, while in Shenglin City, even those at the silver rank are regarded as strong. The city's power structure is also unique. The strongest force is, of course, the City Lord's house, the Wu family. Next are the 10 great families, each boasting at least one diamond rank expert. The smaller families vary in strength, but to maintain a foothold in Guangwu City, they must have at least a platinum rank expert. As Lin An listened, he observed the grandeur of the city. Towering city walls loomed 100 feet high, and the streets paved with bluestone were bustling with crowds. Shops lined both sides of the road, their colorful banners fluttering in the wind. The air was filled with a mix of aromas alcohol and medicinal herbs while the calls of vendors echoed incessantly. Taking in the vibrant scene of the upper district, Lin An couldn't help but wonder how majestic the royal capital must be. Before long, the two arrived at a restaurant called Tianxiang Pavilion. Lin Xiao chose a seat by the window and introduced the place. This restaurant is famous for its dishes made from beast meat. Not only are they delicious, but eating them regularly is also highly beneficial for cultivation. When the dishes were served, Lin An picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. The flavor was indeed extraordinary, and he could feel a faint but distinct flow of spiritual energy entering his dantian. Father, Lin An asked while savoring the food, what's the typical strength of participants in the past contention grand events? At least gold rank, Lin Xiao explained. It's not uncommon to reach gold rank before the age of 30. Some prodigies from the lower cities can even reach the later stages of gold rank. The lower cities vary in strength as well. Some city lords may just be at the early gold rank, while others can reach platinum rank. Shenglin City is considered moderately strong, and we've managed to maintain that level over the years. Lin An understood the limitations of the Lin family's cultivation method. Although it could help family members improve their abilities, it caused a bottleneck at the 9th rank of the Golden Realm, making it nearly impossible to break through to the Platinum Realm. Most would spend their entire lives unable to reach that level. However, with Lin Xiao having already broken through to the Platinum Realm, this limitation now seemed to have the potential to be overcome. While the prodigies of the lower city were not to be underestimated, the ones truly worth noting were the descendants of the noble families in Guangwu City. For them, breaking into the Golden Realm before the age of 30 was common, and some even managed to reach the Platinum Realm before that age. The slots for the 100 Cities competition were almost always dominated by these noble families of Guangwu City, whereas the prodigies from the lower city often had to participate multiple times to barely secure a spot. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. Although you've reached the 9th rank of the Golden Realm, there are surely others among Guangwu City's noble families who are as strong as you, if not stronger. You must not let your guard down. Don't worry. Father, I understand, Lin An replied with a calm and steady demeanor, showing no sign of concern. After a brief pause, he asked, once inside the spirit realm, are we allowed to engage in combat? In principle, it's not permitted. But who can guarantee that no one will witness anything in the spirit realm? Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Lin An smiled slightly. He understood that if no one saw, the rules would cease to matter. Their conversation didn't pause, and soon, both had eaten their fill. Lin Xiao then led Lin An toward the central district of Guangwu City. This area was the most prosperous part of the city, where the city lord's mansion was located. As the city lord of the lower city, Lin Xiao naturally did not need to pay for lodging. He took Lin An directly to a hall designated for city lords. The steward, upon recognizing Lin Xiao's identity, respectfully escorted them to a small courtyard. Many other city lords from the lower city had already arrived at the hall. Each was accompanied by a group of young women in golden attire, whose cultivation levels were all in the Golden Realm. Clearly, these women were also participants in the upcoming competition. Do you plan to rest for a few days before heading to the ancient spirit tower, or do you want to go now? Lin Xiao asked. Lin An looked out the window, contemplating for a moment before asking. The ancient spirit tower can be entered multiple times, right? Yes. As long as your cultivation level meets the requirement, there's no limit to the number of times you can enter. However, the first entry is free. After that, each entry requires payment in gold coins, and the cost increases progressively, Lin Xiao explained. Gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, these were the primary currencies in Guangwu City. Since Lin An's arrival, he had been living in the city lord's mansion and had access to everything he needed directly from the treasury. He had never actually used these coins himself. Then let's go now, Lin An decided. All right, Lin Xiao nodded and led Lin An out of the hall. They hailed a carriage in front of the building and headed toward the ancient spirit tower. After a half-hour ride, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood a towering structure nearly 100 meters high, majestic and awe-inspiring. The surrounding plaza was bustling with people coming and going. The ancient spirit tower was a rare artifact, consisting of 18 levels, each guarded by formidable opponents. The first 9 levels were guarded by experts ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank of the Golden Realm. The later levels, however, were even more challenging. The 10th level was guarded by 2 9th rank Golden Realm experts, the 11th level by 5, and it was rumored that the higher levels were guarded by Platinum Realm powerhouses. I entered the ancient spirit tower myself back in the day, Lin Xiao said with a hint of nostalgia. But I only made it to the 10th level. I was defeated at the 11th. He pointed to a massive stone monument in the distance, over 10 meters tall, with many names already engraved on it. Only those who conquer all 18 levels of the tower can have their names etched onto that monument. Lin An gazed at the stone monument, a sense of reverence welling up within him. The names on it represented one extraordinary individual after another who had surpassed their limits. He too yearned for the day when his name would be carved onto that monument. The ancient spirit tower monument stood tall and imposing, its surface engraved with 24 names each belonging to a powerful individual who had passed the 18 trials of the ancient spirit tower since its inception. These names were divided into 3 ranks. First rank with only 1 name, Wu Chang, second rank with 6 names, and third rank with 17 names. Father, how are these 3 ranks determined? What's the difference? Lin An asked, frowning slightly as he studied the inscriptions, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Stroking his beard, Lin Xiao explained. It likely has to do with how quickly one passes through the 18 levels of the ancient spirit tower. The faster the time, the higher the rating. He shook his head and added, but passing the ancient spirit tower is unbelievably difficult. The last person to succeed was a member of the Wu family 200 years ago, and even they only managed a 3rd rank rating. As for Wu Chang in the 1st rank, Lin Zhao's tone grew solemn with respect. It said he was the ancestor of the Wu family who founded Guangwu City 3,000 years ago. Lin An was quietly astonished. 3,000 years ago, what an unimaginably distant era. So you're saying that in 3,000 years, fewer than 30 people have passed the ancient spirit tower? He asked, furrowing his brow. That doesn't seem right. Since the tower doesn't have an age limit, surely some of the long-time experts at the 9th rank of gold should be able to pass, right? Lin Xiao chuckled and shook his head. While the tower may not have an age restriction, the older you are, the greater the pressure inside the tower. It actually becomes harder to pass. Typically, anyone over 30 can still enter, but their chances of passing are essentially 0. Lin An suddenly understood and pondered for a moment before asking, do you think I could pass, Father? Lin Xiao hesitated for a few seconds, just about to reply, when a hearty voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. Old Lin, is this your son? They turned to see a distinguished-looking middle-aged man approaching with a friendly smile, accompanied by a slightly nervous-looking teenager. Old Zhao, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Zhao's face lit up with a genuine smile. This is my son, Lin An. This is your uncle Zhao, the lord of Pingjiang City. Lin An immediately cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Greetings, Uncle Zhao. He could sense that this Zhao city lord's strength was extraordinarily calm and composed, clearly a platinum-level expert, and evidently stronger than his father. Ha ha, no need for such formalities, I'm an old friend of your father. Zhou Yu laughed heartily, patting the shoulder of the teenager beside him. This is my son, Zhou Lin. As it happens, you're a month older than him. Liner, greet them. Zhou Lin bowed respectfully. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Greetings, Brother Lin. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement, quietly observing that Zhou Lin was only at the 7th rank of silver. Though much lower than himself, Zhou Lin's talent was still exceptional compared to others his age. Among the younger generation in the 3 major families of Shenglin City, none had yet reached the silver rank. Old Lin, you've been hiding this well. Zhou Yu remarked, his eyes gleaming with surprise and admiration. I always wondered why you never brought Lin into Guangwu City before. Now I see you were sparing us from feeling inadequate. Lin An is only 18 and already at the 9th rank of gold, far surpassing what you achieved at his age. Zhou Lin's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. He had already sensed earlier that he couldn't discern Lin An's level and had guessed his strength was higher, but he never imagined the gap was this immense. An 18-year-old at the 9th rank of gold, such a prodigy would be rare even in the illustrious Wu family of Guangwu City. Ha ha, don't praise this boy too much, or he might get arrogant, Lin Xiao said with a laugh, waving his hand dismissively. But he did have a stroke of luck. Last year, after I broke through to the platinum rank, I managed to eliminate the cursed beast in the Black Mountain near Shenglin City. While slaying the soul-devouring ghost tree, I found a significant amount of spirit liquid hidden in its trunk. That's what allowed this boy's cultivation to progress so quickly. Lin Xiao finished speaking with a smile, and Lin An, standing nearby, had a glimmer of light flash in his eyes. He noticed that his father deliberately claimed to have broken through to the platinum realm last year, when in reality it had only been 2 months ago. Clearly, this was to help conceal the fact that his cultivation speed was unusually fast. Hearing this, Zhou Yu suddenly understood. As Lin Xiao's close friend, he was well aware of the unique nature of the Lin family's cultivation technique, rapid progress before the platinum realm. While this technique could be highly coveted, its fatal flaw was that once a practitioner reached the peak of the gold 9th rank, breaking through to the platinum realm was nearly impossible. Over the Lin family's 700-year history in Shenglin City, no one apart from the founding ancestor had ever crossed this threshold. This glaring flaw actually protected the Lin family's technique from being coveted by others. Old Lin, I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on breaking through to the platinum realm, Zhou Yu said, though his face showed a hint of concern. It's fine here in Guangwu City, but once you return to Shenglin City, you might run into trouble. Lin Xiao was well aware of this. In the past, no one coveted the Lin family's technique because the fatal flaw was common knowledge. But now, the situation had changed. Since he had managed to break through to the platinum realm, it would undoubtedly attract attention and desire. Don't worry. If I dared to come to Guangwu City, I naturally have my own plans, Lin Xiao said with a confident smile. Hearing this, Zhou Yu glanced at Lin An, evidently guessing that their goal was this year's grand ceremony. Securing a spot to enter the royal city would indeed deter anyone from targeting Lin Xiao. By the way, do you still have any of that spiritual liquid? If you do, would you be willing to sell me some? Zhou Yu asked, thinking that if he could help his son advance, there might be a chance to compete for a spot in the royal city as well. I still have 2 bottles. Let's discuss it later at Tianxiang residence, Lin Xiao replied. All right, then I'll leave you to your business. It'll take Liner to look around, Zhou Yu said as he left with Zhou Lin. Watching the two walk away, Lin An turned to his father and said, Father, he'll head into the ancient spirit tower now. All right, be careful. He'll wait for you here, Lin Xiao nodded. Lin An then walked toward the ancient spirit tower. After registering his information, he stepped inside. On the street, Zhou Lin asked curiously, Father, why didn't we wait to see how Lin An does in the tower? What's there to wait for? Zhou Yu shook his head. In the 3,000 years of the ancient spirit tower's history, fewer than 30 people have ever passed through it. Lin An may have reached the gold 9th rank, but that's largely thanks to the Lin family's unique technique and the spiritual liquid. He's the same age as you, and while his realm is higher, his mastery of techniques is probably about the same as yours. At best, his combat ability is that of an ordinary gold 9th rank. But what if he does pass? Zhou Lin started to say. Impossible, Zhou Yu said firmly. Unless he has mastered 2 platinum-level techniques to perfection, it's absolutely out of the question. Zhou Lin fell silent. He himself was only practicing gold-level techniques, and only one of them had reached the proficient level. It seemed highly unlikely that someone like Lin An, the same age as him, could have perfected two platinum-level techniques. When Lin An opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, independent space battlefield, roughly the size of a standard soccer field. As he carefully scanned his surroundings, an eerie aura suddenly filled the air. Ahead, a mass of pitch-black mist began to coalesce, gradually forming into a giant silver wolf, radiating an imposing aura of gold-rank power. Its blood-red eyes were particularly striking. This was the blood-eyed silver wolf, a notorious beast Lin An was all too familiar with. Howl! The silver wolf let out a long roar and transformed into a streak of silver light, charging toward Lin An with lightning speed. Lin An remained calm, his expression indifferent. He didn't even bother to use his weapon, judgment. With a casual wave of his hand, spiritual energy condensed midair into a massive palm print. With a resounding boom, the blood-eyed silver wolf was sent flying. Before its body could hit the ground, it dissolved into black mist, leaving behind a single bronze token suspended in the air. The space battlefield trembled, and its size abruptly expanded by half. Lin An reached out and took the token. On the front, the character 1 was engraved, while the back displayed a jumping numerical timer. Clearly, the ancient spirit tower had a time limit, and achieving a top-tier evaluation required swift progress. The token transmitted information to him. After passing each level, he could rest for the time it took an incense stick to burn, or he could choose to inject spiritual energy to activate the next level immediately. Without hesitation, Lin An chose to continue. His strength was more than sufficient to handle any gold-rank beast, and he noticed that his expended spiritual energy had already been replenished. His spirit-devouring ability was still effective here. The second level began, and a gold second-rank beast appeared, only to be swatted to death by Lin An with a single palm strike. The space expanded again, and the number on the token changed to 2. In the subsequent levels, Lin An advanced with astonishing speed. Even when encountering flying beasts, none could escape instant death once they entered his range. 3 minutes later, Lin An sliced through a gold 9th rank beast on the 9th level with a single blade strike. He recalled his adoptive father's warning: the real challenge begins at the 10th level. Beyond that, even platinum rank beasts may appear. While confident in his abilities, Lin An never underestimated his opponents. At the 10th level, as soon as 2 gold 9th rank beasts appeared, a sharp flash of his blade cut through them effortlessly. They were killed before they could even let out a roar. For Lin An at this stage, eliminating gold 9th rank beasts was a trivial task. Even platinum rank beasts below the 7th grade couldn't withstand his full-strength strike. Moreover, the beasts within the ancient spirit tower were noticeably weaker than those of the same rank found in the wild. Activating the token again, Lin An unlocked the 11th level. This time, 5 gold 9th rank beasts appeared, 2 of which were flying types. Simultaneously, the token transmitted new information. In the next stage, Lin An could choose to either slay all the sin beasts to clear the level immediately or endure their attacks for half an hour to pass. Naturally, Lin An did not choose the latter. The 5 golden 9th grade sin beasts posed no real threat to him. With a flash of his blade, he swiftly struck at the beasts. Though it took him over 30 seconds this time to finish the battle due to a few flying sin beasts that he had to wait to approach before cutting them down and made quick work of them. Layer after layer, Lin An moved forward with ease. By the 12th floor, he faced 10 golden 9th grade sin beasts and dispatched them all in just 2 minutes. On the 13th floor, he dealt with 30 sin beasts in 5 minutes. When he reached the 14th floor, 50 golden 9th grade sin beasts charged at him. Without hesitation, Lin An swung his blade and began cutting them down, finishing the battle in 10 minutes. Unfortunately, slaying these sin beasts did not grant him any attribute points. Lin An sighed in Wardlethaw. Attribute points were scarce. Even the smallest gain was still valuable. Finally, Lin An arrived at the 15th floor. Taking a deep breath, he activated the token without hesitation. As the token was triggered, a powerful pressure swept across the battlefield. Lin An quickly surveyed his surroundings. A spatial rift silently tore open, and thick vines emerged from within. These vines were covered in countless flower buds, which blossomed instantly upon appearance, releasing a pink mist that rapidly spread through the air. Information about the soul-devouring demon vine surfaced in Lin An's mind. This was a platinum-grade first-tier sin beast, often lurking in dense forests to hunt prey. While its combat strength was not particularly formidable, its body was covered with thousands of flower buds, each containing pollen capable of inducing hallucinations. The color of the pollen represented different sin attributes, and the pink pollen before him symbolized lust. Once exposed to this pollen, a person's desires would be triggered, pulling them into an illusion and ultimately leading to their demise as they were absorbed by the demon vine and turned into fertilizer. Lin An's heart tightened. This was why so many failed to clear the 15th floor. In the outside world, one might buy time to deal with it, but in this enclosed space, allowing the pollen to spread unchecked would be disastrous. Despite its relatively weak attack power, The soul-devouring demon vine was still a platinum-grade creature and could not be taken lightly. These thoughts flashed through Lin An's mind in an instant. He was already prepared. Before activating the token, he had channeled the power of the earth vein into his blade, Judgment, ready to strike. Once the demon vine fully manifested, Lin An swiftly made his move. With a decisive slash of his blade, Judgment tore through the air. SHHHK. The strike was unbelievably fast. The soul-devouring demon vine had no time to react before its body was torn apart by the blade's light and instantly killed. Its corpse quickly dissipated, and the number on the token jumped to 15. However, Lin An frowned slightly. He noticed that the pink pollen did not disappear with the demon vine's death. It seemed that the battlefield environment would not reset this time. Relying on time delay to clear the level was no longer a viable option. Instead of rushing to activate the token, Lin An took a moment to gather his strength. Once he was fully prepared, he activated the token again, ready to face the challenge of the 16th floor. Buzz before the beast of sin revealed itself, a bone-chilling cold swept across the air. Lin An's gaze locked onto the source as a colossal frost serpent, nearly 100 meters long, tore through the sky, surging forward with an overwhelming aura. Its icy brilliance radiated from its scales, and the surrounding air rapidly froze into a thick layer of frost, creating an atmosphere akin to a frozen world. Compared to the snow crystal mantis he had encountered in the Black Mountain, this frost serpent was undeniably more formidable, its platinum tier 2 strength far surpassing the mantis. Lin An contemplated briefly, channeling the power of judgment within him, swiftly converting it into searing flames. As the frost serpent's massive form fully emerged, his eyes narrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he swung the long blade in his hand. In an instant, a blinding slash of light erupted, as if flames had taken the shape of a ferocious beast, bearing its fiery maw and lunging fiercely at the frost serpent. At that moment, the frost serpent was preparing to raise its head and let out a deafening roar to assert its dominance. However, faced with the unexpected ferocity of Lin An's attack, it froze in shock, unable to make a sound. Confronted with the destructive energy of the blade, its enormous body had no chance to evade. It mustered all its strength, forming layer upon layer of crystalline ice shields to cover its front, desperately attempting to block the assault. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the blade's light collided violently with the ice shields, causing the atmosphere to tremble and the very fabric of space to quiver. The ice shields, painstakingly forged by the frost serpent, shattered like fragile paper under the relentless flames, scattering into countless shards. The fiery blade showed no sign of weakening, cutting through everything in its path and cleaving the immense beast in two, killing it in an instant. From its appearance to its demise, the frost serpent lasted no more than 3 seconds. Lin An's lips curled into a faint smile as he effortlessly handled the battle. He quickly assessed his spiritual energy reserves. Although the fight had slightly replenished his energy after slaying the frost serpent, he was left with only 80% of his strength. Still, it was sufficient for the challenges ahead, especially since the power of the spirit patterns on his blade had yet to be unleashed. It's time to face the final challenge, Lin An thought as he began gathering his strength once more. Without delay, he activated the token in his hand. Emerging from the void was the next beast of sin on the 17th level of Platinum Tier 3 Bloodbane Spider, a fearsome and sinister creature. The Bloodbane Spider's silk was unnaturally resilient, and once ensnared, its victims would be consumed by an endless despair and self-doubt, surrendering all will to resist. However, Lin An had no intention of giving it the chance to unleash its deadly abilities. The moment the spider appeared, he struck decisively, his blade slicing through the air and delivering a swift and final blow. In an instant, the Bloodbane Spider disintegrated into a flurry of blood-red fragments, dissipating rapidly. Lin An had effortlessly conquered the 17th level. Only the final level remained. A glint of determination flashed in Lin An's eyes. He could sense that the ultimate beast of sin would be far more ferocious, yet he was fully prepared to give it his all. With a quiet incantation, the spirit pattern array surged, channeling spiritual energy and the power of the earth veins into his blade of judgment. Once everything was in place, Lin An activated the token once more. As the token was triggered, the space around him trembled violently, as though the entire battlefield was quaking in anticipation of the climactic showdown. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous crashes tore through the surroundings, the sound of impacts reverberating like roaring thunder. The continuous echoes along the barriers of space made it feel as if even the ground itself was trembling in awe of the imminent final battle. The voice carried an overwhelming sense of fear and oppression, reverberating through the entire space, as if some terrifying entity was breaking through the boundaries of reality. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a fissure appeared in the spatial barrier before Lin An. The crack spread rapidly like a menacing serpent, slithering outward in all directions. Before he could react, an enormous hand, so vast it seemed to blot out the sky, emerged from the widening fissure and reached directly for him. The sheer size of the hand was suffocating. It was already hundreds of meters long from what little of it was visible. Despite the shock in his heart, Lin An wasted no time. He drew his blade, Duanzue, and shouted fiercely, "One slash." In an instant, a blade of light a kilometer long tore through the air, striking directly at the massive hand. Shoo! The blade light landed on the hand, leaving only a shallow mark that began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin An gasped in disbelief. Such a level of defense was beyond anything he had ever imagined. He couldn't help but wonder if those who had passed through the ancient spirit tower before had some other method, because even a peak platinum 9th rank warrior would surely face certain death against such an opponent. As he pondered, the colossal hand recoiled abruptly, as if in pain, retreating back into the fissure, which then sealed itself shut. Simultaneously, the numbers on Lin An's token jumped to 18, with the timer stopping at 29 minutes and 14 seconds. Cleared in less than half an hour. Lin An stared at the token in astonishment, a thought forming in his mind. Perhaps the final test was about the courage to draw one's blade when facing an overwhelming foe. Just as he was deep in thought, the bronze token flew out of his hand, radiating a blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an enormous hall. The sheer height of the hall made him feel as insignificant as an ant. On either side, bronze pillars reached thousands of meters into the air, towering like columns supporting the heavens. At the center of the hall stood a massive bronze throne, unoccupied yet exuding an oppressive and heart-stopping aura. With each step forward, a voice in Lin An's mind seemed to warn him of an impending terror. Whose hall is this? Whose throne? He recalled the gigantic hand from before, suspecting that the owner of this place might be the source of that fearsome power. But for now, his priority was to find the visualization diagram. Soon, his eyes locked onto a mural on the left wall. On the mural, the right side was shrouded in billowing black mist, the oppressive darkness churning like a relentless tide. Within the black haze, countless monstrous creatures loomed in and out of sight. They bared their fangs and claws, their grotesque faces twisted with malice. Their sharp talons and menacing teeth seemed ready to tear through the confines of the mural at any moment, pouncing on anyone daring to meet their gaze. Though it was merely a static painting, Lin An felt an overwhelming sense of dread welling up from deep within, as if he were truly present in that terrifying scene. His chest tightened, making it almost impossible to breathe. In stark contrast to the right side, the left side of the mural depicted a different scene. A group of human warriors, wielding various weapons, stood out prominently against the background, their clothes soaked through with blood. Each warrior wore an expression of unwavering determination and fearlessness, their eyes resolute as they charged headlong into the army of monstrous creatures on the right. Beneath the mural lay a scorched, desolate battlefield, littered with countless severed limbs and broken remains. The dismembered bodies were a mix of human warriors and the monstrous beasts, a macabre display of blood and gore that was both shocking and haunting. Lin An could almost hear the anguished cries of the fallen and the deafening clash of battle, causing him to instinctively hold his breath. However, the most striking element of the mural was the colossal figure at its center. This giant stood like a natural barrier, dividing the human warriors on the left from the monstrous creatures on the right. Towering and majestic like a mountain, the giant's immense form dwarfed everything else in the mural, reducing both humans and beasts to the size of mere ants in comparison. The giant knelt on the ground, facing the humans, its eyes hollow and lifeless, devoid of vitality, like a massive corpse. The cause of the giant's tragic demise was a gargantuan sword that pierced through the heavens. The sword was so enormous that the mural could not fully contain its entirety. Its hilt disappeared into the clouds above, leaving only the blade visible. The blade had impaled the giant straight through its body, pinning it mercilessly to the ground. The tip of the sword plunged deep into the earth, its end unseen. As Lin An gazed at the mural, a profound sense of fear crept into his heart. This fear did not stem from the grotesque and violent imagery depicted in the mural, but from a stark realization of his own insignificance. He understood clearly that if he were to find himself on this battlefield, even the faintest breeze stirred by the chaos would be enough to obliterate him completely. A wry smile tugged at Lin An's lips. No, he thought to himself, he wouldn't even qualify to set foot on such a battlefield, let alone feel the breeze that could annihilate him. Lin An stared at the mural in silence for a long time before taking a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. The scene depicted on this mural appeared to record an important battle between humans and the monstrous creatures. But that sword, who did it belong to? Lin An's gaze lingered on the enormous sword, its full form obscured, and he struggled to fathom what kind of being could wield such an immense weapon. After staring for a while, Lin An finally looked away. This mural was not a visualization diagram. Otherwise, the game system would have alerted him. Turning around, he noticed another mural on the opposite wall. This one depicted a giant figure, the same giant that had been pinned to the ground by the sword in the previous mural. The giant had a fearsome visage, with a greenish face and sharp fangs, and wielded a massive warhammer. It exuded an aura of formidable power and dominance. As Lin An's gaze fell upon this second mural, the voice of the game system suddenly echoed in his ears. Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to comprehend the sky-shattering Titan visualization diagram? Note, the comprehension difficulty of this diagram is extremely high, and failure is highly likely. Sky-shattering Titan? Lin An murmured to himself. So, that's the name of this giant. Lin An was unfazed by the failure to comprehend the visualization diagram. After all, having undergone 3 rounds of body refinement, his aptitude had already improved drastically. Let's proceed with the comprehension, Lin An said calmly. The system prompt immediately sounded. You have consumed 100 attribute points to comprehend the visualization diagram. Due to undergoing 3 rounds of body refinement, your aptitude has greatly improved, significantly reducing the difficulty of comprehension. However, to his surprise, the next prompt displayed, comprehension failed. Lin An paused, furrowing his brow. He hadn't expected to fail at comprehension even after his aptitude had been enhanced by the 3 rounds of refinement. But soon, his eyes lit up, and his thoughts shifted rapidly. Failing even after 3 rounds of body refinement means this visualization diagram has an extremely high level of difficulty, Lin An thought, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. At the same time, successfully comprehending it must yield an incredibly powerful divine ability. He recalled the records he had seen earlier. Over the years, only 24 individuals had ever reached this place. Perhaps not all of them successfully comprehended the visualization diagram. Among them, the one individual rated with the highest evaluation, Wu Chang, likely succeeded. In fact, over the past 3 millennia, it seemed he was the only one to have done so. Lin An glanced at his remaining attribute points 10, 855. This meant he could only attempt comprehension 108 times. If I had known this earlier, I would have found a way to gather more attribute points. Now it feels a bit risky, Lin An thought to himself. Despite his concerns, he had no other options. He wasn't certain if he would get another chance to comprehend this diagram after leaving the ancient spirit tower. Even if he did, he couldn't afford to take that gamble. Let's hope these 108 attempts are enough, Lin An murmured, taking a deep breath before resuming his attempts, spending attribute points to continue the comprehension process. You have consumed 100 attribute points to comprehend the visualization diagram. Comprehension failed. Comprehension failed. As his attribute points dwindled and the system repeatedly notified him of failures, Lin An's expression grew increasingly grim. If he failed to comprehend it this time, he would have to hope that he could gather enough points and try again in the future, assuming the opportunity would still be there. On his 103rd attempt, just as Lin An was expecting another failure, the system prompt suddenly changed. You have consumed 100 attribute points to comprehend the visualization diagram. Comprehension successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a new divine ability, Heaven and Earth Transformation. Success. A bright smile spread across Lin An's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Despite spending over 10,000 attribute points, achieving success made it all worthwhile. Heaven and Earth Transformation? Lin An's interest was piqued as he quickly checked the details of the newly acquired divine ability. Ultimate Heaven and Earth Transformation. Upon activation, the user's body size will increase dramatically, resulting in a significant boost to strength, speed, and defense. This divine ability is at its peak and cannot be further upgraded. Although the description was brief, Lin An's eyes lit up with anticipation. It was clearly a power-enhancing divine ability, but how much it could boost his combat ability remained to be seen. Without hesitation, he activated the divine ability. Boom. In an instant, the spiritual energy within his body surged like a flood, and his body began to grow at a visible rate. Within moments, his figure had expanded to a towering height of 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters. Though he still appeared small compared to the vast bronze hall, he was now over 10 times his previous size. If anyone stood before him now, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the aura he exuded. With a thought, Lin An summoned the judgment sword into his hand. However, in his massive form, the sword now resembled a mere toothpick. Yet, a surge of energy flowed into the weapon, and it began to grow at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it had extended to a length of over 16 or 17 meters. It actually works. Perhaps it's because the judgment sword is bound to me, Lin An thought, his eyes gleaming with delight. What had started as an experiment had turned out to be a success. This meant that even in his enlarged state, he wouldn't need to worry about lacking a suitable weapon. The only drawback was the increased consumption of spiritual energy. Next, let's test its power. Lin An gripped the massive judgment sword, his colossal form pivoting as he swung it toward a bronze pillar. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the bronze hall. A blade's light, sharp as lightning, struck fiercely against a bronze pillar, sending a metallic resonance reverberating through the air. When the light dissipated, Lin An's sharp gaze fixed on the target. The bronze pillar remained unscathed, not even a shallow mark left behind. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lin An's eyes. This attempt had given him a clear understanding of his strength in the heavenly transformation state. Gripping the blade tightly, he silently assessed. Although I'm still at the 9th tier of the Golden Realm, that casual strike just now would be difficult for even a first-tier Platinum Realm expert to endure. What excited him even more was the realization that this was merely a casual attack. If he utilized a spirit pattern or unleashed his one-blade slash, the power would be even more terrifying. Next, Lin An tested his explosive speed. His figure flickered across the Grand Hall, leaving behind afterimages. His speed was on par with his so-called cheap old man, and if combined with his movement techniques, he could even surpass him by a considerable margin. However, as strong as the heavenly transformation was, its flaw was equally apparent: its massive energy consumption. After sustaining the state for just a minute, Lin An felt that 90 of his spiritual energy had been drained. As he deactivated the state, a wave of weakness washed over him, forcing him to pause and recuperate. With such high energy consumption, it's definitely not suitable for prolonged combat, Lin An muttered with a frown, but soon had a revelation. However, if I encounter a horde of sin beasts, I could rely on the Devourer's spirit ability to absorb energy and potentially maintain the state longer. As my cultivation improves, the duration will naturally increase. For now, I can control the enlarged form to around 10 feet, which would extend the duration while enhancing my combat power. While taking a recovery pill to restore his spiritual energy, Lin An opened the system interface to check. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood. Realm: 9th tier of the Golden Realm. Techniques: Spirit Pattern Technique perfected. Lin Clan's Techniques perfected. Click to view all. Abilities: Extreme Heavenly Transformation, Tiger's Vengeful Eye, Devour Spirit, Earth Vein Power. Attribute points: 555. So abilities have limits as well. I just don't know how many upgrades ITLL take to reach the maximum, Lin An thought as he studied the interface. Currently, among his 4 abilities, Heavenly Transformation had reached its peak, while Tiger's Vengeful Eye and Devour Spirit had each been upgraded once. Earth Vein Power, however, remained at its base level. I must find more ability upgrade stones whenever I get the chance, he resolved. Closing the interface, Lin An decided to leave the area. His next focus was preparing for the Struggle Grand Ceremony and entering the Spirit Realm to farm more attribute points. With only 555 points left, his reserves were running dry. He approached a faintly glowing portal, the passageway out of the ancient Spirit Tower. Before stepping through, Lin An glanced back at a mural on the left wall of the hall. His eyes lingered for a few seconds on the long sword depicted in the painting before he finally stepped into the portal and vanished. As Lin An departed, the bronze hall returned to its previous silence, as if no one had ever been there. Outside the ancient Spirit Tower, the plaza was bustling with activity. The Struggle Grand Ceremony was about to begin, and many lords from the lower cities had brought their family members to join in the excitement. As a landmark of Guangwu City, the ancient Spirit Tower was naturally a must-visit destination for the younger generation to broaden their horizons. Brother Lin, congratulations. You've finally broken through to the Platinum Realm. Indeed, with your talent. Now that you've crossed the threshold into the Platinum Realm, the sky's the limit for you. Please look after us in the future, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, how did you manage to cross this threshold? You've even surpassed our ancestors. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around Lin Zhao, mostly comprising city lords from lower city. The majority were platinum-level experts, with some at the 9th rank of gold. Their figures formed a small circle in the square, their luxurious robes shimmering under the sunlight as low murmurs of conversation filled the air. One person cupped his hands in greeting, smiling warmly. Congratulations, City Lord Lin, on breaking through to platinum and advancing your strength. Another deliberately leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Brother Lin, if you have some free time, might I invite you to my humble abode for a chat? Most, however, had probing expressions, cautiously asking, City Lord Lin, would you mind sharing some insights on breaking through to platinum? The intentions behind these questions were all too clear. Everyone knew that the Lin family possessed a cultivation technique known for its rapid progress, but its drawback was the inability to reach the platinum level. Now that Lin Zhao had overcome this bottleneck, it naturally drew countless covetous gazes. If they could obtain this technique, it would not only speed up their cultivation but also enable breakthroughs to platinum, providing unparalleled advantages for nurturing their descendants. Lin Zhao responded with a calm smile, neither arrogant nor servile. Haha, it's all just luck, mere luck. He was well aware that most of these people were strangers to him, with whom he had exchanged at most a polite nod in the past. Now, however, they flocked to him, driven solely by their desire for his family's technique. But Lin Zhao was unperturbed. He knew no one would dare make a move against him, at least within the boundaries of Guangwu City. Once the grand ceremony concluded, his son would undoubtedly secure a spot to travel to the royal capital, where the Wu family would take notice of him. At that point, others would think twice before acting rashly. Besides, Lin Shao wasn't without his own precautions. Brother Lin, I heard your son is here as well. Why haven't we seen him yet? A middle-aged man in a brocade robe inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Straightening his posture, Lin Shao replied with a hint of pride in his voice. Aner has entered the ancient spirit tower. Once he emerges, he will come to pay his respects to everyone. If I'm not mistaken, your son is only 18 or 19, right? The man squinted slightly. To reach the gold level at such a young age, truly like father, like son. However, the ancient spirit tower is no easy challenge. My boy is already at the 7th rank of gold, yet he barely made it to the 9th floor a few days ago. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. But your son is still young. Reaching the 9th rank of gold before 30 shouldn't be an issue. Who knows? He might even leave his name on the ancient spirit tower's monument someday. Lin Shao was about to respond when suddenly, a deep, resonant bell tolled. Dong dong dong. The sound was long and profound, emanating from the ancient spirit tower and rippling across the entirety of Guangwu City. The vibrations seemed to penetrate the clouds, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. The crowd in the square froze momentarily before erupting into murmurs of speculation. Only a few seasoned individuals recognized the significance of the bell. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to disbelief as they hurried toward the ancient spirit tower, their footsteps echoing urgently against the stone pavement. All eyes instinctively turned to the bell tower atop the ancient spirit tower, where the bronze bell swayed and rang without any wind. It's the ancient spirit tower's bell. Why is it ringing all of a sudden? I heard the bell only rings when someone clears all 18 floors of the tower. Could it be that someone has done it this year? Impossible. The last time someone cleared all 18 floors was over 200 years ago. Could there really be another prodigy? The chatter swelled like a tidal wave across the square. If someone had indeed cleared all 18 floors, it was a monumental event. The last person to achieve this feat over 2 centuries ago had ranked 3rd on the ancient spirit tower's monument and was said to have eventually surpassed the epic level to become a legendary powerhouse. Every individual who conquered the ancient spirit tower, barring premature death, was destined to become at least a legendary level figure. Crash. At that moment, the sky above the square suddenly tore open, revealing a rift in space. Golden light poured forth as an elderly man with snow-white hair emerged, accompanied by several others. They hovered in midair, their presence as imposing as a mountain pressing down on the square. Upon recognizing the elderly man, everyone's pupils contracted and their breaths caught in their throats. It was Wu Qi, the city lord of Guangwu City and an epic-level powerhouse. We pay our respects to the city lord. Hundreds of people knelt in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. Wu Qi replied with only a faint hum, as his gaze remained fixed on the Guling Tower, paying no further attention to the kneeling crowd. The ancient bell tolled across the sky, one chime after another, resonating deeply in everyone's hearts. As the sound of the bell spread, figures began to rush in from all directions. The heads of the Wu family, Zhao family, Sun family, Shun family, the leaders of the 10 great families had all gathered. The legendary feat of someone passing the 18th floor of the Guling Tower naturally attracted all the top powerhouses of the city. The crowd in the square stared in awe as these legendary figures appeared one after another. Their gazes shifted back and forth between the Guling Tower and these prominent individuals, eager to know who possessed the strength to conquer the 18th floor. Even the city lords from the lower districts, who had been casually chatting with Lin Shao moments before, were now silent and tense, not daring to make a sound. Lin Shao furrowed his brows, silently pondering. Could it be an No, that can't be. He hasn't even been inside for an hour yet. Even the fastest record takes 2 to 3 hours, while slower attempts can take 7 or 8. At the same time, he cast a wary glance at Wu Qi, who hovered in midair, his mind already calculating. If Wu Qi poses a threat to an he'll have no choice but to use that. When the final chime of the bell faded, the square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath and focused intently on the Guling Tower, anxiously awaiting the appearance of the genius who had achieved this extraordinary feat. A portal of light slowly opened at the base of the tower, and a young figure stepped out. Finally found the exit. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief to himself. I almost thought I'd get lost in there. As he looked around, he noticed the square was packed with people, all of them staring at him. I am Wu Qi, city lord of Guangwu City, Wu Qi declared, appearing instantly before Lin An with an imposing presence. Lin An bowed respectfully. I am Lin An, greetings to the city lord. After all, this man was his cheap old man's direct superior. Wu Qi studied the young man before him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lin An didn't seem to be even 20 years old. No need for such formalities. Young Lin An, may I ask where you are from? Wu Qi's tone softened, his aura now more like that of a kind elder than a powerful figure. I come from Shenglin City in the lower district. My father is Lin Shao, Lin An answered truthfully. Shenglin City? Lin Xiao. Wu Qi's astonishment deepened. To achieve a golden 9th rank at such a young age and pass the 18th floor's trial, Wu Qi had assumed this must be a peerless genius from the royal capital. Yet, it turned out to be someone from a small city under his jurisdiction. Where is Lin Xiao of Shenglin City? Wu Qi asked, scanning the crowd. Lin Xiao greets the city lord. Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward, flying out of the crowd to bow before Wu Qi. Seeing that his son had truly conquered the 18th floor, his heart swelled with uncontrollable pride and excitement. Lord Lin, you've raised an exceptional son, Wu Qi remarked, his gaze lingering on Lin Xiao for a moment before a smile of approval appeared on his face. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Wu. This is all the result of a nurse's own hard work, Lin Xiao responded humbly. Indeed, during their time in Shenglin City, apart from providing the necessary cultivation resources, Lin An had relied entirely on his own efforts. Wu Qi turned to Lin An, his expression serious. We'll discuss other matters later. Young friend Lin An, please step forward to leave your name on the ancient spirit tower monument. Leave my name. That's correct. Anyone who passes the trial of the ancient spirit tower is entitled to leave their name here. Simply place your hand on the monument. Lin An nodded and approached the monument, raising his hand to lightly touch its surface. In an instant, the monument trembled slightly, and all the names on it began to glow faintly. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed on the monument, waiting to see where the new name would appear. Moments later, the name, Lin An, emerged. When the crowd saw its position, the scene fell into stunned silence. Even Wu Qi, who had maintained a calm smile, was visibly shaken, his face filled with disbelief. First rank, Lin An, Wu Chang. First rank. And not just that, it was even more astonishing that Lin An's name appeared above Wu Chang, the revered ancestor of the Wu family. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. This young man is a prodigy on par with the legendary Wu Chang. The atmosphere erupted. Those who had previously speculated that Lin An would rank no higher than second or third were now left speechless. Many stole glances at Wu Qi, worried that he might take offense and retaliate against Lin An for such a public upset. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned as well. His expression shifted subtly, and his hand discreetly gripped a protective talisman. If Wu Qi chose to make things difficult for Lin An, this life-saving token would have to be used. Wu Qi took a deep breath, his gaze complicated as he looked at Lin An. What he had assumed to be a second or third-rank talent had turned out to be a first-rank genius, surpassing even his family's ancestor. While it was a blow to his pride, as the lord who had upheld the Wu family's dominance in Guangwu City for 3 millennia, he was not so narrow-minded as to let this affect him. According to family records, Wu Chang had been a figure of legend, surpassing even mythical levels. At just 21, he had reached the 9th grade of gold and cleared the ancient spirit tower in one attempt. Yet here stood a young man, clearly under 20, whose future potential might even exceed that of the great ancestor. Ha ha ha. Wu Qi suddenly laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Young friend Lin An, your talent is extraordinary, and your future is boundless. This is a blessing for Guangwu City. His declaration immediately diffused the tension. Any lords who might have harbored intentions toward Lin Zhao's techniques now dared not entertain such thoughts. Especially the one who had been boasting earlier about his son reaching the 7th grade of gold now stood red-faced with embarrassment. Young friend Lin An, Lord Lin, this is not the best place to talk. Would you be willing to accompany me to the city lord's mansion for a more private discussion? Wu Qi asked with a smile. Lin An and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, understanding that this was not a mere invitation. We would be honored. Please excuse us for the intrusion, Lin Xiao replied, showing no concern that Wu Qi might resort to underhanded tactics. Seeing his father's agreement, Lin An also nodded in assent. With a smile, Wu Qi waved his hand and tore open a spatial rift, leading the two away from the crowd's sight. Inside the city lord's mansion, in the reception hall, please have a seat. No need to stand on ceremony. Wu Qi greeted them with a warm smile, gesturing politely as he spoke with a hint of enthusiasm in his tone. Lin Xiao and Lin An clasped their hands in a respectful salute before sitting down. Lin An, young friend, I assume you're preparing to participate in next month's contest of champions? Wu Qi asked gently, lifting a teacup with a cordial expression. That's correct. I do plan to take part, Lin An replied calmly, nodding slightly. With your talent, young friend, it's not entirely necessary for you to go through the usual process. Our city lord's mansion still has a few vacant spots. If you're willing, you could join us directly on the journey to the royal city, Wu Qi said sincerely, taking a sip of tea. Lin An's heart tightened slightly, fully aware that this was an overture of goodwill. However, his true aim was not merely to secure a spot in the royal city, but to use the contest of champions as an opportunity to hunt more sin beasts and acquire a significant number of attribute points. He glanced at Wu Qi, his expression composed. Thank you for your kind offer, City Lord. However, I would like to take this chance to witness the talents of others from various regions. Besides, I am quite intrigued by the spirit realm. Ha ha ha. Such youthful ambition and determination. I must admit, I was being a little presumptuous. Wu Qi laughed heartily, showing no sign of displeasure. On the contrary, his appreciation for Lin An seemed to deepen. After a brief pause, he continued, with your abilities, securing a spot should be no trouble at all. If you encounter any difficulties in the meantime, feel free to use my token and come to the City Lord's mansion anytime. As he spoke, Wu Qi waved his sleeve, and a glowing token flew through the air, stopping steadily in front of Lin An. Thank you, City Lord. He'll gladly accept. Lin An reached out and took the token with a decisive motion. Good. I admire straightforward individuals like you, Wu Qi said, his eyes gleaming with approval. Rising to his feet with a smile, he added, the hour grows late, and a banquet has already been prepared in the mansion. Please, both of you join me. It will also give my family members a chance to witness the presence of such an outstanding young talent. With that, he took the lead, heading toward the banquet hall. Lin Zhao and Lin An exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other, before following behind. The banquet hall was already packed with people of all ages, their eyes collectively turning to Lin and some curious, others full of admiration. After all, this was someone who had left his mark on the ancient spirit tower, earning a rank of the highest tier, surpassing even the legendary ancestor of the Wu family. A figure of such stature was someone they would rather befriend than offend. Understanding this, the Wu family spared no effort in their hospitality, ensuring every courtesy was extended. During the banquet, some young women from the Wu family even approached Lin An, attempting to strike up conversations with an air of familiarity, their intentions quite evident. Lin An was fully aware of their motives. While he did not outright reject their advances, he also did not intend to form deep connections. He responded with polite smiles, subtly maintaining his distance. With the Cinnabis set to connect with Blue Star in 2 years, bringing inevitable chaos, he had no time to be distracted by matters of romance. Throughout the banquet, the younger generation of the Wu family gathered around Lin An, eagerly asking about his experiences in the ancient spirit tower. Lin An responded gracefully, his tone light, yet engaging, embellishing his stories with just the right amount of drama. Simple, decisive battles were recounted as thrilling, perilous encounters, drawing gasps of astonishment and admiration from his audience. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao sat on the other side, conversing amicably with Wu Qi and several elders. Their discussions ranged from the challenges faced by the city to light-hearted topics about parenting, creating a relaxed and lively atmosphere. The banquet lasted for over 3 hours, filled with warmth and decorum. Eventually, Lin Zhao and Lin An rose to take their leave. Wu Qi initially intended to persuade them to stay overnight at the mansion, but before he could speak, the two declined politely, citing their focus on cultivation and the need to remain undistracted. Reluctantly, he let it go. Brother Lin, should you ever need assistance in the future, you are always welcome at the City Lord's mansion, Wu Qi said earnestly as he personally escorted them to the entrance. A middle-aged man, accompanied by his attendants, escorted Lin Zhao and his son, Lin An, to the gate of the mansion. This man was Wu Jin, a peak-level diamond-ranked expert, the current head of the Wu family, and the eldest son of Wu Qi, the next lord of Guangwu City. Master Wu, you are too kind. Being invited by the lord of the city is already a great honor for us. I will remember this favor, Lin Zhao said, clasping his hands in gratitude. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the father and son departed from the City Lord's mansion. As their figures disappeared around the corner, the smile on Wu Jin's face vanished instantly. His sharp gaze swept across the hidden observers around the mansion like a blade. Those lurking individuals were immediately alarmed and hastily withdrew their probing spiritual senses. Wu Jin turned and entered the mansion, heading straight for a study. Pushing the door open, he saw Wu Qi focused on writing at his desk. They've left? Wu Qi asked without looking up. Yes. I personally escorted them and took the opportunity to warn those prying in the shadows. Wu Jin replied as he approached the desk and began grinding ink for his father. What do you think of the two of them? From today's banquet, they don't seem arrogant. On the contrary, they are respectful and well-mannered. Wu Qi sighed softly. Although the banquet was ostensibly to celebrate Lin An, the real purpose was to observe his character. For someone so young, Lin An shows remarkable strength and composure, truly rare qualities. However, he paused briefly. It's a pity that my daughter didn't catch his eye. Father, Lin An may be extraordinarily gifted, but he's still young and unproven. We don't necessarily need to secure an alliance through marriage, Wu Jin said. Precisely because of that. If we wait until he achieves greatness, what chance would our family have then? Wu Qi set down his brush. Though our Wu family holds some status in the royal city, we've never been able to restore the glory of our ancestors. Forget it, we should not force things. Look into Shenglin City's situation and offer them assistance when the time is right. That boy should understand the importance of gratitude. As for those restless individuals, they need to be reminded of their place. Wu Qi had already thoroughly investigated the Lin family and knew they possessed an exceptionally powerful cultivation technique that allowed for rapid progress, but was notoriously difficult to break through to the platinum level. Since Lin Xiao had already succeeded in breaking through, it was clear they had found a solution. While Wu Qi harbored some interest in this technique, he was more focused on the potential benefits Lin An could bring to the Wu family in the future. Rest assured, Father, I will handle these matters. Wu Jin nodded in agreement. Although he was the family head, the city's affairs were largely managed by him, while Wu Qi primarily served as a figure of authority and deterrence. By the way, Wu Qi added, tell Peng and Rui they no longer need to suppress their cultivation. Let them break through to the platinum level before the grand ceremony. Wu Jin's hand paused slightly as he ground the ink, and his brows furrowed subtly. Wu Peng and Wu Rui were both prodigies of the Wu family, having reached the 9th rank of gold by the age of 25 or 26. If not for holding back to enter the spirit realm during the ceremony, they would have broken through long ago. Was this a move to forego the spiritual treasures of the spirit realm in order to win over Lin An? Wu Jin's thoughts raced, and he quickly grasped his father's intentions. Having Lin An face off against the young talents of other families in the spirit realm would not only suppress the others, but also position the Wu family as Lin An's sole ally. Without further comment, Wu Jin resumed grinding the ink. Lin An and Lin Xiao had just stepped into the hall when they saw the steward of the establishment already waiting at the entrance. Behind him stood several city lords who were also staying at the hall. Their gazes shifted repeatedly between the father and son, barely concealing the envy in their eyes. Being personally invited by the city lord of Wu City, and hearing that the Wu family had specially arranged a banquet in their honor, was a privilege they could only dream of. If not for the presence of the steward keeping order, these city lords would likely have swarmed over to strike up a conversation and form connections with Lin Xiao and his son. City Lord Lin, the master of the Wu family has instructed us to prepare new accommodations for you and your son. Please allow me to escort you, the steward said. Despite being a powerful figure at the Platinum 9 rank, his tone remained respectful, and he slightly bowed as he led the way. Thank you. Lin Xiao and Lin An responded in unison, bowing their hands in return before following the steward inside. Lin Xiao noticed the eager gazes of the surrounding city lords and nodded with a polite smile, acknowledging their presence. Under the steward's guidance, they soon arrived at a new courtyard. This residence was far more luxurious than their previous accommodations. The courtyard was spacious, elegantly decorated, and even came with dedicated maids and attendants. If there's anything you need, you may instruct the maids and attendants directly, or feel free to contact me, the steward said with a smile. If there's nothing else, they'll leave you to rest. After the steward departed, Lin Xiao and Lin An stepped inside the residence. Lin Xiao sat down and smiled with a trace of emotion. I never thought I, Lin Xiao, would one day stay in a top-grade courtyard. The hall's courtyards were divided into 3 grades, A, B, and C. City lords from lesser cities who hadn't reached the platinum rank could only stay in grade courtyards. Those who had achieved the platinum rank were eligible for grade accommodations. However, to reside in a grade courtyard, one needed to have at least reached the platinum 7 rank. It's still not as comfortable as our city lord's mansion, Lin An remarked bluntly. Ha ha, Lin Xiao burst into hearty laughter. If the city lords staying in the B and grade courtyards heard you say that, they'd probably be grumbling to themselves. After laughing, his expression turned serious. Now that you've passed the ancient spirit tower, and there's still over half a month until the contention ceremony begins, what are your plans? Does Wu City have a library or a place where I can read? I'd like to spend some time reading, so I'm not completely clueless when we reach the royal city, Lin An replied. This was a plan he had thought through long ago. He had intended to read more books back in Shenglin City, but time had been tight, and the library there could hardly compare to what Wu City, a major city, might offer. With the next half-month unsuitable for training or hunting beasts outside the city, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to focus on reading and expanding his knowledge. There is indeed such a place, Lin Xiao nodded. Wu City has a place called the 10,000 Books Pavilion. It houses a vast collection of books, including strange tales and ancient records. It was built by the Wu family. Most of the general texts can be read for free, though you can also purchase manuals on techniques or formations if you're willing to pay. Formations? Lin An murmured thoughtfully, considering the possibilities. He wondered if these formations could be successfully constructed using spirit patterns. If that were possible, he would gain another powerful tool, being able to set up formations with a mere wave of his hand. Even if spirit patterns couldn't be used, gaining knowledge of formations would still be beneficial and might come in handy at some point. He'll visit the 10,000 Books Pavilion tomorrow, Lin An decided. Lin Xiao had no objections. After all, their trip to Wu City was primarily for Lin An's benefit. Changing the topic with a mischievous glint in his eyes, Lin Xiao teased. The Wu family seems to have some thoughts about arranging a marriage for you. Any of their daughters catch your eye? Lin An raised an eyebrow and asked warily. Father, you didn't already agree to something, did you? How could I? Although the Wu family did express such an idea to me, I told them it would depend on your willingness, Lin Xiao said, shaking his head gently. His expression was warm as he looked at his son. Hearing this, Lin An let out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that his father had already agreed to this marriage in private. I don't have the time to think about such things for now, and besides, I'm still young. True, you're only 18, Lin Xiao replied with a light chuckle. And soon you'll be heading to the royal city, where you'll meet even more remarkable young women. Let's talk about this later. I'm going to rest now, Lin An said quickly, hurrying away to avoid his father continuing the discussion. Watching his son's retreating figure, Lin Xiao shook his head with a smile. This rascal, he murmured, then prepared to wash up and rest as well. The following morning, after the two had breakfast delivered by the maidservants, they prepared to head to the Wanshu Tower. Are you both heading out? The steward of the inn approached them quickly. Yes. Is there something you need? Lin Xiao asked. Lowering his voice, the steward said, to be honest, the gifts sent by the city lords last night are worth nearly my entire fortune. If you'd prefer not to be disturbed, you can use the inn's carriage. I doubt anyone would dare to intrude. Lin Xiao and Lin An exchanged a glance, both aware that a crowd of people hoping to strike up a conversation was likely already waiting outside the inn. Thank you for your help, Lin Xiao said. It's nothing, the steward replied, leading them to a carriage marked with the Wu family's emblem. This is Han Chen. If you need anything, just let him know. Brother Han, Lin Xiao and Lin An greeted the platinum level 7th rank expert politely, noting his respectful demeanor. Once the father and son boarded the carriage, Han Chen set off. With the Wu family's emblem prominently displayed, the journey was smooth, and they arrived at Wanshu Tower in just half an hour. Brother Han, you can head back for now. We might be here for a while, Lin Xiao said. No need. He'll wait outside, Han Chen replied. Lin Xiao didn't insist, but handed him a few gold coins instead. In that case, please feel free to relax at the tea house across the street. No need to get bored waiting. After a brief moment of consideration, Han Chen accepted the coins with a smile. While the amount was insignificant to a platinum-level expert, Lin Xiao's gesture left a favorable impression. As an agent sent by the Wu family to observe the Lin family's character, Han Chen noted this detail to report back accurately. Unaware of this, Lin Xiao and Lin An had already stepped into Wanshu Tower. As soon as they stepped into the Wanshu Pavilion, the two barely had time to take in their surroundings before a middle-aged man in a well-fitted robe approached them with a warm smile. I am Wang Li, the steward of Wanshu Pavilion. It is an honor to meet Lord Lin and young Master Lin, the man said, bowing slightly with a respectful demeanor. You are too polite, Steward Wang, Lin Xiao and Lin An replied in unison, returning the gesture. They both understood that this warm reception was likely due to the Wu family having already informed the pavilion of their visit. With an apologetic smile, Wang Li explained, please forgive us. The matter concerning young Master Lin yesterday has already caused quite a stir throughout Guangwu City, and I had heard of it as well. I truly didn't expect the two of you to grace the Wanshu Pavilion with your presence today. His words subtly clarified that the Wu family was not intentionally monitoring them, but rather that Lin An's actions the previous day had garnered significant attention, making it known to anyone of status within the city. How may I assist you both? Wang Li asked courteously, his hands resting lightly at his waist. Lin An went straight to the point. We're here mainly to browse through some texts to broaden our horizons. Additionally, I have a particular interest in formations and would like to purchase some books on the subject. That's no problem at all. This way, please, Wang Li said with a smile, leading the way while providing a detailed introduction. The Wanshu Pavilion has 5 floors in total. The first 3 floors offer a wide range of materials for free reading, including rare stories, accounts of powerful individuals, geographical records, exploration notes, and even bestiary guides. The 4th and 5th floors house manuals on cultivation techniques, formations, and talismans, which require purchasing. As they spoke, Wang Li guided them to the 4th floor, where the formation section was located. Within the spacious hall, dozens of neatly arranged bookshelves stood, each filled with an array of formation manuals. Every shelf was marked with clear categorization labels. This is our formation section, Wang Li gestured around. Young Master Lin, feel free to browse and see if there's anything that catches your interest. If you're new to formations, I'd recommend starting with a copy of Formation Basics to build a solid foundation before selecting more advanced techniques. Lin An nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping across the shelves filled with formation manuals and their accompanying descriptive plaques. Mystic Thunder Formation, Bronze Grade, summons Mystic Thunder to strike targets within the formation. It has a wide attack range and immense power, but the setup time is lengthy. Phantom Moon Maze Formation, Silver Grade, creates an illusionary realm to confuse enemies, trapping them in endless hallucinations. Spirit Gathering Formation, Iron Grade, gathers spiritual energy from the surroundings, accelerating cultivation speed. The formations varied greatly, ranging from the lowest Iron Grade to the highest Diamond Grade, with options for offense, defense, and various support functions. As Lin An glanced at the prices listed for each formation, he couldn't help but discreetly transmit a message to Lin Xiao. Do we have enough money for this? Lin Xiao paused slightly before smirking. Don't worry, we can afford it. Reassured, Lin An nodded to himself, thinking that the Lin family's 7 centuries of wealth accumulation should indeed suffice. Turning to Wang Li, he pointed to one of the manuals. Steward Wang, could I take a look at this spirit gathering formation? Although the spirit gathering formation was only iron grade, it had a unique trait. Its effectiveness could improve as the formation master's skill level increased, making it a formation with limitless growth potential. Lin An's mind was already racing with ideas. If he could inscribe the formation using spirit patterns, wouldn't that essentially allow him to carry a portable spirit gathering formation? He could cultivate anytime, anywhere. Though he wasn't sure if it was feasible, it was worth experimenting. Of course, Wang Li said, retrieving a thin formation manual from the shelf. With a light swipe of his finger across the cover, he removed the restriction placed on it. Lin An's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. It was unusual to see the restriction lifted before payment was made. This was clearly against standard protocol. Noticing Lin An's puzzlement, Wang Li smiled and explained, it's just an iron-grade formation, after all. Besides, I trust in the integrity of both of you. Lin An inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, understanding that this was yet another gesture of goodwill from the Wu family. Without hesitation, Lin An took the blueprint and immediately tried to see if he could learn it directly. He already had a plan in mind. Worst-case scenario, he would learn it first and then buy it. As long as he could master it, it would be worth it. Player lacks basic knowledge in formations. This formation cannot be learned directly. Please obtain a secondary specialization to become a formation master. A prerequisite? Lin An raised an eyebrow, then nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that as long as he became a formation master, he could use attribute points to directly learn formations, which was reasonable. For an ordinary person to become a formation master, they would naturally need to grasp the basics of formations first. Having made up his mind, he turned to Wang Li and asked, May I take a look at the basic formation manual? Wang Li, already prepared, smiled and nodded. This was precisely why he wasn't worried that Lin An could immediately learn the gathering spirit formation without being a formation master. How could one possibly grasp the essence of formations with just a glance? He retrieved an old but well-preserved manual from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Lin An. Do you wish to spend 100 attribute points to learn the basic formation manual? Upon learning, you can unlock the secondary specialization and become a formation master. Just as he expected, Lin An's eyes flickered, but he didn't immediately choose to learn it. He understood that studying such foundational manuals often resulted in a flood of knowledge pouring into one's mind. If he fell into a trance on the spot, Wang Li might notice something unusual. In a steady tone, he said, It'll take the basic formation manual and the gathering spirit formation. Additionally, I need the concealment formation, illusory spirit formation, and the teleportation formation. These 3 formations, like the gathering spirit formation, were basic black iron grade formations, but had potential for growth. The teleportation formation, in particular, was pivotal in Lin An's plans. If he could construct it using spirit patterns and activate it successfully, even a random teleportation could serve as a life-saving measure. Wang Li nodded in agreement and handed over 3 additional formation blueprints to Lin An. After carefully storing all the formation blueprints, Lin An didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned toward the talisman section in Wanshu Pavilion. He had already decided that if he could master the art of talismans, he might be able to transform spirit patterns into talismans, creating more versatile combat strategies. He'll take the basic talisman manual, along with the protective talisman and explosive talisman. Also, add the basic alchemy manual and the basic crafting manual, Lin An said. These would be sufficient for now. If he needed anything else later, he could always come back. He still had to test some of his theories to see if spirit patterns could truly be applied across multiple fields as he envisioned. As for alchemy and crafting, even if they weren't immediately useful, he needed to prepare in advance. The worst situation would be realizing he knew nothing when he needed those skills most. After this round of purchases, the total cost came to 100,000 gold coins. Lin An paid the amount without hesitation. His generous father, in turn, promptly settled the bill. Having acquired everything he needed, Lin An still didn't leave the Wanshu Pavilion. Instead, he headed to the first floor to browse other books that piqued his interest. He sought to broaden his horizons and lay a deeper foundation for his future cultivation journey. The collection of books in the Wanshu Pavilion was vast and seemingly endless. Even with Lin An's golden 9th rank cultivation and photographic memory, it was impossible for him to read through them all in just a day or 2. More importantly, these texts couldn't be mastered through attribute points. They had to be carefully studied, page by page. Lin An spent the entire day immersed in this ocean of knowledge. He first opened an ancient text that chronicled the origins of the world. It revealed that the true name of this realm was not the Abyss of Sin, as players from the previous era called it, but the realm of myriad spirits. According to the ancient records, 10,000 years ago, the realm of myriad spirits was a land where countless races coexisted: humans, demons, spirits, and fiends, each occupying their own domains. However, the emergence of sin shattered this balance. The power of sin spread like a plague, transforming infected creatures of all races into sin beasts. The history of the realm of myriad spirits was thus divided into three eras: the ancient era before sin's appearance, the chaotic era when sin ran rampant, and the abyss era, during which humanity ended the chaos and established a new order. 3,000 years ago, the abyss era began, marked by the founding of three great empires by humanity: the Tianqi Empire, the Tianling Empire, and the Tianshan Empire. The Tianqi Empire, where Lin An resided, operated under an intricate hierarchical system. One imperial city ruled over 10 royal cities. Each royal city governed 100 upper cities, and every upper city oversaw hundreds or even thousands of lower cities. When Lin An calculated that each empire contained nearly 1,000,000 cities, and that there were three such empires, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This world was far vaster than he had ever imagined in his previous life. Unfortunately, as a library located in an ordinary upper city, the Wanshu Pavilion's records on the three great empires were limited to such general information. Lin An realized that to truly understand these colossal entities, he would need to visit a royal city. Next, he found a book detailing the geography of Guangwu City. It included a comprehensive description of the rules of the Striving Grand Ceremony, a grand event not exclusive to Guangwu City, but conducted simultaneously across all upper cities. The chosen prodigies would earn the opportunity to travel to a royal city and compete alongside other elites from various upper cities. The book also touched upon the origins of awakeners. These unique individuals, exclusive to the human race, were the key to humanity's survival during the chaotic era and its eventual triumph over the calamity. Awakeners were born with their abilities, which would naturally manifest at a certain age. As for other means of awakening, the text provided no further details. As Lin An delved deeper into the myriad texts, he gradually formed a preliminary understanding of the vast realm of myriad spirits. It wasn't until evening that Lin An and Lin Zhao finally left Wanshalu. Han Shun had already been waiting outside, respectfully escorting the two back to the guild hall. Once there, Lin An had a simple dinner before eagerly retreating to his room, ready to delve into the spoils of the day. With nothing pressing to do over the next few days, he could spend more time reading in Wanshalu. But for now, it was time to put the newly acquired tomes to use. Lin An carefully retrieved a basic array formation manual he had purchased earlier, his fingers brushing over the ancient, textured cover, feeling the mysterious energy it seemed to exude. A system prompt appeared. Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to learn this basic array formation manual? Learning it will unlock a secondary profession, making you an array master. Yes, Lin An confirmed without hesitation. As soon as he made his decision, the manual in his hands dissolved into a brilliant beam of light, surging directly into his forehead. Immediately, Lin An felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooding his mind: principles of array formation, energy flow dynamics, rune arrangements. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to fully absorb and process the information. Congratulations, player, for unlocking a secondary profession and becoming an array master. You are the first array master in the server and have received a special reward: the Heart of Arrays. The secondary profession leaderboard has now been activated, and players may view it. Server announcement: player Lin An has unlocked a secondary profession, becoming the first array master in the server. The system announcement echoed across the game world 3 times. Listening to the notification, Lin An's lips curled into a faint smile. He looked down at the newly materialized purple crystal in his hand. Its surface shimmered with mysterious runes, emitting a faint energy pulse. Heart of Arrays, a unique item. All array formations you create will have their effects increased by 25. The description was brief, but the effect left Lin An satisfied. This 25 boost applied not only to offensive arrays, but also to auxiliary ones. More importantly, it was a unique item, meaning only the first player to become an array master could possess it. One profession won't be enough, Lin An murmured to himself, his gaze shifting to the remaining manuals on the desk. He proceeded to take out 3 more manuals, studying them one by one. Each manual dissolved into radiant light as it merged into his forehead, bringing with it a fresh wave of knowledge. You spent 100 attribute points to learn the basic alchemy manual and became an alchemist. You spent 100 attribute points to learn the basic talisman manual and became a talisman master. You spent 100 attribute points to learn the basic forging manual and became a forge master. The system notifications followed in quick succession. You are the first alchemist in the server and have received a special reward: the Heart of Alchemy. Heart of Alchemy, a unique item. All potions you craft will have their effects increased by 25. You are the first talisman master in the server and have received a special reward: the Heart of Talismans. Heart of Talismans, a unique item. All talismans you create will have their effects increased by 25. You are the first Forge Master in the server and have received a special reward, the Heart of Forging. Heart of Forging, a unique item. All equipment you forge will have their effects increased by 25. Once again, the server announcements reverberated through the game world, each repeated 3 times. Server announcement. Player Lin An has become the first alchemist in the server. Server announcement. Player Lin An has become the first talisman master in the server. Server announcement. Player Lin An has become the first Forge Master in the server. Lin An now held 3 additional crystals, each radiating unique energy. But before he could examine them further, another system prompt appeared. Detected that the player possesses the Heart of Arrays, Heart of Alchemy, Heart of Talismans, and Heart of Forging. Would you like to fuse them? They can be fused? Lin An's eyes flickered with surprise, curious about what the fusion would yield. Fuse, he decided firmly. Fusion in progress. In an instant, the 4 crystals floated out of Lin An's palm, hovering midair. They transformed into 4 streams of light purple for arrays, red for alchemy, blue for talismans, and gold for forging. The lights intertwined and merged, forming a radiant white glow that surged into Lin An's forehead. A wave of warm, immense power coursed through his body as the system voice chimed. Fusion successful. Congratulations, player, on acquiring the special talent, Heart of Mastery. A secondary profession? A talent? Lin An frowned slightly, a bold guess flashing through his mind. Just as he was about to investigate further, the game system's notification sounds chimed in rapid succession. Player has acquired a talent. Congratulations, you have become an awakener. Player has become the first awakener in the entire server, earning an extra reward. 1 month, 10x cultivation card. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first awakener in the server. The 3 consecutive notifications left Lin An wide-eyed, followed by a delighted smile spreading across his face. An awakener. He had truly become an awakener. It was all so sudden. Recalling his experiences in his previous life, Lin An had never heard of anyone successfully fusing crystals to become an awakener. After all, obtaining several secondary profession crystals was already rare, let alone successfully merging them. Calming his excitement, Lin An immediately checked the detailed effects of the Heart of Secondary Professions. Heart of Secondary Professions. Awakener talent. Enhances the effects of all secondary profession tools by 40. Reduces crafting time by 40. Increases crafting success rate by 40. Confuse additional hearts of secondary professions to further enhance effects. This effect is insane, Lin An thought in amazement. For crystals brought a 40 enhancement, which meant each crystal provided a 10 boost. If he could obtain 6 more secondary professions. Lin An's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with calculated ambition. In the Wanshu Pavilion, there were still 2 secondary professions he hadn't acquired yet. The Spirit Herb Cultivator, who specializes in growing medicinal herbs, and the Spirit Chef, who crafts spiritual dishes. Although he had previously dismissed them as less useful, now, to enhance the heart of secondary professions, he had to claim both. No rush. After all, I'm the only player in the entire server right now, Lin An thought as he glanced at his remaining 155 attribute points, having already spent 400 earlier. He decided to first upgrade his current 4 secondary professions to bronze level, consuming 10 attribute points per profession. Current profession status. Formation Master, bronze level 0100 proficiency. Alchemist, bronze level 0100 proficiency. Blacksmith, bronze level 0100 proficiency. Talisman Maker, bronze level 0100 proficiency. Although he could further upgrade to silver level, that would require 100 attribute points, which wasn't urgent for now. Lin An decided to first master the formation and talisman techniques he had purchased. You spent 1 attribute point and successfully learned the black iron level concealment formation. Lin An spent 1 attribute point to successfully learn the black iron level spirit gathering array. He then used another attribute point to master the black iron level illusion array, followed by dedicating 1 more point to the black iron level teleportation array. Although these formations were still at the beginner level, Lin An was not in a hurry to advance them. He allocated 2 more attribute points to learn the black iron level amulet and explosive talisman, successfully mastering both. At this point, Lin An had 149 attribute points remaining. He decided to reserve 100 points for learning a new secondary profession, leaving 49 points for upgrading formations. His attention focused on the spirit gathering array. He spent 1 attribute point to improve its proficiency to mastery, then used 5 points to raise it to minor success, followed by 10 points to achieve major success. Finally, he spent 30 attribute points to bring the spirit gathering array's proficiency to perfection. From beginner to perfection, the black iron level spirit gathering array required only 47 attribute points. With 2 attribute points left, Lin An allocated them to the concealment array and the teleportation array, raising both to mastery. At this point, his black iron level spirit gathering array had reached perfection, with a progress bar of 0100000, indicating that he could still upgrade the array's tier. With just 100 attribute points, the spirit gathering array could be advanced to the bronze level. Despite having 100 unused attribute points, Lin An was in no rush to upgrade the array's tier. He opened his status panel and was impressed by his achievements. As a formation master, his bronze level title secured him the top spot on the server-wide rankings for formation masters. Similarly, he ranked first in other secondary professions such as alchemy, forging, and talisman crafting, though these rankings were hidden. The leaderboard's monthly rewards for the top 100 players were substantial, granting him 5,800 attribute points every month. If he advanced his secondary professions to the gold level in the future, the monthly reward would increase to 15,000 attribute points. At this moment, Lin An's position at the top of the leaderboard was virtually unshakable. Currently, he was the only player on the server. Even 9 months later, when new players joined, he was confident in maintaining his lead. Lin An planned to purchase the foundational texts for the Spirit Plant Master and Spirit Chef professions the next day, while also inquiring whether Guangwu City offered any other secondary professions to learn. For today, however, he decided to focus on studying formations. The Spirit Gathering Array was the one he was most interested in, and he intended to attempt setting it up within his body. Although it was a perfected black iron level Spirit Gathering Array, the difficulty of setting it up internally was far greater than he anticipated. Even with the assistance of his auxiliary cultivation, it took him over 2 hours to make some progress. Rather than feeling discouraged, Lin An was exhilarated by the breakthrough he had found. Although the progress bar showed he was only 30 complete, he knew that with more time, he could successfully set up the Spirit Gathering Array within his body. Once his formation master level increased further, completing this task would become significantly easier. Reflecting on his journey, Lin An sighed. During his time in the spiritual realm of Shenglin City, he had made some gains, but his lack of attribute points had prevented him from achieving many of his goals and plans. Now, with more resources and options at his disposal, the path ahead seemed much broader. The next morning, Lin An and Lin Zhao sat together at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the table and highlighting the focused expressions of the father and son. Although both had cultivated to the point where they no longer needed food to sustain their lives, this shared breakfast had become an unspoken tradition between them, a cherished bond of familial affection. "Are you heading to the Wanshu Pavilion again today?" Lin Zhao set down his chopsticks and looked at his son, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yes," Lin An replied with a smile, his eyes shining with curiosity. "I read a lot of books yesterday, and it was truly eye-opening." Lin Zhao nodded slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. If not for Lin An's 10 years of mental stagnation, he would have arranged for him to learn this knowledge long ago, and his son wouldn't be starting with the basics now. "I won't be going today," Lin Zhao said as he pulled out a golden card from his robe and handed it to Lin An. "Take this card. If there's anything you want to buy, you can get it yourself." Lin An accepted the card, examining the precious item that had been mentioned so often in discussions on forums in his past life. The surface of the golden card was smooth and mirror-like, its edges adorned with intricate runes that emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy. It was said that only those with 1,000,000 gold coins were eligible to own such a card. "Father, how much gold is in this card?" Lin An asked curiously, his fingers gently tracing the card's ornate patterns. "Not much, just 5 million," Lin Zhao replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Lin An's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat. 5 million gold coins, not much. Judging by his father's calm demeanor, the Lin family's wealth was clearly far greater than he imagined. "Good thing I have a father who's a city lord," Lin An said with a laugh. 5 million gold coins was an astronomical sum in this world. Converted into copper coins, it was equivalent to 5 billion, enough for an ordinary person to live extravagantly for several lifetimes. After finishing breakfast, Lin An left the estate, accompanied by his guard, Han Chun. Together, they walked through the bustling streets to the towering Wanshu Pavilion. On the 4th floor, Lin An found the shopkeeper, Wang Li, and purchased foundational texts on spiritual botany and spiritual culinary arts. He then continued exploring the various floors, immersing himself in the wealth of rare books and knowledge. In the days that followed, Lin An spent nearly all his time at the Wanshu Pavilion, delving into its vast repository of knowledge. Through his reading, he broadened his understanding and worked to fill the gaps left by his 10 years of stagnation. Time flowed like water, and soon it was the end of December. On December 31st, 3214 of the Sin Abyss calendar, the last day of the year, the midnight chime would herald the start of a new year. 3215 of the Sin Abyss calendar. "I arrived here on June 4th, which means I've been in the myriad spirits realm for 6 months now," Lin An thought as he stood by the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. "My cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th grade of the gold tier, and I can step into the platinum tier at any time." When tonight passes, it will mean only 9 months remain until the players descend. His fingers lightly tapped the windowsill as determination filled his eyes. These next 9 months, my goal remains the same: to grow stronger and advance my cultivation as quickly as possible. With only 3 days left until the grand tournament, I'll strive to gain as many attribute points as I can in the spiritual realm before heading to the royal city. The hours passed quickly, and soon it was dawn. Before the first light of January 1st, 3215, the familiar voice of the game system echoed in Lin An's mind. Rankings are being calculated. Calculation complete. You are ranked first on 6 leaderboards. Please select your reward type. Attribute points. Lin An replied without hesitation. The 6 leaderboards were a result of him recently spending 100 attribute points to learn the new skill of spiritual botany. Selection confirmed. Congratulations, you have received a total of 6,300 attribute points. The system's clear voice echoed in his mind. The 6,300 points came from various sources. 3,000 points from the cultivation leaderboard, as Lin An was currently at the gold tier. 2,800 points from the sub-profession leaderboards, with 4 bronze-level professions each contributing 700 points, and 500 points from the iron-level spiritual botanist profession. Satisfied, Lin An watched his attribute points soar past 6,000, a faint smile playing on his lips. Now I can start allocating these attribute points and leveling up my sub-professions. With that thought, he retrieved a beautifully bound book from his storage pouch, the foundational text on spiritual culinary arts. The slightly yellowed pages carried the faint scent of ink, waiting to be opened to a new chapter. Lin An focused his mind, channeling 100 attribute points into studying the foundational compendium of the spirit chef profession. A system notification echoed in his mind, announcing that he had unlocked the rare auxiliary profession of spirit chef. Special reward unlocked. Heart of the spirit chef. The system's voice rang clearly. Heart of the spirit chef, a unique item. All spirit dishes you cook will have their effects enhanced by 25. Immediately, a golden light burst across the game world sky, and a server-wide announcement thundered. Player Lin An has become the first spirit chef on the server. The system prompted again. Detected possession of the heart of the spirit chef. Would you like to merge it with the heart of auxiliary professions? Without hesitation, Lin An responded, merge. A warm energy surged from within him as 2 heart-shaped virtual projections intertwined before him. Fusion successful. Your heart of auxiliary professions talent has been enhanced. The system continued. Heart of auxiliary professions, an awakened talent. All auxiliary items you craft now have their effects increased by 50, crafting time reduced by 50, and success rate improved by 50. You can continue merging additional auxiliary hearts to further enhance these effects. Lin An recalled the previous fusion with the heart of spirit plants, which had only increased effects by 5. He nodded thoughtfully. It seems the enhancement is based on the initial 25 boost, not the 10 per auxiliary core I had assumed. A faint smile appeared on his lips. 6 auxiliary professions now. Next month, I'll be eligible for another pension payout. Unwilling to remain idle, Lin An immediately invested more attribute points, this time aiming to advance his array master profession. You have spent 100 attribute points. Array master proficiency has increased to silver tier. Array master, silver tier, 01000000 proficiency. Determination flickered in Lin An's eyes as he allocated more points. You have spent 1,000 attribute points. Array master proficiency has increased to gold tier. Array master, gold tier, 01000000 proficiency. He had intended to push the array master profession to platinum tier, but after glancing at his remaining attribute points, he had to hold off for now. His attention shifted to the spirit gathering array. Over the past 2 weeks, Lin An had been experimenting with inscribing a spirit gathering array within his body. He had finally succeeded yesterday, but the iron tier array's effect was minimal. The meager amount of spiritual energy it gathered couldn't compare to consuming a single pill. He hoped upgrading the array's tier would yield more substantial benefits. You have spent 100 attribute points. Spirit gathering array has been upgraded to bronze tier. You have spent 500 attribute points. Spirit gathering array has been upgraded to silver tier. You have spent 1,000 attribute points. Spirit gathering array has been upgraded to gold tier. Spirit gathering array, gold tier, 03000000 proficiency, complete. Advancing to platinum tier would require 3,000 attribute points, which Lin An couldn't spare at the moment. Closing his eyes, he carefully attuned himself to the changes within his body. As the spirit gathering array activated, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, as if drawn by an invisible vortex. Not bad, Lin An evaluated quietly. Activating the array consumes some of the spirit pattern's energy at first, but the gathered spiritual energy replenishes it before flowing into my dantian. While it's not as fast as consuming pills directly, it increases my cultivation speed by about 35. Satisfied, he nodded and deactivated the array. He was cautious not to let his cultivation base surge uncontrollably, which might push him into the platinum realm prematurely. Next, Lin An turned his attention to the concealment array. This is essential for staying under the radar, he chuckled softly, investing 1,647 attribute points to max out its potential. Concealment array, gold tier, 0300000 proficiency, complete. Lin An frowned slightly. A gold tier concealment array still feels a bit lacking, especially since I'm already at gold rank, 9th level, and complete. For now, though, with limited attribute points, I'll have to wait until I enter the spirit realm to upgrade it further. He glanced at his remaining attribute points, 1,853. There were 1,853 attribute points remaining. Lin An's gaze fell on the panel as he carefully allocated the points to various skills with precision. First, he allocated 45 points to the teleportation array, upgrading it to perfection, and then invested 1,600 points to elevate it to the gold level. Next, he assigned 146 points to the illusory spirit array, bringing it to perfection and upgrading it to the bronze level. Finally, he distributed the remaining 20 points between the spirit plant master and spirit chef professions, raising both to the bronze level. After the calculations, 42 points were left. Lin An opened the attribute panel to double-check. Player Lin An. Title First Blood. Realm Gold 9th rank. Subprofessions. Array Master Gold level. Alchemist Bronze level. Blacksmith Bronze level. Talisman Master Bronze level. Spirit Plant Master Bronze level. Spirit Chef Bronze level. Techniques. Spirit Mark Technique Perfect. Lin Clan Technique Perfect. One Blade / Perfect. Auxiliary Skills. Spirit Gathering Array Gold Perfect. Concealment Array Gold Perfect. Teleportation Array Gold Perfect. Illusory Spirit Array Bronze Perfect. Explosive Talisman Beginner. Protective Talisman Beginner. Divine Abilities. Ultimate. Heaven and Earth Manifestation. Tiger of Resentment's Eye. Spirit Devour. Power of Earth Veins. Talent Heart of Auxiliary Skills. Attribute Points 42. Closing the panel, Lin An calculated his next steps. The attribute points consumed by upgrading his subprofessions were indeed significant, but with 3 days left until the grand competition, he planned to earn more points in the spirit realm. Over the next 3 days, Lin An focused on studying spirit patterns and setting up teleportation and concealment arrays. As a gold-level array master, combined with his prior experience setting up the spirit gathering array, he quickly grasped the fundamentals. However, achieving seamless transitions between different arrays remained a challenge, especially for the teleportation array. Even after undergoing 3 rounds of cleansing and refinement, the spiritual energy required to activate it still taxed him. Moreover, teleportation required a receiving array to avoid getting lost in the void. Even with a receiving array, his current capabilities limited the teleportation range to within 100 miles. Time flew by, and January 4th arrived. The grand competition in Guangwu City, held once every 3 years, was finally underway. Over the past half-month, the city had become increasingly lively, attracting many lower city lords and their entourages to observe. Ever since the news of Lin An achieving first-class results in the ancient spirit tower spread, even those who initially had no plans to attend made their way to the city. The teleportation plaza was packed with people. Lin An arrived early, and his father, Lin Zhao, gave him a quiet reminder. Be cautious on this journey. Despite his words, he had full confidence in his son's abilities, knowing that even platinum-level experts would struggle to rival him. Got it, Lin An replied with a calm smile, nodding as he stepped towards the center of the plaza. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the crowd, as many had come specifically to see him. That must be Lin An. He passed the Guling Tower half a month ago and successfully advanced to the first tier. If he doesn't meet an untimely end, he is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future, a voice filled with admiration remarked. The crowd erupted into discussion. I heard he's from Shenglin City in the lower town. At least he doesn't disgrace us. Who says talent can't come from the lower town? Someone chimed in. Nearby, another person scoffed and said dismissively, why are you so invested? No matter how extraordinary he is, what does that have to do with you? I'd say it's Lin Zhao who's lucky to have such a son. Just wait and see. If Lin An gains the favor of those influential figures in the royal city, maybe Shenglin City will one day rise to the upper town. Someone else murmured in a low voice. You shouldn't jump to conclusions so soon, another voice cautioned. Although Lin An has exceptional talent, he's still not fully developed. The spirit realm is filled with platinum-tier apex beasts. A single misstep could cost him his life. Before the words had fully settled, Lin An stood silently in the square, waiting for the grand ceremony to begin. Around him, some cast envious glances, a few with jealousy, and even some with malice. Yet Lin An remained unmoved, maintaining his usual calm demeanor as he awaited his moment. Just then, a group of young women preparing to participate in the ceremony stepped forward, smiling politely and clasping their hands in greeting. Brother Lin, I'm Lu Yun from Fenghai City. If we meet in the spirit realm, I hope you'll show mercy. one of them said with a friendly tone. Imli Ruah from Ruaming City. Brother Lin, if we cross paths in the spirit realm, I hope you'll be understanding, another voice followed. It was clear these young people were eagerly anticipating Lin An's response. They didn't expect him to protect them in the spirit realm, but they hoped for his goodwill should they encounter each other. Lin An responded with a faint smile and a courteous nod. There's no need for such formality. Since we're all on the same journey, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. However, he knew in his heart that if any of them turned against him in the spirit realm, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Still, he preferred to hunt the beasts of sin rather than clash with his peers. Each kill brought valuable attribute points. After all, as Lin An exchanged pleasantries with the others, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. Turning his head, he saw a group of nearly 100 people slowly entering the square. Their bearing was extraordinary, marking them as members of the 10 great families of Guangwu City. Even the weakest among them was at the 7th tier of the gold rank. Most striking were the 10 youths, around 23 or 24 years old, exuding formidable auras. All of them had reached the 9th tier of the gold rank. The atmosphere in the square grew tense as the crowd instinctively parted to make way for the group, showing them the respect they commanded. One of them scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Lin An. A glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes as he approached. Brother Lin, I am Zhao Ping of the Zhao family from Guangwu City. I've long heard of your exceptional talent and strength. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I regret not having the chance to sit down for a proper conversation with you earlier. Several days ago, the Zhao family sent an invitation for a gathering of the younger generation. Unfortunately, I was engrossed in the Wanshu Pavilion at the time and couldn't attend. My apologies, Lin An replied politely, his tone warm. Zhao Ping smiled. No need to be so formal, Brother Lin. After the ceremony, we can have a proper conversation. By the way, would you consider joining us? With your strength, we might have a better chance of acquiring rare treasures in the spirit realm. Lin An shook his head slightly. Brother Zhao, I appreciate the offer, but I prefer to act alone. As for treasures, they're not my primary concern. I'm more focused on hunting sin beasts to secure a spot. Zhao Ping looked at Lin An and chuckled helplessly. It seems your strength is beyond our reach, so I won't insist. He turned to glance at the others, seemingly disinclined to continue persuading Lin An. Just as the air grew slightly awkward, a cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Zhao Ping, he clearly thinks we're beneath him. Why do you keep trying? The words made Zhao Ping's expression shift slightly, and he turned toward the source of the voice. As soon as the voice rang out, the previously lively square fell silent. Lin An followed the source of the voice and saw a young man standing in the crowd, arms crossed, with an unmistakable look of provocation in his eyes. The atmosphere in the square froze instantly. Zhao Ping noticed the situation, cleared his throat, and leaned closer to Lin An to explain in a low voice. Brother Lin, that's Han Chi from the Han family. This guy has always been like this, harp-tongued and rude, even towards peers like us. Who are you calling sharp-tongued? Han Chi snorted coldly, his brows furrowed. It's bad enough you talk about me behind my back, but now you dare insult me to my face? Zhao Ping cast Lin An a helpless glance, as if to say, see? This is exactly what I meant. Lin An simply smiled faintly without responding. He had always been calm and even-tempered, not one to harbor grudges over a few heated words. Of course, if they were to meet in the spiritual realm and the other party continued provoking him, he wouldn't hesitate to let them experience the edge of his blade. This minor incident quickly passed. With Zhao Ping playing the peacemaker, the situation didn't escalate further. Although Lin An had politely declined the invitation to join their team, Zhao Ping remained friendly and continued chatting with him. During this time, other young members of various families also came forward to greet Lin An, making initial introductions. After about 15 minutes passed, a sudden hum broke the air. Buzz. A spatial rift appeared in the center of the square, and out stepped Wu Qi, the lord of Guangwu City, leading a group of over 10 people. We pay our respects to the city lord. The crowd bowed in unison, their voices synchronized. No need for formalities, Wu Qi said with a warm smile. Today marks the on-sever 3 years struggle ceremony, which is about to begin. All participants, please step onto the teleportation square. As soon as Wu Qi finished speaking, young men and women who had been mingling in the crowd stepped forward and gathered in the square's center. Lin An glanced around and estimated there were over 1,000 participants. The weakest of them were at the 5th rank of the Golden Realm, while there were dozens of experts at the 9th rank. Now that everyone is here, I declare the struggle ceremony officially begins. With a wave of his hand, Wu Qi sent tokens flying through the air, each landing precisely in front of a participant. These are struggle tokens, and they serve 2 purposes, Wu Qi explained in a booming voice. First, they record points earned by slaying criminal beasts. Second, they serve as a life-saving measure. If you find yourself in danger, you can activate the token to exit the spiritual realm early. However, leaving early will result in a 50% penalty to your points, and it takes 10 seconds to activate the token. Use it wisely. He continued. The spiritual realm will remain open for 10 days. After 10 days, everyone still inside will be automatically transported out. At that time, points recorded on the tokens will be tallied, and rankings will be determined. The top 10 participants will earn the right to travel to the royal capital. After explaining the rules succinctly, Wu Qi gestured to the group of over 10 people behind him. These individuals were all Diamond Realm experts, and they quickly positioned themselves at key points around the teleportation square. Activate the teleportation array and connect to the spiritual realm, Wu Qi commanded. Clang. In the next moment, the Diamond Realm experts moved in unison, and the teleportation square lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Mysterious runes flowed across the surface, and the power of space began to coalesce above the square. As expected of an upper city being able to anchor a spiritual realm and directly link it to a teleportation array, Lin An marveled inwardly. This was precisely the knowledge he had recently learned in the 10,000 Scrolls Pavilion. While spiritual realms typically appeared randomly, they could be anchored in place using specific techniques. The spiritual realm near Guangwu City had been fixed in the surrounding void using such a method, then connected to the teleportation array. When the realm opened, participants could be sent directly inside. Such a feat is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Only epic-level warriors possess the ability to achieve it. After all, they have long mastered the power to tear through space and have a profound understanding of spatial principles. As Lin An was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a surge of spatial energy envelop him. At the same time, the token in his hand resonated with this force. His vision went black, and his figure instantly vanished. Simultaneously, the thousands of people in the plaza disappeared the moment the teleportation array was activated. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand competition has officially begun. In 10 days, the results will be revealed, Wu Qi announced, his voice firm and resonant as he gazed at the crowd below. I am no longer as young as all of you, so I will not wait here. Farewell, City Lord, the crowd responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Wu Qi nodded, then stepped into a spatial rift, disappearing into thin air. The diamond-level warriors also departed one after another, not lingering any longer. What a pity we can't witness what's happening inside the spirit realm ourselves. Are we just going to wait here? Some murmured among themselves. You can wait if you want. I don't have any descendants participating in this competition. The outcome will be known in 10 days, another replied calmly. You all go ahead. My son is inside, and he'll wait here. It gives me some peace of mind, a father said softly. As time passed, the spectators gradually dispersed, leaving only a few relatives of the participants anxiously waiting in the plaza. Lin Xiao, however, did not stay. He wasn't particularly worried. Instead, he thought it would be better to return and focus on his training, striving to break through to Platinum Tier 3 as soon as possible. Just a few days ago, he had successfully advanced to Platinum Tier 2. Inside the spirit realm, Lin An's vision returned, and he realized he had been transported to a dense forest. Judging by the surroundings, it appeared to be a random teleportation. He surveyed the area but saw no sign of anyone else. Must be random, Lin An muttered to himself. He retrieved a compass from his pocket and infused it with spiritual energy. Soon, a glowing screen resembling a game map appeared on its surface. This was the item the Wu family had given him the day before. This spirit realm has existed near Guangwu City for nearly a century and has been opened multiple times. The Wu family has extensively explored it, Lin An thought to himself. In truth, it wasn't just the Wu family. Other powerful individuals also possessed various versions of maps, though their quality varied. The one in his hand, however, was undoubtedly the most detailed. Although the teleportation was random, Lin An knew that all participants could only be transported to the outer regions of the spirit realm. He glanced at his location on the map and furrowed his brows slightly. Currently, he was in the southwestern part of the spirit realm, still some distance away from the central area. The central area has the most treasures, but it's also where the most ferocious beasts gather. If I can obtain some treasures, that would be ideal. If not, it's no big deal, Lin An mused. After a brief moment of thought, he put the compass away. He decided to head toward the central area, hunting beasts along the way to gain experience. From his waist, he took out a jade pendant, an advanced version of the Sin Crystal, far superior to those in Shenglin City. While Shenglin City's Sin Crystals could only attract beasts within a kilometer, this jade pendant could draw them from a range of 10 kilometers. Lin An activated the jade pendant, and a peculiar energy ripple spread outward, quickly covering the 10-kilometer radius. Nearby beasts raised their heads and began charging toward Lin An's location. Seeing this, Lin An didn't linger. He moved swiftly toward the central area. However, before long, he found himself surrounded by an increasing number of beasts. The sheer volume of beasts rushing at him from all directions was staggering, at least 2,000 to 3,000, with even more on the way. Lin An's eyes narrowed as a look of excitement appeared on his face. Without a trace of fear, he drew his judgment sword from his waist, ready to begin the hunt. This hunt has only just begun. You defeated a grade 3 golden beast of sin and gained 3 attribute points. You defeated a grade 2 golden beast of sin and gained 3 attribute points. You defeated a grade 1 golden beast of sin and gained 3 attribute points. As the blade flashed, the notification sounds echoed in his ears one after another. The beasts of sin before him fell one by one, causing Lin An's nearly depleted attribute points to replenish once again. With a hearty laugh, a rare excitement lit up Lin An's face. Ha ha ha, just what I needed. He paid no mind to the blood splattering across him. As his blade danced, the crimson battlefield became his favorite stage. This realm truly is the best, he thought to himself, especially this golden tier spiritual realm, where all the beasts of sin were at least of golden grade. Lin An's eyes gleamed with determination. Alone in this realm, the beasts surrounding him seemed like nothing more than a flock of docile lambs. With a swing of his long blade, icy light scattered in all directions. The beasts fell one after another under the blade's edge, their lives extinguished in quick succession. Half an hour later, Lin An ceased his attacks and surveyed his surroundings. The battlefield before him had turned into a sea of blood. He glanced at his attribute points and nodded in satisfaction. Attribute points, 15,423. In just half an hour, he had slain over 5,000 beasts of sin, reaping a bountiful harvest. At this moment, he looked at his competition token, noting that his points had reached 5,127. In the golden tier spiritual realm, the points awarded for slaying beasts of sin varied. For a golden tier beast, 1 point was awarded per kill. For a platinum grade 1 beast, 100 points, and for a platinum grade 2 beast, 500 points. Lin An frowned slightly, regretting one thing. There was no leaderboard. If there were, he could have gauged how many points others had accumulated by now. Stowing away the token, Lin An swept his gaze across the horizon. In the distance, more beasts of sin were approaching him, though their numbers were few and not worth his time. He pulled out a compass, quickly determined his direction, and decided to press forward, seeking more beasts of sin to prepare for another large-scale slaughter. An hour later, Lin An came to a halt. This time, the number of beasts around him had increased significantly. In the desolate wilderness, he stood alone as countless beasts of sin surged toward him, their dark forms filling his field of vision. The closest beast was now only a dozen meters away. Suddenly, a low growl echoed, and a black tiger leapt at Lin An. Lin An smiled faintly, his hands moving swiftly. With a loud smack, the black tiger was slapped to death. The system notification chimed. You have slain a grade 1 golden beast of sin and gained 3 attribute points. He snorted coldly. Such low-level trash dares to attack me? However, the death of the black tiger didn't instill fear in the other beasts. Instead, it seemed to act as a signal, inciting the surrounding beasts to launch an all-out assault on Lin An. This was the hunting rule of the spiritual realm. In the outside world, beasts of sin that reached the golden grade would develop a certain level of intelligence. They could feel fear and would choose to flee in the face of danger. But in the spiritual realm, despite being golden grade, the beasts of sin had little intelligence. They were driven only by instincts to fight and die. Even when facing a powerful enemy, they would charge forward without hesitation. Although these beasts in the spiritual realm were slightly weaker in strength, their overwhelming numbers still posed a significant threat. For Lin An, however, it was these beasts that provided him with endless exhilaration from the act of slaughter. As his long blade swung, its light flashing like lightning, blood and flesh flew in all directions. The entire wilderness was shrouded in a dense, suffocating stench of blood. An hour later, Lin An finally stopped his movements. On the desolate plain, the corpses of the beasts of sin were piled high, and the bloody scent in the air was almost unbearable. He glanced at his spoils, a faint grin tugging at his lips as he muttered to himself. This wave alone, I've probably killed over 10,000 beasts of sin. My attribute points have increased by another 30,000, and my points have surpassed 10,000. He took a deep breath, relishing the unparalleled sense of satisfaction that washed over him. Lin An wore a faint smile as he removed his tattered clothing and quickly changed into a fresh set. His previous outfit was shredded and soaked in blood, making it extremely uncomfortable to wear. After a brief tidying up, Lin An once again appeared as the refined and graceful young man he was. However, the ground littered with the corpses of beastly creatures and the heavy stench of blood starkly contrasted with his current image. Ignoring the carnage around him, Lin An resumed his pace, activated the jade pendant, and continued advancing toward the central region. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin An spent nearly every moment in relentless slaughter, going through multiple changes of clothing. Amid the constant battles, his gains were remarkable. His attribute points had surged past 180,000, leaving him just a step away from reaching 200,000. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin An once again found himself surrounded by tens of thousands of beastly creatures. Calculating in his mind, he estimated that slaying this wave would undoubtedly push his attribute points beyond the 200,000 mark. A faint smirk played on his lips, though his hands never paused. With a single slash of his blade, a surge of energy erupted, instantly killing dozens of beasts. As Lin An delved deeper, The beasts grew increasingly powerful, with the weakest among them at the golden rank 5. Occasionally, there were even golden rank 9 beasts, but none posed any challenge to him. Each fell with a single strike. Just as he was in the midst of his killing spree, a figure suddenly sped toward him from behind. Zhao Ping's brows furrowed, his heart filled with confusion. Strange, it's been half an hour, and I haven't encountered a single beast. Since entering the mystical realm, Zhao Ping had not immediately started hunting beasts. Instead, he chose a relatively safe spot to attempt to break through from golden rank 9 to platinum rank. While there were risks involved, his luck had been favorable, and his family had prepared ample resources for him. The previous night, he successfully advanced, achieving the platinum rank. After spending the night stabilizing his newfound power, he was finally ready to step out, eager to hunt more beasts. Yet, to his surprise, he had not come across a single beast along the way. He reached for the jade pendant at his waist, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Has my beast lure crystal stopped working? He doubted there was an issue with the pendant itself, as it had been carefully selected from the Wu family's shop, known for its quality. If there truly was a problem, would the Wu family dare sell defective goods? As he hesitated, debating whether to leave the mystical realm and confront the Wu family, Zhao Ping's body suddenly froze. The scene before him left him stunned. Such an overwhelming stench of blood. His expression shifted, and he immediately accelerated toward the source of the smell. Before long, he arrived in a desolate wilderness. Hiss! The sight before him caused Zhao Ping to sharply inhale the blood-tinged spiritual energy of the realm, his heart shaken to the core. A suffocating, nauseating stench filled the air, overwhelming the senses. Zhao Ping felt a heavy pressure in his chest, his breathing growing labored. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he lifted his gaze, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. An endless expanse of desolation, littered with the corpses of countless monstrous beasts, at least tens of thousands. The enormous carcasses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground, each bearing identical fatal wounds, a single, clean slash that ended their lives. The wounds were grotesque, with flesh mangled and stark white bones exposed. Dark, coagulated blood had formed vast, blackish-brown stains on the ground, creating a horrifying tableau that resembled a vision of hell. The stench of decay, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, was almost unbearable. Despite his cultivation reaching the platinum realm, Zhao Ping felt his stomach churn violently. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had never witnessed such carnage. Who could have done this? Zhao Ping forced himself to stay composed and analyze the situation. To kill so many beasts with such precision and efficiency, the culprit had to be a master at the platinum realm. Among the disciples of the 10 great families who had entered this area, only Su Zhang, He Rui, and Lu Weishan were known to wield blades. What was even more astonishing was the absence of any other beasts nearby, despite the overwhelming scent of blood. It was clear that the surrounding area had been thoroughly cleared out. No wonder he hadn't encountered any beasts on his way here, they had all been eliminated by someone else. Zhao Ping decided to put aside the matter of hunting beasts. After all, he had already broken through to the platinum realm and no longer needed to compete for a spot. He flew toward the central region, determined to uncover the identity of the one possessing such extraordinary skill. Less than half an hour later, he stopped again. Another grisly scene of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood lay before him. The method was the same, clean, efficient, one-strike kills. This only solidified his conclusion that the individual responsible for this massacre was also advancing toward the central region. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin An had ceased his battle. He checked his attribute points, which had accumulated to over 210,000. Though the amount was significant, it was still far from sufficient for unlocking a secondary profession. As Lin An moved toward the central region, he continued to lure beasts along the way. Opening his interface, he decided to prioritize upgrading his secondary profession. Spending 10,000 attribute points, he successfully advanced his array master proficiency to the platinum level. However, just as he prepared to push it further to the diamond level, a system notification abruptly appeared. Upgrade failed. A secondary profession cannot surpass the user's primary realm by more than one major tier. This revelation made Lin An realize that he would need to break through to the platinum realm himself before advancing his array master proficiency to the diamond level. Lin An pondered silently. Advancing a formation master to the diamond level required a full 50,000 attribute points. Although he currently held 200,000 points, it was only enough to push 4 of his secondary professions to the threshold of the diamond level. Fortunately, he had no intention of maximizing everything and had already planned accordingly, reserving a portion of the attribute points for cultivating techniques. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, marking the 6th day since he entered the spirit realm. Amidst the green mountains and lush forests, a young man stood still among the trees, gripping a long spear. His cold gaze fixed intently on 4 sin beasts ahead, 1 at the gold 7th tier and 3 at the gold 6th tier. With this lineup, he was confident he could take them on. Battle spirit burned in his eyes like flames, and his aura suddenly erupted, revealing that he, too, was at the gold 7th tier. Attack, he roared. The spear in his hand ignited with blazing flames, streaking forward like thunder to pierce the gold 7th tier Sin Beast. Just as the spear was about to strike its target, an unexpected twist occurred. The 4 Sin Beasts froze momentarily, then abruptly turned and bolted toward the forest on the right, completely ignoring their opponent. The young man missed his mark. His brow furrowed, and confusion filled his gaze. What's going on? Could they have realized they're no match for me and decided to flee? But he quickly dismissed that possibility. Sin Beasts in the spirit realm had no intelligence. Even when faced with epic tier warriors, they would charge forward fearlessly. Fleeing was not in their nature. As he deliberated, the ground began to tremble faintly. Alert! He turned toward the left and saw 3 more Sin Beasts racing toward him like the wind. Perfect timing. Without overthinking, his fighting spirit surged again, and he lunged forward with his spear. This strike was swift and precise, instantly impaling one of the gold 6th tier Sin Beasts. But to his astonishment, the remaining 2 didn't even pause. They brushed past him without reaction, continuing their mad dash toward the right. Before he could fully process what was happening, the tremors in the ground grew stronger. Moments later, an overwhelming horde of Sin Beasts appeared, numbering in the dozens. The young man's expression shifted. He swiftly leaped onto a thick ancient tree, holding his breath and concealing himself. The Sin Beasts seemed to pay him no mind at all, as if they hadn't even noticed his presence. They surged forward in a massive wave, all heading in the same direction. An attraction crystal? The young man took a deep breath, a hypothesis forming in his mind. He had used an attraction crystal before, testing it briefly in the outer regions of the spirit realm. It had drawn in over 100 Sin Beasts, which he had ultimately slain, though at a considerable cost. Now, in the central region of the spirit realm, where Sin Beasts were generally stronger and gold 9th tiers were common, his gold 7th tier strength was far from dominant. If another 100 Sin Beasts were to converge on him here, survival would be nearly impossible. To use an attraction crystal in such a dangerous area, the one behind it had to be at least a gold 9th tier warrior, possibly even platinum. Moreover, they were unlikely to be acting alone. Even a platinum tier warrior would struggle to hold out against a sea of Sin Beasts. His heart sank as he speculated. The 10 great families. Only they would have the audacity and strength for this. Gazing down at the Sin Beast horde below, his eyes flickered as he weighed his options. I have to see for myself. He quickly made up his mind. He had entered the spirit realm to participate in the contest of supremacy, with no intention of vying for the final prize. Given his current level, he couldn't compete with the true prodigies. However, if he could stand out during the contest and catch the attention of the Wu clan or the 10 great families, he might secure an opportunity for cultivation under their guidance. With the Sin Beasts gathering en masse, this could be the perfect opportunity to prove himself. Without hesitation, he leaped silently from the tree and followed the trail of the beasts. Before long, he reached the edge of the forest and came to a halt. Ahead of him lay a desolate plain. When he took in the scene before him, even though he had mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. As far as the eye could see, the plain was swarming with thousands of Sin Beasts packed densely together. The sheer number was staggering. Even more were pouring in from the distance like an unstoppable tide. It wouldn't be long before their numbers exceeded 10,000. The ferocious aura emanating from the gathered Sin Beasts was so overwhelming that his legs nearly gave out beneath him. The 10 great families are this powerful. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. His eyes scanned the plain, searching for the legendary figures rumored to be behind this. But the next moment, he froze completely. At the very center of the beast horde, he saw only one person. A man, holding a long blade, stood alone in the heart of the ferocious tide of beasts. That was Lin An. Upon recognizing the figure standing at the center of the horde of beasts, the young man was utterly stunned. Lin An's name was no longer unfamiliar. In just half a month, it had swept through the entire Guangwu city and even infiltrated some of the lower districts. Although the young man had never met Lin An before, that face was deeply etched in his memory. He had initially assumed that one of the powerful figures from the 10 great families was luring the beasts here for a grand hunt, aiming to accumulate points for the upcoming ceremony and secure a spot. However, the scene before him completely shattered his expectations. What had drawn in so many beasts was none other than the man hailed as a prodigy among prodigies, comparable to the ancestors of the Wu family, Lin An. What is he planning to do? The young man's face was filled with disbelief. Does he really intend to fight all these beasts alone? Scanning the surroundings, the sheer number of beasts was staggering, and among them were even a few formidable ones of the golden 9th rank. And Lin An? He made no effort to conceal his cultivation level. It was still at the golden 9th rank. With such a massive horde surrounding him, no matter how strong he was, wouldn't he eventually be worn down and killed? Perhaps he had intended to lure a few hundred beasts but had lost control of the situation? The young man couldn't help but speculate. In any case, he refused to believe that anyone could survive such an overwhelming attack alone. It wasn't just the young man who was drawn to the scene. Across the surrounding forests, many cultivators, alarmed by the commotion caused by the beasts, had rushed over to investigate. Isn't that Lin An? Why is he surrounded by so many beasts? I don't think he's surrounded. It looks like he deliberately lured them here. He's insane. These beasts just keep coming, at least tens of thousands of them. No matter how talented he is, he's still only at the golden ninth rank. This is a death wish. Maybe this is what they call the confidence of a prodigy. Luckily, I brought my recording stone. This will be perfect to capture. Watching a genius comparable to the Wu family ancestors meet his end will definitely attract attention. Arrogant, too arrogant. Even platinum-level cultivators wouldn't dare face such a horde of beasts. Does he really think he's invincible? Hidden in the forest, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin An, eager to see how this so-called prodigy would handle such a dire situation. Perhaps today would mark the fall of a genius. At the center of the wilderness, under the watchful eyes of many, Lin An finally moved. He had no idea that so many people were observing him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care unless, of course, they tried to steal his beasts. It's about time, Lin An muttered, raising his gaze to the densely packed horde of beasts. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. To him, these weren't beasts. They were rows upon rows of lush green crops waiting to be harvested. Buzz. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged within Lin An, infusing into his weapon, Duanzue, and instantly transforming into lightning energy. The blade began to glow with dazzling arcs of electricity. Roar. Sensing the danger, the beasts bellowed in unison, and from all directions, they charged at Lin An. In the shadows, the onlookers frowned deeply. Was this so-called prodigy about to be swallowed up by the overwhelming tide of beasts? Screech. At that critical moment, a violent surge of lightning energy erupted. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, a blade of light, crackling with boundless lightning, tore through the sky. Wherever the blade passed, the charging beasts stood no chance. They were instantly cleaved in two. With a single strike, Lin An had slain nearly 100 beasts. His power was indeed formidable. But with tens of thousands of beasts still remaining, how could he possibly fight them all? That strike, just now, how many more times can he muster such power? Faced with this overwhelming horde of beasts, Lin An's blade should have long since shattered, his strength drained, his body collapsed from exhaustion, even to the point of death. The current situation left almost no one believing in his chances unless he broke through to the platinum realm and used the ability to fly to barely escape. Yet, at this moment, Lin An, in the eyes of everyone, defied comprehension. He did not retreat. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent like roaring flames. Everyone watched from the sidelines, stunned and yet filled with doubt. Lin An, who had proven his strength by passing through the ancient spirit tower, was undoubtedly formidable. But as the beasts surged toward him in seemingly endless waves, no one dared to speak of victory. No matter how strong he was, how could anyone endure against such overwhelming numbers? Then, something astonishing happened. Lin An swung his blade, the air splitting with a deafening whoosh. Wherever his blade struck, it claimed the lives of the beasts. Each swing of his weapon unleashed a torrent of blood that filled the air, severed limbs flying, lifeless bodies collapsing, turning the battlefield into a hellish purgatory. By now, the onlookers had shifted from initial mockery and doubt to shock and fear, until they became utterly numb. A young man murmured under his breath, "Am I seeing things? Isn't he the one surrounded by these beasts? How is it that he's become the hunter instead?" They felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Lin An's terrifying combat prowess surpassed everyone's imagination. He showed no signs of weariness. His seemingly inexhaustible energy felt boundless, each strike of his blade decisive, tearing apart the line between life and death for his enemies. "Madness, this is madness," someone whispered in disbelief. "He's fighting tens of thousands of these beasts alone. How is he not exhausted? How is this even possible? His strength is far beyond what a ninth-grade gold-tier warrior should be capable of." Others silently shared the same sentiment, their hearts overwhelmed with awe. If he could truly endure until the end, those who followed him might reap unimaginable rewards. Perhaps lending him some assistance now, easing the pressure of the beasts, could secure them a chance at a brighter future in the royal city. Just then, a thunderous voice shattered the air. "Brother Lin, I'm here to help." Before the words even faded, a young man wielding a long spear leapt out from the forest and charged toward Lin An's position, intending to draw the outer beasts away. Lin An, immersed in the chaos of blades and blood, paused momentarily at the shout. Looking up, he saw the young man already locked in fierce combat with one of the beasts, the scene intense and chaotic. A cold glint flashed in Lin An's eyes. The next moment, he raised his blade once more without hesitation and slashed downward. With that strike, a powerful shockwave erupted. The blade's light swept across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, extending for thousands of meters in an instant, tearing through everything in its path. A swath of beasts fell dead on the spot. The edge of the blade's reach came within half a meter of the young man, who froze, his senses overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the beast before him exploded into a spray of blood. He stood motionless, trembling slightly, his face pale as he processed what had just happened. For a moment, he was certain he was about to die. It was then that he finally understood Lin An's terrifying power was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Get lost. Lin An's voice was as piercing as a frigid wind, laced with an undeniable chill. His cold gaze swept over the bystanders who dared to interfere, his disdain and contempt evident in every word. If you're here to watch, then watch quietly. But trying to snatch my sin beast? Enough is enough. You want my help? Huh? Do I look like I need you? You don't even have sin crystals to lure a beast. How do you expect to kill one? And yet, you dare to leech off mine. Seeing the other party still refuse to back down, Lin An's anger flared. He let out a cold laugh, silently resolving that if they continued to push their luck, he wouldn't hesitate to use his connections with the King of Hell to send them on their way with one strike. The young man froze upon hearing Lin An's furious outburst. He had never expected that his good intentions to lend a hand would nearly get him killed by the very person he tried to help. A wave of humiliation surged within him, making him feel like a fool who had warmed his face only to meet cold rejection. Though shame and anger simmered in his heart, the memory of Lin An's blade kept him from lingering any longer. Without a word, he turned and used his movement technique to flee swiftly. Lin An watched the young man's retreating figure with icy indifference, thinking to himself, if that person had merely insulted him, he might have laughed it off and forgotten about it over time. But to dare to snatch a sin beast he had his eyes on, that was an entirely different matter. His anger had been simmering for a while now. After a month of training without breaking through to the Platinum Realm, he had pinned his hopes on this trip to the Spirit Realm to rack up some attribute points. And yet, someone had the audacity to interfere. If not for his self-restraint, that person would already be in two pieces. Shaking off the distraction, Lin An refocused on the sin beast before him. Around him, countless ferocious beasts roared and charged, each seemingly intent on fueling his simmering rage. Hungry, aren't you? All of you. Hungry, he murmured to himself, his voice brimming with unmasked killing intent. Anyone who dares to take what's mine will be slaughtered with one strike. By now, the surrounding crowd had fallen into a stunned silence. Many had initially intended to assist Lin An, only for someone else to act before them. At first, they regretted not stepping in sooner, but after seeing Lin An nearly cut that person down with a single strike, their shock outweighed their remorse. It was astounding. Despite the others' attempt to help, Lin An had shown no mercy. Inwardly, the onlookers couldn't help but assess the situation. Though Lin An's actions seemed arrogant, his strength was undeniable. If they had been in his position, they likely wouldn't have been able to kill even a single sin beast. Instead, they might have ended up as prey themselves. A prodigy of this caliber made anything he did seem justified. Who could truly understand the actions of someone so far above them? Today's events were an eye-opener for all. Perhaps this is the closest we'll ever get to someone like him, one person remarked with a sigh. All eyes remained fixed on Lin An as he moved like a predator among the sin beasts, cutting them down with precision and ease. His power, speed, and ruthless efficiency made the gap between him and the onlookers glaringly apparent. Even with their combined strength, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Standing atop a tall tree, Zhao Ping watched Lin An with a grave expression. The corpses of sin beasts he had seen earlier now made perfect sense. That single strike, Zhao Ping knew he wouldn't be able to withstand it himself. A deep sense of dread crept into his heart. It was clear that Lin An's ability to effortlessly slay these beasts wasn't simply due to being in the Platinum Realm. Only someone with immense power could overcome such challenges and earn the title of a top-tier prodigy within the ancient spirit tower. Zhao Ping took a deep breath, his emotions a mix of awe and unease. Though he had once entered the ancient spirit tower himself, he had only managed to reach the 14th floor before failing. Compared to someone like Lin An, who could breeze through the trials, the gap was insurmountable. Lost in thought, Zhao Ping pondered the upcoming battle for a certain rare artifact. Should he even bother competing for it? After all, a century ago, the Wu family's prodigy had already claimed one of the artifacts within. Over the course of a century, this mystical realm has birthed new extraordinary treasures. While the competition for securing a spot in the grand ceremony was significant, from Lin An's perspective, obtaining these treasures was a far more pressing goal. Although he was only at the platinum level, with the methods granted by his family, he could easily annihilate a group of platinum-level sin beasts. The immense strength Lin An displayed left people speculating that, barring any unforeseen incidents, he would undoubtedly become one of the top powerhouses in the Tianqi Empire in the future. Zhao Ping pondered silently. If Lin An seized the treasure, not only would it fail to foster goodwill toward the Zhao family, but it might even sow discord. It seemed evident that the two members of the Wu family had deliberately abstained from this event to lay a trap for the 10 great families. Watching Lin An as he continued to slaughter sin beasts, Zhao Ping made up his mind. he decided to contact other families to prevent the treasures from being taken prematurely. Without hesitation, he quickly departed. Over an hour later, Lin An finally ceased his slaughter, glancing at the additional 30,000 plus attribute points he had gained. A faint smile appeared on his face. 6 days had passed, and with 4 days remaining, he planned to focus entirely on boosting his attribute points to 500,000. Looking toward the central region, Lin An knew it was teeming with sin beasts, including many formidable platinum level ones. Surely, others had already made their way there, and he needed to pick up the pace. However, the unease in his heart lingered. The members of the 10 great families would undoubtedly target the sin beasts in the central region as well, and their methods were not to be underestimated. Recalling his entry into Shenglin City, Lin Zhao's formidable golden-level abilities were enough to command respect and caution. With this thought, Lin An discreetly tucked away the jade pendant on his chest and retrieved a talisman, activating the power within. It was a speed talisman, capable of tripling the user's speed for an hour. Lin An had purchased this talisman back in Guang City. As the talisman activated, he instantly felt his body become exceptionally light. In a flash, his platinum-level Tianpeng movement technique unfolded, and Lin An's figure streaked forward like a beam of light, racing toward the central region. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping noticed something unusual. Having just contacted members of other families and heading toward the central region, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a streak of light flashing past on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lin, and Zhao Ping was astonished by Lin An's incredible speed. It seemed he, too, was heading for the central region. After a brief hesitation, Zhao Ping quickened his pace to catch up, calling out loudly, "Brother Lin, please wait." Hearing the shout, Lin An turned to see Zhao Ping and stopped in his tracks, smiling faintly. "Congratulations, Brother Zhao, on reaching the platinum level." Zhao Ping smiled wryly. "Brother Lin, you're too kind. I wouldn't stand a chance against your blade." A glint of understanding flashed in Lin An's eyes. It seemed Zhao Ping had been present earlier during his sin beast hunt, but had chosen not to reveal himself. "Brother Zhao, are you also heading to the central region?" Lin An asked. "Indeed. Are you planning to head there as well? Why don't we travel together?" Zhao Ping suggested. "Of course," Lin An replied indifferently. With his strength, traveling alongside Zhao Ping posed no issue. The two walked side by side, making their way toward the central region. A day later, as Lin An and Zhao Ping stepped into the central region, the air was thick with the oppressive aura of the sin beasts. If not for Zhao Ping's presence by his side, Lin An might have already drawn his blade in response. "Brother Lin, is your purpose here to claim the rare treasure of the spirit realm?" Zhao Ping asked with a probing smile. Lin An's eyes flickered slightly. While the rare treasure was significant, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to gain attribute points, which was far more practical to him. However, since Zhao Ping had framed the question this way, Lin An couldn't outright deny it. After all, hunting sin beasts required a justifiable reason. "Brother Zhao, I assume you and the other 9 families are also here for the spirit realm treasure?" Lin An deftly redirected the conversation. "Indeed," Zhao Ping replied, his smile undiminished. "However, if Brother Lin desires this treasure, we wouldn't compete with you for it. In fact, we could even assist you by clearing out the sin beasts so you can claim the treasure." Lin An caught the underlying meaning in Zhao Ping's words. This was an attempt to recruit him, with the rare treasure as an enticing investment. Unfortunately for Zhao Ping, Lin An's true purpose in entering the spirit realm had little to do with the treasure. "I'm afraid Brother Zhao may not be able to speak for the others in this matter," Lin An said bluntly. "Rest assured, Brother Lin. With my influence, I can persuade the others," Zhao Ping said confidently. Lin An paused in thought before replying. "I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Zhao, but I'd like to first test the strength of these sin beasts myself." Zhao Ping studied Lin An for a moment before bursting into laughter. "It seems I underestimated your ambition, Brother Lin. Well, I need to join the others anyway." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Watching Lin An's figure disappear into the distance, Zhao Ping narrowed his eyes. How audacious to venture into the gourd canyon alone. But no matter, those with extraordinary talent often carry such arrogance. When he's exhausted, we'll step in to assist, and it'll be a favor he won't forget. With the guidance of the Wu family's map, Lin An reached his destination in just over an hour. The canyon before him, shaped unmistakably like a gourd, was the birthplace of the rare treasure. According to the Wu family's intelligence, the canyon was home to a staggering 100,000 sin beasts, divided into 3 zones. The outer zone housed nearly 70,000 gold-tier sin beasts, with the weakest among them at gold rank 7. The inner zone contained 20,000 to 30,000 platinum-tier sin beasts, ranging from rank 1 to rank 6. Finally, the core zone, though populated by only 3,000 sin beasts, consisted entirely of platinum rank 7 and above, with even platinum rank 9 entities presiding. The Wu family had attempted multiple expeditions into the spirit realm to claim the treasure, but their efforts failed as the treasure had not fully formed. This time, however, They believed the treasure would be ready to claim upon the realm's opening. Standing at the canyon's entrance, Lin An gazed at the expansive area, spanning over a kilometer in width. Though he had yet to step inside, the overwhelming aura of the sin beasts pressed down on him, a weight unlike anything he had ever experienced. There were only 3 days left until the closure of the mystical realm. Lin An stood at the entrance of the canyon, his gaze calm and composed. Breaking through to the platinum realm would be effortless for him, but doing so would render the golden realm sin beasts worthless. Killing them would no longer yield attribute points, and such wastefulness was certainly not his style. Surveying his surroundings, Lin An noticed a number of cultivators gathered in the area. Upon seeing him, their expressions shifted subtly, and they cautiously backed away. Clearly, his reputation for ruthlessly hunting sin beasts in the mystical realm had already spread. While those who had witnessed his power firsthand had yet to arrive, the use of spiritual jade talismans for long-distance communication had ensured that the news traveled quickly. Everyone, Lin An spoke calmly, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. I am about to enter the canyon to hunt sin beasts. I ask that you do not interfere. Otherwise, should you cross my blade and spill your blood for no reason, it would hardly be worth it. Before his words had fully settled, Lin An had already stepped toward the depths of the canyon, leaving the crowd behind with mixed expressions. Someone muttered indignantly, "How arrogant! Does he think he can kill us too? He's earned the right to be arrogant," another whispered. Rumor has it that despite being only at the 9th rank of the Golden Realm, he's managed to hunt down tens of thousands of sin beasts. Rumors can hardly be trusted. He's probably just trying to monopolize the rare treasures, someone scoffed, though they spoke in a hushed tone, wary that their voice might reach the figure disappearing into the distance. Though there were murmurs of discontent, not a single person dared to follow him. It wasn't just Lin An's warning that held them back. They knew all too well the sheer number of sin beasts lurking in the canyon. Entering recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Lin An paid no heed to the discussions behind him. He had merely given a heads up. This place was now his domain, and anyone who entered would die. He had no patience for any "let me help you" nonsense. If someone dared to steal his prey, he would cut them down without hesitation. As soon as he stepped into the canyon, an overwhelming sight greeted him: an endless swarm of sin beasts. The moment their eyes met his, chaos erupted. With deafening roars, the beasts charged toward him in a frenzied wave. Good timing, Lin An exclaimed, his long blade trembling in his hand as he surged forward to meet the oncoming tide of beasts. Outside the canyon, the onlookers were left speechless by the incredible scene. Though reluctant to admit it, they couldn't deny that Lin An's courage far surpassed their own. How long can he last? One person sighed. Even if he slaughters thousands or tens of thousands, there are still over 100,000 sin beasts in that canyon, not to mention those at the Platinum Realm. This is nothing short of suicide. In a secluded mountain hollow, nearly 100 people had gathered. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, drawing the attention of everyone present. Finally, you're here. I thought you'd failed your breakthrough and were too ashamed to show your face. Han Chi sneered as he saw Zhao Ping land, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Zhao Ping scanned the crowd expressionlessly, ignoring Han Chi's provocation. He was long used to the man's sharp tongue. Is everyone here? He asked in a low voice. Everyone's here. A few individuals nodded. Their expressions varied. How many have broken through to the Platinum Realm? Zhao Ping's sharp gaze cut straight to the point. Chi Yu from the Chi family stepped forward. All of us have, he replied, with a hint of pride in his tone. Zhao Ping nodded in satisfaction, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. It seems luck has favored us. All 10 of you have reached the Platinum Realm. What do you want us waiting here for? Han Chi interrupted impatiently, tapping his sword hilt. Didn't you say Lin An was traveling with you? Why isn't he here? A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I was hoping to test my skills against him, but it seems he didn't even show up. Adjusting his sleeves, Zhao Ping spoke calmly. We parted ways earlier. If my guess is right, he's already headed to Calabash Canyon to hunt the sin beasts. This statement was like a bombshell, silencing the crowd. Even the usually arrogant Han Chi's pupils contracted as he asked in disbelief, by himself? Alone? Zhao Ping confirmed with a nod. A collective gasp swept through the group, and they exchanged uneasy glances. The dangers of Calabash Canyon were well known to all present. Even though the 10 of them had broken through to the Platinum Realm, they were only at the first tier of Platinum. The canyon was home to a horde of 100,000 sin beasts, including some at the formidable 9th tier of Platinum. Entering the canyon recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Only with the powerful artifacts bestowed by their families would they dare set foot there. But Lin An, alone, dared to charge straight into Calabash Canyon? Wasn't that a death wish? Has he reached the Platinum Realm as well? Someone asked, puzzled. Another person shook their head. Even if he has, he shouldn't be this reckless. Or does he have some powerful trump card? A third person speculated, their eyes glinting with thought. That's possible, another chimed in. The Wu family members aren't here this time. Maybe they provided him with some formidable means. In that case, It seems the treasure we're after is beyond our reach. The group murmured among themselves, their speculations running wild. Zhao Ping raised a hand to quiet them. Stop guessing. He's still at the 9th tier of the gold realm, he said, pausing for a moment. And after traveling with him for a day, I can assure you the Wu family hasn't given him any special artifacts. As for why he dares to enter the canyon alone, perhaps it's confidence. He shrugged with a hint of helplessness. After all, I personally witnessed him single-handedly slaughter tens of thousands of sin beasts. That's not the same, someone immediately retorted, their tone laced with disdain. The strongest of those sin beasts was only at the 9th tier of the gold realm. But the canyon is home to platinum tier sin beasts. Sure, he's strong, but can he handle tens of thousands of platinum tier sin beasts? Another sneered. He's still just at the 9th tier of the gold realm. He won't even have the chance to escape. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, their eyes filled with skepticism. No matter how strong a 9th tier gold cultivator was, there were limits. Chi Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Ping's calm expression. You don't seem worried about him, he remarked. Zhao Ping's lips curved into a faint smile. Indeed, I'm not worried. After all, we're here, aren't we? He replied, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The others quickly caught on to his intentions, their expressions shifting subtly. You plan to lend him a helping hand, so he owes us a favor? Chi Yu directly pointed out, a trace of admiration in his gaze. Exactly, Zhao Ping admitted openly, his tone brimming with confidence. I don't need to explain Lin An's potential. Once we reach the royal city and he gains access to more resources, it won't be long before he becomes one of the city's top experts. If we can make him owe us a life-saving debt now, the benefits he could bring to our families in the future are unimaginable. He scanned the group and added, even if he doesn't survive, we won't have lost anything. They're merely utilizing the powerful means provided by their family. Even without Lin An, they would have used them anyway. Murmured voices rose from the crowd. What about the fate of the rare treasure? Chi Yu asked with a frown, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Zhao Ping paused for a moment before replying. Let's see how he performs first. If he's worthy, I believe the family wouldn't mind if we handed the treasure over to him. The others nodded in agreement. Though the treasure was immensely valuable, if it could secure the favor of a future powerhouse, the investment would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Then what are we waiting for? Han Chi said impatiently, his eyes alight with anticipation. Let's move quickly. If we delay, he might already be dead by the time we arrive. In his mind, he had already envisioned the heroic scene of himself descending from the skies to rescue Lin An. Even if Lin An was a Ancien Millennium genius, wouldn't he still rely on Han Chi to save him in the end? The crowd exchanged knowing looks at Han Chi's eager demeanor, fully aware of his thoughts. However, his words rang true. If they were even a moment too late, and Lin An either perished or left the spirit realm, their plans would all be for naught. We'll send a team of 10 ahead. The rest of you, follow as quickly as you can, Zhao Ping decided decisively, immediately taking to the skies with 9 others. The remaining 100 people swiftly followed behind. Meanwhile, the battle in the canyon raged on fiercely. Swish, swish, blade light shimmered like snow. Roar, roar, beastly howls thundered through the air. System notifications echoed continuously in Lin An's ears. You have slain a golden tier 8 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. You have slain a golden tier 7 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. You have slain a golden tier 9 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Lin An's blade, the executioner, never stopped moving. Wherever the blade struck, sin beasts fell one after another. Blood splattered through the air, staining the entire canyon crimson. Behind him, the corpses of sin beasts piled up like mountains, and the thick stench of blood permeated the atmosphere. Lin An was drenched in blood, his clothes soaked into a dark red hue, his face and hands smeared with the beast's lifeblood. Yet, he paid no heed. To him, every swing of his blade meant an increase in his attributes. His strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, granting the sin beasts no time to suffer before their souls departed. Hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, nearly 100 people stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. How many has he killed now? At least 4,000 or 5,000, I'd say. I thought it was an exaggeration when they claimed he could slay tens of thousands of sin beasts. Turns out it wasn't. How can someone at golden tier 9 be this terrifyingly strong? And you think you're on the same level as him? He ranked first in the ancient spirit tower. Trials, could you even dream of accomplishing that? The murmurs of astonishment rippled through the group, as everyone remained spellbound by the sheer scale of the carnage before them. Outside the gourd valley, the crowd stood, their gazes fixed on the valley as the sounds of fierce battle echoed from within, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Do you think he could really fight his way through the entire gourd valley alone? One cultivator asked, swallowing hard, disbelief evident in his voice. Impossible, another immediately countered, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Even if he can easily handle the golden level sin beasts, don't forget there are platinum level threats deeper in the valley. Just clearing out the golden level sin beasts on the outskirts is enough to shake the entire Guangwu city, someone remarked with a tone of admiration, a trace of envy in their eyes. If news of such a feat spreads, the 10 great families will surely scramble to recruit him, and even the Wu family would extend an olive branch. He then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Of course, even without this achievement, Lin An doesn't lack powerful factions vying for him. Too bad it's not me accomplishing all this. At that moment, a young man with an extraordinary bearing stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin An is currently fighting with his life on the line. How can we just stand by and do nothing? Who among you is willing to join me in aiding him? His words caused the crowd to furrow their brows. Brother, have you forgotten? Someone reminded him. Lin An clearly stated earlier that anyone interfering would face his blade. Though many had been displeased by such arrogant words at the time, the growing number of sin beast corpses in the valley had silenced any objections. I am Huang Yan of Shiyun City. The young man introduced himself with a faint smile. At this, the crowd's expressions shifted subtly. Though Shiyun City was a lower-tier city, it was the foremost among them, and its city lord, Huang Jian, was a platinum-level powerhouse on the verge of reaching diamond level. Huang Yan, as Huang Jian's youngest son, had reached the 9th tier of the golden level at just 28 and was widely regarded as a prodigy with a strong chance of securing a spot in the grand tournament. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Huang Yin continued. Lin An's earlier warning was likely aimed at those intending to compete for the treasure. Since there's still time before the treasure appears, if we merely assist him in hunting sin beasts and withdraw later, I doubt he would take offense. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. If they could fight alongside Lin An now, it might pave the way to aligning themselves with the influential Wu family in the future. But we're only 100 strong. Against the numerous sin beasts in the valley, what if something goes wrong? Someone voiced their concern. Fortune favors the bold, Huang Yin declared firmly. If we can't handle it, we retreat immediately. Anyone participating in the grand tournament should be prepared to face risks, shouldn't they? Huang Yin scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, if anyone wishes to accompany me, please make your decision quickly. A murmur of discussions rippled through the crowd. Moments later, over a dozen figures stepped forward, joining Huang Yin. The rest remained where they were, choosing to observe and let others blaze the trail. After all, there was no rush to take risks with time still on their side. Huang Yan's gaze swept over his new companions, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Convincing even this many to follow him had exceeded his expectations. His eyes eventually landed on Lin An in the distance, and he recalled his original plan to assist alone. However, the valley teeming with vicious beasts forced him to reconsider. Going in alone would likely mean certain death, prompting him to rally others for the journey. His father's words before departure echoed in his mind. This time, the prodigies of the 10 great families will break through to the platinum realm within the spirit realm. They won't take up the slots. This meant Huang Yin stood a strong chance of earning a place to enter the royal city. Yet, with his current strength, even if he made it to the city, he would be no more than an ant. Lin An, on the other hand, not only had close ties with the Wu family but also possessed extraordinary talent. If Huang Yin could follow him, there would undoubtedly be great benefits in the royal city. However, Lin An had always been arrogant, and earning his approval would likely require proving himself by fighting alongside him on the battlefield. Huang Yin took a deep breath. If not for securing a foothold in the royal city, he wouldn't risk such danger. Fortunately, he had some life-saving skills. At worst, he could retreat from the valley unscathed. Everyone, follow me to assist Brother Lin. Huang Yin commanded, charging forward without hesitation, with the dozen or so others trailing closely behind. Lin An, busy slaying beasts, noticed the approaching group and frowned deeply. His blade swept out in a decisive arc, and he spun around, spotting over a dozen figures rushing toward him. Leave, Lin An barked coldly. Brother Lin, we have no intention of competing for the treasure, Huang Yin quickly explained. We simply didn't want you to face this fight alone. We'll leave after offering our assistance, you have my word. Rather than calming Lin An's anger, these words only intensified the killing intent in his eyes. If they were after the treasure, he might not have cared as much. But these people wanted to share his burden? That was the same as stealing his prey. Leave now or die. Lin An spat out the words icily, his final warning. A chill ran through Huang Yin as he realized something was wrong. He had assumed Lin An misunderstood their intentions, but even after explaining, Lin An's hostility hadn't diminished yet, it had grown stronger. Was it a matter of trust? That would make sense. If he were in Lin An's position, he wouldn't trust strangers based on a few words either. Brother Lin, we truly just want to. Huang Yin was cut off mid-sentence as a sudden sense of danger gripped his heart. A sharp blade light tore through several beasts and hurtled toward them with terrifying speed. The sudden flash of a blade caught Huang Yin and his group completely off guard. By the time they reacted, the blade was already dangerously close. A chill ran through everyone's hearts as they scrambled to defend themselves. Two forces collided violently, unleashing a thunderous explosion of power that shook the earth. But in that instant, their faces turned pale. The blade's power was overwhelming, none of them could withstand it. With a deafening crash, they were flung into the air by the knife's force. Blood sprayed everywhere as their bodies hit the ground, lifeless. In that fleeting moment, their lives were extinguished. Huang Yin trembled as he struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were locked on the lifeless bodies of his companions nearby, his expression filled with indescribable fear. He was fortunate to have reacted quickly enough to avoid taking the full force of the strike. Otherwise, he too would have become another corpse in this sea of blood. Yet even so, he was gravely injured, his body racked with pain and utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Lin An, you dare to kill us. Huang Yin growled in a hoarse voice, his face twisted in anger. But his legs trembled slightly, betraying his fear. Only his fury kept the terror at bay. The moment his words fell, Lin An's shadow silently appeared behind him. Swish, a sharp sound tore through the air, followed by a dull thud. Huang Yan's head fell from his shoulders, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. His severed head rolled across the ground, its wide-open eyes frozen in an expression of shock and unwillingness. Lin An coldly tossed Huang Yan's head into the canyon below, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Those who defy Medi. The sight of the headless corpse sent chills down the spines of everyone nearby. A collective gasp echoed as fear spread among the crowd. Who dared linger for even a moment longer? They turned and fled without hesitation, retreating as fast as they could. None of them had expected Lin An to strike so decisively, leaving no room for resistance. That scared me to death. For a moment, I thought I was going to die too, someone muttered under their breath, still shaken. The killing intent radiating from him, it was suffocating, like he's a walking corpse. There's no trace of humanity left in him. Exactly. After killing so many beasts of sin, his bloodlust is terrifying. Who would dare cross him? But to think he'd kill Huang Yin and the others so ruthlessly, without even giving them a chance to explain, it's just too brutal, another person said, shaking their head. Still, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't trust them either. They barely know him, and he suddenly shows up with a group, claiming to help. Who's to say they wouldn't stab him in the back? Someone else added quietly. Even so, the sheer carnage of the scene left everyone deeply unsettled. Huang Yin and his dozen allies had teamed up, yet they couldn't mount the slightest resistance. There wasn't even a chance to fight back. Huang Yan's prominent status made the situation even more precarious. If word of his death reached his father, there was no way he would let this matter rest. Outside the canyon, the survivors stopped to catch their breath, stealing glances back toward the depths of the gorge. The sounds of fierce combat still echoed faintly in their ears, but none of them dared to take another step forward. Fear gripped their hearts as they silently withdrew further away. Outside the canyon, the crowd kept a safe distance, watching cautiously and ready to retreat at any moment, fearing that Lin An might suddenly charge out. Inside the canyon, Lin An moved as if in a land devoid of opponents. With each flash of his blade, the monstrous creatures fell one after another. The system notification sounds chimed incessantly as his attribute points climbed rapidly. Half an hour passed, and the crowd outside the canyon grew larger. A few warriors, curious to investigate, approached the entrance but were greeted by the sight of Huang Yan's blood-soaked head. They gasped in shock and quickly backed away. Let's go. We can't just stand around here doing nothing, someone suggested. Why not hunt some of the beasts ourselves to earn points? It'd be a good chance to make a name for ourselves in front of the 10 great clans and the Wu family. The crowd nodded in agreement and prepared to leave. Just then, several figures descended from the sky. Leading them was Zhao Ping and his companions. Upon seeing the prodigies of the 10 great clans arrive, the departing crowd stopped in their tracks, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. The showdown they had been waiting for was finally about to begin. This guy really dared to venture into the canyon alone. Han Chi muttered, his expression shifting as he took in the scene. The canyon was littered with corpses, and the stench of blood was so overwhelming it was nauseating. Lin An moved effortlessly through the horde of beasts, each swing of his blade claiming a life, a figure resembling a demon god descending upon the earth. Zhao Ping noticed Han Chi's reaction and smiled knowingly. His gaze then shifted to the severed head at the canyon's entrance and the bodies strewn nearby. Turning to those around him, he asked for an explanation. Young Master Zhao, all of this was Lin An's doing, an eyewitness explained in detail. Half an hour ago, Huang Yin led a group intending to assist Lin An, but as soon as they got close, he killed Huang Yin with a single strike. Although Huang Yin tried to escape, he ultimately couldn't avoid death. He brought it upon himself, Zhao Ping commented calmly. Anyone daring to enter should be prepared to die. His words left those around him exchanging uneasy glances. They had expected the 10 great clans to seek justice for the dead. Did he forbid others from entering the canyon? Zhao Ping inquired further. No, not at all. He only prevents others from interfering with his hunt, the witness replied. Zhao Ping nodded thoughtfully before leading the way into the canyon. Han Chi and the others followed closely behind. The other warriors hesitated briefly but eventually trailed after them. With the prodigies of the 10 great clans present, they felt it was likely to be safer. With Zhao Ping and his group taking the lead, the crowd quickly surged into the canyon. Lin An, who was fiercely battling the sin beasts, noticed the commotion. However, seeing that the group was still far from him, he chose not to approach and instead focused on dealing with the enemies around him. "Let's wait here and don't disturb him," Zhao Ping said calmly. Standing nearby, Qiyu remarked with a sigh, "I didn't feel it earlier, but now that we're closer, I can clearly sense the intense aura of killing intent emanating from him." He gazed ahead, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "It's like a massive wave one more step forward, and it feels like would be swallowed by it." Han Chi frowned. Why is he so determined to hunt the sin beasts? If he's after rare treasures, wouldn't it be easier to bypass them and head straight to the depths of the canyon? His question, however, went unanswered. Zhao Ping nodded, his eyes deep with thought. "I wasn't entirely sure before, but now I'm almost certain." He turned to the others and continued. "He's using a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to temper an invincible heart. All these sin beasts are merely tools for his cultivation." Hearing this, the group's expressions subtly shifted as their gazes collectively fell on Zhao Ping. He glanced at them and went on, "We might be considered prodigies in Guangwu City, but we're just local elites at best. If we were to go to the royal capital, we probably wouldn't even qualify as first-rate talents. But Lin An is different. His innate talent would stand out even in the royal capital. Someone like him operates on a level that's beyond our comprehension." A flicker of complexity flashed in his eyes as he looked toward Lin An, who was still locked in combat with the sin beasts in the distance. "We all assumed he came here for that rare treasure, but perhaps that's not the case at all. He doesn't care about the treasures. He's here to hunt sin beasts, all for the sake of sharpening his invincible heart." The group's reactions varied upon hearing this, but a sense of realization began to dawn on them. Han Chi took a deep breath and murmured, "No wonder Huang Yan and the others died. What seemed like helping him was actually hindering his cultivation." Qiyu nodded in agreement. "If Lin An were truly someone who relished killing, he would have already charged at us by now." Zhao Ping's words left the group enlightened, though their gazes turned more complicated. It was as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them and Lin An. Though only a few hundred meters apart, the distance felt like a vast, uncrossable void. Standing there, staring at the endless swarm of sin beasts, they found themselves utterly devoid of the courage to face them. The atmosphere in the canyon grew heavy with silence, broken only by the sounds of Lin An's relentless battle against the sin beasts and the occasional roars of the creatures. As time passed, some began to quietly leave. They realized that staying here offered them no tangible benefit beyond witnessing Lin An's overwhelming strength. Rather than lingering, it made more sense to hunt other sin beasts and increase their own spoils. However, Zhao Ping and his companions paid little attention to those who left. Having already reached the Platinum Realm, they no longer needed to compete with the others for spots in the rankings. For them, witnessing Lin An's growth and cultivation firsthand was far more valuable. Any insights gained from observing him could greatly benefit their own paths of cultivation, potentially yielding immense advantages in the future. In addition, they planned to intervene and save Lin An should he find himself in danger. Though Lin An currently appeared invincible in battle, the real challenge lay ahead. Tens of thousands of platinum-ranked beasts were watching him like predators waiting to strike. 3 hours already, and this guy doesn't look tired at all? His spiritual energy just keeps flowing endlessly. Truly a monster," Han Chi remarked, sitting on a moss-covered stone, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the figure fighting in the distance. Killing beasts continuously for 3 hours would be hard even for a platinum-rank expert, let alone someone who's only at gold rank level 9. Zhao Ping analyzed thoughtfully. He passed the trial of the ancient spirit tower, which contains a unique visualization diagram. It said that mastering it grants extraordinary abilities. That must be the key. If Lin An had heard these words, he would have been amazed at Zhao Ping's sharp insight. While the guess wasn't entirely accurate, it was true that his extraordinary ability was what allowed him to sustain such a prolonged battle. "This is what it means to be a true prodigy, huh?" Qiyu said with a bitter smile while shaking his head. "Compared to him, we're just ordinary. For those from the lower city, they might have been considered talents, but in front of Lin An, they seemed utterly insignificant." On the battlefield, Lin An remained immersed in the slaughter. The endless wave of beasts didn't intimidate him. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit even further. By the time the last gold rank level 9 beast fell, the entire outer area of the Gourd Canyon had been completely cleared by him. Checking his attribute points, he saw they had reached 490,000, just a few thousand shy of 500,000. Lin An's gaze shifted forward toward the inner and core areas, where roughly 30,000 platinum-ranked beasts were gathered. If he could eliminate them all, his attribute points could increase by another 200,000. The dense swarm of platinum-ranked beasts appeared in his line of sight. These flying creatures were indeed troublesome, but fortunately, they lacked intelligence. Once he got close, they would inevitably charge at him. Lin An calculated silently, might need to use some of his trump cards next. He turned to look at Zhao Ping and the others, who immediately stepped forward upon noticing his gaze. Brother Lin, the area ahead is filled with platinum-ranked beasts, Zhao Ping said. If you need assistance, we are willing to help. Assistance won't be necessary, Lin An replied, frowning and shaking his head. I only ask that you refrain from interfering, as you've done so far. The group's expressions shifted slightly, struggling to believe that he intended to face tens of thousands of platinum-ranked beasts alone. Brother Zhao, everyone, let's talk later, Lin An said before decisively turning and walking deeper into the canyon. The group exchanged uncertain glances. Though they wanted to call him reckless, the mountains of beast corpses around them silently testified to this man's strength. Let him go, Zhao Ping said, steadying the shock in his heart. I'm curious to see where his limits lie. No matter how strong he is, he should take a break. He's been fighting for hours, Han Chi said with a frown. Well, this is rare, Han Chi's sharp tongue actually expressing concern for someone. Chiyu teased, drawing laughter from the group. Han Chi responded candidly. I can't help it. His strength has earned my respect. The laughter abruptly stopped as the group finally understood the source of Han Chi's prior attitude toward them. Prepare to assist if needed, Zhao Ping said solemnly. A prodigy like him shouldn't fall here. The group nodded in agreement, retrieving their treasures and readying themselves to step in should Lin An find himself in danger. Data. Lin An walked slowly through the midsection of Gourd Canyon, each step echoing clearly in the silent gorge. As he approached the inner region, a thick, oppressive aura of killing intent burst forth from him, spreading outward as if it were tangible. The platinum-ranked sin beasts within the inner region immediately sensed this suffocating presence, letting out a series of terrified screeches. Despite instinctively perceiving the threat of death, these formidable creatures remained rooted in place, too afraid to act recklessly. When Lin An closed the distance to the inner region to just a few dozen meters, he finally made his move. Divine art, supreme heaven and earth manifestation. With a low growl, Lin An's body instantly expanded to a towering height of 10 zhang under the stunned gazes of onlookers. His blood-soaked and fearsome appearance, combined with the overwhelming aura that engulfed the area, made him resemble a demonic god descending upon the world. What kind of technique is this? Zhao Ping and the others stared in shock at the scene before them. Even as fellow platinum-ranked experts, they couldn't suppress the overwhelming sense of helplessness that arose within them. This aura is comparable to that of a platinum stage 5 or 6 expert. No wonder he dared to charge into the inner region, Zhao Ping admitted with a bitter smile, acknowledging the vast gap between himself and Lin An. Although he wielded a treasure bestowed by his family, it was ultimately an external aid, far inferior to Lin An's raw, authentic power. Han Chi and the others remained silent, their hearts filled with unease as they resolved never to cross paths with such a person. Chiyu attempted to comfort himself, saying, his technique may be powerful, but it must consume a lot of energy. He probably can't maintain it for long. Does he even lack spiritual energy? Han Chi asked quietly, leaving the group in another bout of silence. Indeed, how could someone capable of slaughtering tens of thousands of gold-ranked sin beasts possibly lack spiritual energy? By this time, Lin An had already begun his assault. He was well aware of the immense energy consumption of the heaven and earth manifestation technique, which could only last for a minute at most. He needed to end the battle swiftly, relying on his devouring spirit technique to replenish energy and sustain his powerful form. Let me see just how strong I am with a full-force strike, Lin An murmured as he suddenly stopped. The spiritual patterns within his body erupted with dazzling brilliance, like stars adorning the night sky. Torrents of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, while an endless stream of earth energy poured into his blade, Judgment. The colossal Judgment blade, nearly 20 meters long, radiated an intense, blinding light. Mysterious runes imbued with destructive power emerged on its surface. One strike slash. With a thunderous roar, Lin An unleashed a blade shadow stretching thousands of meters, tearing through space and crashing down with a world-ending momentum. Countless sin beasts, enveloped by the aura of death, displayed expressions of sheer terror. Boom. The blade shadow struck the ground with an earth-shattering roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and an unparalleled, terrifying force erupted from the impact point, spreading outward like a tidal wave of destruction. This overwhelming power devoured countless sin beasts, leaving nothing behind. System notifications echoed incessantly in Lin An's ears. You have slain a platinum rank 1 sin beast and gained 6 attribute points. You have slain a platinum rank 6 sin beast and gained 9 attribute points. You have slain a platinum rank 5 sin beast and gained 9 attribute points. The notifications came one after another, and with just this single strike, Lin An's attribute points skyrocketed by over 80,000. In this earth-shattering blow, tens of thousands of platinum-ranked sin beasts were obliterated in an instant, while countless others were left injured and scattered across the battlefield. Lin An's eyes gleamed with astonishment and excitement. This was his first time unleashing his full power, and even he was stunned by the sheer magnitude of its might. No time to waste, Lin An murmured to himself. His spiritual energy had fully recovered, with even more to spare, which he quickly began condensing into spiritual patterns. Without hesitation, Lin An gripped his blade, his figure flashing like lightning as he charged into the inner perimeter. His blade danced in arcs of light, and with every swing, dozens of sin beasts fell lifeless. Though these beasts had been momentarily intimidated by his earlier devastating strike, they showed no fear. Instead, they surged toward him with relentless ferocity, their sharp fangs bared and claws glinting coldly. Lin An welcomed the onslaught without hesitation, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He appreciated this particular trait of the sin beasts in the spiritual realm. They never fled, even when outmatched, and instead threw themselves forward, meeting their deaths heat. As Lin An continued his slaughter, Zhao Ping and the others stood in stunned silence, frozen in place. It was a long moment before they regained their composure, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Looks like we won't even need to lift a finger, Qiyu muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of emotions. Zhao Ping's expression grew complex as he gazed at the figure wreaking havoc in the distance. He spoke in a low tone. We underestimated him. One strike to fell tens of thousands of sin beasts, all of them platinum ranked. Compared to him, we are like ants. Before he appeared, I already knew I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. We, who call ourselves geniuses, can only dominate within Guangwu City. But now that he's here, we are as insignificant as mayflies before the vast sky. Only now do I understand what true monstrous talent looks like. There was a note of both admiration and melancholy in Zhao Ping's voice. To witness such a prodigy at a young age is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that it gives us a goal to strive for, humbling our arrogance. The curse is that it can utterly crush one's confidence. Those with weak resolve might even succumb to inner demons, rendering them unable to progress further in their cultivation. Ha ha! Lin An is truly incredible. Han Chi suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I can't wait to see what happens when he reaches the royal city. I wonder if those so-called geniuses of the royal city will still dare to call themselves the best in his presence. Han Chi's words snapped the group out of their reflective mood, and they all turned to him with strange expressions. Why are you all looking at me like that? Han Chi asked, puzzled. Qiyu raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, you're 4 years older than him, aren't you? And yet you call him big brother? Also, since when did you get so close to him? Weren't you the one who couldn't stand him before? So what? I merely came into this world a few years earlier than he did. Han Chi scoffed, waving dismissively. As for not liking him, I dislike all weaklings. If I had known he was this powerful, why would I have acted that way? Those with true strength earn my respect. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Though Han Chi seemed to be praising Lin An, his words sounded like an insult to the rest of them. Wasn't he essentially saying that they were weak and unworthy of his respect? Even if it was true that they paled in comparison to Lin An, hearing it said outright was still frustrating. Unaware of their conversation, Lin An remained fully focused as he advanced toward the core of the canyon. There, 3,000 sin beasts had gathered, all of them platinum rank 7 or higher. Leading them was a top-tier platinum rank 9 sin beast, exuding an overwhelming aura. As for the sin beasts below rank 7, Lin An didn't consider them a priority for now. He planned to leave them for later, using them to replenish his energy when needed. In the central area, 3,000 platinum grade 7 feral beasts formed an impenetrable defensive line. Behind this line stood a towering platinum grade 9 white-striped blood ape, over 30 zhang tall. At the moment, the blood ape did not attack, but stood guard with unwavering focus beside a pillar of light. Suspended in the center of the light was an ink-black box, clearly the rare treasure of this mystical realm. Lin An's figure shot toward the enemy line like a lightning bolt, and the 3,000 platinum grade 7 beasts roared and charged to meet him. Despite Lin An's immense power, the sheer number of enemies made it impossible for him to dispatch them as effortlessly as before. Gradually, his stamina began to wane, and faint stinging pain emanated from his injuries during several exchanges. However, Lin An remained calm and composed. He had anticipated a prolonged battle and relied heavily on his Devour Spirit ability, a power that allowed him to absorb the enemy's strength and quickly recover from injuries as long as he landed successful hits. As part of his strategy, he had deliberately spared many beasts below platinum grade 7. If the situation turned dire, he could eliminate these weaker beasts to restore himself to peak condition. From a distance, Qiyu observed Lin An locked in a fierce battle and couldn't help but ask, do you think he can succeed? Though he hadn't known Lin An for long, he had already learned one thing about him. Lin An never acted without confidence. Zhao Ping, also watching the canyon intently, replied softly. Even if he struggles temporarily, his safety shouldn't be an issue. His tone carried a sense of steadiness. I believe he will succeed. To see a golden grade 9 challenge a platinum grade 9, though the beasts in this realm are weaker than those outside this battle, once known, will surely shake countless people. We are witnesses to history. Han Chi smiled, exuding even more confidence than the other two. Lin An's current strength is enough to earn anyone's respect. I trust he won't fail. Time ticked by second by second. Despite the difficulty of slaying his enemies, Lin An advanced steadily, leveraging the power of his Devour Spirit ability to defeat the Platinum Grade 7 beasts one by one. An hour passed, then two. Finally, after 5 hours, all the beasts had fallen except for the white-striped blood ape. With a low roar, Lin An unleashed another surge of blade energy, brimming with overwhelming force. The remaining beasts below Platinum Grade 7 fell one after another. With their demise, Lin An's stamina was nearly restored to its peak. As the last obstacles were eliminated, the white-striped blood ape could no longer hold back its fury. Letting out a deafening roar, its bloodshot eyes glared at Lin An. It pounded its chest with both fists, releasing a terrifying wave of pressure. Then, with a powerful leap, it launched itself toward Lin An, smashing down with immense force. But Lin An was fully prepared. With a subtle flick of his fingers, 10 talismans shot out simultaneously. These were binding talismans, platinum grade, tools capable of immobilizing their target. While the duration of immobilization decreased with the target's strength, it was more than enough to deal with the white-striped blood ape. Although the blood ape sensed the danger, its momentum was too great to stop, and its massive body made dodging nearly impossible. The first binding talisman struck it with precision. The talisman's power erupted, and the white-striped blood ape's movements froze momentarily, as though its immense strength had been sealed in that instant. The massive body of the white-striped blood ape suddenly stiffened midair, its imposing aura sharply diminished. Like a kite with its string cut, it plummeted to the ground. Lin An quickly retreated, his fingers deftly moving as the runes he had just reassembled instantly adhered to the blade of retribution. Spiritual energy and the power of the earth veins surged into the weapon, transforming into pure metallic energy along the blade. Retribution emitted a resonant hum, its golden glow intensifying as its power climbed to new heights. Just as the white-striped blood ape hit the ground and was about to break free from its rigid state, a second binding talisman fell precisely upon it, immobilizing it once again. Beasts in the spirit realm are much easier to deal with, Lin An thought to himself. In the outside world, these beasts possess crystallized beast cores, which allow them to control the power of sin with ease and effortlessly break free from the constraints of a binding talisman. 10 binding talismans could only immobilize the beast for 5 seconds, but for Lin An, that was more than enough. As the effect of the 5th talisman was about to wear off, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He raised retribution high and brought it down with a fierce slash. The blade, like a streak of golden lightning, sliced through the air and struck the white-striped blood ape's head. With a sharp sound, a fifth of the ape's skull was split open. However, with the astounding vitality of a platinum rank 9 beast, such an injury was far from fatal. As the 7th binding talisman expired, the 8th talisman landed with pinpoint accuracy. Lin An's figure blurred as he closed the distance to the blood ape in an instant. Without hesitation, he thrust retribution into the already cracked wound. Channeling all the spiritual energy he had just recovered into the blade, he shouted, "Die!" Retribution surged with power, piercing straight through the blood ape's skull. A system notification immediately followed. You have slain a platinum rank 9 sin beast and gained 9 attribute points. A victorious smile spread across Lin An's face as he planted a foot on the blood ape's head and pulled retribution free. He deactivated his heaven and earth transformation ability, returning to his normal state. Gazing at the massive corpse before him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Without the talismans he had prepared in Guang City, facing this beast heat-in would have been impossible. Surveying the field littered with the corpses of sin beasts, Lin An's peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao Ping and his group in the distance. Though he had exchanged words with Zhao Ping, Lin An had remained vigilant, always ready for any potential betrayal. Fortunately, these individuals showed no intention of seizing the treasure, rendering his preparations unnecessary. Lin An stepped toward the pillar of light, a sense of anticipation stirring within him as he wondered what the spirit realm treasure truly was. In the distance, Zhao Ping gave a wry smile and said to his companions, "He's been on guard against us the whole time. I bet he's already prepared countermeasures against us. Even if we can't kill him, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him either. I thought he might have forgotten about us, but it turns out he's incredibly meticulous," Chi remarked with a sigh. "Once we leave the spirit realm and return to Guang City, dealing with him will become even harder. The Wu family is probably hoping for our 10 great families to take action against Lin An, just so they can reap the benefits." Fortunately, they had reined in their thoughts in time. Otherwise, if Lin An had managed to escape, they would have been plagued by sleepless nights in the future. In front of the pillar of light, Lin An skillfully used the judgment blade to flick out the ink-colored box, causing the light to dissipate instantly. Eagerly, he opened the box, revealing a ring adorned with blood-red cloud patterns. As he touched it, a surge of information flooded his mind. This was a soul devourer ring, capable of automatically refining the corpses of living beings into spirit energy clusters that could be directly absorbed to enhance one's cultivation. With just a drop of blood to establish ownership, the ring would be permanently bound and never lost. Lin An's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he smeared the fresh blood from his wound onto the ring. A sense of connection instantly emerged, and he discovered that within the ring were 10 altar-like stone platforms, each capable of accommodating one corpse. His gaze fell on the corpse of the white-striped blood ape. With a thought, the corpse was instantly transferred to one of the altars within the ring. The altar emitted a radiant glow as a mysterious power began to dissolve the corpse, gradually condensing its essence into a cluster of spirit energy. At this rate, it'll take 3 to 4 days to fully refine 10 corpses, Lin An calculated silently. If it could refine them instantly, the tens of thousands of beast corpses in this canyon might allow me to break through to the Diamond Realm in one go. Still, this is already quite remarkable. The further I advance, the more valuable this Soul Devourer ring will become. He then selected 9 more well-preserved corpses of Platinum Rank 8 beasts, activating the rest of the altars. With 2 days left before the Spirit Realm closed, there was still time to continue hunting beasts. With that thought, he willed the Soul Devourer ring to vanish from sight. After storing his Judgment Blade, Lin An exited the canyon. Zhao immediately approached with a smile. Brother Lin, congratulations. To single-handedly conquer the Gourd Canyon, defeating platinum-ranked beasts with golden rank 9 strength, such a feat is beyond our imagination. Witnessing this firsthand today is truly an honor. You're too kind. I should be thanking all of you for helping to seal off the canyon, allowing me to focus entirely on the battle, Lin An replied with a smile. It turned out that after the arrival of nearly 100 members from the 10 great families, Zhao had organized them to tightly block off the canyon, preventing outsiders from entering. At that moment, Han Chi suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Brother Lin An, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. If you're still upset, feel free to give me a good beating. Seeing Lin An's surprised expression, Chi Yu teased, don't mind him. This is the first time we've seen him like this. Han Chi only respects those stronger than him. He's always giving us a hard time. But clearly, your feat of conquering the canyon has completely won him over, maybe just scared him out of his wits. I'm not scared. It's called respect for the strong. Han Chi retorted with a glare. Lin An chuckled inwardly. Whether it was fear or respect, it didn't matter to him in the slightest. There's no need to be so polite. You and I have no conflict to speak of. I'm not that petty, Lin An said with a smile, his expression calm and unperturbed. In truth, he hadn't given the matter a second thought. If he had truly held a grudge, he would have found a way to settle it as soon as they entered the spiritual realm. Everyone, I'll excuse myself to clean up. This blood-soaked state is quite uncomfortable, he said, changing the subject. Of course, Brother Lin, go ahead. We'll handle these beast corpses and collect the materials for you, Zhao replied with a smile. Lin An was about to decline, but when he glanced at the massive piles of beast corpses in the canyon, especially the remains of the platinum-level beasts, which were of immense value, he reconsidered. There's no need for that. Let's split the materials evenly, 50-50, Lin An said after a brief pause. How can we do that? You defeated these beasts, while we only spent a bit of time dealing with the aftermath, Zhao immediately objected, his tone modest. We'd be more than content with just a small share, say, 1%. Though 1% might not seem like much, considering the sheer number and value of the beasts, it still amounted to tens of thousands of gold coins. For the 10 major families, even a small share like this would yield a few thousand coins per familia, lucrative deal for minimal effort. If Lin An hadn't shown his willingness to cooperate, Zhao and the others wouldn't have dared to request even that. After a moment of thought, Lin An smiled and said, how about this? He heard that each family has its own shops. I'll sell the materials to you at your purchase price. After we leave the spiritual realm, my father, Lin Xiao, will handle the transactions with your families. He won't need all the materials anyway, and selling them to you will save us both the trouble. Besides, I need to head to the royal city soon, and I could use some extra gold to send back to my father. A flicker of excitement passed through Zhao and the others' eyes. This was not only an opportunity to establish a connection with Lin An, but also a chance to bring considerable profits to their families. Absolutely. We'll make sure to offer a fair price. They all agreed, already calculating the benefits of the deal in their minds. Thank you. Then, Lin An said with a smile, taking his leave. I'll head off for now. See you all later. After exchanging a few more polite words, Lin An turned and departed. Zhao watched Lin An's retreating figure and couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. Let's get to work. Send word to those outside. With only 2 days left before the spiritual realm closes, we need to act quickly, or we won't have time to process all these beast corpses. As Lin An left, the The bustle in the gourd canyon resumed. After leaving the canyon, Lin An found a nearby river and jumped in without hesitation. The clear water quickly turned crimson with blood, but no beasts appeared in the area evidently. Others had already cleared it. Once he had thoroughly washed away the blood, Lin An changed into a fresh set of clothes and tidied himself up. Time was running short. With only 2 days remaining, he needed to continue hunting beasts to earn more attribute points. Choosing a direction, he retrieved a jade pendant and pressed the activation button. The pendant emitted a soft glow, and soon enough, beasts in the vicinity began to converge. Glancing at his current attribute points, Lin An's heart stirred. Attribute points, 713,914. Over 700,000 attribute points. Looking at this number, Lin An couldn't help but grin. Before entering the spirit realm, his goal had only been 500,000 attribute points, but he had far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, there were still 2 days left. Reaching 1,000,000 was impossible, but earning another 100,000 points would be a breeze. Just one gourd canyon earned me 500,000 attribute points. The spirit realm really is amazing, Lin An marveled, his fingers lightly brushing over the attribute panel. With so many points, he'd have enough to use for quite a while. Once he left the spirit realm, he would prepare to break through to the platinum realm. Soon, 3 hours later, Lin An was back in action. His figure weaved through the horde of sin beasts, his blade flashing relentlessly. Each strike claimed the life of a sin beast. The sheer number of beasts gathered here naturally attracted many other contestants. Isn't that Lin An over there? What's he doing here? A contestant exclaimed, pointing at the familiar figure in the distance. I just got word that the 10 great families are clearing out the battlefield in Gourd Canyon. Looks like they were the ones who dealt with the sin beasts and obtained the treasure. Another said confidently. You're behind on the news. A third person shook their head in disagreement. I specifically asked a friend from one of the 10 great families, and he said they didn't even touch the sin beasts. They just guarded the outside to prevent others from entering. The sin beasts inside were all killed by Lin An. That's impossible. There were platinum realm sin beasts in there. Lin An is strong, but he's only a gold rank 9. Yeah, maybe he used some powerful treasure to manage it. Honestly, I didn't believe it either, but I confirmed it several times. The canyon was cleared out by Lin An alone. They say he killed tens of thousands of platinum level sin beasts with just one strike. Hiss. The crowd gasped collectively, shocked by the revelation. All eyes turned to the figure in the midst of the sin beast slaughter, realizing for the first time that the gap between people could be even greater than the gap between humans and sin beasts. We're all in the gold realm. How can you defy the platinum realm like this? Though envious, none dared to voice their thoughts, let alone provoke Lin An. Lin An, of course, was unaware that news of his conquest of the canyon had spread. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Nothing was more important than earning attribute points. His blade continued its relentless work, and the pile of sin beast corpses grew steadily. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As Lin An slew another sin beast, a surge of spatial energy enveloped him. He knew this meant the spirit realm was closing. He glanced at his attribute points one last time, 854, 124 points. In just 2 days, he had earned over 140,000 points. This was, after all, the central region where sin beasts were densely concentrated. In addition, his title had been upgraded once more, earning him the Million Sin Slayer title, which then merged with his First Blood title. First Blood Million Sin Slayer, exclusive server-wide title. Increases damage to sin beasts by 25, critical hit chance by 25, and stun chance by 5. The upgraded title not only boosted his critical hit chance by 20, but also added a 5 stun chance, an excellent improvement. This trip to the spirit realm had been extraordinarily rewarding. As Lin An reflected on his success, darkness enveloped his vision. Moments later, he opened his eyes again to find himself back at the teleportation square in Guang City. Just like the day he left, the square was bustling with activity. Lin An glanced around at the other contestants and noticed that the number of people seemed to have decreased by 200 or 300 evidently. They had perished in the spirit realm. A voice called out. Lin An looked over to see Lin Zhao standing not far away, smiling and waving at him. Lin An responded with a smile. Everyone, congratulations on making it out of the spirit realm alive. I imagine the rewards this time were substantial. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of ease and confidence. As always, everything you've gained in the spirit realm belongs to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qi, the city lord of Guangwu City, chuckled and said, "All right, it's time to determine the rankings. Please take out your competition tokens." No sooner had he spoken than the participants began pulling out their tokens, their eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. They were all eager to secure high rankings in this contest. Even if they couldn't win a spot to enter the royal city, a place in the top ranks might still catch the attention of powerful factions and lead to opportunities for cultivation. With a wave of Wu Qi's hand, all the tokens soared into the air, emitting a spectrum of glowing lights. Suddenly, one token's light burst forth with dazzling brilliancy, fiery golden hue, like the flames of dawn, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even Wu Qi couldn't hide his astonishment. In the next moment, Wu Qi extended his hand and lightly pointed at the golden token. Its radiance intensified and transformed into a shimmering screen of light. On the screen, a message appeared. First place. Lin An, points, 10 million. The crowd froze at the sight of the message. In the long history of the competition, the token's maximum point limit had always been 10 million, but no one had ever reached this pinnacle. What did this score represent? A single golden rank beast was worth just 1 point, meaning that 10 million points equated to slaying a million golden ranked beasts. Even a platinum rank 1 beast only granted 100 points, which would require killing 100,000 of them to reach the same total. What made this feat even more astonishing was that Lin An had not broken through to the platinum rank. He was still at golden rank 9. This scene defied belief. Could he have discovered some secret technique that shattered everyone's understanding of the competition's limits? Wu Qi stared intently at Lin An, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Who would have thought that this year's competition would produce a prodigy like Lin An? Truly, a blessing for Guangwu City." Although the audience was filled with doubt, no one dared to voice it aloud. After all, if Lin An had indeed uncovered some kind of loophole to amass such a score, it was a testament to his intelligence and ability. The competition had been held for years, yet no one else had discovered such a flaw. If a loophole truly existed, why was Lin An the only one capable of exploiting it? Moreover, if the Wu family had intentionally allowed this, openly questioning it would only bring disgrace upon themselves. Most people, despite their suspicions, understood the consequences of raising objections. Challenging a city lord's authority was no trivial matter. Wu Qi then proceeded to announce the rest of the rankings. The second place score returned to normal, with approximately 300,000 points, achieved by a participant from another family in Guangwu City. Following that, the third, fourth, and subsequent rankings were revealed. Among the top 10, aside from Lin An, none were from the 10 great families. Figures like Zhao Ping, who had already reached the platinum rank, naturally refrained from competing for these slots, a reflection of the great family's sense of decorum. After announcing the top 10, Wu Qi went on to reveal the rankings for the top 100 participants. Beyond the top 100, further rankings were deemed unnecessary, as it was already prestigious enough to make it into the top tier. Well, the rankings have been finalized, and this year's competition is officially concluded, Wu Qi declared with a wave of his hand. All participants who have reached the platinum rank before the age of 30 or placed in the top 10 of this competition may rest for 5 days. After that, we will head to the royal city together. With that, Wu Qi turned and departed, leaving the crowd to erupt into lively chatter. Was everything all right on this trip? Lin Xiao quickly approached Lin An, his eyes filled with concern. Nothing to worry about, just dealt with some cursed beasts, Lin An replied in a calm tone. Lin Xiao observed his son's composed demeanor, fully aware that such understated words likely masked a fierce battle in the spiritual realm, one that had earned him such astonishing points. As the father and son conversed, Zhao Ping and his group strolled over. "Brother Lin, would this be your esteemed father?" Zhao Ping asked with a polite smile. Lin An introduced them. "Father, this is Zhao Ping, Qiyu Han Qi." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiao's face. He hadn't expected the prodigies of the 10 great families to be on such good terms with his son. Zhao Ping got straight to the point. "Brother Lin, we've already processed the materials from the cursed beast corpses in the canyon. Representatives from various families will come tomorrow to discuss matters. What do you think? My father will handle it," Lin An replied, then proceeded to recount the events in the canyon to Lin Xiao in detail. When Lin Xiao heard that his son had ventured into the canyon alone, slaying over 100,000 cursed beasts, among them more than 30,000 platinum-level beasts, he was astonished despite having mentally prepared himself. He immediately recognized the business opportunity at hand. This could lead to a major deal with the 10 great families. "My son and I will be at the guild hall, ready to meet at any time," Lin Xiao agreed readily. If this deal succeeded, it would enable him to acquire a wealth of resources for Shenglin City, significantly boosting its overall strength. After a few more pleasantries, Zhao Ping and his group took their leave. Lin An and Lin Xiao boarded a carriage driven by Han Shun and headed back to the guild hall. On the way, Lin Xiao questioned Lin An in detail about his experiences in the spiritual realm. However, Lin An's account was straightforward, was either hunting cursed beasts or on his way to hunt them. Upon returning to the guild hall, Lin An freshened up before joining his father at the dining table. "Father, I will be heading to the royal city in 5 days," Lin An said while eating. "Please take care of yourself. I'll find a chance to come back and visit." "You rascal, now you're concerned about your old man, huh?" Lin Zhao's tone carried a hint of reluctance. The royal city is not like Shenglin City or Guangwu City. It is filled with prodigies and countless powerful figures. You must be cautious. I used to pray for your recovery, but now that you've grown so capable, all I wish for is your safety. "Don't worry, father," Lin An reassured him with a smile. then shifted the conversation to lighter topics. Their meal lasted over an hour before Lin An returned to his room and entered the meditation chamber. With only 5 days left before his journey to the royal city, Lin An decided to use the time to break through to the platinum level. As he pondered the challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the royal city, competing with other top-tier prodigies and possibly entering another spiritual realm, began his cultivation with a focused mind. Breaking through was not a difficult task for Lin An. After all, he had been suppressing his progress for an entire month. If not for this upcoming spiritual realm expedition, he would have already advanced. Moreover, the unique nature of the Lin clan's cultivation technique eliminated the typical bottleneck. Once a cultivator reached perfection in this technique, they were no longer constrained by conventional limitations. However, the challenge lay in the fact that very few could cultivate it to perfection. In just 2 hours, Lin An sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. The spiritual energy within him surged like a flood breaking through a dam, swiftly propelling him to a higher realm. A deafening roar echoed boom. With the thunderous sound, Lin An's aura skyrocketed, and he advanced to Platinum Rank 1. At that moment, a peculiar force silently emerged, coursing through his entire body, as if some power was reconstructing him from within. This was the power of heaven and earth. Only when a cultivator broke through to the Platinum realm would the power of heaven and earth be activated, cleansing and refining the body. After this transformation, Lin An felt a deeper connection with the world around him, and his strength surged to unprecedented levels. Perhaps the most immediate benefit was the ability to fly. 2 hours later, the power of heaven and earth gradually dissipated, leaving Lin An feeling stronger than ever. With a mere thought, his body effortlessly lifted off the ground. Flight. Lin An couldn't help but smile. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, the ability to fly was one of the most coveted skills. Beyond flight lay the even higher realm of spatial rupture and void traversal. At this moment, Lin An knew he had achieved a minor yet significant milestone. At least I've met one of my goals, Lin An murmured with a smile. Just then, the game's system voice rang out. Congratulations! You are the first player in the entire server to break through to the Platinum realm. You have been awarded an extra reward, a divine skill upgrade stone. Server announcement. Congratulations to Lin An for becoming the first player in the entire server to break through to the Platinum realm. Let all players take this as inspiration and strive for progress. The system's announcement echoed 3 times throughout the virtual world. Unfortunately, Lin An was currently the only player on the server, so no one else heard the broadcast. I've received another divine skill upgrade stone. This is quite the treasure, Lin An thought, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. His gaze shifted to his 4 divine skills: Grievance Tiger's Eye, Devour Spirit, Earth Vein Power, and Ultimate, Heaven and Earth Manifestation. Among them, Heaven and Earth Manifestation had already reached its limit and could no longer be upgraded. Clearly, Devour Spirit had the most potential for further enhancement, so Lin An decided to prioritize it. However, the system's notification chimed again. The divine skill Devour Spirit has already been upgraded once. The next upgrade requires 2 divine skill upgrade stones. You currently do not have enough stones to proceed. Lin An raised an eyebrow. As expected, further upgrades were not so simple. He decided to hold off on using the upgrade stone for now and stored it away for later. Next, his attention turned to his character panel, particularly the 850,000 attribute points he had accumulated. With a thought, he began his next set of enhancements. Now that I've broken through to the Platinum realm, I can also upgrade the formation techniques to the Diamond level, Lin An mused, moving his fingers to make the selection. You have consumed 50,000 attribute points. The proficiency of your secondary profession, Formation Master, has been upgraded to Diamond level. Formation Master, Diamond level 0200,000 attribute points. To advance to the next level would require a staggering 200,000 attribute points. Lin An couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. As expected, upgrading secondary professions became increasingly demanding in the later stages. Despite having 850,000 attribute points, they were being depleted rapidly. Shaking his head, he continued to allocate the remaining attribute points toward his formation skills. Lin An swiftly navigated through the system interface, upgrading 3 auxiliary formation spirit gathering array, concealment array, and teleportation array to Diamond level, consuming 39,000 attribute points in the process. He paused, taking a deep breath. This should suffice for now, he thought to himself. The remaining points can be saved for use in the royal city. After all, as a cultivator who had just broken through to the Platinum realm, he lacked techniques of corresponding level, which would undoubtedly require a significant investment. Moreover, the specifics of the royal city remained unknown. If the area was teeming with spiritual opportunities, these attribute points might serve a more crucial purpose. He lightly tapped the interface, and familiar information appeared before him. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood. Realm: Platinum, Tier 1. Subprofessions: Formation Master Diamond, Alchemist Bronze, Artifact Refiner Bronze, Talisman Master Bronze, Spirit Planter Bronze, Spirit Chef Bronze. Techniques: Spirit Mark Technique perfected, Lin Clan Technique perfected, One Blade Slash perfected. Auxiliary skills: Spirit Gathering Array Diamond perfected, Concealment Array Diamond perfected, Teleportation Array Diamond perfected, Illusory Spirit Array Bronze perfected, Explosive Talisman Beginner, Protective Talisman Beginner. Divine abilities: Extreme Form Heaven and Earth Manifestation, Tiger's Vengeful Gaze, Spirit Devour, Earth Vein Power. Innate Talent, Heart of Auxiliary Skills. Remaining attribute points, 765,124. Looking at this attribute panel, Lin An nodded in satisfaction. A reserve of over 700,000 attribute points gave him a strong sense of security. Breaking through to the Platinum realm within half a year was already a remarkable pace. He began to map out his plan for reaching the royal city in 5 days. His top priority was to familiarize himself with the new environment, followed by immediately delving into diamond-level techniques. He understood that mastering both offensive and defensive techniques was critical, but the most important task was acquiring a cultivation technique of the appropriate level. After all, the Lin Clan technique he currently used could only support him up to Platinum Tier 9. Thinking of the Lin Clan technique, Lin An instinctively retrieved the scroll he had yet to return. It was a gift from Lin Zhao, and it always gave him a peculiar feeling. He recalled that, when using the technique Furnace, this particular technique hadn't appeared as an option, leading him to suspect there might be more to it. Carefully unrolling the scroll, he examined it word by word, but found nothing unusual. Just as he was about to put it away, a sudden thought struck him, remembered reading in the 10,000 Books Pavilion about a method suggesting that infusing spiritual energy into an item could reveal its hidden properties. With a might-as-well-try mindset, Lin An began channeling spiritual energy into the scroll. To his surprise, the scroll reacted, emitting a faint spiritual glow. As time passed, the glow grew brighter, and the scroll even began actively absorbing his spiritual energy. To ensure a steady supply of energy, Lin An consumed a pill to maintain his reserves. After half an hour, the scroll seemed to have absorbed enough energy. It suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then released a burst of energy that directly entered Lin An's mind. A flood of information surged into Lin An's mind, crashing against his nerves like a tidal wave. He clenched his eyes shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It took a full 3 minutes before he slowly regained his composure. Just then, a familiar game system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the follow-up content of the Lin Clan technique. Would you like to spend 100,000 attribute points to learn it directly? 100,000 attribute points. Lin An was taken aback, his brows furrowing instinctively. The follow-up technique was so valuable that merely learning it required such an astronomical cost. He vividly remembered that mastering the first half of this technique, from beginner to perfection, had only cost a little over 10,000 attribute points. Lin An quickly organized the influx of information he had just received. Although he could comprehend the content, even with his extraordinary aptitude refined through 3 rounds of cleansing and marrow refinement, fully grasping it would still take at least a year. For a platinum-level expert, a year might not seem like much, but given his current circumstances, the time cost was far too high. Learn, Lin An commanded without hesitation, decisively spending the attribute points. The system notification immediately followed. You have spent 100,000 attribute points and successfully learned the second half of the Lin Clan technique. The technique's grade has been upgraded to mythical. Congratulations on becoming the first player across the server to obtain a mythical grade technique. You have received an additional reward, Evolution Crystal. Right after, a server-wide announcement shook the entire game world. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player across the server to obtain a mythical grade technique. All players are encouraged to follow this example and strive for greatness. Lin An stood frozen, his eyes widening slightly, lips parted as if to speak, but no words came out. A mythical grade technique? How was this even possible? No wonder the technique had been absent from the options in the technique furnace earlier. It turned out its grade was this extraordinary. Previously, Lin An might not have understood what a mythical grade truly represented. But now, things were different. His studies in the Myriad Books Pavilion had granted him a clear understanding of technique grades. Platinum was followed by Diamond, then Epic, Legendary, and finally Mythical. Beyond Mythical lay the fabled King Tier domain, a level reserved for the rulers of royal cities. To ascend to the King Tier domain, a practitioner must forge their own path, as existing techniques could no longer provide guidance. Thus, techniques capable of being passed down could only reach the mythical grade at most. Could the Lin Clan's ancestor have been so formidable, reaching the pinnacle in one stroke? Lin An shook his head with a wry smile, amazed that this family-inherited technique could reach such heights. His curiosity about the Lin Clan ancestors' identity deepened surely. They were no ordinary figure. Unfortunately, the Lin Clan's records about the ancestor were sparse. All that was known was that after founding Shenglin City and leaving descendants, they vanished without a trace. Calming his astonishment, Lin An turned his attention to the new information displayed on his panel. Lin Clan Technique, Mythical Grade, Beginner 0200,000 Attribute Points. Seeing the sheer number of attribute points required just to progress from beginner to adept, Lin An couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. As expected, the required points hadn't just increased, they had skyrocketed. Advancing from beginner to adept alone would cost 200,000 points, and advancing to small success might demand 4 or 5 times that amount. Taking a deep breath, Lin An realized once again that his current pool of attribute points was far from sufficient. However, while the cost was staggering, the technique's effects were equally astonishing. Previously, when it was platinum grade, even at perfection, it only boosted his cultivation speed by 32 times. Now, with the upgrade to mythical grade, even at the beginner level, his cultivation speed had already increased to 64 times. Judging by this progression, if he could reach the perfection stage, the boost might exceed 1,000-fold. The thought made Lin An's eyes gleam with excitement. He knew that as one's cultivation level increased, breakthroughs became exponentially harder. With 1,000-fold cultivation speed, his path forward would remain smooth. Although reaching the perfection stage was clearly out of reach for now, advancing to the adept stage was entirely feasible. With that thought, Lin An made his decision without hesitation, instantly investing 200,000 attribute points. You spent 200,000 attribute points to upgrade the proficiency of the Lin Clan technique to the mastery level. The Lin Clan technique, being of mythic grade, requires 600,000 attribute points to reach mastery, but Lin An's cultivation speed has now increased to 128 times. Although he was eager to further advance the technique to the minor success stage, the required attribute points were simply too many. In just a short while, he had already consumed 300,000 points, leaving him with 465,124 points remaining. He decided to hold off on further upgrades until he accumulated more points. Lin An shifted his gaze to the scroll and noticed that it had returned to its normal state. The scroll only contained the first half of the technique, classified as platinum grade. Clearly, someone from the Lin family had attempted to inject spiritual energy into it, but failed to unlock the latter half of the technique. It seemed there were certain restrictions. Perhaps one needed to reach the platinum realm, fully master the first half of the technique, or even become an awakened one. Without dwelling further, Lin An put the scroll away, intending to inform his father the next morning. His father had already perfected his technique and reached the platinum realm, so if those were the only prerequisites, he might be able to obtain the second half of the technique. As for the idea of verbally passing on the latter half of the technique, Lin An found himself unable to do so, seemingly bound by some kind of restriction. After carefully storing the scroll, Lin An turned his attention to the newly acquired reward, the treasure upgrade crystal. The crystal was a special item that could be used to upgrade treasures obtained from the spiritual realm. Though the description was simple, Lin An's eyes lit up with excitement. Treasures from the spiritual realm had no defined grade. Each one was unique. Whether it was the heaven and earth spirit crystal he had obtained earlier, or the spirit-devouring ring he wore, they were invaluable items that could be used for a lifetime. He couldn't help but wonder what the upgraded spirit-devouring ring would be capable of. With that thought in mind, Lin An removed the spirit-devouring ring and confirmed whether to consume one treasure upgrade crystal to enhance it. Yes. As he confirmed, the treasure upgrade crystal transformed into a stream of spiritual light and merged directly into the ring. A system notification of a successful upgrade sounded, and Lin An eagerly examined the ring. While its outward appearance remained unchanged, its internal structure had undergone a significant transformation. The ring, which previously had only 10 altars, now contained 100, greatly increasing the number of corpses it could refine. A smile spread across Lin An's face. With this improvement, the spirit-devouring ring would produce more spiritual energy orbs, indirectly boosting his cultivation speed. However, he currently lacked a sufficient supply of beast corpses. He considered purchasing a batch of beast corpses in Guangwu City the next day, but doing so would draw too much attention. Although the 10 great families were aware that he had obtained a treasure, they did not know its specific effects. If they discovered that it could accelerate cultivation, it might provoke their greed. Lin An decided to wait until he reached the royal city, as it was only a few days away. Afterward, he took out a pill and consumed it, beginning his cultivation. The 128-fold cultivation speed filled him with exhilaration as the pill was rapidly refined within his body, converting into spiritual energy. Coupled with the diamond-grade spirit-gathering array he had set up inside himself, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. Before long, dawn arrived. Lin An paused his cultivation. Although he hadn't advanced his realm overnight, he had further solidified his foundation. At dawn, he pushed open the door and went straight to find his father, Lin Shao. "Up so early, what's the matter, boy?" Lin Shao asked, frowning slightly at his son's serious expression. "Father, this is a matter of great importance." I must ask you to join me in the quiet chamber for a private discussion, Lin An said solemnly. Seeing his son's demeanor, Lin Xiao dropped his casual tone and led Lin into the quiet chamber. Once seated, Lin An retrieved an ancient scroll from his robe, a legacy of the Lin family passed down through generations. Father, please try channeling your spiritual energy into this, Lin An said, handing the scroll over. Though puzzled, Lin Xiao followed his son's instructions. The moment his spiritual energy entered the scroll, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Huh? The scroll is absorbing my spiritual energy. Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. I've tried this before over the years, but it never reacted. Lin An seemed to have anticipated this. It must require two conditions: achieving mastery of the family technique and reaching the platinum realm, he speculated. Seeing his father activate the scroll, Lin An felt relieved. It confirmed that the technique wasn't exclusive to those with awakened abilities. No wonder this secret remained undiscovered for 700 years, except by our ancestor, Lin Xiao said, suddenly enlightened. Half an hour later, the scroll emitted a flash of light, and a stream of spiritual energy entered Lin Xiao's forehead. He closed his eyes for a long moment, and when he opened them, they gleamed with barely contained excitement. A divine-level technique, he said in a hushed yet thrilled voice. With a technique of this caliber, our ancestor must have been extraordinary. Father, you should look into our ancestors' history when you have time, Lin An suggested with a smile. It's a pity I must soon leave for the royal city. Otherwise, I could help you master it more quickly. No matter, Lin Xiao replied confidently. With the aid of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Crystal, I should be able to grasp the basics within 3 years. Besides, I'm only at the 2nd tier of the Platinum Realm now. By the time I reach the 9th tier, I should have fully mastered the technique. Lin An nodded, deciding to assist his father in improving his proficiency over the next few days to accelerate his progress. As they were speaking, a servant from the hall arrived to report that representatives of the 10 great families had come to visit. Lin Xiao spent 2 hours negotiating the details of their dealings before returning to the quiet chamber. Father and son then devoted themselves to cultivation. Lin Xiao took out the Heaven and Earth Spirit Crystal and focused on comprehending the latter part of the Lin family technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin An prepared to set off for the royal city. In the early morning, Lin An accompanied Lin Xiao at breakfast. Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with concern as he repeatedly reminded his son, who was about to embark on a journey far from home. Be cautious when you arrive in the royal city. It is full of powerful individuals, far beyond what Shenglin City can compare to. If you feel uncomfortable, you can come back anytime, Lin Xiao said, putting down his chopsticks. Don't push yourself too hard. If you encounter danger, prioritize your safety. They'll be here waiting for your return. Seeing the reluctance in his father's expression, Lin An nodded gently. Although it wasn't a permanent farewell, this was indeed his first time leaving home for such a distant journey. The royal city is quite expensive. Take this gold card with you, Lin Xiao said, pulling out a gold card from his robe and handing it to Lin An. It contains 10 million gold coins, part of the revenue from selling the materials. The rest is still pending settlement with the 10 great families. Lin An accepted the gold card without hesitation. While he had little need for money in Shenglin City, things would be different in the royal city. At least with this amount, he wouldn't struggle to get by. At that moment, Lin An noticed his father's hesitation, as though he had more to say. Father, is there something else? Lin Xiao took a deep breath. I hadn't planned to tell you this yet, but you've grown up, and your strength now surpasses mine. Since you're heading to the royal city, there's something you should know. As he spoke, he pulled out a sky blue token. Keep this with you. It may help you find your mother. Lin An reached out to take it, but froze mid-motion. Mother? He asked in shock. In his memory, his mother had been killed by a sin beast 10 years ago. It was witnessing her death that had traumatized him, leaving him in a state of mental instability until he transmigrated into this body. He instinctively recalled the identity information displayed by the game system when he first transmigrated. Lin An, the only son of Lin Xiao, the lord of Shenglin City, traumatized after witnessing his mother's death at the hands of a sin beast at the age of 8, resulting in severe psychological damage and withdrawal. Father, are you saying mother isn't dead? Lin An asked, bewildered. Lin Xiao frowned. Who told you your mother was dead? Lin An was momentarily speechless. But I remember that 10 years ago, sin beasts attacked Shenglin City, and mother was killed on the spot. I suffered such a shock because of it. It seems your memories of that time are not only incomplete, but also severely distorted, Lin Xiao said with a sigh before beginning to explain the truth. Back then, I had just broken through to the Golden Realm. A golden tier spirit realm suddenly appeared outside the city, and your grandfather and I entered it, thinking we'd return in a few days. With the city protected by a grand formation, we believed it would be safe. However, the very next day, the Sin Beasts from Black Mountain launched an attack on the city. After several days of unsuccessful assaults, they shifted tactics to sow chaos from within. Sin Beasts hidden inside the city revealed themselves, causing widespread disorder. At the time, your mother was stationed at the city gate with a team of personal guards to maintain order. When the beast of sin infiltrated the mansion, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Despite the desperate efforts of the personal guards, by the time the lady of the city returned to the manor upon hearing the news, young Lin An had already fallen unconscious. With the absence of this formidable figure on the front line and the beasts of sin colluding from within and without, the defensive array was ultimately breached. In the end, it was your mother who drove those beasts of sin away. By the time I returned from the spirit realm, the war was nearing its conclusion. Lin Zhao's voice carried a trace of reminiscence. Lin An remained silent, processing this newfound information, his brows slightly furrowed. As for the events you remember, Lin Zhao continued, I suspect you fell into an illusion after being attacked by the beasts of sin. Normally, one would awaken after the beast's demise, but you were different after waking. You withdrew completely, as if your soul had been lost. At this, Lin Zhao's expression darkened, his brows tightly knit. Even after consulting countless renowned physicians, he could never understand why his son had turned out that way back then. And what about mother? Lin An looked up, curiosity flashing in his eyes. From what you've said, she seems very powerful. A faint smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face. Your mother has always been strong. Back then, when I was still at the silver rank, she was already a formidable gold rank cultivator. I met her while carrying out a mission as the young lord of the city's forces. He raised his eyebrows proudly. I was the most handsome man in Shenglin City, and your mother fell for me at first sight. That's how we ended up together and had you. Lin An's expression grew a little strange when he heard the latter part. Lin Zhao, noticing the look, pretended not to see it in truth. It was he who had fallen for her at first sight. By staying by her side every day and caring for her during her time of hardship, he eventually won her over. Of course, he wouldn't admit this aloud had his pride to maintain. Not long after your incident, your mother left Shenglin City, Lin Zhao said, taking out a sky blue token. She only said she was from the royal city and warned that if she didn't leave, our entire family would be in danger. Before she departed, she left behind this token, imbued with a power that even a diamond rank cultivator would struggle to resist. You're about to head to the royal city now, so take this with you. It can protect you and may even help you find your mother. Lin An took the token and examined it closely. The entire token was sky blue, adorned with cloud patterns. Though it bore no inscriptions, he could feel the immense power contained within it. Just as he was pondering his mother's connection to the royal city, a system notification suddenly rang out. You have learned the truth of the past from your father, Lin Zhao. Identity information updated. Current player identity, Lin An, sole son of Shenglin City, Lord Lin Zhao. At the age of 8, an incident caused him to fall into a long period of withdrawal, only to awaken 10 years later. Revealing extraordinary talent, he recently emerged as the champion in the Guang City Grand Tournament and earned a place to travel to the royal city. Before his departure, his father revealed information about his mother, hoping he could find her. Lin An never expected that his identity information could change. Could this be a sign of a main storyline mission? He was utterly astonished. In the game, Zui Yuan, there wasn't a traditional quest system like in other games. However, this change in his identity information seemed to be a trigger for some kind of main mission, albeit without any rewards. Father, this token is a life-saving item. If I take it with me, Lin An began, but Lin Zhao interrupted him before he could finish. Don't worry. There's no real danger in Shenglin City right now. Besides, your mother didn't leave me with just one way to ensure safety. Lin An raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, why does it feel like my cheap father is relying on my mother? But soon, another thought crossed Lin An's mind. If it weren't for his transmigration, Shenglin City might have already fallen. However, with the methods his mother had left for his father, Shenglin City was unlikely to face such grave danger again. This realization startled Lin An. If that's the case, then the attack on the city by the beasts of sin from Heishan might not have been the true reason for Shenglin City's downfall. Does that mean that even if I eradicate the beasts entirely, Shenglin City will still face the threat of collapse? If I have a year, I should at least reach the epic level by then. Lin An speculated privately, deciding that there was no need to worry excessively at the moment. He just needed to head to the royal city first and return to Shenglin City to investigate when the time was right. He put away the token and smiled. All right, I'll take it. If I get the chance, I'll find mother myself. Lin Zhao nodded with a smile, then reminded Lin An once again, a child traveling far always weighs on their parents' mind. Over the years, Lin Zhao had played the role of both father and mother, and his concern was evident. After breakfast, Lin Zhao and Lin An left the guild hall and boarded Han Shen's carriage, heading toward the teleportation plaza. The plaza was bustling with noise and activity, as today marked the departure of these young elites for the royal city. Even those whose children hadn't earned a spot came to join the excitement. As soon as Lin An and Lin Zhao arrived, they immediately drew attention. Many onlookers gazed at Lin Zhao with envy, thinking, why can't I have a son like that? Recently, word had spread that Lin Zhao's connections with the 10 great clans had been deepening, and he had even established ties with the Wu family of Guangwu City. Although Lin Xiao was only a platinum level 2, the 10 great clans and the Wu family treated him with great respect. Even a platinum level 9 expert wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Brother Lin. As soon as Lin An arrived, Zhou Ping and others greeted him with smiles, and Lin An responded with a polite smile of his own. Brother Lin, am Wu Peng. A tall young man said with a fist salute. I am Wu Rue, added another lanky young man, following suit with a respectful gesture. Greetings to you both, Lin An replied with a nod, returning the courtesy. He knew these two were prominent talents of the Wu family's younger generation, already at the Platinum realm, though they hadn't participated in this competition. Wu Peng grinned. I've been wanting to meet you, Brother Lin, but we've been in closed-door cultivation until recently. I hope we haven't been neglectful. Lin An smiled faintly, understanding their intentions. These two had likely wanted to establish a good relationship with him before the Ling realm opened. However, because Lin An spent most of his time in the Wanshu Pavilion and had declined the invitations from the 10 great clans, they hadn't had the opportunity to approach him until now. After the Lingjing experience, members of the Wu family had tried to speak with Lin An, but at the time, he was busy assisting his adoptive father with cultivation and couldn't spare any time. Meeting again now wasn't too late. Lin An smiled and said, I haven't had a chance to thank the Wu family for your help. Without the map you provided for the Lingjing, I wouldn't have performed as well as I did in there. Upon hearing this, Wu Peng and Wu Rue both smiled knowingly. They understood that while the Wu family did provide some assistance, the actual support was limited. Lin An's words were clearly a gesture of goodwill. Brother Lin, do you know how the competition with the other geniuses from the upper city will unfold after arriving at the royal capital? Wu Rue asked with a smile. I'm not quite sure. Do you have any news, Brother Wu Rue? Lin An asked curiously. Wu Rue chuckled lightly. In the past, it was typically a series of arena battles lasting about a month. However, this year seems to be a bit different. We haven't received any concrete information on the changes. But no matter what, with your strength, Brother Lin, winning the championship shouldn't be an issue. I've also heard that the rewards for the top 10 this year are extremely generous, including the qualification to enter the cleansing spirit pool. Lin An's eyes lit up at the mention of the cleansing spirit pool. He had heard of it before. He had a naturally formed treasure trove where one could undergo a ritual to cleanse impurities, enhance physical strength, and unlock greater cultivation potential. If he could claim the championship, the rewards promised to be extraordinary. The cleansing spirit pool. Lin An murmured, a sense of longing stirring within him. As the group chatted and waited, time passed quietly, and more people gathered at the teleportation plaza. Altogether, 23 young talents were heading to the royal capital, including 2 from the Wu family and 10 from the major families. Lin An had initially secured a spot as well, but since he had recently broken through to the Platinum realm, he voluntarily gave up his spot to allow others the opportunity. At that moment, a man approached Lin An and cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Lin, my name is Wu Xiong. I owe this chance to travel to the royal capital to you. Without your selflessness, I wouldn't have secured a spot. I truly thank you. Lin An offered a faint smile and responded politely. No need to thank me. He didn't dwell on the gratitude. After all, giving up his spot simply allowed more people to have their chance. Just then, the city lord, Wu Qi, arrived with a group of people. Everyone, today marks your departure for the royal capital. Wu Chao will be leading the group. If you encounter any issues once you arrive, feel free to seek his help, Wu Qi announced, his voice steady and authoritative, exuding a commanding presence. The middle-aged man beside him stepped forward. Wu Chao, Wu Qi's third son, and a formidable expert at the 7th tier of the Diamond Realm. Enough talk. Prepare to activate the teleportation array, Wu Qi instructed. At his command, the surrounding experts began to activate the teleportation array. Lin An glanced at Lin Xiao, who stood not far away, and felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Father, wait for me at home, he said softly. Lin Xiao nodded, his gaze filled with deep concern and a trace of helplessness. Be careful in the royal capital, he urged. Though his heart was heavy with reluctance, he understood that his son had to step beyond this land and face a broader future. Buzz. A surge of spatial energy rippled through the air. Lin An felt a moment of darkness and a sense of weightlessness before vanishing from sight. As Lin An's figure disappeared, the crowd at the plaza began to disperse. Time passed quietly. Due to the vast distance between Guangwu City and the royal capital, the teleportation journey took nearly an hour. Only then did Lin An feel solid ground beneath his feet again. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an expansive teleportation plaza. Compared to the one in Guangwu City, this plaza was far grander, with thousands of teleportation arrays densely scattered across the area. So this is the royal capital. Lin An muttered, scanning his surroundings as a sense of awe rose within him. Tian Sky City, one of the 10 great royal cities of the Tianqi Empire. As Lin An stepped through the city gates, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed toward him, instantly invigorating his spirit. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of other places. Even the ordinary citizens on the streets appeared healthy and radiant, clearly benefiting from this extraordinary environment. Looking around, the entire Tiansky city stretched upward along the contours of the mountains, layer upon layer. At the very top stood the resplendent royal palace, shining brilliantly under the sunlight as if it were touching the heavens. Let's go. He'll take you to register first and give you a quick introduction to Tiansky City, Wu Chao said, leading the way while explaining. Tiansky City is divided into inner and outer districts. We're currently in the inner district. This area has a population of over 50 million, with numerous factions present, but all must follow the commands of the royal palace. As they walked, the group frequently stopped to take in their surroundings. Compared to Guangwu City, the power level here was clearly much higher. In just a short amount of time, they encountered more than 10 diamond rank experts. Even the soldiers patrolling the streets were led by diamond rank commanders, while ordinary soldiers had all reached the platinum 7 rank level. The weakest street vendors possessed golden rank cultivation, and the strongest had even achieved diamond rank. This left the group of young elites marveling at how their own strength seemed insignificant in this royal city. After more than an hour, they arrived at a grand and imposing hall. Inside, many other talented individuals from various upper cities were already gathered, quietly waiting in line. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally their turn to register. Wu Chao handled the paperwork for the group and quickly obtained 23 tokens. Once they settled into their accommodations at the guest house, Wu Chao put away the tokens and spoke with a solemn expression. This year's grand ceremony seems to be different. The registration office only informed us to gather at the teleportation square tomorrow morning with these tokens, but they didn't disclose the specific destination. I have a feeling this year's ceremony might be very dangerous. If anyone wants to back out, now is the time. Once we set off tomorrow, there will be no turning back. His words caused a noticeable shift in the group's expressions. In previous years, the grand ceremony mainly involved arena competitions risky, but not life-threatening. This year, however, the situation was shrouded in uncertainty, with no details about what lay ahead. All right, no one should leave the guest house tonight to avoid any unexpected incidents, Wu Chao instructed. Take the night to think it over and give me your decision tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave. I'll see if I can gather more information. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Someone couldn't help but ask, what do you think caused the sudden change in this year's ceremony? Could something have happened in the royal city? No idea. This is our first time in the royal city, another person replied. But the royal palace wouldn't send us to our deaths. If word got out, no upper cities would dare send their elites here in the future. I visited the royal city once before and didn't notice anything unusual at the time. However, looking back now, the number of patrols within the city seems significantly reduced compared to last time. It feels like something might have happened. For now, I should wait and see if Senior Wu Chao can gather any information. The group sat in a circle, discussing for a long time, but still failing to uncover anything substantial. Lin An had originally planned to purchase some diamond-level techniques in the royal city, or see if there were any new secondary professions to learn. But now, he decided against going out, wary of encountering any unforeseen dangers. As night fell and time slowly passed, Wu Chao finally returned to the group with a grave expression after the sky had turned completely dark. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I've managed to gather some information. The moment he finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. I approached a powerful figure from a family in Tianqiong City to inquire about the situation. While they didn't reveal anything directly, I could infer from their words that there seems to be an issue with the abyss of sin that Tianqiong City is guarding, Wu Chao said solemnly. The abyss of sin? Most people looked confused, but the expressions of the Wu family and a few experts from the 10 great families changed instantly. Clearly, they understood the significance of the term. Lin An, on the other hand, lowered his head in thought. Although he didn't fully grasp what the abyss of sin was, the name instinctively reminded him of the game Abyss of Sin. As you all know, 3,000 years ago, humanity emerged from the chaotic era and entered the Abyss of Sin era. The human race established 3 great empires and began using the Abyss of Sin calendar. We are now in the year 3215 of the Abyss of Sin era, Wu Chao continued, his tone heavy. The group nodded. While they were somewhat familiar with this history, most of them didn't know the finer details. After a brief pause, Wu Chao went on. Although the chaotic era has ended, Sin beasts still exist. The primary purpose of establishing the 3 great empires was to combat these Sin beasts. Imperial cities and royal cities, in fact, mainly serve to guard the Abyss of Sin. It's said that the Abyss of Sin is the source of the Sin beasts. Lin An furrowed his brow as a realization struck him. So it turned out that Tianqiong City, as one of the royal cities of the Tianqi Empire, was also responsible for guarding an Abyss of Sin. Based on what I've learned, it seems that you will likely have to venture into the Abyss of Sin, Wu Chao said in a low voice. The group's expressions changed, and fear flickered across their faces. The Abyss of Sin, the very source of the Sin beasts, was a place that inspired dread in anyone who thought about it. Going there was akin to walking into the jaws of death. The Abyss of Sin should still be under the royal city's control. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow you to go, Wu Chao said calmly. That said, The fact that the royal city is sending you there means they don't expect you to resolve the issues in the abyss. After all, most of you are only at the platinum realm, and some haven't even reached that level. However, the abyss must have encountered some problems significant enough to alarm the royal court. This is likely their way of training the younger generation to face such challenges. While there are risks involved, the rewards are substantial. Wu Chao paused, his eyes gleaming. Just making it into the top 10 will grant you the opportunity to enter the cleansing spirit pool. And I've heard that the champion will even receive personal guidance from the king of Tianqiu. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement lit up in everyone's eyes. Although they knew their chances of becoming the champion were slim, the allure was undeniable. The king of Tianqiang, a legendary figure with king-level power, could provide guidance that would transform their cultivation paths, eliminating obstacles and accelerating their progress. Tonight, take some time to think carefully about whether you want to continue participating in this grand event, Wu Chao concluded, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. As soon as Wu Chao finished speaking, the group broke into lively discussions. Lin An's gaze flickered slightly as he silently calculated in his mind. It seemed that this time, he was finally about to delve into the core of the abyss of sin. The next morning, everyone gathered together. After a restless night of tossing and turning, traces of fatigue lingered in their eyes. Yet they shone with unwavering determination. It was the day to journey to the abyss of sin. Have you all made up your minds? If anyone wishes to back out, now is the time to step forward, Wu Chao said, scanning the group with an assessing gaze. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one moved a step. The deliberations of the previous night had solidified their resolve. Though the abyss of sin was fraught with danger, it also promised great opportunities. Considering the caution of the royal court, they were confident this wasn't a mission of certain death. With careful actions, the rewards would surely outweigh the risks. Besides, no one wanted to appear weak in front of their companions. Seeing no one withdraw, Wu Chao gave a slight nod. Very well, let's move out. Half an hour later, the group arrived at another teleportation square. This one was much grander in scale, surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. The square was already filled with numerous prodigies from other upper cities, each wearing a solemn expression. A powerful figure, radiating an overwhelming aura of strength, spoke up. Everyone, step into the teleportation array and hold your identity tokens. Once we have 1,000 people assembled, the teleportation will commence immediately. Wu Chao quickly distributed the identity tokens, and the group stepped onto the teleportation array one by one. In less than half an hour, the required number was reached. At the command of the epic-ranked leader, the teleportation array lit up brilliantly, and the 1,000 individuals vanished in an instant. The escorts may leave now, the epic-ranked figure said indifferently before turning to prepare the next group of prodigies for the array. About 10 minutes later, Lin An and the others reopened their eyes to find themselves standing in an unfamiliar square. The atmosphere here was drastically different from the bustling splendor of the royal city. This place was steeped in a tense, oppressive air. The guard stationed here were all platinum-ranked experts. Their intimidating presence and the murderous aura they exuded a testament to their extensive battlefield experience. A terrifyingly powerful epic-ranked individual appeared in the square. Everyone, your questions will be answered in due time. For now, when your name is called, step forward and follow your assigned captain. Behind him, a group of 100 individuals began calling names. Wuya from Fenglin City, Tang Xian from Xiang City, Sun Rui from Liuguang City. As each name was announced, the crowd gradually dispersed. Shang Minghai from Tangyuan City, Lin An from Guangwu City. Upon hearing his name, Lin An immediately stepped forward. He noticed that the prodigies from the same upper city were deliberately separated into different groups, with each team consisting of exactly 10 members. Half an hour later, the group assignments were complete. A burly man approached Lin An's team and introduced himself. I am Zhao Tao, a diamond tier rank 5 expert. For the days ahead, I will be your captain. Now, follow me to complete the registration process. After Zhao Tao finished speaking, he wasted no time and led a group of 10 further into the area. The group curiously observed their surroundings, their eyes filled with wonder. They found themselves in a solemn and imposing city, entirely distinct from the outside world. Soldiers clad in heavy armor were a common sight on the streets. These soldiers exuded an intimidating aura and possessed extraordinary strength. Golden-level cultivators were already a rarity, while most of the soldiers were at the platinum level or higher. Their expressions were vigilant, and their sharp eyes seemed to pierce through everything. Before long, Zhou Tao brought the group to an imposing grand hall. Standing on either side of the hall's entrance were burly guards. Take out your tokens for registration, Zhou Tao said in a calm tone. Hearing this, everyone retrieved their individual tokens from their belongings and lined up to register. The registration process was unexpectedly simple and efficient, taking only about 10 minutes for the entire group to complete. Your identity tokens are now activated, which means you're officially half members of the Tianqiong army, Zhou Tao said as he closed the registration ledger and looked at the group. First, let me explain where you are. This is the abyss of sin. We are currently at Tianqiong Pass, the front line for Tianqiong City, which guards the abyss. He paused, scanning the group with a more serious expression. Here, your so-called genius titles mean nothing. This is a place where geniuses are anything but rare. The group's expression subtly shifted, but no one spoke. Now, let's talk about this year's grand competition, Zhao continued. The rules are simple. The competition lasts for 3 months, and the objective is to earn military merits. At the end of the 3 months, rankings will be based on the merits you've accumulated. As he spoke, he led the group onward. During the competition, you won't be restricted. You can act independently or form teams with others. There are many ways to earn military merits. You can hunt down abyss beasts, or you can take on missions from the mission hall. Completing missions will also grant you merits. Noticing the confusion in some of their eyes, Zhao addressed the unspoken question. You might be wondering what military merits are good for. Let me tell you, merits are the universal currency here. Anything in the Tianqiong Army's treasury can be exchanged for merits. You can even use them to gain ranks within the army. Don't worry, spending your merits won't affect your final ranking in the competition. The group listened intently as they absorbed the information. I won't interfere with you most of the time, Zhao added. But if you encounter any problems, you can come to me. Shortly after, they arrived at a cluster of buildings. Zhao gestured ahead. That's all for now. This is where you'll be staying. Choose a room for yourself, they're all about the same. With that, he turned to leave but paused to add, I live over there. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. As Zhao figure disappeared from view, the group exchanged glances before each picking a room to settle into. Lin An pushed open the door to his room and found a small but tidy space. It was about 40 square meters, more than enough for one person. On the bed, he noticed a small booklet and picked it up out of curiosity. The first page of the booklet was a detailed map, marking various buildings and their purposes. As he flipped through, he found an explanation of the rewards for the competition rankings. The top 100 participants would receive rewards, with the top 10 receiving the most generous prizes. The first place winner would have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the Tianqiong King, access the Treasury to choose a treasure, and obtain a breakthrough elixir for advancing to the diamond level, along with a diamond-grade weapon and cultivation technique. The second place prize lacked the King's guidance and Treasury access, but was otherwise nearly identical in value. The rewards are indeed tempting, Lin An murmured as he closed the booklet, a determined glint in his eyes. I have to at least make it into the top 10. He didn't make any bold claims about claiming first place, but instead set a realistic goal for himself to secure a spot in the top 10 first. After reading the brochure, Lin An gained a basic understanding of Tianqiong Pass. Just as he was contemplating his next steps, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He got up to open it and found the other 9 team members already gathered outside, each with a different expression, their gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Everyone, since we are temporarily teammates, why don't we get to know each other first? Perhaps we'll need to help one another in the future, said a tall, upright young man as he stepped forward with a smile. Let me start with an introduction. He Changshan, from Xiang City, currently at Platinum Tier 3. Hearing this level, a flicker of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes, including Lin An, who couldn't help taking a closer look at him. The young man appeared to be no more than 23 or 24 years old, with delicate features and a confident gaze. It was unexpected that he had already reached Platinum Tier 3. Such talent far surpassed the so-called geniuses of Guangwu City. Shang Minghai from Tangyuan City, Platinum Tier 2, another man with a burly build introduced himself briefly, his voice deep and resonant. Following suit, the others began introducing themselves one by one. Lin An from Guangwu City, Platinum Tier 1. Lin An stated his identity and level succinctly. Before long, all 10 had finished their introductions. Lin An quietly noted down details about each person, discovering that among the 10, only he Changshan, Shang Minghai, and a woman named Zhuang Qing'er had reached the Platinum Tier. The remaining 6 were at the Golden Tier 9 level. Well, now that we all know each other, Changshan said, glancing around with a smile. Captain Zhao briefed us on the current situation earlier. What plans does everyone have next? The group exchanged looks, but no one responded immediately. It was clear that everyone had noticed Changshan's intention to leverage his higher level to position himself as the leader of this temporary team. I plan to break through to the Platinum Tier first, said a lanky man at Golden Tier 9, breaking the silence. While Golden Tier 9 was impressive in the lower cities and even dominant in the lower regions, it was far too weak in Tianqiong Pass. The other 5 Golden Tier cultivators nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with unease. Indeed, with their current strength, even self-preservation during missions could be a challenge. What about the 3 of you? Changshan asked, turning his attention to Lin An, Shang Minghai, and Zhuang Qing'er. I plan to check out the mission hall first, Shang Minghai answered straightforwardly. Same here, Zhuang Qing'er nodded in agreement. She was a woman with a refined appearance, though her gaze carried a resolute determination. By reviewing the mission details, we can also get an idea of the strength of the beasts in this abyss. I've only recently broken through to the platinum tier, so I want to focus on cultivating a few techniques first. After all, we have 3 months, Lin An said calmly. Of course, this was merely an excuse. His true intention was to improve his level as quickly as possible. Platinum Tier 1 was far too low here. He needed to reach at least Platinum Tier 9 to have any real chance of survival in this perilous environment. Fair enough, Changshan nodded slightly. If the opportunity arises, we could form a team to complete missions and hunt down the beasts of sin. Since there's still plenty of time today, how about we explore Tianxiong Pass together for now? Although Changshan clearly intended to establish control, he understood the importance of taking things step by step. After all, they had just met, and trust had yet to be built. No one would easily entrust their safety to someone else at this stage. Changshan was evidently planning to bide his time. There were still 3 months ahead, and once everyone became more familiar, he could solidify his leadership position. No one objected to Changshan's suggestion. Even Lin An chose not to appear antisocial for the time being, as familiarizing themselves with the environment would benefit everyone. The group of 10 set off together, using the map to explore Tianxiong Pass. Along the way, they encountered other elite cultivators from different cities. The groups exchanged simple nods of acknowledgement before moving on. This is the mission hall, and next to it is the exchange hall, someone announced as they arrived in front of a grand structure. They pushed open the doors and entered, beginning to examine the various missions displayed within the hall. The mission hall was bustling with activity as Lin An carefully browsed through the densely packed task information on the bulletin board. The missions were diverse, broadly divided into 2 categories, combat and logistics. Combat missions included tasks such as hunting down sin beasts, gathering materials, and serving as scouts, all of which carried significant risks. From the descriptions of these missions, Lin An noticed that the sin beasts beyond the borders were clearly stratified in strength. The weakest ones were at the gold realm, with most being platinum or higher. Logistics missions, on the other hand, highlighted the importance of auxiliary professions. Repairing formations, refining pills, crafting talismans. These seemingly ordinary tasks could also earn substantial military merit. This discovery made Lin An's eyes light up. Initially, he had planned to wait until he reached Platinum 9 before venturing outside the city to hunt sin beasts. Now, it seemed there was an entirely different path he could take. With my status as a diamond-level formation master, combined with my other auxiliary professions, I just need to allocate some attribute points to qualify for these logistics tasks, Lin An calculated to himself. For now, the priority is still to advance my cultivation level while accumulating attribute points. After familiarizing themselves with the mission system, the group moved on to the exchange hall. Among the dazzling array of exchangeable items, the most eye-catching were the mythic-level cultivation techniques. Of course, these required corresponding military ranks and merit points as payment. Other rare rewards, such as slots for the spirit cleansing pool or personal guidance from the Sky Sovereign King, made everyone's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Personal guidance from a king-level expert above the mythic realm. While Lin An was also tempted by these high-level rewards, he quickly shifted his focus to more practical options: diamond-level techniques and auxiliary professions. Techniques can be purchased with gold coins. Lin An asked, surprised. The man behind the counter smiled and explained, this is a special policy set up for new recruits, but it's limited to diamond-level techniques and below. Higher-level ones still require military merit to exchange. Lin An nodded and then inquired about the auxiliary professions. Although the man reminded him that auxiliary professions required specific talents, he still handed Lin An a detailed exchange list. In addition to the 6 professions Lin An had already mastered: artificer, alchemist, talisman maker, spirit cultivator, formation master, and spirit chef. The list included 4 new options: puppet master, who could create puppets; spirit beast breeder, who specialized in raising spirit beasts; spirit engraver, similar to an enchanter; and spirit musician, who could provide buffs to allies through music. Seeing these new avenues for growth, Lin An couldn't help but smile, and he began examining the specific exchange prices. The foundational manuals for these 4 auxiliary professions are priced quite reasonably, explained the man in the Skyscape Army uniform, pointing to the 4 thick tomes on display. If purchased with gold coins, each costs only 10,000. If exchanged with military merit, each requires just 1 merit point. 1 merit point is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Lin An raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with evident surprise. The man shook his head with a light chuckle. Of course not. Gold coins cannot be exchanged for merit points, but merit points can be converted into gold coins. Most people wouldn't do that, though, since 1 merit point is actually worth around 100,000 gold coins. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. After all, our Skyscape Army soldiers guard the front lines. While they don't need gold coins themselves, their families do. This is a small benefit for the soldiers. Lin An suddenly understood and thought to himself, fighting for survival on the front lines while worrying about their family's livelihood would discourage anyone from risking their lives. This policy is indeed reasonable. He'll exchange for all 4 auxiliary profession manuals, and he'll also redeem 3 diamond grade techniques. Lin An made his decision quickly, selecting the Crimson Sun Blade technique, Protective Chi Shield, and Shadow Step from the extensive list of techniques. The 3 diamond grade techniques cost him nearly 5 million gold coins in total. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had given him 10 million coins before his departure. Otherwise, he would have been struggling to make ends meet. Lin An knew this was already a bargain back in Guangwu City. Techniques of this caliber were usually sold at auctions, where a single one could easily fetch 2 or 3 million gold coins. Afterward, Lin An purchased a batch of cultivation pills, nearly depleting all his gold coins. As he stroked his storage pouch, he pondered, I wonder if these pills will be enough to help me break through to Platinum rank 9. If not, he'll have to take on some logistical tasks to earn more merit points. After leaving the exchange hall, Lin An followed the others to explore Skyscape Pass and familiarize himself with the area. That evening, everyone gathered for a meal before returning to their respective quarters. Back in his room, Lin An didn't begin cultivating immediately. Although the room was soundproof, he still took out some materials and swiftly set up a concealment array within the space. As a diamond grade array master, setting up a perfect diamond grade concealment array was effortless for him, taking only a few minutes. Once everything was prepared, Lin An retrieved the 4 foundational manuals for the auxiliary professions and began studying them one by one. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the foundational manual for puppetry. You are now a puppeteer. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the foundational manual for animal husbandry. You are now an animal breeder. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the foundational manual for spirit engraving. You are now a spirit engraver. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the foundational manual for spirit music. You are now a spirit musician. As a series of system notifications echoed in his mind, he obtained 4 auxiliary hearts, accompanied by a string of server-wide announcements. Fuse the auxiliary hearts, Lin An commanded in a low voice. You have successfully fused the puppeteer's heart, spirit musician's heart, animal breeder's heart, and spirit engraver's heart. The effects of your auxiliary heart have been enhanced, the system notification stated. Auxiliary heart, awakened talent. The effectiveness of all auxiliary tools and beings you create or cultivate is increased by 70. The time required for creation or cultivation is reduced by 70, and the success rate is increased by 70. Additional auxiliary hearts can be fused to further enhance these effects. Satisfied, Lin An nodded and then retrieved the 3 diamond grade technique manuals. Would the player like to spend 100 attribute points to directly learn the diamond grade Crimson Sun Blade technique? Learn. You have successfully learned the technique and reached the beginner level. Technique. Diamond grade Crimson Sun Blade technique. Beginner level 0500 attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin An began allocating attribute points, his focused gaze brimming with a hunger for power. Lin An quickly allocated his attribute points, raising the proficiency of the Qiyang Blade technique step by step. From 500 points to reach mastery, 2,000 points for minor accomplishment, 10,000 points to achieve great accomplishment, and finally 50,000 points to attain perfection. As a diamond tier technique, it required a total of 62,600 points to progress from beginner to perfection, far exceeding the 7,650 points needed for a platinum tier technique. A stark difference. With attribute points still in reserve, Lin An didn't hesitate to invest another 125,200 points to elevate both the body protection chi and shadow step techniques to perfection as well. After tallying the remaining points, he still had 276,924 attribute points left to allocate. Turning his attention to the soul-devouring ring, the 10 sin beast corpses he had previously harvested had been fully refined, condensed into a pure spiritual energy orb. He had initially planned to purchase more sin beast corpses, but decided against it for now, as buying 100 at once might attract too much attention. Lin An immediately entered a cultivation state and activated the soul-devouring ring. With a faint hum, the ring emitted a soft glow as the spiritual energy orb continuously flowed into his body. In just 1 hour, his cultivation advanced to platinum grade 2, while roughly half of the spiritual energy orb was consumed. Not bad, Lin An nodded to himself. The spiritual energy provided by 10 corpses exceeded his expectations. He continued cultivating, spending another hour to completely absorb the remaining energy. Without pausing, Lin An retrieved a precious 10x cultivation card, a reward he had earned as the first awakened player in the entire server. The card's effect lasted for a whole month. Without hesitation, he activated it. The system notification immediately appeared. You have used the 10x cultivation card. Effect duration, 30 days. In the days that followed, Lin An dedicated himself entirely to cultivation, declining invitations from He Changshan and others to complete missions and earn military merits together. To him, military merits were not a pressing concern, especially with 3 months of ample time remaining. Half a month later, 6 other prodigies in the team who had been stuck at gold grade 9 successfully broke through to the platinum realm. They visited Lin An but were also politely turned away. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin An remained focused on his cultivation, to the point where Changshan and the others nearly forgot about him. Finally, one day, Lin An stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The supply of pills is still insufficient, Lin An mused to himself. Breaking through each grade in the platinum realm requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy, especially since I've undergone 3 rounds of marrow cleansing. The 10x cultivation card's effect had expired, and the pills he had purchased were completely used up. He opened his interface to check his progress and assess his cultivation advancements. Player Lin An, currently at the First Blood realm. As a cultivator of Platinum Grade 8, he excels in multiple secondary professions. He is a diamond-level array master, while his skills in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, spirit planting, spiritual cooking, breeding, puppetry, spiritual music, and spirit inscriptions are at the bronze level. His mastery of cultivation techniques is equally remarkable, with the spirit inscription art reaching the pinnacle of the legendary realm, and the Lin clan techniques attaining myth-level proficiency. In the art of arrays, he is adept in spirit gathering arrays, concealment arrays, and teleportation arrays, all at the peak of the diamond level. However, his mastery of illusion spirit arrays remains at the peak of the bronze level. In the field of talismans, he has grasped the foundational mysteries of explosive talismans and protective talismans. As for divine abilities, he possesses talents such as extreme, heaven and earth form, tiger of resentment's gaze, spirit devour, and earth vein power. Additionally, his auxiliary heart attribute points have reached a staggering 276,924. After a month of secluded cultivation, Lin An's realm advanced to Platinum Grade 8, yet he still fell short of reaching the threshold of Platinum Grade 9. By now, he had exhausted all his gold coins, and his military merits were completely depleted, making it impossible to purchase further cultivation resources. In this sky boundary fortress, without any backing, he had no way to directly access resources from the Treasury. It seems he'll have to earn military merits, Lin An thought to himself. He was well aware that there were only 2 ways to obtain military merits here. Either venture out to hunt sin beasts or take on logistical tasks. As he stood up, Lin An gently activated the spirit inscriptions within him, instantly deploying a concealment array to suppress his aura to the level of Platinum Grade 2. With his current mastery of arrays, unless an epic-level expert deliberately probed him, no one below that level could perceive his true cultivation. After all, just a month ago, he was only at Platinum Grade 1, and now he had already reached Platinum Grade 8. Such an astounding advancement required discretion. After tidying himself up, Lin An pushed the door open and stepped out, only to see Changshan and his 2 companions passing by. The 3 bore clear signs of battle, with varying degrees of injuries. Both sides exchanged brief nods of acknowledgement before Lin An headed toward the mission hall. So, he's finally stepping out, Changshan remarked, watching Lin An's figure gradually fade into the distance. He's been holed up all this time, and today he finally decided to show himself. Looks like he's broken through to Platinum Grade 2, Shang Minghai observed. Heading to the mission hall, probably planning to take on some tasks. Do you think he's planning to act alone? Zhuang Qing'er frowned. The sin beasts in the abyss are nothing like those outside. Well, we're all supposed to be prodigies, Changshan chuckled self-deprecatingly. His words were aimed at Lin An, but also carried a hint of mockery toward themselves. After all, they had initially attempted to fight solo as well, only to barely manage to defeat even a Platinum Grade 1 sin beast after exhausting all their strength and sustaining injuries. That lesson forced them to band together, yet even as a group, getting injured was still a regular occurrence. After all, at the beginning, they were just like Lin An, believing themselves to be prodigies, underestimating their enemies, and thinking that defeating opponents of higher levels would be a breeze. It wasn't until they were nearly killed in return that they finally realized the harshness of reality. Once he suffers a setback, he'll surely come to us. At that time, having one more person will make completing the task much easier. Changshan said in a low voice. Let's go back and heal first. Shang Minghai and Zhuang Qing'er nodded in agreement, returning to their respective rooms to focus on recovering from their injuries. Meanwhile, Lin An arrived at the mission hall, his gaze sweeping across the tasks displayed on the glowing screens. Hunting missions, long-term assignments, involved killing beasts of sin, with the military merits awarded varying depending on the beast's level. Scout missions, also long-term, required venturing beyond the sky barrier to investigate the surrounding beasts of sin and submitting intelligence reports for a certain amount of military merits. Patrol missions, another long-term option, involved joining a temporary patrol team to monitor the sky barrier, earning 1 military merit point per day, with additional merits calculated for any contributions made during the patrol. Rescue missions, also long-term, required joining a rescue team to save others beyond the barrier, with a daily reward of 10 military merit points, plus extra merits for any additional accomplishments. All 4 of these missions fell under the category of long-term tasks. The first one, though extremely dangerous, allowed those with sufficient strength to amass military merits quickly. The second, scouting missions, depended somewhat on luck, as days spent outside might yield no valuable intelligence. The third, patrol missions, were the most stable, offering high safety but low rewards. The fourth, rescue missions, carried some risk, but being part of a rescue team led by strong individuals meant that encountering danger could easily turn the mission into a death sentence rather than a rescue. Lin An's gaze then shifted to the logistics missions. These included a wide variety of tasks, such as repairing formations, refining pills, and assisting in crafting talismans. There were even bounty missions, such as obtaining specific materials or inscribing spiritual patterns on weapons and armor. As Lin An pondered which task to choose, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. "Brother Lin, long time no see," came Zhao Ping's voice. Lin An turned to see Zhao Ping standing next to Han Qi. "It has been a while. Did you both just return from completing a mission?" Lin An asked, noticing the slight dishevelment in their appearances, which hinted at recent intense battles. "Yeah, we just got back from beyond the barrier. The beasts of sin in the abyss are truly formidable. It's hard for us to win against them even when they're at the same level as us," Zhao Ping said with a helpless sigh. "The beasts in the abyss are at least several times stronger than those outside Guang City. The first time we fought them, we suffered quite a bit. Thankfully, it was a team effort, so no lives were lost," he added, then chuckled. "But for Brother Lin, this probably wouldn't be much of a challenge, right? The beasts in the abyss may be powerful, but not to the extent where Brother Lin couldn't take down 10,000 of them single-handedly." Lin An's heart stirred slightly at these words, sensing that the beasts in the abyss might indeed be more formidable than he had imagined. He responded calmly, "I haven't taken on any missions yet. I've spent the past month focused on cultivation. Today is the first time I'm considering a mission. There are so many options, I haven't decided which one to pick yet." Hearing this, Zhao Ping and Han Qi both looked surprised. After a month without seeing Lin An, they had assumed he was already actively taking on missions, but it turned out he hadn't even started. "Which type of mission are you planning to take, Brother Lin?" Zhao Ping asked curiously. Lin An thought for a moment and decided to choose the faster way to earn military merits. Naturally, Zhao Ping, Han Qi, and the others were also eager to take on such tasks, but even if the opportunity arose, it wasn't guaranteed they would succeed in securing it. An idea crossed Lin An's mind as a glimmer of insight flashed in Zhao Ping's eyes. "Brother Lin, as you know, Tianqiong Pass is guarded by the Tianqiong Army, which is divided into 10 corps. We are currently part of the 3rd Corps," Zhao Ping began explaining. "In general, apart from defending the pass and battling the Sin Beasts, the Tianqiong Army doesn't have many recreational activities. Gladiatorial combat is one of the few options available. Gladiatorial combat initially served as a way to resolve disputes within the Corps. If two individuals had a conflict, they would settle it through a duel. However, over time, the nature of these matches evolved. Now, they place military merits as wagers in the duels," Zhao Ping said with a smile. "Brother Lin, if you want to earn military merits quickly, you might consider trying the gladiatorial arena." "What about betting outside the arena?" Lin An asked curiously. "That's strictly forbidden. After all, the true purpose of the arena is to resolve conflicts, not to exploit it as a means of collecting military merits. Any external betting is explicitly prohibited," Zhao Ping explained. "Of course, if someone engages in private betting and doesn't get caught, it might be overlooked. But if discovered, all their military merits will be confiscated." Lin An pondered for a moment and realized that fighting in the arena could indeed be the fastest way to earn military merits. "I assume someone must have tried this approach before?" he asked. "Indeed, but the arena usually arranges fights between opponents of similar strength. For us so-called prodigies, defeating those seasoned veterans is no easy task," Zhao Ping said, shaking his head. "However, with your formidable strength, Brother Lin, if you're interested, we can pool together the basic military merits required to help you enter the arena. Participation requires at least 1,000 merits." Lin An raised an eyebrow as an idea struck him. 1,000 military merits was no small sum. Just earlier, he noticed that slaying a platinum rank grade 1 Sin Beast only earned 5 merits. "All right, let's go take a look at the arena," he finally decided. "Hold on, I'll notify the others right away." Zhao Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly retrieved a jade talisman to send a message. Before long, 8 individuals from the 4 prominent families of Guangwu City and 2 from the Wu family gathered outside the mission hall. Although they weren't part of the same squad, they often acted together during missions. "Brother Lin, it's been a while." They greeted Lin An warmly with smiles, and he returned their greetings with a smile of his own. As they chatted, they made their way toward the gladiatorial arena. When Lin An mentioned his intention to participate in the arena and asked to borrow their military merits, the group didn't hesitate. They immediately offered their merits without reservation. The 12 of them had spent a month accumulating military merits, which amounted to just over 1,300 in total, barely over 100 merits per person on average. Lin An couldn't help but acknowledge the sheer strength of the Sin Beasts in the abyss of sin. These 12 individuals, hailed as prodigies in Guangwu City, might not even be able to hunt a Sin Beast of the same rank without sustaining injuries. Lin An didn't hesitate. He took out his token and borrowed 1,000 military merits, planning to repay everyone double in the future. His expression was resolute, and his eyes glimmered with confidence. To him, this loan was only temporary. Soon, accompanied by the group, Lin An made his way through the bustling crowd and arrived at the gladiator arena. The structure was grand and imposing, with its outer walls adorned with reliefs of legendary warriors from generations past. The air was thick with the mingling scents of sweat and blood. Once inside the arena, Lin An headed straight to the registration desk, where a stern-faced man sat. "Token," the man said, extending his hand with a businesslike tone. Lin An retrieved his token from his pocket and handed it over. The token gleamed coldly under the light. The man glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "A newcomer?" Though his tone held a hint of inquiry, he didn't seem overly surprised. He tapped his fingers on the desk and explained, "It's not uncommon for newcomers to come to the arena lately, hoping to earn military merits this way. But the outcome is usually the same, losing everything and ending up deep in debt." He scrutinized Lin An and added, "After all, it's rare for a newcomer to gather 1,000 military merits within a month. Most, like you, borrow from others." The man gestured toward a glowing formation not far away and said, "Go stand on that formation. It's necessary to assess your level." His tone was firm and left no room for argument. This is a gladiator fight, and basic fairness must be ensured. We can't have someone hiding their true level to participate. That's happened before. Lin An nodded and walked toward the formation. His gaze swept over its intricate patterns as he silently evaluated it. The design was complex and precise, likely of an epic grade, which meant his concealment array would almost certainly be nullified. Just as he expected, the moment he stepped into the center of the formation, it lit up with a dazzling glow. He felt an intangible force rise from beneath his feet, spreading over his entire body and thoroughly scanning him, effortlessly bypassing his concealment array. "Your level." The man's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the results, his voice rising slightly. "Platinum, 8th rank." He stared at Lin An in disbelief, his brows furrowing. "Are you kidding me? Weren't you a newcomer just a month ago? How is your level this high?" He seemed to be recalling something. "I remember there were over 2,000 newcomers in your group, and the highest level among them was only Platinum, 5th rank." Lin An merely smiled without offering an explanation. Seeing this, the man didn't press further and shrugged. "Well, if your opponent is strong, that's their problem, not ours." He slid a piece of paper across the desk and pointed to the signature line at the bottom. "If you're sure about participating, sign here." Lin An picked up the pen, and the man continued, "Let me explain the rules. You can only participate in 10 matches within a year, regardless of whether you win or lose. If you want more opportunities, you'll need to advance to the next level diamond rank." The man tapped the desk as he listed the rules one by one. "In these 10 matches, your opponents will be at a similar level to yours. It's a free fight, and there will be powerful overseers present, so you don't need to hold back. If you win, you can choose to continue fighting consecutively and even reinvest your earned military merits into the next match." His expression turned serious. "Of course, I advise against using underhanded tactics like poisoning or hidden weapons. While these aren't outright banned, they tend to provoke public outrage." After Lin An signed his name, the man added a few more details to ensure Lin An fully understood the workings of the arena. "Got it." The man asked for confirmation. "Got it." Lin An replied calmly with a nod. "All right, go rest over there." The man handed Lin An a metal tag with the number 6 engraved on it. "This is your tag. He'll arrange your first match shortly." Lin An accepted the tag, his fingers brushing over the engraved 6. Then, he and Zhao Ping, along with the others, headed to the waiting area. The waiting area was spacious and already filled with many people. Most of them were at the platinum rank, but Lin An noticed a few individuals with deep, unfathomable auras. He couldn't discern their levels, indicating they had likely reached the diamond rank. These individuals briefly glanced at Lin An as he entered before returning their focus to their own preparations. Lin An's gaze shifted to the center of the arena, where 3 massive platforms stood, each the size of a football field. At that moment, 6 combatants were locked in fierce battles on the platforms. Their moves were swift and lethal, clearly aiming to take their opponents down for good. Fortunately, each platform had an epic-level overseer watching closely, ready to intervene and ensure no one met a fatal end. The spectator stands surrounding the platforms were packed with an enthusiastic crowd. Cheers and shouts echoed through the air as the audience rallied behind their preferred fighters, creating an intense and electrifying atmosphere. Lin An waited in the holding area for over an hour, quietly observing the ongoing matches and analyzing various tactics and techniques. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed throughout the arena. "Number 6 and number 38, proceed to platform 1. Number 78 and number 62, proceed to platform 2. Number 52 and number 13, proceed to platform 3. The waiting area fell silent as all eyes turned to the individuals who had been called. Lin An and 5 others stood up and began making their way to their respective platforms. Lin An stood up and scanned the 5 people in the arena. He still couldn't be certain who exactly was number 38. Seeing this, Zhao and the others rose to cheer him on. Brother Lin, good luck. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Their voices were filled with anticipation. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Lin An replied with a smile before heading out with the other 5 contestants. Fu Yan, what a pity. In that last match, Li Xian almost couldn't hold on. Li Chuan said with a shake of his head, sighing. That guy is so overrated. He bragged so much before, but he couldn't even last 10 moves against Lu Zhe before losing. He turned to Enlanyue. But Enlanyue is truly remarkable. I'd say she's on the verge of stepping into the Diamond Realm. As Lin An entered the arena, the murmurs of the crowd surrounded him. The spectators were still abuzz, discussing the previous matches. The moment he and the other 5 contestants stepped into the arena, all eyes were instantly drawn to them. Isn't that Sun Yang? Someone whispered. I heard his mastery of the diamond-level Phantom Spear has reached an advanced stage. His strength can't be underestimated. Lu Yu is no slouch either. He's probably on the brink of breaking into the Diamond Realm. Once he earns enough military merit, he might become a centurion. Another person chimed in. Yin Feng is here too. He lost last time, so it seems he's back for revenge. The crowd had already identified the other 5 contestants, and discussions filled the air. However, when their eyes landed on Lin An, there was a sense of unfamiliarity. After all, the 3rd Legion had over 100,000 members. No one could possibly know everyone. Lin An stepped onto the arena platform, facing a man holding a spear. This was undoubtedly Sun Yang, whom the audience had mentioned earlier. Their gazes locked, and the tension in the air became palpable. As the host announced the start of the battle, the atmosphere on the platform intensified, and the spectators held their breath. Are you ready? The host's cold voice echoed, initiating a 30-second countdown. Each combatant steadied themselves, releasing powerful auras. Lin An, without reservation, drew his blade, Judgment. The edge of the blade glinted with a cold light as he gripped it firmly, prepared for the fight. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Zhao and the others exchanged uneasy glances. They had overheard some information about Sun Yang and were beginning to feel uncertain about this matchup. Something's not right. Isn't Sun Yang a platinum rank 8? Zhao frowned. Why would he be matched against Brother Lin? The arena wouldn't be so careless, would it? Li Chuan muttered under his breath. If they just randomly assign opponents, that would be far too unfair. As doubt crept into everyone's minds, Zhao suddenly drew a sharp breath, his expression turning serious. Have any of you considered the possibility that Brother Lin's rank might have already advanced to platinum rank 8? He paused, glancing at the others. Do you remember the look on the examiner's face when Brother Lin's rank was tested? He seemed genuinely shocked. Hearing this, the group finally recalled the scene they had previously brushed off. Reflecting on it now, it seemed to carry a deeper implication. A heavy silence fell over them, their expressions becoming more complex. Just a month ago, Brother Lin was only at platinum rank 1. Zhao murmured to himself, a trace of astonishment in his eyes. In just a month, he's risen from platinum rank 1 to platinum rank 8. That speed is unbelievable. While the group was still digesting this revelation, the gong on the platform suddenly sounded, signaling the official start of the battle. Lin An watched as Sun Yang rapidly closed the distance between them. Tightening his grip on his blade, he stepped forward to meet his opponent Heaton. Sparks of battle were about to fly. Boom. The clash of blade and spear sent sparks flying, reverberating through the surroundings. Both fighters quickly retreated, creating distance between them. This initial exchange was merely a probing move. Neither Sun Yang nor Lin An had gone all out. Brother, I won't hold back in the next round, Sun Yang said with a smirk, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Come at me, Lin An replied coldly, his tone as firm as steel. Before the words fully left his lips, Sun Yang's figure darted forward like a phantom. His killing intent condensed in his eyes, and the spear in his hands erupted with radiant light, streaking toward Lin An with deadly precision. Faced with the ferocious assault, Lin An didn't hesitate. He unleashed the Crimson Sun Blade technique to meet the attack head-on. In an instant, the clash of blade and spear filled the air, accompanied by the deafening sound of metal striking metal. The atmosphere grew tense. Look at Sun Yang. His Void Spirit Spear technique is already at the mastery level. The way he alternates between real and feigned strikes, one slip-up and you're done for, someone exclaimed from the sidelines. Who's that guy fighting Sun Yang? Sun Yang's clearly not holding back, but this guy's handling it with ease. That blade technique, why does it look so familiar? Wait, is that the Crimson Sun Blade technique? No way, that's a diamond tier technique. And judging by his performance, he's mastered it to at least the proficient level. To hold his own against Sun Yang like this is no ordinary fighter. The duel between Lin An and Sun Yang quickly drew the attention of everyone around. When the crowd realized Lin An was wielding a diamond tier blade technique, their focus intensified. After all, such high-level techniques were rarely seen in platinum-ranked battles, and many spectators had never witnessed such a clash firsthand. Even an elder of epic rank watching from the sidelines was captivated by the fight. Lin An's execution of the Crimson Sunblade technique left the elder momentarily lost in thought. He had trained in this very technique himself, and could clearly see that Lin An's mastery had surpassed mere proficiency, had reached perfection. A mere platinum-grade fighter, achieving such mastery over a diamond-tier technique? It was almost unheard of. Though such prodigies existed, they were exceedingly rare. The elder couldn't help but be astounded. He resolved to investigate Lin An's background after the match. On the platform, Sun Yang's previously confident demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of grim determination. Just days ago, he had painstakingly advanced his Void Spirit Spear technique to the mastery level and had come to the arena hoping to show off and earn some military merits. He had anticipated strong opponents, but not someone of this caliber. He now realized Lin An hadn't even been fighting at full strength. If he had, Sun Yang would have already lost. As their weapons clashed once more, Sun Yang quickly retreated and spoke in a low voice. "Are you mocking me?" Lin An paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Fight me with everything you've got. I'd rather die in battle than live in disgrace." Sun Yang roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as his aura surged dramatically. Lin An's expression grew solemn as he understood. From the start, he had held back, intending to give Sun Yang some face since there was no personal animosity between them. But it seemed his restraint had been interpreted as an insult. Clearly, he still lacked a full understanding of military customs. "As you wish," Lin An replied calmly. A faint smile appeared on Sun Yang's face before his aura exploded like a tidal wave. He channeled his spiritual energy into the spear, which began to glow brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, a massive, awe-inspiring spear projection materialized, resembling a roaring silver dragon as it surged toward Lin An with unstoppable force. "Kill!" Sun Yang bellowed, his spear projection crashing down like a thunderclap, carrying the power to obliterate everything in its path. Crimson Sun. Lin An didn't back down. With a powerful swing of his blade, a scarlet arc of light roared forth like a blazing sun, meeting the spear projection heat-in. Boom! The collision of blade and spear projection shook the air with a deafening blast, sending destructive energy rippling outward. Dust and debris filled the arena, obscuring the view. As the dust began to settle, the spectators gasped in shock. Lin An was standing right in front of Sun Yang, his blade's tip hovering less than an inch from Sun Yang's throat. "I've lost," Sun Yang said with a bitter smile, his voice heavy. "Thank you for the match," Lin An replied, sheathing his blade and turning to leave without another word. "Ring 1, Fighter 6, is the victor," the epic-ranked elder announced, officially ending the battle. As the result was announced by the epic-level warrior, a brief silence fell over the crowd before an uproar erupted. The soldiers surrounding the arena began murmuring among themselves, their gazes fixed on the unfamiliar victor. "Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Sun Yang's Void Spear is at a mastery level, and he's still lost. Judging by his Qiyang blade technique, he's at least at the advanced stage, maybe even the perfected stage. The Third Legion truly hides some incredible talents." Lin An stood in the center of the arena as the gray-haired, epic-level warrior slowly approached him, a smile of approval in his eyes. "Do you wish to proceed to the next round?" "Yes, please." Lin An respectfully clasped his hands. "I'd like to wager all the military merits I've earned on the next match." "It'll trouble you, senior." The elder nodded in agreement and raised a crimson flag. The crowd, recognizing the signal, erupted into another wave of commotion. Backstage, preparations to find Lin An's next opponent began immediately. Within 5 minutes, a man wielding a ring-hilted saber stepped onto the stage. "Standard rules: 30 seconds to prepare," the elder announced. The two locked eyes before assuming their stances. The man, also at the Platinum 8th rank, exuded a fierce and menacing aura. As the gong sounded, the battle erupted instantly. "Prepare yourself," the man roared, his saber emitting a fiery red glow as it slashed forward. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin An's eyes. His opponent was also using the Qiyang blade technique, though only at the beginner level. Recalling Sun Yang's words, "Holding back is an insult," Lin An decided not to restrain himself this time. Slash. In an instant, 2 blazing red suns appeared in midair, but Lin An's was far larger and more intense. As they clashed with a thunderous explosion, the opponent was sent flying off the stage. "Thank you for the match," Lin An said, clasping his hands in courtesy. Though defeated, the man's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding, as if he had gained valuable insight from the battle. In the waiting room, Zhao and the others were watching Lin An with excitement. "I knew brother Lin was powerful. I doubt anyone in the platinum rank can beat him," Zhao said eagerly. "At this rate, big brother Lin might win all 10 matches," Han Chi calculated excitedly. "If his military merits keep stacking up, he could earn 1,000,000. An older soldier waiting nearby couldn't help but interject, "What are you dreaming about? Who in the platinum rank can wager over 10,000 merits in one go? Most people only bet 1,000 merits per match, and even getting 3 or 4,000 is rare. Besides, military merits from the arena can only be exchanged for cultivation resources, not official ranks." The veteran scanned the group and continued. Even if your brother here fights all 10 matches and wins them all, he'll only earn around 20 or 30,000 military merits. Hearing this, Han Shi was momentarily taken aback before coming to a realization. Indeed, if someone had tens of thousands of military merits, wouldn't it be better to exchange them directly for a military rank? Who would be willing to risk them on a single match? 20 or 30,000 is still impressive. Those merits would be more than enough for Brother Lin to win first place in this competition, Zhao Ping said with a smile. Only when you carry out missions yourself do you realize just how hard it is to earn military merits, Wu Peng said, recalling their month-long effort that barely earned each of them a little over 100 merits. He pondered aloud. I just wonder if these merits can count toward the competition ranking. Wu Rui chuckled lightly. It shouldn't be a problem. The rules don't say otherwise. The competition's requirement is to earn enough merits within 3 months, without specifying how. Besides, even if they don't count, with Brother Lin's strength, earning merits wouldn't be an issue. The others nodded in agreement. They were all well aware of Lin An's formidable strength. If he simply went out every day to hunt a single platinum-grade level 9 beast, the merits earned would be enough for him to claim the competition's top spot. As the group continued their discussion, Lin An had already finished his third match. The elder approached him and said, You now have 6,000 military merits. At the moment, no one is willing to stake 6,000 merits for a match. If you continue, even if you win the next round, you'll only earn at most 2,000 more merits. Lin An thought for a moment. Let's continue. Arrange for someone with higher merits to fight me. He had considered suggesting a diamond-level opponent, but decided it might come across as too arrogant. His goal was simple. Complete 10 matches as quickly as possible, exchange the merits for cultivation resources, and break through to the platinum level 9 rank. The battles continued one after another. The audience buzzed with discussions. Is this guy insane? He's not even taking a break. Even if his Crimson Sunblade technique has reached mastery, it must still consume a huge amount of spiritual energy each time. The pace of these matches is incredible, basically winning each fight with a single strike. Does anyone know what his name is? His strength is no joke. I doubt I could stop him if I stepped in. You? A platinum level 6? Saying that doesn't make you feel embarrassed. Over an hour later, Lin An sent his final opponent flying, completing all 10 matches. The elder solemnly reminded him, You've reached the limit of 10 matches for this year. Unless you break through to the diamond level, you'll have to wait until next year to compete again. I understand, Lin An replied with a respectful bow. Ignoring the cheers from the crowd, he made his way directly to the backstage area. A staff member handed him a token. Brother, your impressive 10 matches, all won in a single day. Hey, race your token. You've earned a total of 21,000 military merits. But remember, these merits can only be used to exchange for cultivation resources, not for a military rank. Lin An wasn't surprised. He had already planned to use the merits to purchase cultivation resources. Taking the token, he left the arena with Zhao Ping and the others. Brother Lin, you've given us far too much military merit. There's really no need for this. We're just lending it to you temporarily, not even for a full day. No need to repay us double. That's right. Earning so much military merit is all thanks to your abilities, Brother Lin. After leaving the arena, Lin An smiled warmly and, without hesitation, transferred 2,000 points of military merit to Zhao Ping, signaling him to distribute it among the group. A faint glimmer passed over his token, indicating the successful transfer. No need to decline, everyone. Without the military merit you provided, I wouldn't have been able to enter the arena, Lin An said sincerely, his gaze sweeping across their slightly surprised faces. I won't say much more. I'll head back now. If you need anything, feel free to find me. He quickly operated his token, recorded his address, and handed it over to the group before turning to leave. The group watched Lin An's retreating figure, exchanging glances, and in the end, accepted the generous military merit he had given them. As Lin An walked, he checked his token. Even after transferring 2,000 points to Zhao Ping and the others, his account still displayed a balance of 20,000 military merit, gleaming temptingly under the sunlight. That's enough to purchase the resources I need to break through to platinum rank 9. He calculated silently, striding toward the exchange hall. The exchange hall was bustling with activity. Lin An headed straight to the counter. He spent 1,000 military merit on a batch of cultivation resources, sufficient to support his advancement to the peak of platinum rank 9. Then, he spent another 5,000 military merit on materials to upgrade the quality of his weapon, Duanzue. Duanzue is currently only at platinum quality. It's time to raise it to diamond grade. Lin An murmured, gently brushing his fingers over the weapon at his waist, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. After tallying up his remaining military merit, he found he still had 14,000 points left, just enough to exchange for a storage ring with 5,000 cubic meters of space. The storage ring he was currently using, acquired back in Shenglin City, had become far too cramped and was long overdue for an upgrade. Having spent all his military merit, Lin An left the exchange hall and returned to his residence. As he stepped inside, A thought suddenly struck him. I almost forgot the monthly leaderboard rewards haven't been claimed yet. Lin An immediately opened the leaderboard interface. Leaderboard settlement complete. You are ranked first on 11 leaderboards. Please select your reward type. Lin An nodded slightly. 10 sub-professions, plus the cultivation leaderboard exactly 11. Without hesitation, he selected the reward he needed most. Attribute points. Selection successful. Congratulations, you have received a total of 21,300 attribute points. Lin An nodded in satisfaction, though there was a hint of regret in his expression. It's a pity I only advanced my sub-professions to bronze level, except for formations. If I had pushed them further, I could have earned even more attribute points. He checked his total attribute points. The number now stood at 298, 224, nearly 300,000. Lin An sighed softly. Still not enough. It's not enough to cultivate the Lin clan technique to the minor mastery level. The Lin clan technique was currently only at the proficient level. Advancing it to minor mastery required 60,000 attribute points. She was still halfway there. Once I break through to platinum rank 9 and reach the peak, I'll head out to hunt more sin beasts for attribute points. After all, Sin Abyss certainly doesn't lack sin beasts. With this resolve, Lin An activated the concealment array in his room. The array's glow flickered, completely hiding his aura. He then sat cross-legged and resumed his cultivation. Time flowed like water. Even without the benefit of tenfold cultivation speed, Lin An's progress remained astonishing. In just half a month, he successfully broke through to platinum rank 9. But he didn't stop there, continuing his relentless cultivation. By the time March 1st arrived, Lin An's cultivation had reached the peak of platinum rank 9. Now, only 6 months remained until the arrival of the players. After claiming another 21,300 attribute points from the new leaderboard settlement, Lin An ended his seclusion. The 3-month tournament is now only a month away. It's time to go out and take on some tasks. He stood up, stretching his slightly stiff muscles. This month, he'll aim to hunt as many sin beasts as possible, earning enough attribute points to advance the Lin clan technique to minor mastery. With that thought, Lin An retrieved Duanzue, his fingers lightly tracing the sword's blade. It's also time to upgrade Duanzue's quality. Subsequently, Lin An spent attribute points and fed resources into Duanzue. He continued investing until, after consuming 50,000 attribute points and a batch of rare materials, the weapon's grade finally advanced. Your Duanzue's grade has been upgraded to diamond level. The system notification appeared before Lin An's eyes, followed by the weapon's detailed information. Duanzue, diamond level, bound, infinitely upgradable, indestructible, a treasured blade forged from multiple materials. It possesses armor-piercing and tearing effects, with attributes of lightning, wind, metal, wood, fire, earth, and ice. Lin An carefully examined Duanzue in his hands. Its appearance hadn't changed much, but he could feel the immense power contained within the weapon. After all, it was now a diamond-grade weapon, and its strength naturally surpassed its previous state. Nodding in satisfaction, he packed his belongings and walked toward the door. Just as he opened the door, Lin An paused abruptly. He saw He Changshan and his 2 companions passing by his doorway. Much like their previous encounter, the 3 were still injured, looking disheveled as if they had just returned from a battlefield. If it weren't for the fact that Lin An had just received his leaderboard settlement rewards, he might have doubted whether he had experienced a time rewind. However, upon closer inspection, while the 3 looked battered, their auras were noticeably stronger than before, indicating they had each advanced by 1 level. Brother Lin, it's been another month. Are you heading out on a mission? He Changshan asked with a brief moment of surprise before smiling. Yes, I am, Lin An replied briefly. Brother Lin, you haven't been taking on any missions these past 2 months, have you? Shang Minghai inquired curiously. They had run into Lin An leaving last month and thought he might team up with them after struggling with his tasks. Yet, despite waiting, they never saw him again and almost assumed something had happened to him outside the pass. I've been cultivating my techniques during this time, Lin An replied calmly. Ah, so Brother Lin has mastered your techniques now. No wonder you're heading out, He Changshan said with a smile. Lin An quietly opened his personal panel and confirmed that his techniques hadn't reached mastery yet. His Lin family technique was at the proficient level, while the others were at perfected. After exchanging a few polite words with the trio, Lin An took his leave. Behind him, he could hear their conversation. Starting missions now is a bit late, isn't it? I heard someone's already earned over 5,000 military merits in these 2 months. We've only managed to earn around 300 merits each. Forget about the top 10. We just hope to make it into the top 100. Let's heal up quickly. We have to continue our missions early tomorrow. The 3 continued their discussion as they each entered their rooms. Meanwhile, Lin An had arrived at the mission hall. This time, he didn't encounter Zhou Ping and his group. He walked directly to the mission counter. I'd like to take on a hunting mission, Lin An stated succinctly. Hunting missions were long-term tasks without specific targets. As long as he killed sin beasts, the token would automatically absorb a strand of the beast's death energy, which could later be exchanged for military merits. The materials and crystal cores from the beasts, however, didn't need to be handed in. All set. The token's functions have been activated for you, the staff member said, handing the token back to Lin An. Taking the token, Lin An noticed it now had 3 additional functions: the ability to absorb death energy, a request for aid function, and a map function. He walked out with the token in hand, activating the map function. A light screen immediately appeared before him. Tianqiong Pass was located in the bottom left corner of the map, while most of the area beyond the pass was shrouded in mist, indicating that much of the abyss of sin remained unexplored. The map displayed the terrain within a 10 to sand-mile radius outside the pass, including mountains, rivers, and marked danger zones. With the map, things became much simpler. After leaving the pass, he wouldn't have to wander aimlessly. Instead, he could head directly to areas suited for hunting sin beasts. With this plan in mind, Lin An quickly made his way to the exit of Tianqiong Pass. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.